Chapter 161, Evil Woman, Release My Junior Brother. Although there were no clouds in the sky above the fog plain, lightning could be seen. The mighty lightning gathered in the sky above the fog plain, dispersing the spirit fog. The 10 divine beasts' avatars could be vaguely seen soaring in the sky, emitting a fearsome aura. The divine firmament's sacred leader had submerged his whole body within the lightning and heavenly aura. He was as majestic as a deity that had descended, full of energy. He had already set up the divine firmament heaven refining array, and he had been dispersing the spirit fog for 1 day and 1 night now. The spirit fog within the fog plane had already thinned by many times, and one could even vaguely see into the depths of the plane. To that, the divine firmament's sacred leader and heavenly venerable azure lotus both felt extremely shocked, as this was simply going too smoothly, to the point that it was unreasonable. A great demon, a divine binding vine, was in the depths of the fog plane. This was not a secret between the top sects in the eastern wilderness. As to why the divine firmament's sacred ground, which was beside the fog plane, had not annihilated and brought the fog plane under its control, it was simple. The divine binding vine had been cultivating for thousands of years in the plane and had long transformed it into her domain. Most of the fog plane was Lu Ji's land, and she could control it at will. The spirit fog Lu Ji released would even affect the divine consciousness of many sages. In addition, her natural divine ability, ground burrowing, allowed her to be able to travel anywhere within the fog plane. Thus, even if human sages were to make a move, they might not be able to subdue her, not to mention she had the hidden card of the divine devouring vine bloodline up her sleeves. Initially, in the sacred leaders and heavenly venerable azure lotus minds, a normal sage would need months to be able to clear the fog. Although the sacred leader had brought the 10 lightning emperor flags, and his speed was increased by many times, he would need at least 3 days and nights to be able to completely destroy the fog array that Lu Ji had set up. This spirit fog array, which could cover even the sky, was something she had been reinforcing for thousands of years, after all. Also, in the process of dispersing the fog, he still had to avoid accidentally injuring Shen Tian. Nonetheless, the two of them had never thought that after just 1 day and night, he would have almost finished refining the spirit fog array of the fog plane. It had almost completely disappeared. There was only one possibility: no one was reinforcing the spirit fog array anymore. In fact, when the sacred leader activated the divine firmament heaven refining array, indeed, he did not sense any resistance. As such, the sacred leader took a look at heavenly venerable azure lotus and kept quiet, but what he meant was already obvious. "You see? I said that there is no need to worry at all. That unlucky demon has already died because of Tianer. Now we need to hurry and find Tianer, to allow him to feel the warmth of our sacred ground." Being senior and junior brothers for 1,000 years, Azure Lotus could understand his look in an instant. Unfortunately, Azure Lotus was stubborn. "So what if a drastic change did happen in the fog plane? Can you guarantee that this change is related to Shen Tian, or confirm that Shen Tian is the final winner?" Azure Lotus was a little envious. Frankly speaking, he did not wish for anything to happen to Shen Tian, but he also did not want him to obtain a fortuitous opportunity. That was because he had already seen what the sacred leader had recorded. It was all because of his rejection that Shen Tian had not become his disciple. Azure Lotus thought that Shen Tian was a bottomless hole when it came to consuming resources, and he would definitely become even unluckier as he cultivated the Tinder Sutra. However, facts proved that Shen Tian was the son of Providence, and he had also encountered a fortuitous opportunity in this experiential journey. But this fortuitous opportunity was not related to Azure Lotus at all, so wouldn't he regret it for life? No one realized that the sacred leader and Azure Lotus were communicating with their eyes. Zhang Yanqi looked at the spirit fog, which was becoming thinner, and her eyes were filled with passion. "Father, can I go in now?" Currently, the fog plane was only left with some extremely thin spirit fog, so its influence on cultivators was already not that strong. The sacred leader nodded slightly. "I can already sense Tianer's specific location. All of you wait here." Azure Lotus started thinking. According to Junior Brother, this kid has most likely encountered a fortuitous opportunity. "You want to let me wait here? You're really cunning, Junior Brother. You want to hog all the benefits for yourself." At that thought, Azure Lotus said righteously, "Junior Brother, you were injured severely from setting up the array formation. In my opinion, you should rest in Fog City. Let me go and find my martial nephew." The sacred leader looked at Azure Lotus coldly. How could he not know what his senior brother was thinking of? If he were to let this person go find Shen Tian, The latter would definitely be safe, but not even a forgetting pill would be left for him. The sacred leader replied coldly, "It's okay. Although I have injured my vitality, I can recover after resting for a few years. It's totally worth it to save Tian'er. Such a small matter, there's no need to tell Tian'er and make him worried." After finishing, the sacred leader looked at Azure Lotus. "I have already sensed where Tian'er is. I'll go and find him now." Then, the sacred leader unleashed a heavenly light and flew toward the fog plain with Zhang Yanqi. Azure Lotus scolded him for being a sly old fox before leaving a gold light trail as he chased them. Only Qin Yundi, Eunuch Goei, and the others were left. They all heaved a sigh of relief. Saint Shen Tian is amazing. The sacred leader was actually willing to sacrifice his vitality to save him. Master Celestial is Master Celestial, indeed. He is totally safe even after barging into the depths of the fog plain alone. Fog City's sudden rescue was indeed due to Master Celestial's involvement. Master Celestial's abilities are really astonishing. Since the sacred leader is going personally, His Highness will be safe. Concubine Lan would also be happy if she knew. At the fog plain's depths, Shen Tian had already left the mountain valley and came to a leveled ground. A crimson flame was burning in front of him, silently moving with the wind. That's right, that ball of fire was one of the Nanming Li Fire's origins fragments, and it was also the last piece that Shen Tian had found. While the sacred leader had been refining the spirit fog the past one day and night, Shen Tian had not rested either. He had completely searched the mountain valley, ensuring that he had not missed any spot. He had started collecting the Nanming Li Fire. When Sword Venerable Qian Yang had died, his Nanming Li Fire's origins fragments had been scattered everywhere. Most of the fragments had landed near the mountain valley, so Shen Tian could sense them. Under the Tinder Sutra Energy's guidance, Shen Tian had quickly found the Nanming Li Fire's origins. Meanwhile, this ball of flame in front of him was the last Nanming Li Fire's origin fragment he could sense. Shen Tian carefully refined the Nanming Li Fire using his Tinder Sutra, and a special form of energy surged throughout his body. He could sense that the fire within him was burning even hotter. Among the 5 elements, fire corresponded to one's heart, which was the organ that provided blood for the body. Currently, Shen Tian's heart was being strengthened by the Li Fire, and he could feel that he had become even more powerful than before. He even had the itch to try battling with a perfected immortal. Of course, only a try that would result in death. Shen Tian took a wooden box out of his Archean sea ring. Golden bones were within the box. They were extremely hard and emitted ripples of the true sword Tao. Shen Tian speculated that these should be Sword Venerable Qian Yang's broken bones, what remained after his death. Since Shen Tian had obtained most of the Nanming Li Fire, he should build a grave for him due to sentiment and reason. Thus, in the process of collecting the Nanming Li Fire, he had also collected Sword Venerable Qian Yang's remaining bones. After digging a hole using the Divine Devouring Vine, he buried that box. Then, Shen Tian found a stone and sliced it into the shape of a long strip. He raised his lotus shooting gun and wrote 6 big words, "Grave of Sword Venerable Qian Yang," on the stone's surface. Next to the big words, he wrote "Erected by a fated person, Shen Tian" in small size. "I took your Nanming Li Fire, but I buried you. Thus, we don't owe each other." Just when Shen Tian wanted to heave a sigh of relief, he suddenly thought of something. "No. I'm too careless. How could I leave my name? What if Sword Venerable Qian Yang had an enemy and saw this tombstone? By then, wouldn't that enemy think I had inherited Sword Venerable Qian Yang's arts and come to take revenge on me? Wouldn't I have become Zhao Hao's scapegoat? No, this is too dangerous." At that thought, Shen Tian changed his name Shen Tian to Zhao Hao and the erected by a fated person, Shen Tian. Yep, this looks better. Wait, this is not right either. Aren't I causing trouble for Brother Zhao now? Shen Tian placed his hand on his chin and looked at the tombstone. He was deeply conflicted. At that moment, a silver figure suddenly descended from the sky. There was a huge lightning white tiger avatar behind her, and she was emitting an aura of fury. "Evil woman! You dare to snatch the mask I gave to my junior brother. What did you do to him? Hurry and release my junior brother. If not, I'll chase you to the end of the world." Just as she finished, this powerful woman had already descended. Her fist, which was as ferocious as a tiger, headed towards Shen Tian. When she threw the punch, mixed divine lightning surrounded her whole body, and she was like a ferocious tiger pouncing on food. If she was not Zhang Yanqi, who else could it be? Chapter 162, This setup seems too illogical. Shen Tian had his whole mind fixed on thinking how to best set up the gravestone for Sword Venerable Qian Yang when the change occurred. His instincts made him take a leap back, but of course, how would he be able to handle Zhang Yanqi's infuriated attacks anyway? Shen Tian quickly threw the stone in his hands at Zhang Yanqi and whipped out the black tortoise shield to block Zhang Yanqi's advances. Boom! How could a mere gravestone fend off Zhang Yanqi's attacks? The moment it came into contact with Zhang Yanqi's fists, the whole stone burst into fine powder. Shen Tian couldn't even have time to feel sorry for Sword Venerable Qian Yang before he felt yet another hit against the black tortoise shield. It felt like a truck had bumped against the shield. His entire person was blasted back by hundreds of meters. By the time he managed to steady himself, both his arms felt numb with ache, and he almost couldn't hold on to the black tortoise shield. SSSSS. I have to give my hat off to senior sister. Such brute strength, such scary advances. But before Shen Tian could finish his admiration, his face paled behind the mask because he saw that Zhang Yanqi's aura got more formidable. For heaven's sake, after acquiring the mixed divine lightning, senior sister's abilities have increased by leaps and bounds. Not only did she manage to attain the golden core 8 refinement stage, but she also has the mixed divine lightning to protect herself. This means that if she used the mixed divine lightning now, she could easily suppress other cultivators who attain the golden core 8 refinement stage. Much as though Shen Tian's abilities had increased after his adventure at the valley, he was also afraid to face such a shrew. Most importantly, Shen Tian was still wearing the Spirit Venerable Divine Water's armor. How on earth would he dare to battle with Zhang Yanqi in this state? As such, the situation became like this: while Zhang Yanqi's advances became more ferocious every blow she dealt out, Shen Tian was too scared to be recognized that he had to retreat repeatedly. It was obvious as to who was on the losing end between the two of them. Damn it, you BTCH. You even took my junior brother's black tortoise shield. Where is my junior brother Shen Tian? Hand him over now. Zhang Yanqi was too stuck on the conventional mode of thinking, and it never occurred once to her that there might be other possibilities. She was undoubtedly certain that this blue-armored lass in front of her was the demon that ruled the fog plane. If not, why would the token of love that she had given to her junior brother and his black tortoise shield end up in her hands? Junior brother Shen Tian must be held captive by her. Once I beat this demon, I will be able to save him. Wait a minute. At that moment, something came to Zhang Yanqi's attention from the corners of her eyes. She saw a new grave beside them. Her whole body shook, and a scary thought leapt up to her mind. Can it be that junior brother Shen Tian has already come to harm? At that thought, a huge wave of sorrow and hatred washed over her. Powers that were never seen before erupted from her body and the mixed divine lightning covered her entire torso. A shimmering golden core rose up from Zhang Yanqi's body, emitting majestic divine lights. However, this golden core was cracking up, broken fragments peeled off from the golden core's surface, revealing another even more brilliant golden core hidden within it. Yes, that's right, Zhang Yanqi had made a breakthrough in the middle of this battle. She had evolved further from her current status of the golden core 8 refinement stage and attained the golden core 9 refinement stage. The present Zhang Yanqi was no longer inferior to Fang Chang, more accurately, she had surpassed him in power. At the same time, both the Divine Firmament's Sacred Leader and Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus stood facing each other in mid-air. The expression on the old Taoist priest's face was too interesting for words to describe. Meanwhile, one could see the heavenly aura on the surface of Divine Firmament's Sacred Leader body vibrating so vigorously that it seemed ready to explode at any time. Azure Lotus' mouth twitched. "Junior brother, do you think that fella down there is him?" The Sacred Leader replied, he cough, no, that last cannot be Shen Tian. Glee was written all over the old Taoist priest's face. Stop lying. Do you honestly think that I believe the phoenix feather mask can shield against your divine consciousness? The Sacred Leader tried to keep his usual aloof stance as he replied, that demonic lass is not Shen Tian. Junior brother, are you sure? Surely, I believe you can see that this armor set is a supreme grade spirit artifact. No demons could own that. Well, I believe Tianer must have encountered some extreme danger then. He must have no choice but to equip that armor set. It's at times like these that we need to do our best to protect his identity. Azure Lotus mocked, so, the son of Providence can also meet extreme crises? The Sacred Leader replied coolly, well, can't you sense the extravagant aura Tianer's body is emitting? At that, the old Taoist priest's forehead creased up. He turned back and stared intently at Shen Tian, and shock took over his initial doubtful expression. When extraordinary items were just being refined, the person who obtained them would not be able to contain all of their auras. For those of high cultivation levels, such auras were very obvious. As such, when Azure Lotus observed more closely, he was shocked to discover that just in a few days, there was such a drastic change in Shen Tian's aura. What the hell? Did he go and ransack some sacred grounds during these few days that he went missing? How come there are suddenly auras of spiritual wood and exceptional fire emitting from his body? The grades of those items are quite advanced too. Azure Lotus felt that the azure heavenly fire he possessed might be of a lower grade than what Shen Tian possessed now. At the same time, he also sensed that Shen Tian's constitution had changed to that of the little five elements Yang Divine Lightning constitution. But a few days before, that lad only had a normal constitution. How is it that he could develop a Yang Divine Lightning constitution in just a few days? What kind of fortuitous opportunities did he meet with exactly? After all, out of all the talents the Divine Firmament's sacred ground had seen throughout the ages, there were only a scarce few people who possessed the Yang Divine Lightning constitution. Not to mention that Shen Tian had developed such a constitution just at the foundation establishment stage, this was unheard of. Azure Lotus stared at Shen Tian with bloodshot eyes. This lad, he. Seeing how Azure Lotus was unable to complete the sentence, the sacred leader replied nonchalantly, "So, what do you think of him now? I have already said before that Tianer is the son of Providence. Senior brother, do you believe it now? The Fog Plains master has gone missing, and it was most probably Tianer's doing. In front of those who have great providence, cultivation levels are like nothing." The old Taoist priest swallowed and asked, "Then what should we do now?" The sacred leader replied calmly, "Zir is too impulsive for attacking Tianer just like that. But I dare say Tianer's capabilities might be on par with her, and he can get out of this fix by himself. Senior brother, let's just wait and see what will happen. Leave matters to me, and don't act by yourself. Remember, now what we need to do is to be mindful of Tianer's dignity." Back on the plains, Zhang Yinxi's abilities had a marked improvement after her cultivation was stabilized. She attacked Shen Tian continuously, and every strike was fiercer than the previous one. Shen Tian felt really resigned. He didn't know if he should fight back or not. "Oh, wait. Didn't I obtain the Divine Devouring Vine's ground burrowing skill?" Shen Tian finally remembered that he had this last life-saving skill. He immediately stuck out his right hand, and a lush green vine shot out. The vine hit Zhang Yinxi's right fist, and needless to say, it was flung backward. After all, much as though the Divine Devouring Vine was powerful, Zhang Yinxi's cultivation was too high, and it was easy for her to defeat this vine. However, the main purpose of Shen Tian releasing this vine was also not to beat Zhang Yinxi. That was too unrealistic. The moment the vine touched Zhang Yinxi, Shen Tian's body flung out with it. He was actually using Zhang Yinxi's strength to quicken his retreat. Following which, lush green vines stuck into the ground like growing spirals. Just within the blink of an eye, Shen Tian disappeared in front of Zhang Yinxi, leaving no traces at all. Zhang Yinxi looked alarmed as she requested, "Father, that demon had escaped by burrowing through the ground. Please subdue it for us." Despair washed over Shen Tian's whole body after he heard what Zhang Yinxi said from above the ground. Why the hell is Master here too? After all, he was a saint who had truly survived the tribulation transcendence and was much more formidable than the Vine Mother, Lu Ji. Before him, ground burrowing would most probably not work. Is it really set in stone that my reputation will be ruined today? Just when Shen Tian was freaking out underneath the ground, he heard the sacred leader's serious voice ring out. "Heavens is kind. I see that you had it hard to reach your current cultivation, and I really do not want to ruin it. Fellow cultivator, I shall give you an hour to release my disciple. Should Tianer be missing even one hair, I will wipe out the whole fog plain and leave no living species. Remember, give him his rightful apology and send him out in a respectable fashion." The leader's announcement was obviously siding with Shen Tian, and this made him really touched. At the same time, Shen Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that even his master could not see through his disguise. "No matter what, that's great. I will just change my clothes and come out from another direction to meet them later. My reputation is preserved." But really, is the phoenix feather mask so powerful that it can even hide one's identity from a saint? This setup seems too illogical. Chapter 163, The Little Vine Cries. Shen Tian knew all along that the phoenix feather mask could hide one's identity. However, he did not expect that it could even obstruct the divine firmament's sacred leader's inspection. No matter what, it was good that he was not discovered. Shen Tian still cared a lot about his reputation, after all. He started to change out of the light blue armor underneath the ground and put on his normal clothes. Shen Tian then took out a mirror and observed his reflection intently, in hopes that no traces of his previous appearance were left behind. At the same time, the sacred leader and heavenly venerable Azure Lotus were not feeling that calm as they hovered in midair, especially the latter. He was green-eyed with jealousy at what he saw. After all, ever since he had started cultivating the Tinder Sutra, he had been unlucky till now. The only extraordinary item on himself, the azure green sky flame, was actually obtained before he had started cultivating the Tinder Sutra. But just look at Shen Tian, not only had he obtained the first essence heavy water, but he had now even obtained another two extraordinary items. His providence made Azure Lotus so jealous that he felt like pointing up at the heavens and cursing it for being too unfair. As for the sacred leader, being the more brainy person among the pair, he was able to process the whole situation in a more holistic manner. Azure Lotus had only thought of how Shen Tian had managed to develop the Yang Divine Lightning Constitution and obtain two extraordinary items. But the sacred leader noticed one critical point, that is, Shen Tian actually could merge all these items together. One must know that such extraordinary items were makings of heaven's will, and while they were extremely powerful, they were very hard to tame. Normal cultivators would have a hard time refining them for their own usage, even if they happened to possess them. For example, Azure Lotus had already refined the azure green sky flame, so his abilities had seen a marked improvement. Nevertheless, he might not be able to refine another extraordinary item should he come across it. This was because the refining process was never easy, and some might not even be lucky enough to endure the whole process. Legends had it been that 3,000 years ago, there was this god-fiend cultivator who had tried to merge three extraordinary items together by force. In the end, the powers of all three items couldn't be contained, and the expert suffered a chi deviation during the process. His entire body had been destroyed. Just imagine, if even such a mighty figure could fall to demise by trying to merge three extraordinary items together, then what about Shen Tian? He was just a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, yet he could already achieve what that expert was unable to do? How could anyone achieve that unless they had a constitution which was being favored by the heavens? The sacred leader confirmed that his judgment of Shen Tian was accurate. "Honor will be our sex future hope." At that moment, the sacred leader was suddenly reminded of the fact that his senior brother, who always did not know any better and always foiled his plans, was still standing beside him. As such, he secretly sent Azure Lotus a voice transmission and told him of his suspicions. "Senior brother, I have already said my piece. Are you willing to help out Honor now that you have seen that he's truly the son of Providence?" Azure Lotus' face flushed red, and in his mind, a resolute voice rang out again, "If I regret, I am the son of a BTCH." All at once, he was caught between the dilemma of being the son of a BTCH and enjoying fortuitous opportunities brought by the son of Providence, or being a poor old bloke with nothing but imaginary high aspirations. I mean, I am a heavenly venerable, after all. I want my dignity too. For this, senior brother has to observe him more. There's no haste for such matters. Much as though he was reluctant to concede defeat in front of the sacred leader, Azure Lotus had already consented to his junior brother's request deep down in his heart. This was because he knew that even though both he and Shen Tian were cultivating the Tinder Sutra, their different constitutions meant they would achieve vastly different results. It was a known fact that most of the cultivators who cultivated the Tinder body tempering art would not see many effects, even though they might spend more than 10 times the amount of resources Azure Lotus spent. Azure Lotus knew that he was already considered the more talented one amongst this group of cultivators. His cultivation process had been considered really smooth. In fact, he might have been the favored one among his peers. Yet he knew very well that when he had reached this body-tempering realm, his own abilities were never as strong as Shen Tian. All else aside, he wouldn't even have dared to try refining 3 extraordinary items like Shen Tian did, even if these items were placed in front of him. This was because the powers contained within such items were so strong that if one did not handle them well enough, they might trigger self-explosion. Even those who had already surpassed the transcendence stage of the God-fiend body-tempering skill might die on the spot during the refining process. After all, it would definitely not be fun having powers exploding within one's body. This was an entirely different matter from great powers exploding outside of one's body. This was the reason Azure Lotus was taken by shock when he saw that Shen Tian had actually successfully refined and contained all three extraordinary items within his body. He had always felt he was a talent in this field. Yet now, he was like nothing when compared against Shen Tian. If not for the fact that he had once made the oath of being the son of a BTCH, he would have fought to get Shen Tian as his disciple. As such, the old Taoist priest was caught up with mixed feelings of awkwardness, indecisiveness, regret, and jealousy now. Meanwhile, Zhang Yinshi's aura finally stabilized as she calmed herself down. She came before the new grave, and worry was written all over her eyes as she stared at it. The sacred leader guessed what his daughter was thinking about and commented, "Don't overthink. The person being buried in this grave is not Dianer. Dianer is still safe as of now." His words made Zhang Yinshi's eyes brighten up. "Is it? Then I shall go and rescue him now." The sacred leader turned his head to another side and reassured her, "Don't act impulsively. With me around, no demons will dare to play tricks. I can feel Dianer's aura. He has been released by the demon and will come to us soon." Just when he finished his words, a voice rang out from behind a nearby hump. "Master, martial uncle, senior sister, that demon has released me." Shen Tian walked out in his usual white robes and strode confidently toward them. As he was feeling rather sheepish, he tried to hide his embarrassment by walking as manly as he could. After all, Zhang Yinshi had just battled with him recently. He was too afraid that she could sense anything from the way he walked and made the connections. However, Shen Tian was trying a tad too hard. In fact, this made the way he walked seem extremely awkward. Using a common internet slang from the 21st century, Shen Tian was walking in such a fashion that not even his kins would recognize him, like the way Conor McGregor walked one. Yet to the sacred leader and the rest of the people at the scene, this did not seem weird at all. After all, they felt that it was logical for their saint to display such a confident disposition. Though Shen Tian met their expectations previously, they had always felt he was too low-key and seemed rather easy to bully. But now, such a Shen Tian was perfect. He had the looks of an immortal and seemed like a war of God descending to earth, ready to take over the world with his might. This was exactly how the saint of the divine firmament sacred ground should behave like. In fact, the sacred leader was feeling extremely pleased. "Indeed, the ancient teachings have not failed me. Dianer is one who will rise up to great heights. And now that Dianer has become our sect's disciple and obtained such great fortuitous opportunities, he is obviously on his path to greatness. With him supporting our sect, we will have chances of ruling over the whole of the eastern wilderness again." Ripples were seen on the heavenly aura on the surface of his body, as the sacred leader imagined about the bright future. He commented to Shen Tian, "Dianer, I hope that the vine demon did not harm you." A slight tremor ran down Shen Tian's spine, and he hurriedly shook his head. "Oh no, of course not. How would she dare to harm me? I only told her that I am the disciple of the divine firmament's sacred leader, and she was so scared that she released me at once." Everything might go wrong, but flattery would not. The sacred leader had rushed all the way here to save Shen Tian, and although he didn't provide any actual help, Shen Tian still appreciated the gesture and would, of course, speak nothing but good words about him. He would definitely remember this favor that was shown to him. Shen Tian's words made the sacred leader even more pleased. The ripples on his body's heavenly aura shimmered even more brightly. He nodded his head and said, "Since Dianer is safe now, then it's time I start reasoning with the demon king of this fog plain. How dare she, a mere half-saint, dare to attack my beloved disciple?" 10 divine firmament lightning emperor flags shot out and froze thousands of kilometers in the near vicinity. Terrible lightning gathered in the sky above, and it was as if the heavens were meting out the punishment. About a few kilometers away, a certain little vine stuck itself arduously into the earth. It tried its best to absorb all the spirit chi it could get from the spirit stone vein beneath the ground and looked forward to its growth. "I will never admit defeat. The heavens are unfair to me, and I shall prove myself by cultivating to become an immortal. I will change my destiny." Right after it made the announcement, the sky darkened above her, and lightning flashed past the sky. Heaven's wrath filled the vicinity as if it would come crashing down any time. At that moment, that little vine was stunned. 2 strings of milkish white liquid flowed down from its body. It looked like it was crying. "I only made a small proclamation to myself. Why strike me down for this?" Chapter 164, First Senior Brother. First Senior Brother suffered a chi deviation. Seeing that the sacred leader insisted on finding trouble with Lu Ji, Shen Tian wiped his sweat. He had no idea Lu Ji had escaped with the tiny bit of her body left. He thought she had been eaten. What if the sacred leader cannot find her after searching the Valley of Fog? Will he think that I am disguised by the demon? Shen Tian was terrified by his thought and said, "Master. Relax. Relax." The lightning aura around the sacred leader flickered. "Don't worry, Tianer. I've got your back." It felt good to have such support, but that was not what Shen Tian needed now. "Master, it's okay. Although Mother Vine Lu Ji captured me by mistake, she did not hurt me at all. Let's forget about her." Zhang Yanxi frowned upon hearing it. "Why is junior brother shielding that demon? He seems weird today." SSSSS. Is junior brother under some kind of illusion technique of the demon? Zhang Yanxi secretly cast a seal that could remove illusion techniques on Shen Tian. "Oh, it feels so good." Shen Tian felt his body get lighter. Zhang Yanxi asked again, "Junior brother, are you sure that you want to let her go?" Shen Tian nodded and replied, "Master is the sacred leader. He cannot take back his word. When that demon let me free, she mentioned that there was a spirit stone vein in the valley not far from here. She is willing to give that to me as compensation." Upon hearing the words spirit stone vein, the old Taoist priest was excited. "Spirit stone vein? Where? How big is it? Is it enough for us?" Shen Tian said helplessly, "It should be quite big since a big demon like the Mother Vine could cultivate in it." The sacred leader looked at Shen Tian carefully and asked, "Did she really give you the stone vein willingly?" Shen Tian nodded guiltily. "Maybe. She felt guilty? As your disciple, I'm willing to give this stone vein to the sacred ground. Take it as a token of gratitude for saving me." The sacred leader shook his head and said, "Since it was given to you as compensation, it belongs to you. The sacred ground will not take it." "Never mind. Since the demon wants to repent for what she did, I'll give her another chance. She'll go free today. However, if I catch her doing such a thing again, I'll not forgive her." The little vine on the far end of the plain was relieved to see the lightning disappear. "It was so scary. I thought it was going to strike me again. Even the heavenly Tao did not want to exterminate me. Although I have successfully undergone nirvana, the nirvana spirit water was taken away by that evil woman. But the essence of my bloodline is still preserved. As long as I have this spirit stone vein, I'll get all that back. I'll not let fate decide what I can become. I'll become stronger after 3,000 years." Just as the little vine was imaging how she would dominate the eastern wilderness, she started shaking uncontrollably. A man covered in lightning and heavenly aura was coming her way. His face was covered completely. However, the little vine could tell that the man was very strong. Lu Ji would not have been able to beat this man even before she was injured. Presently, she was just a little vine that could barely handle a normal foundation establishment cultivator. "Damn! Why is a human saint in the fur plane? Why does he want to bully me? Just you wait. After I have cultivated for 3,000 years, I'll kill every single one of you." Lu Ji was talking to herself before she felt the earth started to tremble. She felt something moving vigorously underneath her, something huge, and had a very bad feeling about it. What is this saint doing now? Even he is robbing me now? A gigantic green crystal was pulled out of the ground and floated in the air. It was covered in dense spirit chi, simply approaching it would make one feel refreshed. It was the fog plane spirit stone vein, and the divine firmament's sacred leader was absorbing it with his mighty prowess. This spirit stone vein was priceless and very valuable. A few small kingdoms could be bought by the spirit stones present in the vein alone. What was more important, the spirit stone vein could absorb the wastage of spirit chi present in the surroundings. If it was placed in the sacred ground, it could enhance the spirit chi present there. Thus, the entire sacred ground could benefit from it. Azure Lotus was very jealous. "This stone vein smells so good. I want to suck it dry. Why did I not take Shen Tian as my disciple? I could have at least 40% of this spirit stone vein that way." Indeed, Azure Lotus was very jealous now. However, he was not the only one who felt frustrated. The one who felt most frustrated was not even a human. It was the little vine that was stuck in between the sunken soil. It looked at the giant spirit stone vein floating in the air in despair, feeling its whole life was meaningless now. The entire spirit stone vein is gone. Not a single bit is left. Humans. You are so despicable. You took my nirvana water. You took my divine juice wine. And now, you want to take my spirit stone vein? Although I'm not human, you guys are really inhumane. Karma will find you one day. The heavenly Tao is so unfair. The little vine looked at the spirit stone vein helplessly, full of hatred and resentment. However, no one knew about it as Jiwar was too far from there. The huge spirit stone vein shrank in the sacred leader's palm and eventually became palm-sized. The sacred leader had employed a special spatial skill. He placed the vein in the void and compressed the void to get this effect. It was very similar to how Azure Lotus had handled the great golden winged eagle. However, compared to the stone vein, the great golden winged eagle was so much easier. "Diner, I'll plant this at the Saint Mountain when we get back," the sacred leader continued. "There will be 2 stone veins in the Saint Mountain now. The original one belongs to the sacred ground, and this one belongs to you." Shen Tian was very touched. Honestly, he had been prepared to give everything to the sacred ground. He would be extremely happy if he got 30% of the benefits. He had never dreamed that the sacred leader would give him the entire stone vein. He is such a good leader. I'm so touched. Shen Tian said excitedly, "Master, how can I take everything for myself?" The sacred leader patted on Shen Tian's shoulder and said, "Why not? I think you deserve it. You are the saint and eventually will become the sacred leader. You must treat the sacred ground as your own home. What the sacred ground has is what you are going to have in the future. Anyway, it is your fortuitous opportunity, to begin with. You can accept it with pride. Once you reach immortal ascension, we will be so proud of you. This stone vein is nothing compared to that." Azure Lotus got even more jealous upon hearing the sacred leader's piece. "I want to treat the sacred ground as my home too. Why must I be scolded for taking some spirit stones from this home? Junior brother, you are so biased." The sacred leader token suddenly vibrated, and Zhang Yunting's anxious voice sounded. "Father! Father! I'm Yunting, can you hear me? There's an emergency. First senior brother had a hunch a few days ago and tried to reach the Golden Core 9 refinement stage. But today, he suffered a chi deviation and his Golden Core broke." Chapter 165, I Need to Be Responsible? Fang Chang had suffered a chi deviation while attempting his Golden Core 9 refinement stage and his Golden Core broke as a result? Everyone was very worried about Fang Chang's condition when they heard the news. The Golden Core was a cultivator's cultivation foundation, and the tool helped them understand the heavenly Tao. Once the Golden Core was broken, it would be a disaster for the cultivator. One could lose their life from that. Not everyone was like Shen Tian, who had survived 88 times of chi deviation. What was more important was that a broken Golden Core was worse than a chi deviation. The sacred leader was worried too upon hearing that Fang Chang had suffered a chi deviation. His heavenly aura flickered as he said, "All right, I understand the situation already. Yunting, go to junior sister White Lotus with Fang Chang and ask for her help. I will take a look at him when we get back." The sacred leader seemed extremely calm. He maintained his chillness despite the sudden bad news. He stored his sacred leader token and said, "What were we saying just now? Oh, the stone vein. Diner, do not reject it. It is yours. Let's finish this discussion and go back to see Fang Chang together." Shen Tian was shocked to see how calm the sacred leader was now. "Master, are you sure you want to save senior brother Fang Chang? Why are you so calm?" Shen Tian felt that if he did not keep the stone vein, the sacred leader could spend hours convincing him now. He was utterly helpless. Shen Tian wanted to help Fang Chang too, so he decided to keep the vein. Shen Tian said, "Since master insists, I'll keep it then. Let's go back and check on senior brother now." The sacred leader shook his head. "Don't worry. Junior sister White Lotus knows what to do. Since I'm here now, I'll bring you guys back first. It is safer that way." Then, a door appeared in front of the sacred leader. The moment Shen Tian was near the door, he was sucked into it and disappeared from the plane. Azure Lotus and Zhang Yunxi entered the door too. Some strange lights flickered before they were in Fog City. Upon seeing that Shen Tian was back, everyone in the city jumped in joy, some even started tearing up. "Master Celestial is back. He is back. It is Master Celestial." Master Celestial was wearing a mask when he was performing fortune-telling. "How do you know it's him?" "Please, your brain. Just look at that face. Master Celestial is so handsome. How could a mask hide that? Nonsense. I recognize Master Celestial too. No one could be this charming other than him." "Master Celestial. It's me, Wuxia. I swore that I would marry only you. Do you remember me?" "Brother Shen, I have recovered my cultivation and am part of the Celievers now." Master Celestial, our favored ones group is very well known in Fog City now. Yes, indeed. I've been recounting your miracles these few days. Me too. My book, How I Met Your Master Celestial, is published. Same for me. I've helped too. Thank you, Her Majesty, for keeping His Highness safe. The entire Fog City was thrilled to see Shen Tian. Some Believers were cheering for him, while some females even tried to take advantage of him in the crowd. Some others tried to stand beside Shen Tian but were pushed away by the crowd. Shen Tian's return overjoyed the entire Hidden Fog country. Zhang Yanqi frowned upon seeing the crowd around Shen Tian, especially all the females. A flash of silver lightning ran through the ground toward Shen Tian. TSSS. After a moment of shock, the crowd surrounding Shen Tian was pushed back, their hair standing up from the static electricity. Zhao Hao and Shui Wuxia made their way slowly to Shen Tian, overexcited at that. Shui Wuxia said, "Master Celestial, do you still remember me?" Shen Tian looked at Shui Wuxia and was surprised to see how common-looking she was. Big eyes, sharp chin, dull nose. Just like all the other good-looking girls. How am I supposed to remember you? Shen Tian mumbled, I think I remember you. You are. Shui Wuxia's excitement reached its peak. Yes. I'm Shui Wuxia. Master Celestial still remembers me. Zhao Hao looked at Shui Wuxia like a jealous husband and walked up to Shen Tian too. Brother Shen, what about me? Do you remember me? Zhao Hao? How could I forget about you? Shen Tian was excited to see Zhao Hao too. He was right, indeed. Zhao Hao had a bright future. The halo on Zhao Hao's head was now pure golden. He had managed to overcome this hurdle and would have a smooth sailing life in the future. Zhao Hao was just as beneficial to Shen Tian as Fang Chang and Zhang Yanqi. Many good things would happen to him, and Shen Tian could freeload his providence in all those occasions. Shen Tian smiled and said, Brother Zhao must be joking. How could I forget about you? Did you follow my instructions and restored your cultivation? Zhao Hao replied emotionally, Brother Shen, you are so amazing. I do not know how to repay your kindness. I'll just kowtow to you. Then, he knelt down. However, Shen Tian did not dare to accept that as he was just someone with a dark green halo. If this man with the golden halo was to kowtow to him, he would be in big trouble. Shen Tian quickly helped Zhao Hao up and said, Brother Zhao, that's not necessary. I was just doing what I could to help you. There is no need to be so formal. If you are really keen to repay this kindness, just help me when I need your assistance in the future. Zhao Hao felt that Shen Tian was right. He should actually do something to repay Shen Tian. Then, Zhao Hao had an idea. Brother Shen, how about let me be your follower? I have nothing to repay your kindness. But I'm willing to follow you around for 3 years. I'll follow whatever you instruct me to do without complaint. Although I'm not as gifted as Brother Shen, I'm still the most talented person in Hidden Fog Country. If you need any help around here, I'll be the first one to help you out. Zhao Hao was very straightforward, he just wanted to repay the kindness. However, the others were not happy about it. Lu Taiyi took out a notebook and wrote Zhao Hao's name on it. Shopkeeper Song sighed. There's another one here to flatter Master Celestial. Even Eunuch Gui stared at Zhao Hao. If you need any help around here, I'll be the first one to help you out? Are you trying to make me lose my job? Shen Tian was utterly helpless, seeing Zhao Hao was this serious about it. I'm just here to share your providence. Why am I stuck with you now? What? I need to be responsible for you now? I really cannot do it. Chapter 166, Father, Senior Brother cannot make it. Shen Tian was thinking of what excuse to use to reject Zhao Hao when someone appeared. He looked at Zhao Hao and said, Nine Yang Battle Constitution? The sacred leader was well read in all kinds of ancient books and was very knowledgeable. He had read about the Nine Yang Battle Constitution in one of the ancient books. It was said to have the same principle as the huge Sun Saint Constitution. It was just one of its variations. Although it was not as powerful as the huge Sun Saint Constitution, it was strong enough to overpower most of the world's spirit constitutions. Even Fang Chang's Fire and Earth Dual Lightning Spirit Constitution was no match to it. If the sacred ground could recruit him, his presence would be invaluable. He could eventually become one of the sacred ground's strongest protectors. Thus, the sacred leader asked slowly, Tianer, who is this? Shen Tian had no choice but to explain, this is Zhao Hao. I met him in Fog City the other day. Zhao Hao added, I wish to have a chance to repay Brother Shen's kindness." Shen Tian's luck stunned the sacred leader. Not only had he managed to obtain a spirit stone vein and 2 precious items, but he had also unearthed a genius follower with the 9-yang battle constitution. According to Zhao Hao, Shen Tian had given him a few instructions, and he recovered his cultivation miraculously. It was like Shen Tian was the son of the heavenly Tao itself. "The honor must be a blessing to our sacred ground." The sacred leader replied, "Sure. Zhao Hao, you are fated with the sacred ground. You can join us. Are you willing to be my disciple, becoming my 5th true disciple?" The sacred leader's proposal astonished Zhao Hao. He hesitated for a moment. In the cultivation world, a master was like a father to cultivators. He could not have another master without the previous one's permission. Zhao Hao was Sword Venerable Qian Yang's disciple, so he found it morally wrong to acknowledge a new master now. But it's such a good opportunity. Then, a weak voice sounded in Zhao Hao's mind. "Accept the offer." It was Sword Venerable Qian Yang. The sacred leader observed Zhao Hao before he calmly transmitted to the Sword Venerable, "Friend, there's barely anything left of your soul. If you want, you can use the Soul Palace in the sacred ground to regain your power. When you are ready, you can become a ghost cultivator or find another suitable body." The two of them communicated through their spiritual power and came to some kind of agreement. Finally, they had a deal. Zhao Hao was sold. Cough, cough, sent to the sacred ground by his master. The divine firmament's sacred leader would be his new master, and he would cultivate lightning arts. Zhao Hao was looking forward to being in the same sect as Shen Tian. He finally had the chance to repay Shen Tian for what he had done. Zhao Hao was excited and showed off in front of Shui Wuxia. "Ha ha ha, the tide has turned, and I've finally beaten you. Now, I'm in the same sect as Master Celestial, and he is my senior brother. What about you?" Indeed, Shui Wuxia was very jealous of him. Nonetheless, she was not the only one. Azure Lotus Green Monster became uglier too. His jealousy sprang from the fact that the sacred leader had accepted yet another genius as his disciple. "I'm starting to think that I'm a fake elder in divine firmament. How I wish I could have so many disciples with a bright future. When he is old and fails his tribulation transcendence, they will be there to take care of him. Unlike me, I have nothing. There's no other way than immortal ascension." Zhao Hao bowed to the divine firmament's sacred leader and followed behind Shen Tian. The Hidden Fog Country's king walked up to Shen Tian and asked if he was willing to have a golden statue built in his honor. Naturally, Shen Tian wanted to reject the idea. "I'm just a foundation establishment cultivator. What if my providence is too low to have such honor and backfire?" Just as Shen Tian about to reject the proposal, the sacred leader spoke. "The honor, accept that. According to ancient books, it would be beneficial to you when tons of people make offerings in your name." The sacred leader believed that Shen Tian was the son of Providence, so it was all right for them to build a golden statue for him. Shen Tian had no choice. "All right, but make sure the statue includes the mask as well. Try to be as low profile as possible." Shen Tian took out his phoenix feather mask and showed it to the king. "All right, Master Celestial. I'll ask the best sculptor to do it." "Well, I will definitely give emphasis to Master Celestial's essence. The phoenix feather mask looks so good on Master Celestial. It gives prominence to his transcendent self." The Hidden Fog Country's king was willing to build hundreds of statues of Shen Tian after knowing the relationship between him and the sacred leader. Gold was not precious in the world of cultivation. It would be more valuable to be favored by the sacred ground. As long as he had the chance to flatter Master Celestial, money was not something to worry about. When everything was settled, the sacred leader token vibrated again. Zhang Yunting's voice sounded. "Father! Father! This is Yunting. Can you hear me?" The sacred leader replied, "Yes. Are you at Junior Sister White Lotus's place?" Zhang Yunting said, "We are there already. But Aunt Master White Lotus says that Senior Brother's injury is too serious. She tried her best and could only prevent the wounds from getting worse. There's nothing much she could do. When can you guys be back? Senior Brother is vomiting blood now. He is in great pain. What do I do?" The sacred leader replied, "Relax. Do not panic. I'm on the way back. I'll reach White Lotus Mountain soon. Do not panic." The divine firmament's sacred leader kept the token and looked at the king. "I'll take my leave now. You guys continue to discuss the details on Tianer's golden statue." The king promised to provide the best resources he had. The sacred leader used his mystic art again and brought the others back to the sacred ground. He planted the spirit stone vein down at the Saint Mountain and left. Although he had abandoned his feelings, he was still worried about Fang Chang. Many true disciples were around the White Lotus Mountain. Fang Chang was very arrogant in the sacred ground and did not have a good relationship with others. However, suffering a chi deviation while trying to reach the Golden Core 9th refinement stage was a shocking piece of news, and everyone wanted to know the latest information. Shen Tian sat on the Saint Mountain's enlightenment stone, moody. He was holding a chrysanthemum and counting its petals. My fault, not my fault, my fault, not my fault. Shen Tian was only thinking about one thing now. Am I the one to blame for Fang Chang's chi deviation? Is it because I took away his fortuitous opportunity? Oh, I feel so bad for him. Chapter 167, Bodhisattva Kuduo. It was reasonable for Shen Tian to have such thoughts. Technically, Shen Tian had only snatched others' fortuitous opportunities twice after he had transmigrated. Once was when he had obtained the Demon Book of Huga before Chen Gao. That had resulted in Chen Gao receiving a harsh beating. The second time was now that he had obtained the Divine Devouring Vine Silver Liquid, which was supposed to be Fang Chang's fortuitous opportunity. As a result, Fang Chang had suffered a chi deviation immediately. His golden core was now broken, and he was on the verge of death now. He had snatched the fortuitous opportunities twice, and both times the original owners had suffered almost immediately. It was just too much of a coincidence. Although the 13th prince had been well educated, the books he had read were just common ones. Shen Tian had no understanding of the silver liquids. He planned to secretly bring the liquid to Fang Chang's room, and from there, he would share the providence with him. However, Fang Chang was in the White Lotus Mountain's ICU ward now. The sacred leader, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus, and White Lotus tried their best to save Fang Chang. However, there was no good news at all. Thus, Shen Tian was really concerned about this matter. Of course, Shen Tian was worried because Fang Chang was his senior brother, not because he was afraid of losing someone whose providence he could freeload. Well, I should go to White Lotus Mountain and check on him. He is my senior brother, after all. Worst comes to worst, I need to see my senior brother for the last time before he dies. Shen Tian sighed and used his flying sword. A huge crowd surrounded the White Lotus Mountain, but they were not allowed to enter. Only the true disciples had the eligibility to enter, and there were very few of them. Li Jinfeng, Qin Yundi, Zhang Yunxi, and Zhang Yunting were present, together with Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao was here not because he was worried about Fang Chang. He just felt that being here allowed him to integrate into the group faster. Shen Tian landed and asked, "How's senior brother Fang Chang? Update me." Li Jinfeng's face was filled with sorrow. "Senior brother, you are finally here. Poor Fang Chang, what a tragedy." Shen Tian decided to ignore Li Jinfeng. He had no time to listen to whatever he was trying to say. He looked at Qin Yundi and asked, "Yundi, you are an honest man. Tell me, what's the situation now?" Li Jinfeng was stunned for a moment, feeling insulted and threatened. He would seek revenge if someone else treated him in that manner. Unfortunately, Shen Tian had beaten first senior brother before, so Li Jinfeng did not want to mess with him. He had an ominous feeling that the outcome would be a nasty one if he tried to pick up a fight. Qin Yundi quickly answered, "The sacred leader and martial uncle Azure Lotus have been inside for 2 hours. Nothing happened in these 2 hours. I think first senior brother is not healed yet." Zhang Yunting added, "Sigh. First senior brother is too stubborn. He is too proud and refused to cultivate the forbidden sutra we gave him. Instead, he tried to forcefully refine his golden core. As a result, he suffered a chi deviation and broke his golden core." He genuinely worried about Fang Chang as they were like true brothers. Shen Tian felt helpless too. Although he had suffered plenty of chi deviations before, those brought minor injuries. What Fang Chang suffered was way worse. Cultivating to the chi refinement stage was not a big deal at all. It was the most basic step. One could consider themselves as real cultivators when their dharmic foundation formed their golden core, and divine emblems started to appear on it. Thus, the golden core was no different than a cultivator's heart. Fang Chang was in a perilous situation now since his golden core had broken. Shen Tian wanted to help, but he had no idea what he could do. At that moment, a ray of light enveloped the White Lotus Mountain. It was a golden Buddhist light, and its radiance lit half of the sky. At the same time, 800 arhats and other guardians stepped out of the ray of light. Sanskrit sounds suddenly reverberated the place as if Buddha was chanting sutras to redeem the world. Then, the wooden fish released rhythmic sounds, and a monk in a white robe appeared out of nowhere. He was sitting cross-legged, with a giant Bodhi divine tree avatar behind him. When the wind blew, all the leaves started moving, and it radiated more light. When the monk appeared, it seemed like the entire world was rid of all troubles. The young monk was too outstanding, and everyone was looking at him. Zhang Yanxi said to Shen Tian, "This is first senior brother's friend, Bodhisattva Kuduo. He's the Sonic Thunder Sacred Grounds Bodhisattva, the strongest one in this generation. Sonic Thunder's sacred leader has personally taught him the Great Sonic Sutra and the Great Wisdom Bodhi Wonderful Sutra. These are the best arts they have." However, Bodhisattva Kuduo does not like sitting down and reading books. He is more of a hands-on type of person. His mighty dragon demon subjugation technique is extremely powerful. He's ranked second on the Golden Core list, surpassing our first senior brother. Zhang Yanxi's introduction was short but provided critical information to Shen Tian. Shen Tian concluded that this Bodhisattva was an extraordinary individual. One had to know that millions of Golden Core cultivators resided in the eastern wilderness. Thus, the Bodhisattva was really amazing to rank second among so many Golden Core cultivators. Shen Tian asked quietly, "Senior sister, why does it seem his cultivation technique is different? Why does he have an avatar as well?" Zhang Yanxi looked at Bodhisattva Kuduo and said, "Well, you will find out soon." Bodhisattva Kuduo sat down in midair and slowly floated onto the top of the mountain. He was good-looking and gave off a friendly vibe. He smiled and started to rub his rosary beads, and then the avatar disappeared immediately as though it was just an illusion. Bodhisattva Kuduo heaved a long sigh. "I'm so bored. Master punished me to copy the entire sutra. Fortunately, Fang Chang suffered a chi deviation, and I managed to escape from him. Thank you, Fang Chang. Sister Yanxi. Hello. I haven't seen you in half a year. Do you want to test out my skill now? Are you new around here? Your looks are comparable to mine. How should I address you? Do you want to test out my skills too?" The monk's sudden change of demeanor astounded Shen Tian. He stared at the rosary beads Bodhisattva Kuduo was holding and asked, "What was that avatar just now?" Kuduo smiled. "That's my master's item. What you saw earlier was just an illusion." Chapter 168, Big Dipper's Saint, Chen Tian. Bodhisattva Kuduo explained, "I have never liked Buddhist scriptures, so I could not form the Bodhi avatar. The avatar just now was cast by my master, an illusion stored within these Bodhi beads. Master had said that I was too easygoing. As the Bodhisattva of a sacred ground, I did not have the magnanimity and..." Speaking till here, Bodhisattva Kuduo seemed to be unable to think of a suitable word. Shen Tian seemed to be deep in thought. "Posh? Grandeur?" Bodhisattva Kuduo hurriedly nodded. "That's right, posh and grandeur, but what does posh mean?" Sigh. "Never mind. Anyway, Master demanded that I must activate the avatar when I am outside. Otherwise, he won't let me leave, and I will be punished by copying the Buddhist scriptures passages. He's simply heartless." Seeing Kuduo, who felt he was very wronged, Shen Tian could not help but secretly mourn for the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground. The Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground is so tragic to have such a saint. As the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground's Bodhisattva, isn't fronting your responsibility? If you don't show off your power, who would know of Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground's name? Right. One had to know that Buddhism's cultivation method was the art of relic merit. It was different from the way of Tao. The Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground originated from the West Desert Paradise. They were a foreign sacred ground. As the cultivation art of relic merit had yet to take firm root among the masses, it was not easy for them to find disciples to cultivate Buddhism. Thus, presently, the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground's Bodhisattva, who was traveling, was extremely important. If, while wearing clothing as white as snow, the Bodhisattva could flaunt his power as much as possible, then naturally, the sacred ground would have face. However, the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground just had to have such a blockhead. He traveled to many places, killing demons and fiends, thus accumulating merit, but he just did not know how to be a poser. Such an honest person, how could he help his sect to promote Buddhism and expand the sect? The Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground's leader had no other choice but to make a Buddhist artifact and force Bodhisattva Kuduo to bring it if he had to go outside. Thus, it could be seen how helpless the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground was to the point of going nuts with such an honest and upright saint. However, Even though Bodhisattva Kuduo made the Sonic Thunder Sacred Grounds leader feel so resigned, his position was still as firm as a rock that no one could threaten it. That also reflected from another aspect the talent and strength of Bodhisattva Kuduo. It was indeed quite astonishing. Yep, both have well-developed limbs but a moronic head. The same dislike for reading books and always being punished to face the wall. Shen Tian confirmed that this fellow was Fang Chang's true brother. Just as Shen Tian was commenting about Bodhisattva Kuduo in his heart, the doors of the White Lotus Mountain secret room gradually opened, and a few people walked out. The person walking in front was the Divine Firmament's sacred leader. He was surrounded by lightning and heavenly aura, majestic and unfathomable. Meanwhile, on the sacred leader's left and right were the old Taoist priest, heavenly venerable Azure Lotus, and a dignified woman in white, respectively. That woman wore a long white dress, and her inked black hair covered her shoulders. It was as if a fairy had descended. Her face was not as exquisite as Zhang Yongxia, but she emitted a holy, motherly radiance. It made one feel close to her just by looking at her as if they were related. The white-clothed woman was the peak leader of the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds White Lotus Mountain, heavenly venerable White Lotus. She was the kindest and most gentle elder in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, as well as the dream lover of countless disciples. As compared to other elders, who were discreet in speech and manner and always held themselves aloft, heavenly venerable White Lotus almost never got angry. She was easy to approach. At the same time, as she mainly cultivated the Butterfly Immortal Sutra and White Feather Medical Sutra, she was also proficient in the art of healing. All of the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds disciples would go to the White Lotus Mountain to heal if they were injured or poisoned. That was also the reason why all of the Divine Firmament's disciples treated the White Lotus Mountain as a holy land. Every female disciple in the White Lotus Mountain was extremely popular in the sect. Upon seeing the few elders coming out, Zhang Yunting and Kuduo hurriedly walked up to them. They said simultaneously, "Master/Sacred Leader, how is Senior Brother/Fang Chang's injury?" Their words were filled with concern, but the looks they gave each other were not that friendly. That was because Zhang Yunting thought that the reason his senior brother was this simple-minded was largely because one takes the behavior of one's company. Meanwhile, Bodhisattva Kuduo thought that Zhang Yunting would just read ancient books and was simply an enigmatic person. He had taken a liking to Fang Chang at first sight, and they often learned from each other by having friendly spars. He was extremely annoyed with Zhang Yunting, who was always following Fang Chang around. Thus, every time Zhang Yunting and Kuduo met, they would definitely bicker. However, this time, it was rare to see that they did not argue anymore. The sacred leader looked at Kuduo calmly. So it was Bodhisattva Kuduo. Kuduo replied respectfully, "I greet the sacred leader. Please forgive me for coming without invitation." The sacred leader said, "Not at all. I am very relieved that Changer has a good friend like you. It's a pity that Changer's injury has only barely stabilized. He is still unable to meet guests, so I'm afraid you won't be able to see him." Bodhisattva Kuduo took out a small golden bottle. "I heard that senior brother Fang Chang is in trouble. I specially asked for this golden body potion from my master. I hope that it can be of some help." The moment that the golden body potion appeared, it was as if chanting sutras sounds could be heard. A faint fragrance escaped the jade bottle, and it made one's body feel extremely comfortable. That was the ultimate treasure of their sect, the golden body potion. It was the supreme treasure for those cultivating Buddhism to gather their relic and form the golden body. Only when the holy monk passed into parinirvana could they create a little by consuming the golden body's essence. To the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground, each bottle of golden body potion was their core resource, its preciousness was immeasurable. Even Bodhisattva Kuduo, the core inheritor, could at most use a small bottle. Bodhisattva Kuduo was actually willing to give a whole bottle of golden body potion to Fang Chang to help him heal. One had to say, the brotherhood of these two bottom feeders was truly deep. The sacred leader said calmly, "I appreciate your kindness in Changer's stead. However, Changer's injury was because his golden core had cracked. The golden body potion is the supreme treasure to strengthen one's body. Thus, this golden body potion would not be of much use to Changer's injury. Bodhisattva, please keep it and use it yourself." Bodhisattva Kuduo instantly pulled a long face. Even the golden body potion is useless? Is it possible that Fang Chang is going to die? Upon hearing Bodhisattva Kuduo's words, Shen Tian face-bombed. This Bodhisattva was really straightforward. Although what he said was not wrong, he actually said in front of the sacred leader that his disciple was going to die? With such a Bodhisattva, the sonic thunder sacred ground's hope of promoting Buddhism in the eastern wilderness was most likely an unachievable dream. It was fortunate that the sacred leader had cut off his emotions and desires, so he was extremely rational. Thus, he did not think what Kuduo said was inappropriate. He replied calmly, "It's unlikely to result in death. But his golden core cracked, so it's challenging to keep his cultivation. If Changer is lucky, maybe, he might cultivate again in the future. If Changer is unlucky, he will most likely not be able to cultivate anymore." Once the sacred leader finished, everyone's minds were weighed down with anxiety. To cultivators, especially a top genius of the eastern wilderness like Fang Chang, being unable to cultivate was simply like turning into a good-for-nothing. If he had to live like this, it would be better to die directly. Such a result was too cruel to Fang Chang, who firmly believed he was invincible. In an instant, the mood in the whole White Lotus Mountain turned heavy. At that moment, starlight cascaded the White Lotus Mountain as a Big Dipper avatar illuminated the sky with its starlight. The 7 stars shone radiantly, vaguely gathering to form the shape of a huge spoon. It seemed to have the great grandeur of scooping the countless stars in the sky at once. That's right, another guest had arrived on the White Lotus Mountain. Chapter 169, Righteous Spirit, Qi Shaoxuan. As the avatar of the Big Dipper could be seen, a man wearing silver battle armor appeared. His eyebrows were sharp like a sword, and he had star-like dazzling eyes. His whole body was surrounded by starlight. The moment he appeared, the Big Dipper avatar shone even more radiantly, as if the god of stars had descended. He seemed to be of around the same age as Zhang Yunting and others, but his aura was mighty. It was vaguely even stronger than Bodhisattva Kuduo. This man appeared at the White Lotus Mountain and bowed to the Divine Firmament's sacred leader. "I am Shen Tian from the Big Dipper sacred ground. I greet the Divine Firmament's sacred leader." Although he was bowing, his presence still compelling, he did not restrain his aura at all. Evidently, his aim for coming to Divine Firmament was not as friendly as it seemed. The sacred leader looked at Shen Tian coldly. "Not bad, you've already reached the nascent soul stage." His words left all onlookers astonished, secretly becoming more vigilant. The Big Dipper's saint, Shen Tian, was originally ranked 4th in the Golden Core list. His talent was only below Qi Shaoxuan, Bodhisattva Kuduo, and Fang Chang. However, Shen Tian did not continue staying in the Golden Core 8 refinement stage like the others. Instead, he resolutely decided to break through to the nascent soul stage with Golden Core 8 refinement stage as his foundation. Thus, Shen Tian's strength had increased by many times. He was no weaker than the 3 geniuses who previously overshadowed him. Most likely, even if Bodhisattva Kuduo went all out, he might not be able to match up to Shen Tian and might even be defeated badly. Shen Tian turned and glanced at Bodhisattva Kuduo. He smiled and said, "I did not expect for senior brother Kuduo to come here too." Bodhisattva Kuduo replied in an angry tone, "Why? Even you can come to muddy the waters, why can't I?" Shen Tian chuckled. "I'm not here to cause trouble, don't speak nonsense." As he spoke, the Big Dipper's saint took a small jade bottle out of his ring and gave it to the Divine Firmament's sacred leader respectfully. Shen Tian introduced, "I heard that senior brother Fang Chang's life is in danger from failing to break through to the Golden Core 9th refinement stage. It really hurts to hear that. This is the supreme treasure, Nirvana Holy Liquid, that senior brother Shaoxuan had entrusted me to bring to help heal senior brother Fang Chang. Such a precious treasure contains limitless vitality and can even heal Dao injuries. Maybe it can be useful to senior brother Fang Chang." Once Shen Tian finished, the sound of someone taking in a sharp breath resounded. It was the astounded Li Jinfeng. Upon sensing the puzzled looks of the surrounding people, Li Jinfeng explained, "He's really generous." Zhao Hao asked in curiosity, "Why? Senior brother Jinfeng has heard of such a thing?" Li Jinfeng nodded. "Naturally, I am the Divine Firmament know-it-all. Do you know what the Nirvana Holy Liquid is? Do you know how precious it is?" Seeing that everyone showed him the "please start your performance" expression, Li Jinfeng started to talk tirelessly and vividly. The Nirvana Holy Liquid is a supreme treasure that can only be formed if plant-type demons willingly sacrifice themselves and refine their own essence. Some powerful plant-type demon kings might choose to undergo nirvana and enter deep sleep, awaiting their chance of resurrection. They would refine their huge body into the purest energy essence to be consumed during nirvana. Normally, only plant-type demons at the peak of soul formation and above can undergo nirvana. Also, The plant demon must choose to create the nirvana holy liquid willingly for it to have satisfactory efficacy. If you were to force plant-type demons to undergo nirvana, how would it be possible that they would be willing, right? That is to say, for the nirvana holy liquid to be formed, 3 conditions must be satisfied. Firstly, finding a mighty plant-type demon with cultivation level at the peak of soul formation or above. Secondly, that demon must willingly undergo nirvana and refine their body into the nirvana holy liquid. Thirdly, in the short period where the nirvana holy liquid is formed, one must find the nirvana holy liquid and collect it. As long as one of the 3 conditions is not satisfied, then it will be impossible to obtain the nirvana holy liquid. The conditions could be said to be harsh. Upon listening to Li Jinfeng's description of the nirvana holy liquid, Shen Tian had mixed feelings. He looked at the sacred leader and Chen Zhangdian standing at the side silently. He saw that the sacred leader had opened the bottle containing the nirvana holy liquid. Instantly, the rich, fragrant scent of spirit herb spread throughout the room. Shen Tian was extremely familiar with such a fragrance, but it also seemed a little different. Shen Tian could vaguely see that there was liquid within the bottle the sacred leader was holding. However, that liquid was not silvery white but pink, extremely illusory. The sacred leader nodded slightly. This nirvana holy liquid should be created by a mighty demon at the peak of soul formation stage. If I'm not wrong, this should be the holy liquid created by a peony flower demon undergoing nirvana. It is quite rare. Chen Zhangdian stared at the sacred leader. The sacred leader is amazing, indeed. I admire your broad range of knowledge. The sacred leader said, this nirvana holy liquid is very useful to changer. I am grateful to the 2 saints. Chen Zhangdian replied, I am but just running an errand. I could never be in possession of such a supreme treasure. Truthfully speaking, this nirvana holy liquid is actually senior brother Xiaoxuan's gift to junior sister Yanqi. Gentlemen desire a kind and beautiful woman. Xiaoxuan has always admired. Before Chen Zhangdian could finish, the sacred leader interrupted him. What do you mean? The sacred leader looked at Chen Zhangdian coldly. Why is Xiaoxuan not here to say this himself? Chen Zhangdian replied respectfully, Sacred leader, please calm down. Senior brother Xiaoxuan is preparing for the Golden Core 10th refinement stage. He heard that senior brother Fang Chang had suffered from chi deviation from when trying to break through to the Golden Core 9th refinement stage. He's worried that junior sister Yanqi might be worried due to it. Thus, he immediately asked me to bring this nirvana holy liquid and rush here to save senior brother Fang Chang. When Xiaoxuan succeeds in achieving the Golden Core 10th refinement stage, he will definitely come to ask for her hand personally. Chen Zhangdian might sound polite and appropriate on the surface, but if one carefully analyzed, then it would not be hard for them to understand the hidden meaning. The divine firmament sacred ground was one of the oldest amongst all sacred grounds. Meanwhile, the Big Dipper sacred ground and Purple Mansion sacred ground were both relatively new sacred grounds. The sacred grounds' relationships were complicated. Naturally, some were close, and some were in conflict. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground and Purple Mansion Sacred Ground were not on good terms, and they secretly competed against each other. Currently, the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground had a peerless genius, Qi Xiaoxuan, who was said to be blessed by the heavens and had the ancient Hark's talents. Meanwhile, in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, Fang Chang, who was the strongest disciple, had suffered from chi deviation when trying to reach the Golden Core 9th refinement stage. One was about to exceed the limits and reach the Golden Core 10th refinement stage, while the other had failed when at the 9th refinement stage. With the rise of one genius and fall of the other, the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground would naturally not let go of such a good opportunity to display their strength. Thus, the so-called desire to marry Zhang Yanqi might really be what Qi Xiaoxuan wanted, but more importantly, it was to purposely provoke the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. The sacred leader held the Nirvana holy liquid coldly, and lightning shot out of his palm. The jade bottle was instantly destroyed, and the pink liquid the size of one's palm floated in the sky. The rich, fragrant scent could be smelled in the whole White Lotus Mountain, and countless people started desiring it. The sacred leader said coldly, "Everyone says that Qi Xiaoxuan is the son of Providence, but I see this is all there is to him. He wants to marry my daughter with this bit of Nirvana holy liquid? Have the both of you saints seen what a true fortuitous opportunity is?" Chen Zhangdian explained, "Sacred leader, you must be joking. This is the legendary Nirvana holy liquid. Just a drop can save one's life, and a bottle of it is already a priceless treasure. Besides Qi Xiaoxuan, who could be this generous and righteous? who could just give such a priceless treasure? Chapter 170, Handsomeness and Aura Domination. Evidently, the Big Dipper's saint was a loyal supporter of Qi Shaoxuan, and he immediately beamed with joy when mentioning his name. This holy liquid is enough for senior brother Fang Chang to stabilize his Dao injury. At the very least, it can help him survive. Qi Shaoxuan has said that this nirvana holy liquid he gifted to junior sister Yanxi is only to show his sincerity. If junior sister Yanxi is willing to marry him, then more holy liquid is nothing difficult. This could allow senior brother Fang Chang to recover completely, and it may not be impossible for him to even reach the nascent soul stage. A confident smile was plastered on Chen Zhongyan's face. It's Zhang Yanxi's luck to be able to be liked by senior brother Shaoxuan. In Chen Zhongyan's mind, just a Zhang Yanxi was not good enough for Qi Shaoxuan at all. Nevertheless, since Qi Shaoxuan had ordered him to go to the divine firmament sacred ground to ask for her hand in marriage, Chen Zhongyan would not go against his orders. Although they were both saints, Qi Shaoxuan had the Tark's talents, so they were not on the same level at all. Chen Zhongyan was the first saint to choose to follow Qi Shaoxuan. In the future, when Qi Shaoxuan becomes an invincible sage, I will become the most important follower. Would I still lack fortuitous opportunities? Frankly speaking, the holy liquid Qi Shaoxuan had gifted to divine firmament was just a drop of what he possessed. In fact, he had obtained a total of about 50 liters of nirvana holy liquid during a certain experiential journey. Divine firmament's bottle only contained just 500 milliliters. Meanwhile, Chen Zhongyan had also been given 500 milliliters. Due to those 500 grams of nirvana holy liquid, Chen Zhongyan could complete his breakthrough to the Golden Core 8 refinement stage and be ranked 4th in the Golden Core list. Without the nirvana holy liquid's help, he could at most enter the top 10 of the Golden Core list with his true strength. It was also due to that Chen Zhongyan did not have the extravagant hope of breaking through to the Golden Core 9th refinement stage. After stabilizing at the Golden Core 8 refinement stage, he had chosen to enter the nascent soul stage resolutely. In his mind, as long as he rode on Qi Shaoxuan's coattail, achieving immortal ascension was just but a matter of time. Upon hearing Chen Zhongyan's words, Zhang Yunding frowned. This lackey, Chen Zhongyan, is too treacherous. All of the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Grounds core disciples know that our first senior brother is deeply in love with Zir. First senior brother had always been conceited. Losing his cultivation was enough to upset him, not to mention depending on Zir to survive. What bullshit is he spouting? If Zir is willing to marry Qi Shaoxuan, he will be able to obtain more nirvana holy liquid? If Brother Fang relied on Qi Shaoxuan's nirvana holy liquid, then it would be useless even if he recovered his cultivation or reached the Golden Core 9th refinement stage. He would definitely be unable to accept that, and thus mental demons would form to haunt him. Zhang Yunting had inherited the sacred leader's habit of reading books, read good books. Thus, he could clearly see through Chen Zhongyan and Qi Shaoxuan's plan. Nonetheless, even if he knew that those two were up to no good, they could not turn against them. On the contrary, they had to thank them, be it in terms of formality or sentimentality. What Chen Zhongyan did was appropriate. This was a blatant scheme with two options, either forego Fang Chang's life and reject the nirvana holy liquid or endure the humiliation and accept the nirvana holy liquid if they wanted to save Fang Chang. As for the possibility of those soul formation elders directly making a move to teach Chen Zhongyan a lesson? Well, that could not help save the sacred ground's reputation at all. On the contrary, if they did that, it would make them lose face even more badly since Chen Zhongyan had come as a well-mannered guest. At the same time, divine firmament would be stigmatized as a sacred ground that bullied the weak. In that instant, everyone at the White Lotus Mountain peak was filled with righteous rage. Well, only the emotionless sacred leader and shameless azure lotus were still calm. The sacred leader put away the nirvana holy liquid calmly. Although it is not enough, thank you. As for the matter between Zir and the Purple Mansion Saint, let Zir decide for herself. I would not act in an arbitrary fashion. Seeing the sacred leader store the nirvana holy liquid without hesitation, Chen Zhongyan could not help but be stunned. This didn't go as planned. I have already flaunted so straightforwardly and even arrogantly belittled Fang Chang. As the divine firmament's sacred leader, shouldn't you express angrily that you won't accept this humiliation? Then throw the nirvana holy liquid back in rage, and tell me that you don't want it and make me take it back? This way, I would be able to bring the nirvana holy liquid back. However, what kind of person is senior brother Shaoxuan? How could he take back an item he had given? Since the divine firmament sacred ground wouldn't accept it, Senior brother would most likely give it to me. Chen Tian had engaged in his wishful thinking, but he never expected his grand plan to be overturned. He stood at his spot, dumbfounded. He was in a daze as he did not know what to say. After a long time, he swallowed his saliva. Sacred leader, this bottle of Nirvana holy liquid is a gift for junior sister Yanxi. The sacred leader nodded. I know, I am only helping Zier to keep it. Why? Is there a condition for the gift that the Purple Mansion Saint gave to Zier? Chen Tian's face instantly turned red. There is none. The sacred leader said, since there is none, then do you have any more questions? Chen Tian took a deep breath. Senior brother Shaoxuan and junior sister Yanxi are simply a match made in heaven. Sacred leader, are you really not going to consider it? Senior brother Shaoxuan said that as long as... The sacred leader interrupted Chen Tian. Frankly speaking, my daughter already has someone she likes. After saying that, he gradually turned to look at Shen Tian. Tianer, come here. In that instant, everyone focused their attention on Shen Tian, to which the latter helplessly sighed. Honestly speaking, he was extremely unhappy now. Why did I have to encounter such a cliché plot of fighting over a girl? Couldn't there be any new methods for courting envy? The sacred leader could just directly chase Chen Tian out of the sacred ground after taking the item, but he just had to single me out and make me face that fella. Shen Tian had already thought of the subsequent plot. One possibility was that he would be humiliated by Chen Tian. However, if that was the case, the sacred leader would be upset, the saintess would be upset, everyone would be upset. By then, would he still be able to stay in the divine firmament sacred ground? It was simply a matter of losing face. The other possibility was that Shen Tian had to think of ways to return the humiliation and show off the divine firmament sacred ground's strength. However, the Purple Mansion Saint would definitely hold a grudge against him if that was the case. By then, they would come to seek him for revenge. If the young one failed, then the older and more powerful ones would take action, one after the other, extremely annoying. Shen Tian, who was filled with helplessness, walked before the sacred leader. Greetings, Master. The sacred leader nodded in satisfaction. Big Dipper's saint, this is my sect's new saint, Shen Tian. The saint's coronation is already being prepared, and the invitations to the major sacred grounds will be sent soon. Meanwhile, he is the one my daughter likes. Chen Tian stared straight at Shen Tian. Frankly speaking, he had not noticed him previously. Now that he stood in front of Shen Tian, Chen Tian suddenly felt a humongous pressure, nonetheless. There is actually someone with such extraordinary handsomeness? His presence is simply too astonishing. Especially the outstanding and elegant temperament he is giving off. Chen Tian even thought that this person was even more like the reincarnation of an immortal with a heavenly aura than Qi Shaoxuan. It's no wonder Zhang Yanqi likes him. Darn it! How did the divine firmament sacred ground find such an extraordinary saint? Just what are those disciples in the intel gathering department doing? Chen Tian felt that he no longer had the upper hand. His aura was being suppressed while he was starting to feel ashamed of himself. He had lost his arrogance. Chapter 171, please take a look, is this the Nirvana holy liquid? Shen Tian was extremely conflicted as he had to face the Big Dipper saint. He was thinking of how he should humiliate Chen Tian and make it seem as if it was something natural. Meanwhile, in Chen Tian's eyes, Shen Tian had an indifferent and aloof expression. As expected of the divine firmament's saint. Not only does he have a dignified and imposing appearance, but he's also neither conceited nor rash. He must be extremely open-minded. Chen Tian inwardly admired Shen Tian. Although the Big Dipper and Divine Firmament were not on good terms, the sacred grounds' evaluations of each other were basically the same. It would not be too biased because of one's position. In Chen Tian's opinion, the Divine Firmament sacred grounds' true disciples were basically useless, and his belief intensified when he brought out the Nirvana holy liquid, which was a part of Qi Shaoxuan's fortuitous opportunity. He used a blatant scheme to suppress the divine firmament, and those true disciples had let their emotion get the better of them, completely unable to conceal their anger. Their mindsets could not be compared to the sacred leader, this sly old fox, at all. On the other hand, this new saint's face didn't betray the slightest hint of anger. He just looked at Chen Tian emotionlessly. Even Chen Tian, who was proficient in reading others, could not guess what Shen Tian was thinking. More importantly, Chen Tian had already broken through to the nascent soul stage faster than those of the same age, Yet he was unable to sense Shen Tian's cultivation level when facing him. This Shen Tian is as mysterious as a vast ocean or a black hole. I'm unable to see through him. He must be a fearsome existence, comparable to senior brother Shaoxuan. No. Chen Zhangyan shook his head forcibly. This is a misconception, an illusion that this fellow has cast on me. How could I question senior brother Shaoxuan's authority just because this guy has a dignified and imposing appearance? Senior brother Shaoxuan is unique and unmatched. So what if this fellow's cultivation level is quite strong and has a heavenly aura? The most important thing in the cultivation world is one's divine destiny. Only if one is blessed by providence and encounters fortuitous opportunities will they be protected by the heavenly Tao at all times. Senior brother Shaoxuan obtained about 50 liters of nirvana holy liquid on a random experiential journey. Can this guy do that? At that thought, Chen Zhangyan finally calmed himself down. Senior brother Shen, I've often heard about your great name. Shen Tian was still in conflict whether to offend Chen Zhangyan, so he replied out of reflex, where did you hear it? I was only making a polite remark. WTF, do you mean where did I hear it? You're taking advantage of my polite remark. Chen Zhangyan took a deep breath. Senior brother Shen, it's a pleasure to meet you. Not for me, Shen Tian could not help but murmur upon seeing Chen Zhangyan's bright yet fake smile. Frankly speaking, if Chen Zhangyan was only dissing Shen Tian himself, the latter might just laugh it off as Chen Zhangyan also had a pale gold halo. There was no need to have a dispute. The problem was, the Big Dipper sacred ground was dissing the divine firmament sacred ground, making things difficult. The sacred leader had called out Shen Tian to face Chen Zhangyan one-on-one. If he failed to meet up to the sacred leader's expectations, what if the sacred leader stacked the deck against him? In the end, Shen Tian could only adjust his mindset. He had to be innovative and deal critical hits with each strike. However, honestly speaking, it was really not easy to do it. Just as Shen Tian was deep in thought, a drastic change occurred on White Lotus Mountain once again. A female disciple in white ran out of the secret room, her face full of panic and at a loss. Bad news, bad news. Sacred leader, martial uncle, master, first senior brother's golden core started to crack once again. Like a boulder falling into the lake, that female disciple's words resulted in a raging torrent. The lightning and heavenly aura surrounding the sacred leader slightly fluctuated as he walked into the secret room. The old Taoist priest and heavenly venerable White Lotus followed closely behind. The other true disciples saw that no one stopped them, so they also followed behind tightly. This drastic change allowed Chen Zhangyan to heave a sigh of relief. He was under huge pressure when facing Shen Tian. Senior brother Fang Chang is in danger? Senior brother Shen, let's get to know each other later. We should go and see senior brother Fang Chang first. Shen Tian nodded and walked toward the secret room where Fang Chang was, extremely anxious. He was about to see Fang Chang and did not wish for anything to happen to him. He also did not hope that Fang Chang's chi deviation had something to do with him. Although Shen Tian frequently deceived people to freeload their providence, he was a good person. Everyone entered the secret room and quickly arrived at the White Lotus Mountain's core healing ground. The sacred leader and others had already entered a special array formation space, which isolated everyone else. The array formation space was transparent, so Shen Tian and the others could see the scenery within. Fang Chang lying on a bed. He had become much thinner, while his face was wide as a sheet and seemed to have been injured heavily. Of course, that was not the main point, the important thing was his halo had changed. When Shen Tian had first encountered Fang Chang, his halo had been pure gold. However, now, Shen Tian could see that Fang Chang's halo had turned to a mixture of gold and red. Evidently, Fang Chang's providence was decreasing, the reason obvious. Shen Tian confirmed his speculation, it was because of him. It seemed that the people from whom Shen Tian stole their fortuitous opportunities would not only face a decrease in providence, but they might even face a calamity. The sacred leader took out the fist-sized nirvana holy liquid within the array formation space. He refined the nirvana holy liquid's drops, which in turn entered Fang Chang's body and restored the cracks. Facts proved that the nirvana holy liquid was indeed useful to Fang Chang as the hideous cracks on his golden core were being healed. Although that was good news, brutal bad news followed. Fang Chang's injury had worsened, and 500 milliliters of nirvana holy liquid were not sufficient. After the nirvana holy liquid was completely absorbed, only a few of the cracks on his golden core had healed. According to the number of cracks on Fang Chang's golden core, This bit of nirvana holy liquid was not even enough to save Fang Chang's life. Boom! The door of the array formation space opened. Heavenly Venerable White Lotus walked out of it in a hurry, and she stared right at Shen Tian. "Do you still have any more nirvana holy liquid? I can pay twice the price to buy it and also owe you a favor." Heavenly Venerable White Lotus was a famous expert doctor in the eastern wilderness, and her favor was quite valuable. It was only a pity that Shen Tian really did not have any nirvana holy liquid left. That was a priceless treasure, after all. He sighed and replied, "Heavenly Venerable, please forgive me. I really don't have any nirvana holy liquid left, so I am unable to help. If time permits, I can rush to the Purple Mansion sacred ground and try to ask for more holy liquid." Heavenly Venerable White Lotus shook her head. "It will be too late. Fang Chang cannot last without the holy liquid." Shen Tian thought, "Looks like Fang Chang is going to die today." Fang Chang's injury is severe, and his condition in critical danger. Without more than 25 liters of nirvana holy liquid, it will be impossible for him to recover completely. 25 liters of nirvana holy liquid is so precious that even senior brother Shaoxuan will feel the pinch if he were to part with it. In Shen Tian's mind, the divine firmament sacred ground should start making arrangements for Fang Chang's funeral. There was no need to persevere anymore. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Shen Tian's voice echoed. "And Master White Lotus, could you see if what this bottle contains is the nirvana holy liquid?" As he spoke, a small jade bottle appeared in Shen Tian's hands. It was filled with a silvery white liquid, full of vitality. Shen Tian was petrified at the sight of that. Chapter 172, How can I accept this much of junior brother's nirvana holy liquid? The rich, fragrant scent permeated the whole room. Shen Tian could confirm that the bottle contained nirvana holy liquid. Also, it was supreme grade, a grade higher than the peony nirvana holy liquid. The divine firmament sacred ground's new saint has also obtained such a huge fortuitous opportunity? How is it possible? Shen Tian was questioning himself. That's right. This fellow only has a small bottle of it. Senior brother Shaoxuan has 50 liters of it. Senior brother is still better. After forcibly finding an excuse to comfort himself, Shen Tian heaved a sigh of relief at last. Heavenly Venerable White Lotus looked at the jade bottle in astonishment. Such pure holy liquid. Its quality is much better than that previous bottle. It's just. How much of it do you have? And Master White Lotus, I assure you that there's definitely enough. I won't disappoint you. Shen Tian opened the jade bottle, and a ball of silver liquid flowed out, floating in front of everyone. In that instant, an unprecedented rich, fragrant scent intoxicated everyone. Its mere sight dumbfounded Shen Tian, he even doubted whether he had grown a pair of fake eyes. The ball of nirvana holy liquid before them was at least 50 liters in weight. That was to say, the divine firmament sacred ground saint actually possessed 50 liters of nirvana holy liquid. What was more astounding was that its quality surpassed the one in Qi Shaoxuan's possession. For a moment, Shen Tian started doubting himself. He remembered what the sacred leader had stated earlier. The sacred leader had stated that he had not seen what a true fortuitous opportunity was. Shen Tian had been under the impression that it was just something the sacred leader had purposely said in anger. However, now, Shen Tian could only feel extreme embarrassment, and he even wanted the ground to open up and swallow him. The sacred leader had thought nothing of the 500 milliliters of nirvana holy liquid. Who told him to be so smug? Using 500 milliliters of nirvana holy liquid to ask for Zhang Yanqi's hand? He was just a joke in the sacred leader's eyes. Shen Tian could only feel his down heart breaking apart. The worst thing in the world was not others purposely flaunting in front of one. On the contrary, it was the other person simply not caring what the flaunter was doing and only thinking they were clowns from the start till the end. Currently, these were Shen Tian's thoughts. He was in a rather awkward position. However, no one was interested in paying attention to him now as everyone was mesmerized by the ball of nirvana holy liquid. White Lotus eyes lit up. So much. Too much. Shen Tian stored the nirvana holy liquid back into the bottle. Use it to save senior brother Fang Chang. Frankly speaking, Shen Tian had wanted to share the nirvana holy liquid with Fang Chang for a long time now, but he just could not find the chance to do so. Fang Chang had still been undergoing emergency treatment for a few days now, so Shen Tian could not come into contact with him. Also, Shen Tian did not know that the silvery white liquid was nirvana holy liquid and could heal Fang Chang's golden core. Since everything was clear now, Shen Tian was naturally willing to return Fang Chang's portion of his fortuitous opportunity. In addition, the holy liquid he had seen in Fang Chang's halo could fill a small pond, while all the holy liquid Shen Tian had obtained could fill a lake. Thus, even if he gave all of Fang Chang's portion back to him, Shen Tian was totally fine with it. Of course, Shen Tian thought it was fine, but the others did not think that way. Shen Tian's willingness to give Fang Chang the whole bottle astonished Shen Tian. The divine firmament saint is actually willing to give all of this priceless and precious holy liquid to save Fang Chang? He's really too noble, generous, and sublime. Shen Tian felt ashamed of himself. If it were him that had obtained so much nirvana holy liquid, he would most likely not take it out. The same applied for the purple mansion saint, Qi Shaoxuan. Even if his junior or senior brothers/sisters needed it, he would most probably not be this generous. Not mentioning Shen Tian's other virtues, his magnanimity alone was enough to declare him as the winner of this confrontation. Shen Tian looked at Shen Tian's back blankly. His contest with Shen Tian had not even begun, but Shen Tian knew he had already lost. It was an overwhelming defeat. White Lotus took a deep look at Shen Tian before she brought that bottle into the array formation. Shen Tian considered after careful thinking, and then he walked to Shen Tian. "Senior brother Shen, I have lost." "What, you lost?" Shen Tian was completely bewildered. "What do you mean you lost? I haven't started flaunting. Why have you already admitted defeat? How can I humiliate you and complete my mission now?" Shen Tian said in reverence, "Senior brother Shen, I have a question. Could you please provide an answer for me?" Shen Tian nodded. "Ask away." Shen Tian asked, "Senior brother Shen, how could you give that much nirvana holy liquid without hesitation? The nirvana holy liquid can heal Tao injuries, and it could be said to be a priceless treasure. Is it because of your deep brotherhood relationship that you are this generous?" Shen Tian looked at Shen Tian as if he was looking at a dunderhead. "The nirvana holy liquid is a medicine. Isn't medicine's purpose to heal injuries and sickness?" Shen Tian's words resounded within Shen Tian's mind as if it contained some kind of truth. Shen Tian seemed to have understood something and fell into a daze. At that moment, the secret room's door opened once again, and White Lotus walked out. She said helplessly, "That foolish Fang Chang said he did not want to owe you such a big favor. He said that the nirvana holy liquid is too precious. He won't be able to return it, and in the future, you might need the nirvana holy liquid too. That kid just had to hold out and not use the nirvana holy liquid. We can't force him." Shen Tian listened to White Lotus, utterly dumbfounded. "This idiot. You're about to die, but why are you still dead determined to save face?" Shen Tian looked at the transparent array formation and noticed that Fang Chang had also looked toward the outside. A forced smile was plastered on his pale white face before his mouth started opening and closing as if he was speaking. Shen Tian tried to read his lips and vaguely understood what he was saying. "The nirvana holy liquid is junior brother's fortuitous opportunity. How can you share this much with me?" The blockhead amused Shen Tian. "Why the FCK are you not thinking about yourself instead?" At that thought, Shen Tian took 5 small jade bottles out of his Archean sea ring and opened them simultaneously. Then, 5 thick balls of nirvana holy liquid floated around Shen Tian. The extremely rich vitality filled the whole secret room, making everyone obsessed with it. Shen Tian looked at the already stupefied Fang Chang and smiled. "I still have more." After finishing, Shen Tian stored the nirvana holy liquid back into the bottles and stuffed another bottle into White Lotus' hands. "And Master White Lotus, I have enough nirvana holy liquid. Please, you must save senior brother." White Lotus gulped down her saliva and nodded heavily. "Don't worry. This time it's difficult even if Fang Chang wants to die." Heavenly Venerable White Lotus walked into the secret room with 2 whole bottles of nirvana holy liquid. The nerve-wracking emergency treatment process started once again, but the atmosphere was tranquil. Everyone was looking at Shen Tian, dumbstruck and in disbelief, especially Shen Tian. He had already collapsed onto the ground. His eyes, which already betrayed his internal turmoil, turned blank. "I must be suffering a chi deviation after failing to break through to the nascent soul stage. What did I just see? At least 250 liters of nirvana holy liquid? No, impossible. How could he have so much? Fake, fake, it must be fake. Ha, ha, ha ha ha. Mental demon illusion, be gone." Chapter 173, I wish the both of you happiness. Cultivation was not just to increase one's strength but also their mental fortitude. Thus, The importance of cultivating one's mental fortitude went without saying. Be it chi refinement, foundation establishment, or golden core, they were all cultivation realms inclined to one's strength. However, after the nascent soul stage, the cultivation of one's mental fortitude became even more important. One had to experience the mortal world to train their mind. If the cultivator firmly believed in their own Tao, they would naturally be able to advance by leaps and bounds in the road of cultivation, improving greatly in a short period. However, if one started to doubt the Tao they had chosen, then mental demons would be easily formed and result in serious injuries. One's Tao need not be of the 5 elements or yin-yang. It could be something minor, such as the Tao of musical instruments, painting and calligraphy, or even the Tao of admiration toward powerful beings. Rumors said that there had been a peerless emperor in the ancient period that had created the heavenly courts, unified the 5 regions, and had endless territory. That emperor had been invincible, and his believers had also advanced triumphantly in the road of cultivation. In the end, there were even rumors that the emperor had brought all his followers to ascend to the infinite immortal domain and begun a war. Meanwhile, this legend, which was unknown whether it was true or fake, had also become a classic example of when a man gets to the top, all his friends and relations get there with him. Thus, many cultivators in the cultivation world knew their aptitude was limited, so they would not insist on taking the invincible Tao. Instead, they would follow those that were more powerful. As long as they were firm that their choice was correct, they could form their own Tao. Of course, in theory, saints and saintesses would not choose this road as the sacred grounds had their pride. The saint/saintess of any sacred ground was the most powerful genius in the 100 years of the sacred ground, representing its reputation. They could choose any Tao to compete with other talents in the world, but only the Tao of being a follower was a taboo. Naturally, since Big Dipper's saint, Shen Tian, had chosen to follow the Purple Mansion saint, the Big Dipper sacred ground had lost face. Even if the Purple Mansion saint had the Tark's talents, the Big Dipper sacred ground was still unwilling. As such, numerous people from the Big Dipper had been demanding to replace their current saint. Nonetheless, Chen Tian was powerful while the genius Qi Shaoxuan's light was too blinding, suppressing the idle chatter. Even so, Chen Tian was still upset that people were gossiping and speaking behind his back. He had convinced himself repeatedly that Qi Shaoxuan was a rare genius that could only be found once in 10,000 years in the eastern wilderness. Senior brother Shaoxuan is unique. He will definitely become a sage in the future. My choice proves that I, Chen Tian, truly have discerning eyes that can tell greatness from mediocrity. Only then did he forcibly stabilize his Tao heart. By continuing to apotheosize the Purple Mansion saint, Chen Tian could continue to follow him without regrets. His belief was very firm, and the fact that Qi Shaoxuan was also generous, sharing lots of his fortuitous opportunities gains, strengthened it. Chen Tian's rapid increase in cultivation due to that generosity only made his decision to follow Qi Shaoxuan even more determined. However, Chen Tian started doubting himself today. Senior brother Shaoxuan is the true son of Providence. He is blessed by the heavens and has the talents of the Tark. I came to the divine firmament sacred ground under senior brother Shaoxuan's orders, so how could I lose face? Even senior brother Shaoxuan only has 50 liters of nirvana holy liquid, so how is it possible for this Shen Tian to have 250 liters? Also, the quality of these 250 liters of nirvana holy liquid is even better. What made Chen Tian break down was that Qi Shaoxuan had only shared 500 milliliters of nirvana holy liquid with him after he had been following him for so many years. Yet, it was different in divine firmament sacred ground. Fang Chang's golden core had cracked after suffering a chi deviation, and the divine firmament's saint just directly gave him 50 liters without hesitation. He was just too generous. Chen Tian was green with envy, be it his heart or outer appearance, he was green all over. In order to break through from the golden core to nascent soul, one had to break their core and form a new soul. They had to use their soul's power within the golden core to form the nascent soul of Tao. The newly formed nascent soul was fragile, which was not only apparent in terms of one's battle strength. At the same time, the cultivator's state of mind that had just entered the nascent soul stage would also easily be influenced by their emotions. Eastern wilderness did not lack cultivators that suffered chi deviations due to doubting their Tao after just breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Therefore, normally, golden core cultivators that had just entered the nascent soul stage would enter seclusion to stabilize their cultivation level. However, Chen Tian had been in a rush to show off, so he had rushed to the divine firmament right after reaching the nascent soul stage. In the end, Shen Tian unknowingly showed off in front of him, and thus Chen Tian started to doubt his Tao. At that moment, his nascent soul cultivation level started to be unstable, while his state of mind became abnormal too. Shen Tian did not have the time to care about Chen Tian right now as he was immersed in the pleasure of his providence increasing. Ah, this feeling is just too awesome. This kind of feeling, wherein his whole body was relaxed and as if flying at the peak of clouds, forced him to want to continue enjoying it. As the silver nirvana holy liquid entered Fang Chang's body, Shen Tian could see that the halo on Fang Chang's head started changing rapidly. The originally faint red and gold halo started to turn pure gold, and it shone even more brightly. Meanwhile, Shen Tian's dark green halo turned even a deeper shade of green, and even red light was visible now. That's right, red light. Shen Tian's halo finally radiated red light. Currently, Shen Tian felt really relaxed, he was really becoming lucky. He could now be counted as someone blessed by providence as compared to normal people. Everyone was silently staring at Fang Chang now. After a whole bottle of Nirvana holy liquid was used on Fang Chang, his golden core no longer had any cracks. On the contrary, his whole golden core had turned extremely smooth. His body also became buff and full of strength under the nourishment of the Nirvana holy liquid. Ah! Fang Chang let out a loud roar, and his golden core suddenly emitted an eye-piercing bright light. Immediately after, cracks gradually appeared once again. However, this time, it was not due to failure, but because he was refining his golden core. That's right, after the Nirvana holy liquid healed his Tao injury, Fang Chang had profited from the misfortune. He had an enlightenment about the mysterious Tao, and thus, he was breaking through now. The cracks peeled off and revealed the new golden core inside, which shone more radiantly before the ninth dharmic mark slowly appeared. Fang Chang was currently breaking through to the golden core 9th refinement stage, and he had already half succeeded. The divine firmament's sacred leader nodded slightly. He took the jade bottle in heavenly venerable white lotus hand and crushed it. The surging Nirvana holy liquid instantly flew out in the shape of a silver dragon and shot toward Fang Chang rapidly, wrapping him up. Endless vitality surged within Fang Chang's body, replenishing his consumption. In that instant, his golden core surface's peeling process became even faster, and the dharmic mark also became clearer. The old Taoist priest, who was standing at the side, heaved a sigh of relief and secretly took deep breaths. The scene of the sacred leader using the Nirvana holy liquid in such a grandiose manner left Chen Tian slack-jawed. Chen Tian, who had recovered after barely stabilizing his Tao from being at a loss for more than an hour, directly rolled his eyes to the back and fainted when he saw such a scene. The sacred leader took a look at Chen Tian calmly, and the lightning and heavenly aura around him started to fluctuate. A humongous Qilin avatar formed behind Fang Chang. In that instant, Fang Chang was surrounded by golden lightning, as if the god of thunder had descended. He let out a long roar, and a blinding radiance exploded from his golden core, and the aura his body emitted increased rapidly. Boom! The tide of energy exploded before Fang Chang landed on the ground heavily. Unfilial disciple, Fang Chang, thanks Master and Ant Master for saving me. Then, Fang Chang looked at Shen Tian, who was outside the secret room. His eyes were filled with tears. He murmured, "Junior brother has given me so much of his fortuitous opportunities gains, but I had wanted to compete with him to determine the winner all along. Be it in terms of strength, temperament, or broadness of mind, I have all lost. Junior brother, you're the perfect match for junior sister Yanxi. I wish the both of you happiness." Chapter 174, The Way to Fleece Sheep Wool. The secret room's door opened, revealing the divine firmament's sacred leader and the rest of the people. Fang Chang looked at Shen Tian with bright eyes full of gratitude. "Junior brother, I will not waste much energy on words of gratitude. I, Fang Chang, shall remember your help toward me. In the future, senior brother will give up my life for you if you ever need it." Bodhisattva Kuduo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Fang Chang finally survived the ordeal. In fact, it was a blessing in disguise, and Fang Chang now attained the golden core 9th refinement stage. He took out the golden body potion from his bosom and pushed it toward Shen Tian. "I originally prepared this bottle of golden body potion for Fang Chang to treat his injuries. But since he has recovered, I shall give it to senior brother Shen. Do accept it as a token of appreciation from me." Bodhisattva Kuduo's action stumped Shen Tian. What is this monk thinking about? I, the divine firmament sacred ground saint, used my Nirvana holy liquid to save a fellow cultivator from my own sect. Why do you, An outsider, come and thank me instead. What, are you Fang Chang's partner? So, you are thanking me as his family member now? Shen Tian was thinking hard about how he should reject the gesture when Bodhisattva Kuduo pressed the bottle into his hands. Saint, please accept this. The Nirvana holy liquid which you gave Fang Chang is much more valuable than this golden body potion. If not for your kind contribution, Fang Chang would not have been able to survive this ordeal. Then I would be really devastated. Bodhisattva Kuduo was really serious about what he said. He and Fang Chang were acknowledged as the most simple-minded duo out of the whole Eastern Wilderness cultivator experts stratum. The pair had thus developed a deep friendship over the years and cared for each other even more than those who were real couples. Heavenly Venerable White Lotus spoke then. The Golden Body Potion is an extremely sought-after treasure for God-fiend cultivators who want to establish a firm foundation. It will provide great help for those who just attained the transcendence stage and are trying to temper their physique. Martial nephew Shen Tian, if you can use the Golden Body Potion in the tempering process, your physique will definitely be much better refined. Bodhisattva Kuduo nodded. Yes, Saint Shen Tian. Please, don't stand on ceremony with me anymore, just keep it. Seeing that everybody was trying to persuade Shen Tian to keep the Golden Body Potion, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus couldn't help but feel extremely envious. After all, that was the precious Golden Body Potion, which could only be formed when some Buddhist experts exhausted their life's energies. And each time, only a little bit would be formed. If only he could get this extreme-grade treasure, he could laugh even in his dreams. Yet this lad is still standing on ceremony with them. Well, he can give it to me if he really doesn't want it. To be honest, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was feeling jealous. Again. Since senior brother Kuduo is so insistent, then I shall not reject your kind gestures anymore. Following which, Shen Tian took a bottle of the Nirvana holy liquid out of his Archeancy ring. However, I cannot accept it for free. The Golden Body Potion is indeed useful, so how about I exchange it with the Nirvana holy liquid? The sacred leader nodded his head at that. The Golden Body Potion is a great Buddhist treasure, and its value is actually above that of the Nirvana holy liquid. Although Bodhisattva Kuduo only gave you one small bottle, this Golden Body Potion is extremely pure, and there are about a few liters of it in that bottle. If you want to exchange it with something of equivalent value, you can give back around 10 liters of the Nirvana holy liquid. That will do. Shen Tian nodded his head and took out 15 liters of the Nirvana holy liquid from the bottle, placing it into another bottle. Senior brother Kuduo, I am very honored to have met you, so please accept 15 liters of Nirvana holy liquid from me. Bodhisattva Kuduo was extremely astounded when he saw Shen Tian passing him the bottle. Although it was true that the Golden Body Potion he gave Shen Tian equated to roughly 10 liters of the Nirvana holy liquid, one shouldn't just take this calculation at surface value. This was because the Golden Body Potion was most suitable for God-fiend cultivators to temper their bodies, but not for other purposes. This was its greatest limitation. Meanwhile, although the Nirvana holy liquid was not as great as the Golden Body Potion at tempering bodies, it had the powerful effects of healing major Dao injuries, which was much more commonly encountered. A bottle of the Nirvana holy liquid could save lives, and all cultivators could use it. Bodhisattva Kuduo was almost certain that if he brought back this 15 liters of Nirvana holy liquid to the Sonic Thunder sacred ground, he would be able to exchange it for at least 8 or even 10 liters of the Golden Body Potion. This was why Bodhisattva Kuduo was so shocked at how generous Shen Tian was. This cannot do. No, I cannot take that much. Yet Shen Tian wasn't thinking of all that. He was secretly very pleased with himself now. This was because after Shen Tian took advantage of Fang Chang's fortuitous opportunity and helped him regain his cultivation, his providence halo had started to emit red glows. He thus concluded that it was a great idea to be on good terms with those favored people who had gold providence halos. Shen Tian had a lot of the Nirvana holy liquid. He had 1 pond of it in his Archeancy ring, and he would really prefer to use gallon as the measurement unit for this item. But the Golden Body Potion would be very useful for Shen Tian, who had attained the transcendence stage for his God-fiend cultivation. If he got the Golden Body Potion, there would be a marked improvement in his physique. To Shen Tian, that meant a greater chance of survival as he roamed the world for fortuitous opportunities. Moreover, Shen Tian had experimented before, the people who shared in fortuitous opportunities would have a better providence. Since Shen Tian shared the Nirvana holy liquid with Bodhisattva Kuduo, the latter's providence should have a marked improvement. Given such an excellent providence, And considering how Shen Tian had established a good relationship with him now, how could his fill of fortuitous opportunities from Bodhisattva Kuduo ever end? One shouldn't just fish passively in still waters, they must think of ways to create fortuitous encounters for themselves. Just like when fleecing sheep wool, one must also feed the sheep that provide the wool. Bodhisattva Kuduo, you treat senior brother Fang Chang as your brother, and so do I. So, doesn't it mean that both of us are also like good brothers? Since both of us are brothers, then please don't stand on ceremony for just this bit of nirvana holy liquid. With that, Shen Tian pressed the bottle of nirvana holy liquid firmly into Bodhisattva Kuduo's hands. If you find it too much, you can also give it to the rest of the disciples at the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground. After all, Sonic Thunder and Divine Firmament have always been on good terms, so it's really acceptable that you take this nirvana holy liquid. Senior brother Kuduo, please don't reject my gift. Bodhisattva Kuduo pondered about it for a while and finally kept the bottle. Shen Tian observed his head intently during this action. Indeed, the golden glows from Bodhisattva Kuduo's providence halo grew even brighter. At the same time, Shen Tian's eyes brightened up, he felt like he was seeing his sheep growing more wool right before his eyes. Shen Tian had an idea then, he started to divide up the rest of his nirvana holy liquid in the original bottle into small bottles. Each small bottle contained about 3 or 4 liters of the nirvana holy liquid, and he gave a bottle each to all those who were present in the secret room. This group of people included Chen Yundi, Zhang Yunding, Zhang Yunxi, and Zhao Hao. When Shen Tian finished this action, he looked around and was glad to see that the whole secret room shone even more brightly with brilliant providence halos. That was all his sheep growing fatter and buying at him, and all of that sounded like bliss. Meanwhile, the people who got the gift were flattered by Shen Tian's gestures. Even though they rejected him vehemently, they still held tightly onto their bottles. "Oh, how can I accept this, senior brother? You shouldn't share so much of your fortuitous opportunity with me." In essence, the whole secret chamber was encompassed by harmony and bliss. At that moment, Jier started trembling in his bosom. "Master, I sensed resentment." Shen Tian was a bit startled, and when he looked toward the direction Jier pointed out to him, he saw an old Taoist priest staring hard at him. Correct, that was Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. Shen Tian swore he could see green lights of jealousy emitting from his eyes. A slight tremor ran down Shen Tian's spine. Gosh, I almost spelled doom for myself. How could I forget to give gifts to my seniors? He immediately took 3 more bottles of the Nirvana Holy Liquid out of his Archeancy ring. In any case, he had about 200 plus bottles of it, so he did not mind at all to give them away. Shen Tian gave each of the 3 bottles to the Divine Firmament's sacred leader, and the other 2 heavenly venerables. Master, Martial Uncle, and Martial Aunt, I have prepared these 3 bottles of Nirvana Holy Liquid for you. Light ripples appeared on the heavenly aura on the sacred leader's body surface as he looked at Shen Tian's sincere expression. He spoke calmly. "Tianer is such a thoughtful disciple, and I feel very gratified by your gesture. But you should keep these items for your own use. After all, these are great treasures for healing injuries. Tianer, you also don't have much of them, so you don't need to give them to me." Shen Tian smiled when he heard the Divine Firmament's sacred leader's words. "Oh, this is just a small token of appreciation from me. Master, please accept it. Don't worry about me. I have more." At that, Shen Tian took 10 more bottles out of his Archeancy ring. All of them gave off the same rich fragrance and glowed with silver radiance. At once, the whole secret room went still. Everyone looked at the smiley Shen Tian, who looked ever more humble and innocent. They had a burning question in their minds: really, how much more of this Nirvana Holy Liquid do you own? Is there an end to it? The sacred leader looked smugly at Azure Lotus, and there were slight tremors on his body surface's heavenly aura. He really wanted to interview his senior brother how he felt then. At that moment, in a certain corner of the secret room, Chen Zhangyan stirred and regained consciousness. Unfortunately, he witnessed what passed. The next moment, his body convulsed, and he dropped dead on the ground again. Hallucination, this must be a hallucination. What Nirvana Holy Liquid, all this is fake. My idol, the Purple Mansion Saint, has powers rivaling even that of the Heavenly Tark. He can subdue all demons in the world. How dare the Divine Firmament's sacred ground delude me? Just wait till I light up my holy fire. I will rule the whole of the Divine Firmament's sacred ground and make you all kneel in front of me. Ha, 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 ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Those who recite the name of senior brother Shaoxuan shall see eternity and reincarnation. I have seen my path to immortality in this facade, I am about to become an immortal now. Yes. Chapter 175, just 1 millionth bit, 1 millionth bit. No one really cared about Chen Tian fainting because he wasn't being attacked by anyone at the Divine Firmament sacred ground. It was clear that no one could be faulted for this incident. At this moment, everyone was reveling in happiness at receiving the Nirvana Holy Liquid gift. Shen Tian definitely scored more brownie points in their hearts, especially for Song Fu Gi, Lu Taiyi, Zhan Zijia, and their company. They were all the more devoted to Shen Tian now. After all, they were initially mere ordinary cultivators staying within the myriad spirit garden at the Country of Fire. The person with the most prestigious status amongst them would be Song Fu Gi, who was the descendant from the sideline of a minor cultivator family. But no one would have expected much of them. If everything went according to normal tracks, all these people would have no chances of achieving the Golden Core stage, needless to say, have a glimpse of any more advanced stages. But because they believed in Master Celestial, they had managed to obtain the Divine Lightning Origin from the Divine Firmament Drager Pendant and hence had gotten the chance to progress for their cultivation. At the same time, they had even gotten to become the intersect disciples of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground and earned the chance to cultivate the 5 Heavenly Lightning Cultivation Technique. If no mishaps happened in the future, all of them could become Golden Core Perfected Ones should they put in efforts for their cultivation. And now, Shen Tian even gave them so much Nirvana Holy Liquid. With this Nirvana Holy Liquid, they could build a better dharmic foundation for themselves. This meant that it might even be possible for them to become supremacies with nascent souls. And all this was due to senior brother Shen Tian. To them, it seemed like the heavenly Tao had started favoring them once they earned senior brother Shen Tian's trust and blessings. They now recalled how Zhang Yinshi had chided them before, "Can sucking up to Shen Tian really help you achieve immortal ascension?" And they would dearly like to reply to her now, "Yes, it can." Meanwhile, after Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus accepted the Nirvana Holy Liquid, the black halo on his head paled a lot. As he weighed the jade bottle in his palms, the way he looked at Shen Tian changed to one of fondness. Such a thoughtful and cute lad. Shen Tian is so much better than his master. He looked at Shen Tian and smiled amiably. "Tianer, you indeed hold up to our aspirations. With you around, how will anyone doubt that the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground will not rise to great heights? By the way, Tianer, we have a lot of elders. You cannot forget them when and favor us more. Why don't you give me more of the liquid now? I will pass it to them on your behalf. I will put in good words for you too. Everyone knows me to be a trustable person. No elder shall accuse you of being unfair then." The sacred leader spoke slowly. "Senior brother. Please, restrain yourself. Bodhisattva Kuduo is still here." Lightning crackled softly on the sacred leader's body surface as he continued, "Tianer, keep the rest of the Nirvana Holy Liquid for yourself. This item is great for healing injuries, and you can use it to make many useful medicines. It will enhance the medicine's effects." Following which, the sacred leader handed his bottle to Heavenly Venerable White Lotus. "Junior Sister White Lotus is an expert at making medicines. I believe she will be able to put this Nirvana Holy Liquid to great use. And I agree that we cannot forget about the other elders in our sect. So, Junior Sister White Lotus, I will have to trouble you to use this 100 liters of Nirvana Holy Liquid here to make Nirvana pills and distribute it to the rest of the elders. These pills will be of great help to all the elders. At this same time, it will show Tianer's filial piety toward them." Heavenly Venerable White Lotus looked at the Divine Firmament's sacred leader the way one would look at their idols, and there were bright sparks in her eyes. She spoke resolutely. "Since senior brother took the lead, I shall use my bottle of the Nirvana Holy Liquid to make the pills too. 200 liters of the Nirvana Holy Liquid will definitely be enough to make pills for all the elders." At that, Heavenly Venerable White Lotus turned and smiled innocently at Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. All at once, the old Taoist priest's face darkened. He felt that he was being led into a trap by both of his juniors. "What are you guys implying here? Shen Tian took out 3 bottles, and he gave one to each of us. But now both of you announced that you would take the lead to donate yours to make pills? Isn't it like hinting to me to do so too? But then, only you guys will know how you are going to distribute the pills. Ugh, the two of you are so unscrupulous. After being your senior brother for near to thousands of years, you two are actually trying to trick me. Don't you all have consciences? Fancy choosing to say all that in front of the younger generation. Aren't you trying to embarrass me and coerce me into giving up my Nirvana holy liquid bottle? Ha! You are belittling me. When have I ever cared about others' opinions of me? Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus looked down silently at his hands and pretended that he heard nothing. Surprisingly, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus's words did indeed remind Shen Tian of something. Oh yeah, the divine firmament sacred ground has so many elders and experts. All these chaps' providences must be quite good, and they are my potential sheep. Well, it actually makes no difference whether I feed one or the whole herd of sheep. I should use this opportunity to establish a good relationship with them now so that I can share in their future fortuitous opportunities. With that in mind, Shen Tian started fishing 10 bottles of the Nirvana holy liquid out of his Archeancy ring. Oh dear, I am indeed careless to have forgotten the other elders. Master, I hope you will forgive me for this. I will contribute all 10 bottles of the Nirvana holy liquid here to the sacred ground. Master, please help me distribute them to the elders. When Shen Tian finished his words, he saw everybody staring at him as if he was a monster. The heavenly aura on the sacred leader's body surface started vibrating vigorously again. Tianer, are you telling me that you still have more of the Nirvana holy liquid? Shen Tian scratched his head and replied innocently, well, just a little bit. The sacred leader shook his head then. If you just have a little bit left, then keep it for yourself. Shen Tian replied, Master, I think you got me wrong there. What I mean is... Looking at Chen Zhongjian, who was regaining consciousness again, compassion flashed past Shen Tian's eyes. He sighed and continued, what I mean is, all the Nirvana holy liquid that I took out previously is just a little bit of what I have. With that, Shen Tian's Archeancy ring shimmered, and 30 bottles of Nirvana holy liquid flew out. The deep fragrance emitting from the bottles condensed into a thick mist, and celestial beings' shadows were being vaguely seen. It was inherent that all these bottles of Nirvana holy liquid were as authentic as they could get. Spat. The Big Dipper saint puked out a mouthful of blood. His whole body seemed to shrink in size as he leaned forward on the ground, and he looked very weak. The sacred leader announced calmly, please, get someone to send the Big Dipper saint back to the Big Dipper sacred ground. Remember to send him back while he is still alive and take note not to bump him into anything along the way. Or else we may be blamed for his injuries. After which, the sacred leader turned to Bodhisattva Kuduo and commented, Bodhisattva, since you are here today, if the Big Dipper sacred ground sends anyone to reason with us about what happened, pray be our witness and help us clear our name. Bodhisattva Kuduo looked at the Nirvana holy liquid in his hands. He then nodded resolutely, no monk lies. I will be the witness that the Big Dipper saint suffered a chi deviation, and his nascent soul was being shattered due to his own doings. It has nothing to do with the divine firmament sacred ground. The sacred leader nodded his head in satisfaction. Bodhisattva, you are a kind and just man. With that, he turned back to Shen Tian. To be honest, he felt rather complicated as he looked at his disciple now. Although the sacred leader believed firmly that Shen Tian was the son of Providence, he did not expect that Shen Tian would be that absurd to have collected so much Nirvana holy liquid. When normal plant demons faced tribulation transcendence and went into Nirvana, they could at most form Nirvana holy liquid the volume of 1 or 2 storage spaces. Until now, Shen Tian had already taken out Nirvana holy liquid, the volume of almost 1 storage space, and the liquid's quality was superb. While I do have trust that Tianer will bring the sacred ground to great heights in the future, his providence is too simply amazing. All this seems like a dream, and we really are progressing too fast. Oh no, I can't contain myself anymore. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly aura on the sacred leader's body surface vibrated vigorously, but he still spoke in his usual calm manner. Tianer is really so thoughtful. I am very pleased with your attitude. However, the sacred ground has its own dignity. We cannot take advantage of you. How about this? For these 10 Nirvana holy liquid bottles, I shall keep them for you at the sacred ground. Should any elders require them in the future, they can exchange them with their own treasures. And all the items that were collected will be given to you. As for the 3 bottles of Nirvana holy liquid that each of us has now, we will not take them for free either. Let us discuss, and we will give you treasures equivalent to the Nirvana holy liquid's value. When the divine firmament's sacred leader finished, Heavenly Venerable White Lotus and all the other disciples at the scene had nothing but respect written all over their faces. How great it was that they had a leader who could resist the temptation of so much free Nirvana holy liquid. They were pretty sure that such leaders did not exist in the world anymore. He was fair and just and really treated disciples as his own children, It was no wonder that the sacred ground could become stronger and stronger under his guidance. But of course, not everyone was impressed with the divine firmament's sacred leader's actions. For instance, a certain old Taoist priest felt like he could explode in pain when he heard his junior brother's words. To be very honest, he felt like he was being targeted again. This second junior brother of his was truly cunning. Wouldn't it be nice to just take the nirvana holy liquid for free? While Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus shot several dagger-like looks at his junior brother, Bodhisattva Kuduo's expression suddenly changed. The Bodhi beads on his neck shone, and a Buddha's shadow was seen vaguely. Majestic and serious, this Buddha's shadow emitted countless rays of Buddhist lights, and merits circled this figure. It was as if the real Buddha had descended on earth, and everyone had only respect for him. This person was none other than Sonic Thunder's Buddhist Lord. Chapter 176, Even the Buddhist Lord is Envious. One had to say, the Sonic Thunder's Buddhist Lord did make quite an impressive appearance. The illumination of his Buddhahood rank enveloped him, and a Dharma chakra one of cultivation merit was behind him, forming the reflection of the Buddha's land. The sounds of reciting Buddhist scriptures could be heard as the humongous Bodhi tree avatar, which could even cover the sky, radiating in all directions. 8 golden holy dragons were enveloping the Bodhi tree, each was over 300 meters in length and looked exceptionally powerful. According to rumors, the current Buddhist Lord had already successfully cultivated the true body of the Buddha. He was a living Buddha, one of the most powerful beings in the eastern wilderness. The Buddhist Lord was best in the Great Wisdom Bodhi Wonderful Sutra, being proficient in all kinds of Buddhism principles and philosophy. He frequently visited other sacred grounds to discuss sutras and Tao with the sacred leaders, but it was rare for him to face defeat. The Sonic Thunder's Buddhist Lord was one of the 2 sages with great wisdom in the eastern wilderness 12 sacred grounds. As for the other individual with great wisdom, it was none other than Divine Firmament's sacred leader. Because of that, the Buddhist Lord had paid much attention to the next Bodhisattva. The Buddhist Lord admired Divine Firmament's sacred grounds Zhang Yunting. He believed Zhang Yunting's father had influenced his wisdom and ability to cope with all matters with schemes and strategies. The Buddhist Lord had always hoped for his disciple to be able to win against the successor of the Divine Firmament's sacred leader when discussing about the Tao. It was a pity that Bodhisattva Kuduo, who was of the same generation as Zhang Yunting, was completely a dunce, a barbaric monk without any wisdom at all. The Buddhist Lord hoped that Bodhisattva Kuduo would be able to use Buddhism principles to win against the Tao of the sacred leader's successor. Well, it was basically impossible to achieve it, so the Buddhist Lord had also given up. Since Bodhisattva Kuduo was unable to surpass Zhang Yunting, then he should learn more from Zhang Yunting. Thus, the Buddhist Lord had sent Bodhisattva Kuduo to the Divine Firmament's sacred ground to become friends with Zhang Yunting. In the end, Bodhisattva Kuduo had not gotten close with Zhang Yunting. Instead, he had associated with Fang Chang. Also, the more these 2 blockheads interacted, the more simple-minded they became. In turn, that led them to be more daring, and they caused trouble everywhere non-stop. Bodhisattva Kuduo had not learned the Great Wisdom Bodhi Wonderful Sutra, which could impress and brainwash people. On the contrary, he just spent his time outside to slay demons and fiends. One had to know that even demons and fiends had intelligence. Buddha was compassionate, so they should be given a chance to repent and become a good person. You just go slaughtering demons and fiends every day and pull hatred for our Sonic Thunder sacred ground. What if those demons and fiends seek revenge? Isn't it much better to bring the demons and fiends back to our sacred ground, to preach to them, and increase the sacred ground's strength? The Buddhist Lord had wanted to tell these to Kuduo long ago but unfortunately could not do so. That was because, according to the traditions of Buddhism, such matters were irrelevant to the Buddhist scriptures. It was something almighty figures would need to comprehend on their own. These were the unspoken rules, so the elders were unable to intervene. They could only hint their disciples continuously for them to comprehend on their own. Bodhisattva Kuduo, being a blockhead, could not understand the unspoken rules no matter what, which enraged the Buddhist Lord. If it were not for Bodhisattva Kuduo holding a special, irreplaceable position in their Sonic Thunder sacred ground, he would have already accepted another disciple, not bothering with a fellow without the root of wisdom. Buddha sounds echoed from the avatar that the Buddhist Lord had manifested. It contained great wisdom. The sacred leader's lightning and heavenly aura shone brightly, and the sound of Tao could be vaguely heard within the heavens and earth, dispersing the Buddhist Lord's sounds. He looked at the Buddhist Lord and spoke calmly. "Brother Tiangshu, your understanding of Buddhism has deepened increasingly." The Buddhist Lord revealed a knowing smile. Thank you. My body's like a Bodhi tree. My heart seems a mirror to be. I'd always keep them fit and clean, not to let dust onto them creep. I am no genius. I have yet to grasp the most profound knowledge of the great wisdom Bodhi Wonderful Sutra, so I dare not slack off for a moment. Upon hearing the Buddhist Lord's answers, Azure Lotus and Wit Lotus facial expressions became serious. Everyone knew that the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground's Great Wisdom Bodhi Wonderful Sutra was a supreme heritage. If one mastered the Great Wisdom Bodhi Wonderful Sutra, then one could comprehend 3,000 sutras thoroughly in a day, directly becoming a Buddha. One would truly become a Buddha, physically and mentally, free of earthly worries. In the passage of 10,000 years, none of the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground's Buddhist lords could reach that realm. Thus, the difficulty of achieving that realm was self-evident. However, the Buddha sounds accompanying the Buddhist Lord proved that he was not far from that supreme realm, just a step away. If this step could be achieved, Buddhist Lord Tiangshu would most probably oppress the entire Eastern Wilderness Tao cultivation system. Thus, Buddhism would outshine Taoism. Naturally, such a situation was definitely not what the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground or any other Tao sacred grounds were willing to see, as their core teachings were different. Just a branched-out Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground of the West Desert Buddhism sect was able to oppress the sacred grounds in Eastern Wilderness. The Tao sacred grounds would lose all their reputation and face. White Lotus Mountain's atmosphere froze as the two sacred grounds were secretly competing. The Buddhist Lord did not regard himself as an outsider, so he smiled and said, "So how's Marshal Nephew's injury?" Before the sacred leader could answer, Fang Chang and Bodhisattva Kuduo walked toward them with large strides, their arms over each other's shoulders. He grinned from ear to ear and bowed to the Buddhist Lord. "Thank you for your concern, Buddhist Lord. I have completely recovered." The Buddhist Lord looked at Bodhisattva Kuduo, who had his arm over Fang Chang's shoulders, and his eyes shone. "You've recovered? It shouldn't be." Bodhisattva Kuduo had begged the Buddhist Lord previously for the golden body potion full of tears. He had even promised to the Buddhist Lord that he would read sutras properly in the future. Although the Buddhist Lord did not believe Kuduo, he still gave him the golden body potion because he knew it could not heal the Tao injury nor mend the cracked golden core. Since Fang Chang could not survive for long, the Buddhist Lord did not mind being a good person and lending a helping hand. What happened just now? Why is Kuduo with Fang Chang again? How did he recover? Bodhisattva Kuduo seemed to want to show off to his master, so he took out his Nirvana Holy Liquid bottle. He smiled and said, "That's right. It was because the Divine Firmament's saint, senior brother Shen Tian, had a few thousand liters of Nirvana Holy Liquid. He shared 100 liters to save Fang Chang and even helped Fang Chang to reach the Golden Core 9th refinement stage. A few thousand liters of Nirvana Holy Liquid?" In that instant, the Buddhist Lord was astounded. Isn't the Nirvana Holy Liquid a supreme great healing treasure that even 250 milliliters is difficult to obtain? So how could this unknown new saint take out a few thousand liters? The Buddhist Lord looked at the sacred leader. He was still holding his golden Brahma Kamal flower in his hand, but he could no longer smile. "Tao Brother Long Yuan, when did your sacred ground obtain a new saint? Why have I not heard of him?" The heavenly aura around the sacred leader started fluctuating. "Tian'er is my new disciple. His saint coronation ceremony is going to be held 1 year later. The invitations will be sent out as soon as possible." In the cultivation world, the mighty figures would enter seclusion for half to a year, or even tens, or up to 100 years. Thus, as long as there were important ceremonies, preparations had to be done at least a year before. The preparation for the saint's coronation ceremony might start 100 years beforehand. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground was one of the 12 sacred grounds, so the saint's coronation ceremony had to be extravagant enough to keep the sacred ground's reputation. The Buddhist Lord seemed to be deep in thought. He looked at Shen Tian, who was trying to keep a low profile, and his eyes lit up. "Such an incredibly handsome man. He is really suitable to promote Buddhism. If he could enter our sect, he would be invincible in increasing the number of believers. He wouldn't even need to cultivate the Great Wisdom Bodhi Wonderful Sutra. He just needs to be handsome enough. When he meets those female patrons, he just needs to smile and say, 'Amitabha, you are fated with the Buddha.' Then in the whole Eastern Wilderness, the increase in the amount of loyal Buddhist believers would be tremendous. The whole sacred ground would thus become prosperous." At that thought, the Buddhist Lord took a look at his dumb disciple, who had his arms around Fang Chang's shoulder, and vice versa. This disciple only knew how to laugh foolishly. The comparison rendered the Buddhist Lord speechless, and he went green with envy. Chapter 177, Bodhi Buddhist Scripture. Sonic Thunder's Buddhist Lord looked at Shen Tian, and then at Bodhisattva Kuduo. He became even more envious the more he compared them. The more he thought about it, the greener his complexion turned. To think that such a handsome youngster is not a monk. Frankly speaking, if the divine firmament sacred ground was not one of the 12 sacred grounds, he would have already forced Shen Tian to join his sect. Of course, although the Buddhist Lord was very envious, he maintained his majestic and dignified image as if he was a true Buddha. He calmly looked at Bodhisattva Kuduo. Kuduo, since martial nephew Fang Chang has already recovered, come back. Bodhisattva Kuduo pulled a long face. Master, I have not seen Fang Chang in a long time. Can we stay in divine firmament for a few days and return later? The Buddhist Lord gave a knowing, compassionate smile. You still have Buddhist sutras that you have yet to finish copying. Kuduo, you need to know. One's body is like a Bodhi tree, one's heart seems a mirror to be. Always keep them fit and clean, not to let dust onto them creep. You are the Sonic Thunder Sacred Grounds Bodhisattva. You have the responsibility of promoting Buddhism, and all the more, train oneself. You cannot slack off. As for reminiscing, you have ample time ahead. No need to hurry. Kuduo's expression turned even gloomier upon listening to the Buddhist Lord's nagging lecture. Yes, I understand. He turned and looked at Fang Chang with great reluctance. Fang Chang, see you next time then. The Buddhist light covering the Buddhist Lord's body fluctuated slightly. He could not stand seeing the charade, and his figure gradually disappeared. He did not want to continue looking at them. All good disciples belong to others. What a terrible feeling. The rosary beads light gradually dispersed, and the Buddhist Lord's figure and avatar slowly disappeared. Only the Buddhist Lord's voice could be vaguely heard. Tao Brother Long Yuan, I see that your saint's root of wisdom is quite deep. If he's interested, he can come to the Bodhi tree of our sect for enlightenment. He might have some gains. The moment the Buddhist Lord finished his sentence, everyone took in a sharp breath. That's because the Sonic Thunder Sacred Grounds Bodhi tree was extraordinary. It was a supreme tree that had been transplanted from the depths of the West Desert Buddhism sect. It was said that the Bodhi tree had supernatural powers and was among the spiritual wood list's top 10. If one sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree, then they would receive enlightenment at a much faster rate. It could also enhance one's speed of cultivating any cultivation technique. According to legends, a Buddhist Lord of the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground had stayed underneath the tree for 7 days and nights, trying to attain an epiphany. In the end, he completely understood the Great Sonic Thunder Sutra and became a Buddha. That was the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground's most glorious period. From then on, the Bodhi tree became the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground's supreme treasure, and it was extremely respected. Normally, only the Buddhist Lord and Bodhisattva would have the qualifications to try attaining enlightenment. Who knew that today, the first time the Buddhist Lord encountered Shen Tian, would make such a temptatious offer? His admiration for Shen Tian was self-evident. The heavenly aura around the sacred leader fluctuated slightly. He was evidently unhappy. Diangshu, Diangshu. You're trying to poach Shen Tian right in front of me? He, do you have a daughter? Bodhisattva Kuduo was reluctant to leave, but he still bade his farewell since he would only need to copy the Buddhist sutras 1,000 times if he returned to the sacred ground in time. If Sonic Thunder's law enforcement monks were to bring him back, his punishment would most probably be increased to 10,000 times. After saying goodbye to Fang Chang, he approached Shen Tian. Saint Shen Tian, the amount of nirvana holy liquid you've given is too much. I will share it with my juniors and seniors in Sonic Thunder, according to what you said. Also, I will tell them to chant sutras and pray for your well-being. Of course, I don't like chanting sutras, so I won't do it. Shen Tian could not help but want to laugh with this blockhead before him. Poor thing. He has to go back and do his homework so soon after coming in search of his friend to play with. Shen Tian pulled Bodhisattva Kuduo to the side. Senior brother Kuduo, I'll gift you a Buddhist scripture. Recite it to your Buddhist Lord. After listening to it, he might not punish you anymore. Kuduo's eyes lit up. Really? Saint Tian, please do not deceive me. Shen Tian said, well, I'm not sure if it will definitely work. Kuduo replied happily, I'll just try it. I have nothing to lose, anyway. Shen Tian nodded and whispered, but you have to guarantee that you won't say I told you this. Kuduo seemed to be in a difficult position. What if master asks me? As a monk, I cannot lie. Shen Tian felt helpless and said, forget it then. Senior brother, you can return and copy the sutras. Kuduo instantly expressed his determination. A monk should not stick to trifles. Saint Tian, I'll just say that I dreamed about it, how about that? Shen Tian smiled, feeling relieved. Looks like he's not that dumb. He activated his divine consciousness and transmitted a message to Bodhisattva Kuduo. He did not dare recite it out loud. Who knew what the Buddhist Lord's reaction would be after listening to this Buddhist scripture? It was fine if it could enlighten him. Then, the Buddhist Lord's cultivation level would increase, and he would consequently commend Bodhisattva Kuduo. Thus, Shen Tian would then have formed a good relationship with Kuduo. However, what if the Buddhist Lord felt that it was heresy? Shen Tian was not going to take the blame. Anyway, I've given you the Buddhist scripture. Once you leave this sacred ground, it will have nothing to do with me anymore. Be it secretly saving it for yourself or sharing it with your Buddhist Lord, it is your choice. Within the message Shen Tian had transmitted to Bodhisattva Kuduo, he first started with the declaration of passing the buck to Bodhisattva Kuduo. Only after accepting the hundreds of words of declaration of his responsibility could Bodhisattva Kuduo see the Buddhist scripture. After he finished reading the long declaration, he was completely overwhelmed. The good thing was he had finally reached the Buddhist scriptures part. Bodhi Buddhist scripture. Bodhi originally has no tree. The mirror has no stand. Buddha nature is always clean and pure. Where is there room for dust? The mind is the Bodhi tree. The body is the mirror stand. The mirror is originally clean and pure. Where can it be stained by dust? Bodhi originally has no tree. The bright mirror also has no stand. Fundamentally there is not a single thing. Where could dust arise? Search out Bodhi only in the mind. Why toil outside in search of the profound? Just as you hear these words, so practice. Heaven then appears, right before your eyes. 1. SSSSS. Wonderful. This Buddhist scripture is just excellent. Too ingenious. Extraordinary. After reading that Buddhist scripture, Kuduo felt that his mind had been baptized. He had also read many Buddhist sutras and scriptures in the past, but he felt they were all chaotic and very awkward sounding. Not to mention understanding the meaning, even when reading a scripture, he would become tongue-tied. However, this Buddhist scripture that Shen Tian gave him was completely different. Although Kuduo could not understand it at all, he could read it smoothly. It also rhymed. 1. Yep, such a good Buddhist scripture, I must inform master. At that thought, Kuduo hurriedly bade everyone farewell. He had to hurry and return to Sonic Thunder and give this scripture to the Buddhist Lord. Bodhisattva Kuduo was full of anticipation while waiting for his wish not to need to copy Buddhist sutras in the future anymore to come true. Meanwhile, Shen Tian looked in the direction Bodhisattva Kuduo left and secretly wished him good luck. Fortune favors fools, and this blockhead's halo is very bright. Thus, he should be fine after giving him the Buddhist scripture, since even a monster would not hurt its own offspring. Not to mention he is the Bodhisattva. After Kuduo left, there were no longer any outsiders in White Lotus Mountain. The sacred leader looked at Shen Tian with relief, and his heavenly aura gently rippled. He said calmly, Tianer, follow me to the sacred leader mountain. I want to entrust you something important. Entrust something important to me? What's something important? Your daughter's marriage? Eh? Why would I think in that way? It's very tragic if the woman is strong, but the man is weak in a relationship. Chapter 178, I'm really not the son of Providence. The divine firmament's sacred leader used his mystic heart and made a portal out of thin air. Shen Tian followed behind him, and both of them disappeared from White Lotus Mountain. When Shen Tian opened his eyes, they were at the Sacred Leader Palace on Sacred Leader Mountain. The sacred leader sat on the throne and looked at Shen Tian, his heavenly aura on the surface flickering. Shen Tian had done great today, and even though the sacred leader had severed his emotions, he still felt very proud of him. He felt especially good when he saw how Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus reacted. He's the one who doubted my choice of person in the first place. Now he has missed the chance to have the Heavenly Tao's son as his disciple. He must be so regretful. Cough, cough. That's not important. I still have important stuff now. He forced his heavenly aura to calm down and said, I'm very pleased. Tianer, not only do you have great providence, but you also have the heart to share it with others. I was right all this while. You are the most suitable candidate for being the saint. Shen Tian scratched his head and could not understand what the sacred leader was trying to say. What do you mean by that? I'm the saint because your daughter brought me here by force, remember? Unlike others who became your disciples and then the saint, I'm the opposite. I became the saint first before you took me in as your disciple. How did it become you chose me to be the saint? Also, why would Master think I'm blessed by Providence? I was the most unlucky guy ever just a few weeks ago. Even now, my halo is just a green one with red spots. That's far from the sun of Providence. Shen Tian explained, all thanks to Master's teaching. The sacred leader was happier after hearing the response. A handsome young man that is not arrogant. He is the perfect facade for the sacred ground. Lord Tiangshu, you must be so jealous now. The sacred leader nodded in response. Tianer, you have brought us the Nirvana holy liquid and saved Fang Chang. Those are great contributions to the sacred ground. I'm a very fair person. What do you want as a reward? You can say it out with no hesitation. Shen Tian's eyes lit up. Master is rewarding me? How can I just take it? He thought for a moment and said, Master, can I have some immortal metal? If immortal metal is not available, I'm fine with mystic earth too. I'm not very picky. The lightning and heavenly aura surrounding the sacred leader started to flicker again. The bold request made him feel very helpless. All the items on the extraordinary list were very precious. These were treasures that cultivators could only obtain by luck. Although the Nirvana holy liquid was precious, too, it was merely a consumable item. There was no comparison with extraordinary items. Of course, if the sacred leader had the immortal metal or mystic earth, he would be more than willing to give them to Shen Tian. However, he did not have any of them. The truth was that when the sacred ground obtained these extraordinary items, the items would be used by the talented geniuses straight away. Although a grand elder had some mystic earth with him, there was no way for the sacred leader to go against his own family for that treasure. The sacred leader looked at Shen Tian, feeling very helpless. He knew that these were the items Shen Tian needed to complete the set of 5 elements extraordinary items. As his master, he felt very embarrassed for not being able to help his disciple. Why isn't it fire that Tianer needs? If he needs fire, I can just trick Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus for it. I just need some Azure Green Sky Flame Origin to solve the issue. The sacred leader calmed himself down and coughed. I'll give them to you once they are available. Shen Tian had a high EQ, once they are available meant that his master did not have them for now. Shen Tian decided not to give his master a hard time and said, I shall thank master in advance. The sacred leader felt his cheeks were burning with embarrassment. Is there anything you want? I'll provide whatever I can. Indeed, there was nothing the sacred leader was reluctant to give Shen Tian after believing he was the heavenly Tao's son. He was even prepared to marry his daughter to him and hand him the sacred ground. An extraordinary item was really nothing compared to that. However, as the sacred ground's sacred leader, he felt bad for not being able to give merit to his disciple. Shen Tian thought for a moment and felt that his self-protection methods were not strong enough, he needed some upgrade. Thus, he took out his Sword Master token and showed it to the sacred leader. Master, this is the Sword Master token made by Sword Venerable Long River, Li Kanglin. It is really useful. May I know if there's anything similar to this in our sacred ground? I don't mind paying for it. The sacred leader took a look at it and said calmly, although this Sword Master token is well crafted, the attack it unleashes is too weak. I can seal 3 moves into your Saint token, but each move can only be utilized once. Using external help too often is not good for you anyway. Shen Tian was very happy to hear that. Thank you, Master. How strong are these 3 attacks? No one below the Saint realm can survive these. Wow, that sounds good. That's so strong. I like it. Although it cannot be used repeatedly, like the Sword Master token, it's much more useful. The Sword Master token was literally useless when the opponents were too strong. But the 3 moves sealed in the Saint token were like a nuclear weapon. Even soul formation cultivators were no match for it. Seems like I made a wise choice coming to the sacred ground. The Saint's token flew out of Shen Tian's pocket and landed on the sacred leader's hand. The lightning and heavenly aura around him became a golden light and dived into the token. As more of this golden light gushed into the Saint token, 3 emblems appeared on it. There was a mysterious feeling about the emblems, and they looked extremely powerful. The light slowly dimmed, and the token flew back to Shen Tian's hand. It felt slightly heavier. The lightning and heavenly aura seemed much thinner. Obviously, the sacred leader had spent great effort to help Shen Tian. Shen Tian quickly took a nirvana holy liquid bottle out of his RKNC ring and said, "Master has used so much power just to help me, I feel bad. I hope you can have this nirvana holy liquid to replenish your strength. I cannot have a peaceful sleep if Master refuses." The sacred leader felt slightly touched and said, "Don't be silly. There is no need for that. You have given enough holy liquid to the sacred ground. Keep this for yourself. Actually, I have an important thing I need to discuss with you today." Shen Tian had just gotten the reward from his master, so he replied without hesitation, "Master, I'll do whatever you ask me to do." The sacred leader said calmly, "After 10 days, the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground and the Jade Lake Sacred Ground will be having a joint training. The location of the joint training is the primordial battlefield near the Country of Fire. All the cultivators participating will be below the Golden Core stage. Thus, Fang Chang, Yunting, and Yin Shi cannot participate. Tianer, I hope you can lead the disciples and perform well in the joint training. It doesn't matter to me how many fortuitous opportunities you guys manage to encounter. All I care about is the disciples' safety." The sacred leader looked at Shen Tian and said solemnly, "I'll leave those disciples in your hands." Shen Tian felt that he had been tricked into this troublesome situation. Primordial battlefield? The one created by the evil cultivators from outside the country? It was said that even perfected immortals had been involved in the battle. After the intense battle, the primordial battlefield was formed. Many bold cultivators would enter the battlefield and try to find fortuitous opportunities for themselves. In the end, no one ever returned. All of them became nutrients for that area. Shen Tian felt that something would go terribly wrong if he led the disciples there. "My halo is just a green one with red spots. It's not safe at all. Also, can't the joint training be at a safer place? I think the Mirror Moon Lake near the sacred ground is good. Why don't we go there instead? Can we not go to that dreadful place?" Honestly, after encountering the fog plane incident, Shen Tian had decided to be extra cautious. He only had one life, and he could not afford to risk it like the cultivators with great providence. If he tried to mimic them, he would simply just lose his life. Thus, Shen Tian really wanted to tell the truth to his master. "Master, I can't. I'm really not the son of Providence." Chapter 179, Copying Buddhist Scriptures 10,000 Times. At Eastern Wilderness Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground, Little Spirit Mountain Boundary. Buddhist light shone radiantly at the paradise the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground had created. At the spatial door, which was the sacred ground's entrance, was a 7-treasure glazed Buddha mirror. This mirror was inlaid with purple gold, snow silver, azure stone, water essence, giant clam, coral, and agate. These were Sonic Thunder's 7 treasures. They were all supreme grade as compared to other precious treasures of the same type, and they were enhanced by Sonic Thunder's holy monks. The Buddhist light would shine onto anyone that entered the door, and they would be able to forget all their troubles and have a calm mind, free of worries. The light of this glazed Buddha mirror could reach even 100 kilometers away, covering half of the sky. At the foot of the mountain in the distance were devout Buddhist believers. They were the most fanatic ascetic believers that had arrived at the sect after walking for tens of thousands of kilometers. Among those people, there was no lack of cultivators who were quite powerful and could use sword kinesis flight. However, to express one's devoutness, they walked from tens of thousands of kilometers away and kowtowed with every 3 steps. This was the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground. It belonged to one of the top supreme sacred grounds, even amongst Eastern Wilderness 12 sacred grounds. It had the West Desert Buddhism sect, which had immeasurable resources and manpower. Near the Little Spirit Mountain boundary, at the Sonic Thunder Buddhism city's teleportation circle, Buddhist light shone from the void, brightly. 800 arhats and other guardians appeared from within the light. Sanskrit sounds came out of nowhere as if the Buddha was chanting sutras to redeem the world. Then, the wooden fish started to play, and a white-robed robe appeared out of nowhere. He sat with his legs crossed, and there was a giant divine Bodhi tree avatar behind him. The young monk was so outstanding that he attracted everyone's attention. That's right, the exact same avatar, which did not change at all. This white-robed monk was Bodhisattva Kuduo. He had activated the special effects once again. However, the moment he appeared, believers instantly knelt down at the teleportation circle. They were praying softly, and their eyes were filled with craze. It was obvious that they were extremely devout. Bodhisattva Kuduo seemed to have already been used to such a scene. He sighed helplessly and gradually left with the special effects still activated. Shortly after he left, Those believers also dispersed and gathered at a hidden alley. A bald person wearing a hat was waiting there. "Your acting is not bad." He held a bag of spirit stones and split them with everyone, one by one. "Kong, Kong Yun, Kongs, the three of you have done well. Tomorrow, go and collect the high-level secular disciple token, then start the pilgrimage act. I have high expectations for you, so continue to work hard. Then, you'll have the qualifications to shave in the near future. As for the others, your act was either a little too perfunctory or too exaggerated. You still need to practice more." The three young believers that had received more spirit stones were elated. "Thank you, Master. We will definitely continue to work hard so we can shave and become monks earlier." Bodhisattva Kuduo did not know what was happening in that small alley. He had already reached the little spirit mountain boundaries entrance and went inside. The scenery instantly changed, and Bodhisattva Kuduo appeared within a Bodhimanda filled with immeasurable light. This small world was different from the divine firmament sacred ground, which was filled with exotic flowers and rare herbs, clouds and rainbows. Instead, it was extremely extravagant and resplendent. Bodhisattva Kuduo appeared before a magnificent staircase that reached the clouds. The stairs were 1,000 feet wide. What was more astonishing was that the stairs were paved with gold and emitted immeasurable light. Beside the stairs were other palaces, pavilions, treasure ponds, and a pagoda. Those buildings were all embellished with the 7 treasures. They were extremely dignified and did not need the sun or moon to shine brightly. This was an extremely fragrant paradise as everything that could be seen was made with infinitude treasured incense. One would revel in the smell, which filled the whole world, while heavenly songs came wafted from the skies. What they heard would differ according to what they craved. Bodhisattva Kuduo walked up the stairs toward the sky. This was the clear conscience stairs, and it used the infinitude gold to test if the believer's heart was firm. The sacred ground would choose fated people every few years to walk the stairs. If one's belief was firm and devout and had a selfless mind, they would have a chance to enter the sacred ground. If one did not have a selfless mind or the aptitude for enlightenment, it meant they were not fated with the Buddha. Of course, Bodhisattva Kuduo also did not know how he had finished walking the golden stairs in the past and came to the sonic thunder temple. It was like the Buddha had protected him as he did not feel any pressure at all. It had been so smooth that even he could not believe it. "Oh, my Buddha." At first, he had just wanted to try his luck and enter the sacred ground to scrape a living. Presently, he was on pins and needles as he quickly finished walking the 10,000 golden steps. Soon, an extremely vast and dignified palace appeared at the end of the steps, floating on the top of the clouds. A humongous golden lotus flower, which was 100,000 feet in size beneath the palace, bloomed fully with 12 petals. That lotus flower was surrounded by endless Buddhist light and filled with the aura of merit. The whole palace shined brightly. Meanwhile, on the beams of the majestic palace, which was hundreds of thousands of feet tall, was a tablet hung, grand treasure hall. Bodhisattva Kuduo was anxious, with a long face, as he walked toward the grand treasure hall slowly. Just as Kuduo was about to enter the grand treasure hall, a voice resounded. "Bathe." Kuduo's body trembled slightly, and he looked at the 7 treasure pond to the grand treasure hall's left. This pond was embellished with the 7 treasures and filled with 8 merit water. It was the supreme treasure to cleanse one's mind and heart of the Buddhist sect. Everyone had to cleanse their whole body using the 8 merit water in the 7 treasure pond before meeting the Buddhist Lord. In fact, this was a custom that Kuduo disliked as he still had to bathe before meeting his master. However, no matter how much he disliked it, Kuduo still did not dare to disobey his master. He could only go and bathe himself thoroughly. After bathing and changing clothes, Kuduo took a deep breath and walked into the grand treasure hall. In the grand treasure hall's center was a huge golden Buddha, hundreds of feet tall, sitting cross-legged. Kuduo slowly walked to the center of the hall and obediently bowed. He said, "Master, I have returned." The huge golden Buddha opened his eyes, with a golden Brahmakamala flower in his hands, smiled, and said, "How much do you know about the divine firmament's saint?" Kuduo was stunned. "I met him for the first time, so I do not know much about him." The huge golden Buddha's smile gradually disappeared. "Never mind. Go and copy the Buddhist scriptures." Kuduo became even more sorrowful. He was hesitating whether or not he should speak. In the end, he still opened his mouth and said, "Master, I have something to say." The huge golden Buddha said calmly, "Copy the Great Wisdom Bodhi Wonderful Sutra 1,000 times. Tell me after you finish copying." Kuduo's eyes turned red. Master, what I want to say is related to the Great Wisdom Bodhi Wonderful Sutra. The huge golden Buddha stared straight at Kuduo. Oh, is it possible you have some understanding of this supreme art? Kuduo braced himself to continue. Yes, I have a Buddhist scripture to present. As he spoke, Kuduo read the Bodhi Buddhist scripture aloud in front of the huge golden Buddha. After he finished reciting the whole Buddhist scripture, the whole grand treasure hall instantly turned silent. Immediately after, a blinding light exploded from within the huge golden Buddha. How dare you! You actually tampered with the true meaning of our Buddhist scripture so that you wouldn't need to copy the Buddhist scriptures. I punish you to face the wall for 3 months and copy the Great Wisdom Bodhi Wonderful Sutra 10,000 times. If you don't finish copying, then you're not allowed to find Fang Chang. Chapter 180, Sonic Thunder's Buddha Lord in Seclusion. Copy the Great Wisdom Bodhi Wonderful Sutra 10,000 times? Upon hearing Lord Diangshu's words, cold sweat broke out on Bodhisattva Kuduo's forehead. Copy such a thick scripture 10,000 times? My hands will die from all the copying. At that thought, Kuduo hurriedly said, Forgive me, Master. I didn't write this Buddhist scripture. The huge golden Buddha holding the golden Brahmakamala flower replied coldly, I know. It's impossible for you to write a Buddhist scripture that rhymes. Hurry and tell me who created this scripture. It's simply beyond the pale and twisting Buddha's true meaning. Kuduo said, This is something I heard from someone when I was sleeping. The Buddhist Lord stared at Kuduo. Who did you hear it from when you were sleeping? Kuduo was stunned. How should he reply? The Buddhist Lord continued asking, Why are you hesitating? Was it Fang Chang? You heard it from him when you were sleeping. Why? Have you slept with him on the same bed before? Kuduo said helplessly, Master, you've misunderstood me. I meant I heard someone reciting it in my dream. The Buddhist Lord seemed to be deep in thought. You're right. You and Fang Chang are on the same level. He would not be able to write such a Buddhist scripture. Immediately after, the Buddhist Lord stared straight at Kuduo. Tell me, who created this scripture? Kuduo's expression turned more anxious. Master, I swore that I could not reveal it. The Buddhist Lord gave a knowing smile. Was it an elder or disciple of our sacred ground? Before Kuduo could reply, he heard the Buddhist Lord say, No. The Buddhist Lord then stared at Kuduo again and asked, Was it someone from another sacred ground? Which sacred ground? True Martial? Shushan? Grand Primordium? Zenith Heaven? Jade Lake? Divine Firmament? The smile on the Buddhist Lord's face seemed to be filled with wisdom upon noticing that Kuduo's expression changed slightly. As expected. It must be the Divine Firmament's sacred leader that gave you this Buddhist scripture. He did study Buddhism before and is proficient in it. Eh? It's actually not the Divine Firmament's sacred leader? It can't be Zhang Yunding, right? Kuduo was confused and worried as he looked at the Buddhist Lord, who was talking to himself. Kuduo was not worried about the Buddhist Lord going crazy, but the fact that his master's guess was actually getting closer and closer to the correct answer. Senior brother Shen, I really did not say anything. It's master that seems to be proficient in our sex mind reading art. It's not Zhang Yunting? Not Fang Chang either? It can't be. Is it Zhang Yunxi, or Shen Tian? That extraordinary good-looking face appeared in the Buddhist Lord's mind, and he fixed his gaze onto Kuduo's expression. Humph, this blockhead disciple can't hide anything. He shows everything on his face. The Buddhist Lord sighed. So the Divine Firmament's saint gave it to you. Kuduo started doubting himself. Senior brother, if I say I did not let out the secret, will you believe me? He pleaded for mercy and said, Master, the Divine Firmament's saint is not our sex disciple, and this was just a dream. I dreamed of the Divine Firmament's saint, so this had nothing to do with him. Master, if you want to punish someone, punish me. Before Kuduo could finish, the Buddhist Lord interrupted him. Shen Tian has a heavenly appearance as if he's a perfected immortal that descended in our world. He was also able to easily obtain thousands of liters of the nirvana holy liquid. It is obvious that he is blessed by immeasurable providence, he is the destined main lead. Since such a person created this Buddhist scripture, is it possible that he has some sort of understanding of the Great Wisdom Bodhi Wonderful Sutra? Fundamentally there is not a single thing. Where could dust arise? Fundamentally there is not a single thing. Where could dust arise? Amitabha. After reading this scripture in more detail, it seems to make sense. Fundamentally there is not a single thing. TSSSS, ingenious, it really is ingenious. The huge golden Buddha's expression was sometimes elated, sometimes sorrowful, and sometimes crazy. The Buddhist Lord had evidently received some kind of profound enlightenment due to this Buddhist scripture. However, the tenet within this Buddhist scripture was conflicting with his own tenet of Buddhism. The Buddhist Lord was in a conflict, he was having a dialectical debate within himself of the Bodhi's true meaning. Kuduo was slightly panicking the more he observed his master's ever-changing expression. "Master, this Buddhist scripture, is it really ingenious?" he whispered. The Buddhist Lord replied, "Yes, Shen Tian has great wisdom. He has yet to read the Great Wisdom Bodhi Wonderful Sutra, but from just listening to the new Buddhist scripture he wrote, I can see his nature and understand his heart. Even I have been inspired by it. If he joins our Buddhist sect, he will definitely become a peerless holy monk." Sigh. Why did he have to join the divine firmament sacred ground? Kuduo looked at the huge golden Buddha, which was full of disappointment, and whispered, "Master, this is all a dream that I had." The huge golden Buddha looked at Kuduo coldly. He gradually stretched out his golden palm, which was 10 feet in length, grabbed him, and lifted him up. Immediately after, the other palm grabbed a small wooden mallet and heavily hit Kuduo's head thrice. Kuduo held his head and said in surprise, "Master, are you transmitting an art to me through hitting me thrice?" Buddhist Lord Tiangshi replied coldly, "I am hitting your wooden fish head one. You haven't learned any Buddhism principles, but you've learned how to lie. You're even trying to deceive me? Since young, I have traveled the world and encountered all kinds of people. I am endowed with high intelligence, so did you really think you could deceive me? A dream you had? Read more Buddhist scriptures daily to increase your intelligence and reduce your interactions with Fang Chang. The more you mingle with him, the lower your comprehension ability gets. Shen Tian has created such an astonishing Buddhist scripture, but you can't understand it at all and still ask me if it really is ingenious. Shouldn't you go back and have a thorough apprehension by yourself later? Why did I accept such a blockhead like you as the sacred grounds Bodhisattva? Leave. Face the wall for 3 months and copy the Great Wisdom Bodhi Wonderful Sutra." The Kuduo pulled a long face. "Isn't it ingenious? Why do I still have to copy?" The Buddhist Lord held the mallet. "If you can say which part is ingenious, then you don't need to copy anymore." Kuduo broke out in cold sweat upon seeing the wooden mallet in the Buddhist Lord's hands growing larger in size. "Master, please have mercy." The Buddhist Lord grabbed Kuduo and directly threw him out of the Grand Treasure Hall. "Scram and go face the wall, you blockhead." After throwing Kuduo out of the Grand Treasure Hall, the Buddhist Lord finally felt relieved. "The world is so beautiful, but I am so irascible. This is not good, not good." After circulating the Bodhi Wonderful Sutra for a few cycles, the aura surrounding the Buddhist Lord calmed down once again. However, a slightly green glimmer was still visible in the air, not reverting to its original color. The Buddhist Lord sat cross-legged and mumbled non-stop. "One's body is like a Bodhi tree? Bodhi originally has no tree? Which is correct, and which is wrong? Should I keep away from vanity and dirt, or let go of my obsession and just leave everything to fate? Buddha nature is always clean and pure. Where is there room for dust? The mirror is originally clean and pure. Where can it be stained by dust? What does clean and pure mean? What is dust referring to? Is it possible that I've already completely gone astray from Buddhism's supreme path? Persisting in practicing Buddhism and abandoning human nature, is it also an obsession? Is it possible that the real Bodhi-Tao is to be like Kuduo?" The golden Brahmakamala flower being pinched between the Buddhist Lord's fingers was withering petal by petal, while the infinitude avatar behind him was also falling apart. Life and death, two auras, holy and demonic, were constantly created, destroyed, and reincarnated on the surface of the Buddhist Lord's body. Before the Grand Treasure Hall's doors gradually closed, the Buddhist Lord's voice resounded. "From today onward, I'll be in seclusion to meditate. I will not come out before proving Bodhi. Also, give the sonic thunder's Buddhist token to the divine firmament's saint, Shen Tian. The whole sacred ground will need to treat him with respect and courtesy." Chapter 181, Laongya Wen's 5-element divine armor. The Buddhist Lord's declaration before entering seclusion astounded everyone in the entire sonic thunder sacred ground. Shen Tian, who was the center of the attention, did not know about it at all. Presently, he was thinking of what excuse to use to prevent joining the primordial battlefield's trial, as he knew his luck was bad, and it was extremely dangerous to go there. If he still rashly pushed himself to go under such a situation, he could easily die. However, as the Divine Firmament's saint, it was unsuitable to reject bringing Divine Firmament's disciples to the trial. It was something the sacred leader requested personally, so if he directly refused, the sacred leader might stack the deck against him in the future. How about I use the excuse of receiving internal injuries when I was in the fog plane? Should I say I'm still recovering, and it will be inconvenient to go? The problem was that this excuse was too ridiculous, as he had just shown off a few thousand liters of Nirvana holy liquid an hour ago. Given that astounding amount of Nirvana holy liquid, it would be easy for him to recover even if his forelimbs were chopped off. How about breaking through to the golden core stage first in the next 10 days? That's unsuitable too, as it's as unnatural as suddenly mentioning to break up on 19th May 1. Not to mention the primordial battlefield only restricted one's cultivation level to be under the golden core stage. It was not that only foundation establishment cultivators could enter. For an excuse that might not necessarily succeed, he would be risking his cultivation foundation. Hence, Shen Tian felt that it was not worthwhile. Shen Tian said reluctantly, "Master, I just entered the sacred ground. My reputation and prestige are still lacking. I'm afraid that if I am to lead all the junior and senior brothers/sisters for the trial, it will most likely be difficult for them to accept it." The Divine Firmament's sacred leader replied calmly, "Who dares to refuse to comply? You are the saint." Junior sister Golden Lotus has been making the yin-yang lightning explosion talismans at full speed these days. Tomorrow, I will announce a 30% discount on the price of the lightning talismans and say that it was all due to you. Then, the Foundation establishment disciples will all have the lightning explosion talismans to protect them. Thus, they will be much safer during the trial. Naturally, they will be grateful to you. Speaking till here, the heavenly aura around the sacred leader slightly rippled. Tianer, I believe in you. This trial is also a chance. I hope you can truly build your prestige. In the future, you still need to bring this huge sacred ground to prosperity. After listening to the sacred leader's plans, with the tone of a veteran, Shen Tian had no other choice. The sacred ground has to develop, so I'm giving you some responsibility? What is this déjà vu feeling? Master, as the Hokage. Oh no, as the sacred leader, shouldn't you choose someone according to one's strength, reputation, or leadership abilities? I just entered the sacred ground for a few days. Why do you already want to increase my responsibilities? Such bias. Do you really not plan to consider your son's feelings? Senior brother Yunting is your biological son, blood is thicker than water. Shen Tian felt resigned as he said, however, the primordial battlefield is full of dangers. I am fearful. I have no experience, so if we encounter dangers, it's fine if I die, as it's just me losing my life. I'm afraid that other juniors and seniors might perish due to my mistake. Even if I died, I would be too ashamed to face them. The heavenly aura around the sacred leader fluctuated even more strongly. He never thought that Shen Tian's sense of belonging to the sacred ground was this deep. It was really Divine Firmament's luck to be able to have such a disciple. The sacred leader said, "You don't need to worry about this at all. I have once calculated that you have the destiny of rising up to great heights. You are blessed by Providence. You have now soared to greater heights, and according to your fate, you will be protected by the heavenly Tao no matter where you go and turn calamities into blessings. Thus, the safest course of action for everyone will be to follow you during this trial. If you encounter dangers, I want you to keep yourself safe first. Since one's life and death are decreed by fate, every cultivator is already prepared from when they started walking the path of cultivation. I know you're kind and compassionate, but everyone has different destinies. As a higher-up, you should have the heart of a superior. Blindly pitying or helping might not be advantageous to the sacred ground's development." The sacred leader's educational lesson made Shen Tian so confused he wanted to sleep. He only wanted to ride on the coattail of those blessed by Providence by sharing their fortuitous opportunities, then keep a low profile until he achieved immortal ascension. Frankly speaking, things such as becoming the sacred leader to lead the sacred ground to prosperity, Shen Tian was really not interested. It was just too mentally taxing. What is more important is the destiny of rising up to great heights. I have now soared to greater heights, and according to my fate, I will be protected by the heavenly Tao? You sure that you're talking about me and not Zhao Hao, who has a master that just died? Seeing that Shen Tian was not really interested, the sacred leader's heavenly aura rippled. Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind, a pale blue battle armor. A bright idea struck the sacred leader. Tianer, you've become much more powerful now, so you should change your battle armor. How about this? If you agree to lead the disciples in this trial, I'll give you a set of new battle armor. What do you think?" Although Shen Tian was completely calm and composed, he wanted to laugh. "Why? Did Master rear turtles in the past? Giving me the black tortoise shield when I just entered the sacred ground, then gifting me the black tortoise helmet when I invented electrolysis. Now that you need me, you plan to give me another set of black tortoise armor?" Of course, Shen Tian only complained in his heart. He was still declining on the surface. "Master, I definitely do not have such a motive. It's my duty to contribute to our sacred ground." Before Shen Tian finished, he saw that a golden battle armor flew out of the sacred leader's lightning and heavenly aura. It was shining with incomparable radiance. This battle armor looked relatively impressive as it was surrounded by 5-colored lightning, which included white, green, black, red, and yellow. Golden lightning was then created. On this set of battle armor, the appearance of the 5 divine beasts avatars, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Crimson Phoenix, Black Tortoise, and Mighty Qilin, could be seen clearly. The design on the battle armor's helmet was a golden Qilin, quite similar to the appearance of the Qilin avatar. The left arm guard was like a dragon's back, and golden dragon scales covered the whole arm. The right arm guard was like tiger stripes, and the gloves were inlaid with knuckles as if they were the fangs of a ferocious tiger. The combat boots were made by scarlet gold divine gold. The design was a crimson phoenix burning the sky, extraordinarily gorgeous. Meanwhile, right in the breastplate's center, it was no longer the shape of a turtle shell, but a gold yin-yang 8 trigrams, mysterious and unfathomable. If the previous black tortoise shield, black tortoise helmet, and the new set of armor were put into a certain game as skin, then the black tortoise shield and black tortoise helmet would be gifted in the first recharge. If it really did not work out, then it would be given as a reward for events. Meanwhile, this whole new battle armor was something that a player would be willing to spend money to buy, even if one had to eat cup noodles for an entire month. That's right, Shen Tian, who had been tortured by the appearance of his equipment for so long, was moved. Shen Tian rubbed his hands together. "Master, how powerful are the defensive powers of this set of battle armor? I still have quite the amount of Nirvana Holy Liquid. Can I use Nirvana Holy Liquid in exchange for this battle armor?" The heavenly aura around the sacred leader slightly rippled. This battle armor is named Long Yuan Divine Armor and is most suitable for those with the Yang Divine Lightning constitution. Honor, if you wear this set of divine armor and activate its defense at full strength, it will be difficult for those below the soul formation stage to injure you. At the same time, your battle strength will increase by leaps and bounds. There was one more point that the sacred leader did not mention. This battle armor was the most handsome and coolest set in the whole divine firmament sacred ground. He did not even need to remind Shen Tian as he knew that the last point was the most attractive to Shen Tian. Young talents such as Shen Tian wanted to show off their most impressive techniques, so unless it was a situation that did not allow it, who wouldn't want to wear the most handsome battle armor to enhance the desired effect? He, Zhang Long Yuan, was also once the most handsome man in the whole eastern wilderness when he was young. The sacred leader firmly believed that Shen Tian, who was still young, would definitely be unable to reject such a temptation. Indeed, after knowing that he could not exchange for this set of battle armor using Nirvana Holy Liquid, Shen Tian's expression instantly turned resolute. He said righteously, "Master, as the saint of the divine firmament, I am obliged to take up the responsibility of a leader. I am willing to set a good example for my junior and senior brothers/sisters and lead them in the trial 10 days later. I'll improve the prestige of divine firmament and definitely will not let you down." Of course, this has nothing to do with something like the battle armor. Never mind, I'll just go for the trial. At most, I'll just stay at the outer boundaries and control everyone from afar. I don't believe that accidents can still happen like this. That's right. I think there was quite the good fortuitous opportunity in the Big Dipper Saint's halo. It is relatively useful. Before the trial begins, let's go and reap the Big Dipper Saint's benefits first. Shen Tian wanted to test if stealing others' providence would really result in a calamity for the person. Since he's not one of us, there's no problem. Chapter 182, Shen Tian, hit me with all your might. The sacred leader was relieved upon hearing that Shen Tian was willing to lead the disciples. To be honest, the reward for just leading the disciples was definitely not worth the Long Yuan divine armor. The reason the sacred leader had directly used the Long Yuan divine armor as a reward was to express his sincerity. Ever since he and Sonic Thunder's Diangshu had become the sacred leader and Buddhist lord, respectively, They had been secretly competing with each other for hundreds of years. They were opponents but also soulmates. Once the other person's aura fluctuated, they could guess what the other person was up to. Diangshu, this bastard. It's obvious he has taken a liking to my lovely disciple. He must want to secretly let him become a monk, right? Don't even think about it. I have directly given a set of sage battle armor to convince him to stay. I'm that generous. At that thought, the sacred leader's aura started to ripple. He said calmly, "Honor, the grade of this battle armor is too high. Force out a drop of blood. I'll personally help you to make it recognize you as its master." Shen Tian hurriedly nodded. He recalled that previously when his cultivation level was too low, he had squeezed out a large bowl of blood before being able to barely make the sword master token recognize him as its master. That made him feel weak from the loss of too much blood for quite a while. The Long Yuan divine armor in front of him was a true divine artifact, way superior to a spirit artifact. If he had to do it himself again, he would most likely not succeed even if he became anemic. Shen Tian followed the sacred leader's instructions and forced out a drop of blood. The sacred leader took that drop of blood and injected it into the Long Yuan divine armor. Subsequently, thick lightning and heavenly aura surged toward that Long Yuan divine armor, cleansing and refining it. The mark on the divine armor belonging to the sacred leader was soon dispersed and converted to a mark belonging to Shen Tian. Meanwhile, Shen Tian could also clearly sense that some kind of connection between him and that set of divine armor was formed. With just a thought, that radiant golden divine armor instantly dismantled. Next, each part of the armor flew towards Shen Tian, and in an instant, that set of battle armor completely covered Shen Tian. An unprecedented surge of energy was poured into Shen Tian. That was the power of lightning. The Long Yuan divine armor was the sacred leader's battle armor when he was young. Originally, it was an armor that was created specifically for the Yang divine lightning constitution. Only the most supreme grade spirit gold of the 5 types of metals, corresponding to the 5 elements, was used. A high-level enhancement array was carved within the battle armor, which could strengthen one's battle power. Shen Tian's strength instantly increased greatly after wearing the battle armor. Of course, the increase in his strength was secondary. The most important thing was it was cool. The instant Shen Tian wore the golden divine armor, he radiated bright flashes of mixed lightning. The rustle of the mantle as white as snow landing onto him from his shoulder down perfectly defined what a chic appearance was. Seeing the young man in front of him, the sacred leader observed the young man before him and revealed an expression of amazement underneath the heavenly aura. Shen Tian's looks mesmerized him for a moment. Such a handsome young man. Honor exudes peerless valor in this set of battle armor. His charm is able to mesmerize all the sane test in eastern wilderness. Honor's appearance is on par with mine. He is worthy of this divine armor. The sacred leader said calmly, Honor, how do you feel? Is this battle armor to your liking? Shen Tian nodded. Thank you, Master. This battle armor is extremely powerful. I feel like I'm filled to the brim with strength. Shen Tian formed a small water mirror and was satisfied as he looked at himself in it. His whole body was covered by the golden divine armor, only exposing his handsome face. Shen Tian's previous problem of conflict between appearance and power had been resolved. Indeed, equipment that could not balance good looks and practicability was because not enough money was spent. What do you mean the black tortoise shields and black tortoise helmets' appearance could not be improved? Look at this Long Yuan divine armor. This golden Tai Chi diagram on the breastplate is quite cool. A divine artifact is indeed a divine artifact. I must give a thumbs up. The sacred leader said, Honor, do you want to test out its power? Come and attack me. After finishing, a golden barrier made of heavenly aura appeared in front of the sacred leader. Shen Tian nodded and gradually stretched out his right hand. Golden mixed divine lightning jumped around on Shen Tian's fingers continuously. This mixed divine lightning quickly gathered to form a huge lightning fist the size of a person's head. The lightning fist was then rapidly compressed. When it was compressed to the long and fruit size, it shot out at full speed like a laser. Boom! The lightning, which was only the size of a long and fruit, exploded with fearsome power. The heavenly aura barrier was crazily trembling, and cracks appeared. The sacred leader nodded. This attack could kill a golden core cultivator. Given your cultivation level, you're quite good to be able to control the lightning fist to such a precise degree. However, from what I see, this isn't Honor's limit. Come, use your full strength. Shen Tian was astonished. I've already done my best to show that I was serious and had already exerted all my strength. But Master still saw through my action of not exerting my full strength. Amazing. Master is indeed Master. Looks like I have to give it my all. Shen Tian clenched his fists. While wearing the long Yuan divine armor, he did the horse stance steadily. The golden lightning mark between his brows resonated with the divine armor. Understood, Master. Shen Tian's whole body started burning with the golden aura flame. His vigor and lightning burned simultaneously, converting to the purest power. The lightning and heavenly aura around the sacred leader started fluctuating vigorously. He was astonished. WTH? Is this aura really something that a foundation establishment cultivator could have? Even if he is dual cultivating his chi and body, has the mixed divine lightning, or has the yang divine lightning constitution, it's simply too astounding and bizarre to be able to release such a powerful aura in the foundation establishment stage. Originally, the sacred leader had only asked tentatively to see if Shen Tian could exceed his limit and display more strength. In the end, after probing, his mental state of not being moved by emotions was nearly shaken. Is this still a freaking foundation establishment cultivator? Go and take a look at the various major cultivation sects of Eastern Wilderness. How many golden core cultivators could be this powerful? Shen Tian did not know that he had astonished his master. He was just worried that the sacred leader was unsatisfied with him hiding his true strength and thought that his master had seen through him already. In reality, the lightning fist Shen Tian had released was just a normal attack that could be used instantly. It was just to clear the weaker monsters. Meanwhile, now, he kept on accumulating his power by pouring in the energy of the first essence heavy water, divine devouring vine, and Nanming Li fire into the mixed lightning. Then through the art of entering Super Saiyan mode, he enhanced himself to the maximum. This was truly his most powerful battle state. Frankly speaking, even Shen Tian did not know how powerful he was under such a state. Currently, Shen Tian felt that he had reached his limit, and his body could not last anymore. Extremely abundant energy filled his whole body, and it could surge out any time. Such a feeling made him feel the urge to release it. He looked at the sacred leader and put his hands together to form a calyx shape, and then he put his hands to his waist. The almost endless golden lightning gathered in Shen Tian's hand and rapidly compressed. Shen Tian shouted in a low voice, "Mixed, lightning, fist." As the last word fist was spoken, Shen Tian suddenly pushed both hands out to the front, and the lightning exploded. Instantly, a radiant golden light filled the whole sacred leader palace. The avatar of the 5 divine beasts could be vaguely seen in the air. The surging golden lightning shockwave was like a tsunami, which seemed to be overwhelming the sacred leader as it advanced forward. Shen Tian could only feel as if his whole body was drained completely, and he just fell to the ground. No, I've already used my full strength, I can't do it any better. The strength of this attack, it should be able to satisfy Master, right? Chapter 183, Those who speak my name get discount. There was a blinding light in the sacred leader's palace. 10 divine pillars appeared and absorbed the divine lightning that was spreading around. A fort made of golden lightning appeared in front of the divine firmament's sacred leader and blocked all the lightning fists that were coming in his way. It was worth mentioning that previously when the sacred leader had been defending against the fingertip lightning fist, the lightning fort had been shattered. However, when facing the even stronger mixed lightning fist, there was no crack on the lightning fort in front of the sacred leader. After all the energy was absorbed, the lightning and heavenly aura around the sacred leader finally calmed down, and he spoke indifferently. Not bad. That skill was up to my standard, but not as good as mine when I was at Foundation Establishment. However, D'Honor, you have to remember, do not be complacent. There are many people in Eastern Wilderness, and there will be someone who is stronger than you somewhere out there. Although you are invincible in the Foundation Establishment stage, your enemy won't always be of the same stage. There was a Soul Formation Elder in our sacred ground that was invincible in his league. However, he was attacked by a group of Saint Realm cultivators. In the end, he tried his best but still lost the fight. He lost his cultivation and started over again with the God Fiend path. Thus, you have to remember, do not be complacent and arrogant before you are stronger than everyone else. Shen Tian felt slightly disappointed by what the sacred leader said. This golden halo son of Providence is so bugged. I'm doing my best here. I've merged the 3 extraordinary items into one and had the long Yuan divine armor. But I'm still not as good as my master when he was young. This world is too scary. I'll need to play safe here. Shen Tian took a deep breath and said, I understand, Master. Regarding the group of Saint Realm cultivators. They were so arrogant in attacking us, are we not going to take revenge? The sacred leader sighed. There is no way we can get revenge. The 7 saints that attacked us hid their identities very well. They were very cautious. What's more important was that the said soul formation cultivator wanted his friend to escape first. So, he sacrificed all his cultivation to self-detonate and killed the attackers. Wait. What? Shouldn't the story be like the divine firmament sacred ground is being bullied by other sacred grounds? It should be, my senior was being bullied by those sacred grounds and lost his cultivation, then I took revenge for him as his junior and destroyed all the enemies, no? Why did it turn out to be the soul formation cultivator self-exploded in order to let his friend escape? And he killed all the 7 saint realm cultivators? Are you kidding? That was 7 sages that survived the heavenly tribulation. They were at the brim of reaching immortality. Although it was not rare to see cultivators killing opponents that were stronger than them, each of the 7 sages could do the same when they were young too. Not to mention that a soul formation cultivator killing a sage was way harder than a golden core killing a nascent soul. Not to mention that he did it while he was outnumbered 1-7. This senior must be so talented. I wonder how strong he would be without the incident. However, even such a talented senior could end up losing everything. The cultivation world is really dangerous. I need to be extra careful in the future. Either I'll be good with everyone, or I'll destroy them completely. I cannot afford to make any mistake. Seeing that Shen Tian had understood, the sacred leader nodded his head in satisfaction. Tianer, you don't have to be too worried. You are the heavenly Tao's son, born with great providence. Normally, you will be fine, and the problems will resolve on their own. Alright, it's time to go back and prepare for the trial. Shen Tian nodded and left the sacred leader palace with his lotus shooting gun. He stared into the blank space while heading back to Saint Mountain. He felt very tired. Not only because he had overused his power, but he also felt very insecure by what the sacred leader had told him. Even such a gifted soul formation elder could end up like this. The cultivation world is really not for people that do not have good luck. Now I feel that my green with red spot halo is no longer safe. Shen Tian had already flown past many spirit mountains as he was lost in thought. The long Yuan divine armor he was wearing had attracted the attention of many disciples. Damn! The armor looked so cool. It has the avatar of the mixed divine lightning. That's so amazing. Only our saint could deserve such glorious armor. It looked so good on him. Excuse me? What are you talking about? It should be, this armor deserves our saint to wear it, okay? That's right. He invented the yin-yang lightning explosion talisman after a few days he joined us, and he healed our first senior brother. I heard that there was a great demon in Fog City, and our saint was the one that resolved the issue. What? Our saint took care of a great demon by himself? Is he a sage already? Can you guys stop talking? Just look at how handsome he is. Clothes make the man. Senior brother looks so good in that armor. Oh, I'm fainting. Then, a man carrying a sword on his back appeared. Guys, I have news. I've just heard that starting from tomorrow, all the Foundation establishment cultivators could buy lightning explosion talismans at a 30% discount. Of course, only those who are participating in the trial 10 days later are allowed to buy. They are only allowed to buy 10 per person. I also heard that our saint had started a favored ones group. They are recruiting right now, and many people have joined them. Even the yin-yang lightning explosion talisman's other inventor is in the group too. If you guys manage to join the group and work for him, he will bless you. What? You asked me, so what if he blesses you? Of course. You get 60% off for lightning explosion talismans. Is that enough? Hold on. I know you guys are in a hurry. Here is the application form. Those who want to join the favored ones group, do not miss this chance. At Saint Mountain. Shen Tian sat on the enlightenment stone with his legs crossed and his hands playing with the Heritai rosary beads. He was recovering his dharmic power while listening to the others' reports. Song Fu Gi, Lu Taiyi, and Eunuch Gui were together with him. All of them felt that the Long Yuan divine armor was perfect for Shen Tian. According to Chen Yundi, this armor was worn by the sacred leader when he was young. The sacred leader has passed his used armor to His Highness. It's obvious that he wants His Highness to take his place. Eunuch Gui was smiling uncontrollably. Her Majesty would be so happy for him if she knew about this. Shopkeeper Song said, Master Heavens, Haoran Mountain's Legion Feng wanted to join us recently. I believe our organization needs intel gathering and leaders. Master Heavens, do you want to let Brother Li have a shot at it? Legion Feng? Shen Tian started thinking after hearing this name. The fellow who could keep secrets well and is a news reporter? I need to control how others think of me too. He is talented, and I need him to be on my side. So that in the future, he will not talk bad about me. Chapter 184, Capability of Red Halo. At that thought, Shen Tian nodded and said, Junior brother Li is indeed talented. Since he wants to join us, then let him join. However, I have a condition. Tell him clearly that he cannot anyhow spread the favored one's secrets after entering. Lu Taiyi hurriedly took out a jade bamboo slip and recorded down, Master Heavens does not like believers to anyhow spread core secrets. Shopkeeper Song also nodded and said, Saint Master Heavens, please don't worry. I've already told him that. Shen Tian nodded and replied, that will do. In a few days, I will need to take a trip outside of the sacred ground. In the period of time I'm not around, all of you must remember to be hard-working and cultivating. Use all the Nirvana holy liquid and increase your strength by as much as possible. Frankly speaking, Shen Tian was still worried as Zhao Hao would also be present in the joint trial 10 days later. This fellow was the typical MC who sacrificed others. He had sacrificed his mother to turn into a genius and his master to obtain the 9-yang battle constitution. Although his halo had already turned pure gold, who knew what might happen? Let's observe him for a while first. I won't bring him along this time to be on the safe side. After he finished instructing everyone, Shen Tian also recovered more than half of his spirit chi. He took a deep breath and stored his Long Yuan divine armor, turning it into a simple internal armor. That was the second form of the Long Yuan divine armor. Although its appearance was not as cool and not as powerful as the first form, this form was low-key. It looked as if it was nothing special when wearing it, so it could allow Shen Tian to keep a low profile in dangerous situations. After knowing that even a soul formation cultivator had lost all cultivation after being attacked by 7 people simultaneously and had to cultivate from scratch again, Shen Tian had become even more cautious. Aces up the sleeves that were exposed were not called aces anymore, so he felt he had to save countless aces up his sleeves. After taking care of everything on the Saint Mountain, Shen Tian used gunkinesis flight and left. For this trip, Shen Tian did not plan to bring a group of people like before. That was because he realized that no matter how many he brought, if it was time for him to be unlucky, he would still be downright unlucky. Also, if he stayed together with a group of people blessed by Providence, what if he became the scapegoat in the face of danger? Just like when the divine binding vines had attacked the city, Zhang Yanxi and others had been all fine, while only Shen Tian had been bound and brought away. Thus, Shen Tian concluded that only weal could be shared when going out with lucky people, not woe. As he flew on his lotus shooting gun, Shen Tian quickly arrived at the Divine Firmament City's teleportation circle. Although this time he was alone, Shen Tian was filled with confidence. Firstly, although the Big Dipper Saint had a golden halo, it was still much dimmer than Fang Chang's. Secondly, Shen Tian's halo was also shining with red light, and it was not that far from the Big Dipper Saint's pale gold halo. Thirdly, and also the most important point, Shen Tian's ability had leveled up after his halo turned red. Previously, although Shen Tian could see the fortuitous opportunities of those blessed by Providence, it was only images. Such as the image above Fang Chang should be the fortuitous opportunity a few days later. Shen Tian went to snatch it beforehand while full of excitement, but in the end, he had just nicely encountered the divine binding vines attacking the city. If it were not for Zhao Hao's Providence saving the day at the crucial moment, Shen Tian might have already been sent to meet his mother in the afterlife. However, Shen Tian discovered that he could determine the timing the fortuitous opportunity occurred after his halo leveled up. After he had just shared the Nirvana holy liquid with Fang Chang, his dark green halo turned red. Then, he discovered that the Big Dipper Saint, who originally did not have a fortuitous opportunity, suddenly had one. Shen Tian guessed that as his providence increased, the period of time of fortuitous opportunity he could predict lengthened. For example, when Shen Tian's halo was green, he could predict fortuitous opportunities within 3 days. Meanwhile, now that his halo turned red, he was able to predict fortuitous opportunities within 5 days. Why was he so sure it was within 5 days? That was because the Big Dipper Saint's fortuitous opportunity was 5 days later. Shen Tian decided that he would quietly observe the situation for 5 days secretly. After he was completely clear about everything, he would wait for the fortuitous opportunity to occur 5 days later. He would then snatch the Big Dipper Saint's fortuitous opportunity by making a move right before. Then, he would be able to prevent any uncertainties. Sigh. It's still quite troublesome. It cannot be compared to when I was being a fraud. It's just that it was completely impossible for the Big Dipper saint to believe Shen Tian, and at the same time, he wanted to experiment. He wanted to see whether, after the fortuitous opportunity of those blessed by Providence was snatched, they would really experience misfortune, as well as whether their providence would also decrease. If not, Shen Tian would not do something this risky. It was all for experimenting. After encouraging himself non-stop, Shen Tian slowly stepped within the teleportation circle. He saw some strange light before space was distorted and changed rapidly. A few minutes later, Shen Tian appeared within a bright city. Why would he say this city was bright? That was because there was no sun above the city. 7 silver stars were floating on top of the city, and it was quite beautiful as the light shone from the stars. This was the Big Dipper city, one of the Big Dipper Sacred Grounds affiliated cities. The Big Dipper array was set up there. The Big Dipper in the sky of the city was formed from drawing light from the real Big Dipper. Those who cultivated the Big Dipper Sacred Grounds techniques could get twice the result with half the effort when cultivating within this array formation. Shen Tian looked at the Big Dipper in the sky and secretly admired it as he was rendered speechless with astonishment. Not mentioning others, just the appearance itself looked flashier than the divine firmament city. It seemed as if heaven and earth were transformed. Of course, heaven and earth could not truly be transformed, or else it would be too bizarre. The fortuitous opportunity in the Big Dipper Saint's halo was not near Big Dipper City but in a remote, barren mountain. The only thing Shen Tian knew was there was a mortal city named Black Mountain City. Shen Tian still had plenty of time, so he directly spent money to find the local tyrant force nearby. After giving 2 spirit stones, he quickly obtained a map. To most people, 2 spirit stones were also money. This local tyrant force's drawn map was extremely explicit. It was clear at a glance how to get to Black Mountain City from Big Dipper City. The distance between Big Dipper City and Black Mountain City was not very far, just 2,500 kilometers. After a short 4 days, Shen Tian had encountered a passing caravan, which took him to his destination. That's right, 4 days. Who knew how Shen Tian survived these 4 days? He originally thought that if he followed the map, as long as the direction was correct, then he could easily reach his destination by directly traveling 2,500 kilometers. However, the mountains, demon beasts, wind, and sand of eastern wilderness had taught Shen Tian a good lesson. One had to know that with a distance of a total of 2,500 kilometers, the deviation of even 1 degree would result in a huge difference. Shen Tian felt that he was already quite amazing that he could find his way in 4 days after flying according to the map. Although the process was difficult, he at least reached Black Mountain City. Next, he just had to snatch the fortuitous opportunity at the right time. Then, this trip to the Big Dipper Sacred Ground could be drawn to a successful conclusion. With an ideal longing, Shen Tian entered Black Mountain City. He wanted to find somewhere to rest first. Black Mountain City was a small city, and most of the residents were mortals. Even Foundation establishment cultivators were just a handful. Shen Tian also did not bother to use sword kinesis fly to stir up trouble, so he landed and walked toward the city. When he reached the city gates, he saw something interesting. It was a bounty notice, reward of 10,000 taels of silver to kill the demon. Why did Shen Tian think it was interesting? It was because of the demon on that poster. It was that mosquito demon that Shen Tian had seen in the Big Dipper Saint's fortuitous opportunity. That damned mosquito demon. It actually caused me to be lost for 4 days. Do you know how much I can earn in 4 days? Unforgivable. Chapter 185, How many good deeds did you do in your previous lives to be this handsome? A huge black mosquito was drawn on the bounty notice. Its body was black and had 6 dark red wings as if they were dyed in blood. Its size was also quite humongous, tens of meters long, and when it was flying in the air, it was like a fortress in the sky. Black Mountain City seemed to be extremely tiny before this mosquito demon. They were unable to resist at all, and it was a one-sided slaughter. What, you ask how Shen Tian came to a conclusion from just a bounty notice's information? It's very simple. Murals of the black red-winged mosquito attacking the city were behind the bounty picture, and it was still being updated. Also, to compare just how big that black mosquito was, the painter who drew the murals had specially marked the size ratio beside it. Thus, Shen Tian secretly admired the painter. This was the rigorous attitude that a cultural creator should have. However, Black Mountain City was still safe, meaning Shen Tian had not missed the fortuitous opportunity's timing. That was because in the scene of the fortuitous opportunities Shen Tian had seen in the Big Dipper Saint's halo, Black Mountain City had already become a dead city. Corpses and bones were scattered everywhere within the ruins. This tragedy was one of the important reasons why Shen Tian decided to intervene and snatch the Big Dipper Saint's fortuitous opportunity. Shen Tian was not a saint. The cultivation world was about the survival of the fittest, it was the law of the jungle. Thus, he did not bother to get involved with those he could not see and did not know. However, since there was a fortuitous opportunity in Black Mountain City, Shen Tian did not mind ending this blood mosquito demon before the Big Dipper Saint. Since slaying demons was considered a good deed, even if his providence could not increase, he could at least have a clear conscience. Of course, it was also partially that Shen Tian wanted to vent his anger from being lost for 4 days. Though that was just in passing, venting his anger was not a crucial reason to slay the demon. Shen Tian walked to the city gates, but he was stopped by a man guarding the city. "Stop. I see you're not a local, right?" That man was rather burly, and he even had little spirit chi within him. After Shen Tian tried probing, he realized that he was a weakling in the third firmament of chi refinement. As compared to an expert like Shen Tian, who was in the foundation establishment stage, a chi refinement cultivator was too weak. "Such a weakling still wants to stop me and demand a bribe? Is it possible that I finally encountered the plot of being able to flaunt my strength and slap him in the face?" Shen Tian was slightly looking forward to such a plot. He lifted his head to see the halo on the man's head and saw it was only pale green, so nothing would go wrong. At that thought, Shen Tian revealed a smile. "Yes. Brother, how did you know?" That man smiled and said proudly, "I have discerning eyes. You're this handsome, so if there was such a handsome man in Black Mountain City, how would I not recognize you?" Shen Tian wiped his sweat and said, "Brother, you're indeed smart." That man nodded proudly. "Don't flatter me. You can't enter the city." Shen Tian was stunned and said helplessly, "Why not? Am I breaking any laws by being this handsome?" It was the first time Shen Tian heard that he could not enter the city because he was too handsome. These average-looking people were too much. That man looked like he was annoyed, but he still explained, "Can't you tell after seeing the murals? A demon has been attacking the city the past few days. Seeing how handsome you are, it's obvious that you're the young master of a wealthy and influential family that went jaunting. However, coming to Black Mountain City now, what if the demon kills you? It's not worthwhile, is it? If you were ugly, then I wouldn't try to persuade you. If you die, just reincarnate into a different family. However, you're this handsome. Who knows how many good deeds you did in your previous lives to be this handsome? It would be a pity for you to be killed by a demon at such a young age. Don't be unreasonable and seek your own death." After finishing, that guard pushed Shen Tian away from the city. "All right, hurry, and go home." After being pushed back quite a few steps by the guard, Shen Tian was completely dumbfounded. He actually dared to push me. He is just a weakling in the third firmament of chi refinement, and he actually dared to push me, a foundation establishment cultivator. He's too presumptuous. If not for my broad-mindedness, other foundation establishment cultivators would definitely teach him a lesson. At that thought, Shen Tian nodded coldly. "Young man, you've attracted my attention." After finishing, a radiant light exploded throughout Shen Tian's body, emitting a mighty aura. The Azure Dragon avatar appeared behind him, soaring into the sky. Everyone in Black Mountain City could feel the oppressive dragon aura. A few people in Black Mountain City were alerted and simultaneously shot toward where Shen Tian was. They seemed to be extremely excited. "Welcome Immortal Senior to Black Mountain City. We've been counting the seconds to Immortal Senior's arrival, and Immortal Senior is finally here. Immortal Senior, the City Lord has already prepared a welcome banquet, ready to host Immortal Senior anytime. Immortal Senior is indeed from Big Dipper City. You have an extraordinary appearance, and it's as if you're a heavenly immortal that descended. Immortal Senior, if you can defeat the demon, then you will be our Black Mountain City's great benefactor. We are very willing to erect a longevity monument for you. Immortal Senior, may I know what you like? As long as you say the word, no matter if it's treasure and jewels, songs and dances, or beauties, we will immediately arrange them for you." "Immortal Senior, you've come alone? Do you want a maid? My daughter is 18 years old and as beautiful as a flower." All the cultivators who rushed to the city gates had reached the foundation establishment stage. In Black Mountain City, these people were either the patriarchs of some family or being provided for by the city lord. They were all respectable people. However, after sensing the powerful aura from the city gate, those respectable people who enjoy high prestige and command universal respect were fighting to flatter Shen Tian. That was because they could judge that this person's strength at the city gate could easily dominate them. Then associating to the fact that they had just submitted the demon-slaying request to Big Dipper City not long ago, these respectable people mistakenly thought that Shen Tian was reinforcement from Big Dipper City. Everyone respectfully kowtowed behind Shen Tian. They looked like they were extremely polite and courteous. Shen Tian instantly felt better. This should be the treatment a saint should receive. No wonder those novels about gods of war could become popular. Play dumb to prey on the powerful, preying on the powerful is the key. Shen Tian revealed a mysterious smile. There's no need for courtesy. I'm only here to slay the demon. What treasure and jewels, songs and dances, or beauties? They are all external things, so there's no need for them. After finishing, Shen Tian smiled as he went up to the dumbstruck guard. You're quite kind-hearted. I've cultivated for 800 years, but this is the first time a chi refinement cultivator pushed me. You're quite daring. Upon hearing Shen Tian's words, that guard's face turned as pale as a white sheet. Immortal Senior. Please have mercy. The guard fell in despair upon sensing the other Foundation establishment cultivators' killing intent in the surroundings. He was very clear how miserable one's end would be if one offended powerful cultivators. When looking at that man, who was sweating profusely, Shen Tian's anger from being lost for 4 days faded by quite a lot. Humph! Who told you to bully such a handsome me? Who told you to stop me from entering the city? And you even pushed me. If I didn't scare you to teach you a lesson, then next time, you might meet a surly evil cultivator, who would hold a grudge on you even if you meant well for the evil cultivator. You would for sure. That's right. I'm doing this all for him with best intentions. Seeing that the guard was frightened, Shen Tian patted his shoulder. Never mind. Consider you're fated with me, so follow me in these few days. Tell me everything about that mosquito demon. If you do well, then there won't be a lack of fortuitous opportunity for you. Shen Tian's voice was cold and calm, but it made all the other guards, the masses, and even the officials all look at that guard. Their eyes were filled with envy since Shen Tian was a powerful immortal senior that had come from Big Dipper City. If the immortal senior could take a liking to them, it would be enough even if he just gave them a small opportunity. They had been under the impression that this fellow would definitely die from offending the immortal senior. Who would have thought that there would be such a plot twist? He could serve the immortal senior. Such luck really made everyone jealous. When everyone looked at that guard, their eyes were green with envy. Shen Tian smiled. Sometimes, the enjoyment of being a powerful cultivator was this simple, unpretentious, and dull. Chapter 186, Mosquito Demon. It was pitch black in Black Mountain City. Shen Tian sat on his bed, with countless spirit stones placed beside him. The guard looked at Shen Tian, eyes filled with envy. When can I spend spirit stones like this to cultivate? It is beyond imagination. Although spending thousands of spirit stones was nothing to a sacred ground's true disciple, many cultivators considered it a huge sum, nonetheless. That was not surprising as one spirit stone was worth 1,000 taels of silver. Only super-rich cultivators could spend spirit stones without worries. The guard was born in a very normal family, thus, every spirit stone had to be spent carefully. He was a team captain in the Black Mountain Army, and that was a middle-class rank. However, his salary was still half a spirit stone per month. That was only 500 taels of silver. If the army managed to hunt something outside of the city, he might get rewarded slightly. However, the mosquito demon that kept appearing in the city occasionally had caused widespread panic. Thus, they had to be on standby and guard the city every day. If the spirit stone Shen Tian spent for cultivation tonight were to convert to his pay, it would be a few hundreds of years of work. The money a rich cultivator spent on a single cultivation session could support a poor person for their entire life. After the last heavenly cycle was completed, the spirit stones beside Shen Tian lost their luster. Shen Tian let out a long breath as his depleted energy recovered slightly. He looked at the guard and asked, "Young man, what's your name?" The man replied carefully, "My name is Zheng Biao." "Zheng Biao?" Shen Tian took a red machete out of his Archean C ring and said, "This is an inferior grade Dharma artifact. I'm going to ask you some questions. If your answers are satisfying, it will be yours." Shen Tian had found this machete lying on the ground during the commotion in Fog City. He had plenty of spirit artifacts with him and a full set of divine artifacts, so Dharma artifacts like this were really useless to him. However, an inferior grade Dharma artifact worth at least a few hundred spirit stones. For Zheng Biao's income, it would take him many years to earn that amount without spending any money. In addition, an inferior grade weapon was just right for him as he could not handle middle grade or superior grade weapons yet. Also, with a higher grade weapon, other cultivators might have the intention of robbing him. Zheng Biao's power would be increased by at least 50% with this inferior grade Dharma artifact, and he would be much safer when he went out hunting in the future. Thus, Zheng Biao quickly said, "I'll answer anything as long as I know the answer." Shen Tian nodded and continued, "Tell me all you know about the mosquito demon." Although he already knew the demon's time of appearance and location through the Big Dipper Saint's fortuitous opportunity scene, he did not feel secure enough after the fog plane incident. Thus, he had to know everything about the mosquito demon, so the same incident would not happen again. "That's all?" Zheng Biao was stunned by how simple the question was. "It's like giving me the machete for free. Seems like Master Celestial was elated with me thinking he's very handsome. I knew he would be generous since he looks so handsome." Zheng Biao was thrilled that he had stopped Shen Tian and started talking about the mosquito demon. The mosquito demon appeared a few months ago out of sudden. Initially, it attacked the sheep and cows outside of Black Mountain City. It was not very strong, about a Qi refinement cultivator's strength, so the city sent some elite Qi refinement guards to eliminate it, thinking that it would be easy. Surprisingly, the mosquito demon was very cunning and killed all the guards instead. After that, the mosquito demon disappeared out of a sudden and was not seen afterward. 2 months later, it reappeared in Black Mountain City. Its strength was at the 9th firmament of Qi refinement and could suck dry an adult in an instant. It started killing everyone it saw on the street, absorbed their blood, and soon reached the Foundation establishment stage. Later, it defeated a few Foundation establishment cultivators and sucked them dry. In the end, the city lord, a golden core cultivator, appeared and only managed to chase it away instead of defeating it. Everyone thought that the demon would never return again. Unfortunately, our peace only lasted 2 months. The mosquito demon appeared again, halfway to core formation this time. Even the city lord, who had formed his golden core hundreds of years ago, was defeated by the demon in that battle. The demon clearly overpowered him and was close to sucking him dry like the rest, so he detonated all his Dharma artifacts and managed to chase it away. Sigh. He was badly wounded and passed away a few days after the battle. Thus, there are no golden core cultivators in the city now. As you may know, Black Mountain City is a vassal state of Big Dipper City, and we have to pay a huge sum of taxes. In return, Big Dipper City will provide help if Black Mountain City needs it. Although everyone in Black Mountain City is worried about the mosquito demon, we aren't afraid as we sent someone to Big Dipper City to ask for reinforcements. Logically speaking, the mosquito demon will only return after 2 months, just like what it used to do. In other words, as long as the Big Dipper City's immortal seniors reached there in time, there was nothing to be worried about. However, Shen Tian knew that everyone had the wrong idea. That black red-winged mosquito was not as simple as they thought, and it would not appear in the city in 2 months' time. It would appear tomorrow at dawn. The Big Dipper Saint would only reach the city the next morning when the entire Black Mountain City would already have been slaughtered. The culprit would be the mosquito demon, of course. Shen Tian digested the information Zheng Biao provided him about the demon. He nodded and passed Zheng Biao the inferior grade machete. At the same time, Shen Tian transmitted a machete skill to Zheng Biao. It was something Shen Tian had learned when he was still in the country of fire. Although it was nothing compared to the Sacred Grounds heritage arts, it was good enough. The 13th prince may have suffered a Qi deviation due to this art, but it was because his providence was lacking. It had nothing to do with the art itself. Shen Tian decided to reward Zheng Biao as the latter had a very kind heart and good taste, for calling him handsome-looking. Zheng Biao was very thankful as this art was much stronger than the one he cultivated now. He could obtain greater honor in the future with this art. It was a big fortuitous opportunity for him, indeed. Shen Tian asked Zheng Biao to return home and cultivate this new art while he sat on his bed and prepared himself for war. Shen Tian knew that the enemy could be here any second. He had to be ready for it. The night fell. The sky was covered in beautiful stars, and most of the people in Black Mountain City were asleep. Shen Tian was still awake in the city lord's residence. A golden flash of lightning suddenly shot up to the sky and exploded on top of Black Mountain City. The thunderclap reverberated throughout the entire city, and the sound awakened everyone. Many Foundation establishment cultivators appeared outside of Shen Tian's room to find out what happened. Shen Tian took a deep breath and walked out. He jumped to the roof of the house and looked at the sky from afar. A swarm of mosquitoes was coming their way. Chapter 187, Whale's Power. Everyone was shocked to see the swarm of blood mosquitoes. There were too many of them, and each mosquito was extremely large. They did not look like mosquitoes anymore but more like giant lanterns. A single bite from such blood mosquitoes could cost all the blood in one's body. Some of these blood mosquitoes had the size of a grown man, looked terrifying, and had a stronger aura around them. These blood mosquitoes were equivalent to a Foundation establishment cultivator, pretty scary. Black Mountain City had only a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators, but there were at least 50 fully grown blood mosquitoes out there. They were totally outnumbered. Many cultivators stood behind Shen Tian and felt very depressed. How can we even win? There is no way. The enemy is just too strong. The city lord collapsed on the ground, his legs shaking in fear. How? How could this happen? My father had just chased away a pre-golden Cora blood mosquito. Why is this happening? The other cultivators said in desperation, "That's it for our Black Mountain City. There are too many of them. There are about 100,000 blood mosquitoes out there. What should we do? There's no other way. Let's abandon the city and run." No. All my life's work, family, and home are here. Where can I run? The entire Black Mountain City was in chaos. Some were thinking of fleeing the city, while others knew that they had nowhere to run, so their only chance was to defeat the incoming insects. Shen Tian looked at the swarm of blood mosquitoes calmly, not panicking at all. A sudden event like this was the most troublesome thing that could happen to a cultivator as there was little time to prepare for it. As long as cultivators could know the events earlier, they would easily solve the problem. Shen Tian had already seen the fortuitous opportunity in the Big Dipper Saint's halo, so he was well prepared for the attack. He took a deep breath, and azure lightning surrounded him. The Divine Lightning, Wood, was forming around Shen Tian while dragon-shaped armor appeared on him. It was the azure armor formation recorded in the 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique. Unlike the defensive black tortoise armor, azure dragon armor focused on healing and spirit chi recovery. Shen Tian knew that he would fight a battle of attrition against many opponents. Thus, this formation was the most logical choice. It was definitely not because the azure dragon armor looked better than black tortoise armor. He yelled, "Everyone, please remain calm. I'm here. There's no way we are going to lose to them." Shen Tian took an azure formation disc out of his Archean sea ring and placed it on top of the city fortress. Then, an azure dragon appeared from the sky. Its roar was heard from miles away, and dark clouds gathered around it. At the same time, azure-colored lights appeared in all 4 directions around Black Mountain City. A transparent energy shield appeared around the city and protected it by absorbing the spirit chi in the surroundings. It was the Divine Firmament Azure Dragon Array, a weaker version of the protective array back in the sacred ground. Shen Tian was very interested in the protective array Zhang Yanxi had set back in Fog City. Thus, he had asked Chen Yundi to help him find Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus for an array formation disc in exchange for a bottle of Nirvana Holy Liquid before he reached here. He had planted the disc the previous night, and all he needed to do now was to set the core disc in order to activate the array formation. Why did Shen Tian only set up an Azure Dragon formation instead of the Divine Firmament Protective Array? First, Shen Tian was not strong enough to complete the full array. Second, he wanted to bait the mosquito demon out. After Shen Tian completed the array, the blood mosquitoes reached the city. Boom! Ripples formed on the array formation surface, and strikes of lightning zapped around. Soon, countless blood mosquitoes were toasted by the divine lightning and fell dead on the ground. However, more blood mosquitoes flew up to take the spot of their fallen comrades. Shen Tian took out his lotus shooting gun and shouted, "Attack them! Use flying swords and arrows to attack them now while the array is still working. If not, we are all doomed when the array is broken." Shen Tian's words gave people the hope to live again. Indeed, humans would have depressing thoughts when they were desperate. However, as long as they were able to see the light in the darkness, they would do anything to reach for that light. Everyone in the city was working together right now. Dharma artifacts flew out from everywhere and attacked the blood mosquitoes together with the rain of arrows that were pouring at the same location. It was the cultivators in the city and the city guards. Black Mountain City no longer depended on the immortal senior anymore, They were using their own strength to fend off these monsters. Although each individual had negligible power in this battle, they were strong collectively as a whole. Shen Tian looked at the guards and the rest doing their best to defend their home and felt very pleased. These people are indeed worth my effort to save. I'll fight to my heart's content too. As more and more blood mosquitoes swarmed toward them, Shen Tian gave a scoff. Let me show you the power of a whale. Boom! The lightning explosion talismans exploded among the blood mosquitoes one after another without stopping. Each talisman caused a giant explosion that killed multiple blood mosquitoes at once. All the cultivators were shocked by this move. Damn! This is the supreme grade lightning explosion talisman. It is worth a few hundred spirit stones per piece. How many did he use just now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shen Tian had used at least a few hundreds of them, and he had yet to stop. The continuous explosion was like a firework display, stunning everyone. This immortal senior from Big Dipper City is so rich. How was that even a whale? He was more like a game master. Anyway, how much is the reward for killing this mosquito demon? You are spending a few million for a reward that's worth 100? What's wrong with you? Black Mountain City's cultivators were touched by how generous this immortal senior was. Some of them even started tearing, definitely not because they suddenly realized how poor they were. Shen Tian had no idea that his action had caused such an impact on the poor cultivators. His focus was not on how much he was spending, as he only wanted to bait out the final boss. Otherwise, he might be too late, and the real Big Dipper Saint could appear here. He needed to kill their leader fast. Chapter 188, You're in my range. There were just too many blood mosquitoes outside of the city, and they just kept coming. Initially, the cultivators only thought that there were 30 to 50 Foundation Establishment blood mosquitoes. However, as they killed them one after another, new blood mosquitoes of equal power appeared again. Apparently, the blood mosquitoes' numbers were way beyond their imagination. Shen Tian took a deep breath and thought it was time to slowly reveal his true power. He made a hand seal, and the lotus shooting gun flew out. The gun made a few circles in the air, and dozens of blood mosquitoes dropped dead on the ground. Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus had created this lotus shooting gun, and it was very special. Not only did it contain yin-yang lightning explosion talismans and iron essences in it, but it could be used as a flying sword to kill enemies too. It was almost impossible to find another weapon with such power on other golden core cultivators. Shen Tian had much higher cultivation than the monsters, as well as a spirit artifact. As such, the blood mosquitoes could only be tortured by him despite their numbers. However, as Shen Tian killed more blood mosquitoes, he started to frown deeper. The mosquito demon was still hidden in the dark, observing everything. Honestly, Shen Tian was in a hurry as the sun would rise in just a couple of hours. Then, an idea came into his mind, and he slowed down the rate he was throwing the lightning explosion talismans. At the same time, he controlled his spirit chi to allow his azure dragon armor to look dimmer. He staggered toward the edge of the city wall and supported his weight with his hand on the wall. He looked very pale and was greatly exhausted. The Foundation Establishment cultivators beside him were very worried. Immortal Senior, you should take a break. Yes, that's right. You are our last hope. We will guard the fortress for now. Please get some rest first. The mosquito demon is not here yet. You need to preserve your energy. Leave it to us, Immortal Senior. We will stop all the blood mosquitoes. Shen Tian nodded and slowly sat down with a pile of spirit stones. He cast his lotus shooting gun every few minutes to attack the blood mosquitoes. The mosquitoes had a very fast response speed, so the attacks from normal Foundation Establishment cultivators mostly missed. As for the Chi Refinement Guard's arrows, they were even less threatening for them. Contrary, Shen Tian was so accurate that his gun never missed a single target. One Foundation Establishment blood mosquito would meet its death with every shot Shen Tian fired. The Black Lotus shooting gun was soon dyed red by the mosquito's blood. Nonetheless, the more Shen Tian attacked, the paler his face turned. There was a limit to the amount of dharmic powers and spirit chi in a cultivator. Many sects would let the weaker cultivators attack their powerful targets first. This could weaken the target so that the opponent could not have the full power when they launched the main attack. Shen Tian wanted the mosquito demon to believe that he was exhausted from the fight with the blood mosquitoes. He was still holding 3 lightning explosion talismans, but he was too tired to use them. The azure dragon armor also started to disappear slowly at the same time. Shen Tian looked like he was at his limit, So the blood mosquitoes stopped their suicide attacks and made a path in the middle. Then, a huge blood mosquito appeared among them. There were 3 sets of wings on its back, and the generated wind was incredibly strong. It looked at Black Mountain City before staring at Shen Tian with its eyes. Everyone in the city felt despair after seeing the mosquito demon, especially the Foundation establishment cultivators. They could feel that the demon had gotten much stronger now. How did it manage to do it in such a short duration? It has the strength of a golden core cultivator now. Initially, Immortal Senior could handle the demon without a problem. However, he was so exhausted now. Who else could they depend on to stop this blood-sucking monster? The mosquito looked down at all the people and spoke in the human language. "I'm back. I'll take my revenge. All of you need to die." It looked at the Azure Dragon array and scoffed. It opened its mouth, revealing a red spear, which looked like the mosquito's proboscis. It was evidently a special weapon forged by its blood. It was common practice for many demons to use their body parts as models for their weapons. However, no one could understand why this blood mosquito demon had a special weapon. It was merely a chi refinement a few weeks ago. How could it have forged a special weapon and reached core formation in such a short time? Was it one of the demon race's geniuses? Was it having fun with them now? Before they could obtain an answer, the demon started attacking the array. The spear had nomological powers, and it was more terrifying than sword kinesis. When it touched the protective shield, a hole was torn immediately. The divine lightning tried to break the spear but failed, and in but an instant, the blood mosquito was inside the array formation. After it entered the city, it transformed into a red-robed man with a bloody spear in hand and smirked at Shen Tian. "Not bad. Not bad. You are powerful for a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, humans are too weak. You guys have more privileges than us but are way more stupid. Why did you waste so many lightning explosion talismans just to save those useless men? What a waste. All these men are my loot. No one is going to escape." Then, the man said in a threatening voice, "You will be the first." He turned into a red shadow and went for Shen Tian. The other Foundation establishment cultivators tried to stop the demon, but they were too slow. The man appeared in front of Shen Tian in less than a second. His spear was an inch away from Shen Tian, and it was going to penetrate him at any moment. At that moment, Shen Tian opened his eyes, and his lotus shooting gun blocked the attack in the nick of time. "Still want to struggle?" The blood mosquito demon scoffed before waving his spear and smacking it on the lotus shooting gun. In the next instant, he felt something was wrong, but it was too late. A lotus flower suddenly appeared on the lotus shooting gun's tip, while a green vine shot out from underground and grabbed on the demon's legs tightly. What's more, the lotus flower shot out an incredibly fast object. Nonetheless, the blood mosquito demon reacted quickly and managed to block the laser-like attack with his spear. Clang! The blood mosquito demon knew something was not right after stopping the attack. This penetration weapon pin's power was way beyond his imagination. After blocking the first pin, the demon's entire body was shaking, and his grip on the spear loosened. To his surprise, the lotus flower started spinning again and shot out another pin. Damn! What kind of weapon is this? It can reload so fast? So unfair. The blood mosquito demon focused and prepared to block the second attack. It's okay. If I can block one, I can block the second one too. Unfortunately, the blood mosquito demon fell in despair in the next second as he saw Shen Tian had a stack of lightning explosion talismans in his hand. Shen Tian smiled and said, "You are in my range." Boom! All the talisman flew out and exploded at the same time. The place was set aflame in a second, and many body parts were strewn all over the floor. The initially astonished cultivators were overjoyed when they processed what happened. However, Shen Tian knew that it was far from over. The blood mosquitoes were still outside of the city. Chapter 189, See Who Sucks Who Dry. The Black Mountain City Lord walked toward Shen Tian, his expression extremely respectful. He said seriously, "Immortal Senior, please accept a kowtow from me for helping our city to solve the blood mosquito demon crisis, saving the city from misery." After finishing, the city lord actually directly knelt down toward Shen Tian. Shen Tian smiled as he stretched out his hand to lift up the city lord. "Don't kneel. You need to give money even if you knelt." Give money?" The Black Mountain City Lord staggered and nearly collapsed to the ground. "Immortal Senior, we really do not have enough to repay you." Not to mention how high the Immortal Senior's appearance fee for slaying the blood mosquito demon was, just the value of the lightning explosion talisman that Shen Tian had used was enough to buy the entire Black Mountain City with remaining to spare. The whole city bears a debt of gratitude for saving everyone in the whole Black Mountain City. But for your loss in the use of lightning talisman, we really cannot afford it. Even if you sold me, the city lord, there wouldn't be enough. Seeing the Black Mountain City lord's terrified expression, Shen Tian's face slightly darkened. You can't afford it? Why place a bounty if you can't afford to pay the 10,000 taels of silver? I've done all that for nothing? Huh? 10,000 taels of silver? The city lord was dumbstruck. What? 10,000 taels of silver? So the payment that Immortal Senior is talking about is just 10,000 taels of silver? Shen Tian looked at the city lord as if he was looking at an idiot. What else did you think it was? You placed a bounty, offering money. I completed the task, so I want my reward. Is there any problem? The city lord was rendered speechless. So Immortal Senior, the payment you want is 10,000 taels of silver? Just this much? The 10,000 taels of silver can only be exchanged for 10 spirit stones. This amount is not even enough to buy one lightning explosion talisman, you know? You've spent such a fortune to slay the blood mosquito demon just for this bit of bounty reward? No. Immortal Senior is definitely not this dumb. There must be a deeper meaning. Right. Immortal Senior is taking care of our Black Mountain City's dignity. He's using just 10,000 taels of silver to alleviate the tension. No wonder he's an Immortal Senior from Big Dipper City. Not only are his moral compass and wisdom great, but he's also compassionate. He's doing so to prevent us from feeling guilty and ashamed. I've understood. At that thought, the city lord said respectfully, please wait a moment, Immortal Senior. I'll immediately go and bring you 10,000 taels of silver. Shen Tian shook his head and looked outside the city. There's no need to hurry. That demon has not died yet. The demon is not dead yet? The city lord became anxious and hurriedly looked outside the city only to see that blood mist was rising from the plains outside the city. Drops of blood were rapidly gathering from blood mosquitoes' carcasses, and immense pressure engulfed the entire Black Mountain City. It was at least 10 times more fearsome than when the blood mosquito demon appeared. A man wearing a blood-red robe appeared outside the Azure Dragon Alpha Ray. He held a crimson spear and was emitting killing intent. His appearance was exactly the same as the blood mosquito demon, but his aura was much more powerful than the deceased blood mosquito demon. He looked at Shen Tian coldly as if he was looking at a dead person, his killing intent dreadful. Detestable human, you actually dared to kill my child. I'll definitely suck you dry today. Supremacy Blood Mosquito instantly shot toward the city as he spoke, leaving a trail of bloody light. The crimson spear he held instantly tore an opening in the Azure Dragon lightning array. The array was actually unable to even stop him for a moment. Supremacy Blood Mosquito had scarlet eyes as he glared straight at Shen Tian. He hated Shen Tian to his core. The blood mosquito demon Shen Tian had killed was not his actual child, it was even more important than his blood-related child, however. Supremacy Blood Mosquito had commanded this swarm of blood mosquitoes to attack Black Mountain City to obtain the blood of the entire city's cultivators and then use it to feed the Golden Core blood mosquito demon. The previous few times they had attacked Black Mountain City was just on a small scale, and they had not caused lots of trouble. Thus, even if Black Mountain City had requested reinforcements, they would at most send a Golden Core 3rd refinement stage cultivator. Supremacy Blood Mosquito could effortlessly deal with that kind of reinforcement and even suck the person dry for nourishment. Since Big Dipper City's nascent soul cultivators were not as common as marketplace cabbages, how would they possibly send them to Black Mountain City just to slay an almost Golden Core mosquito demon? However, Supremacy Blood Mosquito had never expected Shen Tian to suddenly appear. Although Shen Tian's cultivation level had not reached the Golden Core stage, he had numerous treasures, such as supreme-grade lightning explosion talismans. Most cultivators would use them as their aces up their sleeves to save their lives in emergencies. On the other hand, this human cultivator just used them as his normal attacks, even throwing them stacks of them each time. Even Golden Core cultivators would be intimidated when facing such an attack. Even so, it was not to the point where the blood mosquito demon would instantly die. It was mainly due to Shen Tian, who was too cunning. In the beginning, he had taken the blood mosquito demon by surprise by using the lotus shooting gun to attack it, and then he even used the divine devouring vine to bind and control it. The vine's toughness was so strong that even a golden core blood mosquito demon was unable to struggle free. Thus, the lightning explosion talisman's explosion sent it to the grave. It faced death so fast that Supremacy Blood Mosquito didn't have the time to try saving it. Supremacy Blood Mosquito stared right at Shen Tian and could sense that the vine was by no means ordinary. It might be the legendary extraordinary item, Spirit Wood. At that thought, Supremacy Blood Mosquito revealed fervent enthusiasm. If it really is a Spirit Wood item, then killing this kid might be able to make up for my loss. While thinking that, Supremacy Blood Mosquito charged into the city, appeared before Shen Tian, and stabbed the crimson spear toward him. In an instant, bloodlust filled the sky while a strong scent of blood pervaded the walls. The smell made one want to vomit. Supremacy Blood Mosquito had a hideous smile as he could almost see the scene of Shen Tian being pierced by his blood god spear, then groaning and begging for mercy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Tian, who had seen Supremacy Blood Mosquito rapidly closing the distance, was as if he had been dumbstruck by fear. He did not move at all. Supremacy Blood Mosquito scorned in his mind, he's indeed a fledgling, green and inexperienced. He is facing a life-or-death situation, yet he is so scared that he forgot to dodge. Haha, foolish human, die. I am going to suck you dry. The crimson spear's tip, engulfed in dense bloodlust, distorted and shattered space. The stab's power was formidable. Under Supremacy Blood Mosquito's staring gaze, the blood god spear heavily struck Shen Tian's chest. However, the scene of the blood god spear piercing through Shen Tian, which he had been playing in his mind all this time, did not become a reality. Instead, a radiant golden 8-trigram symbol suddenly appeared on Shen Tian's chest. It kept on twirling and forming a powerful force of attraction. Not only could it block the spear's strike, but it also sucked the blood god spear Supremacy Blood Mosquito was holding tightly, so much so he could not pull the spear back and retreat. It got sucked in. Supremacy Blood Mosquito was astounded. How could this be possible? How could a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator be able to use his chest to block my blood god spear? Is this guy's chest made of immortal metal? Golden armor parts started appearing around Shen Tian one after the other, completely covering him from head to toe, making him look extremely valiant and impressive. The sky was currently tinged crimson. When the first ray of sunlight shone on his battle armor, Shen Tian seemed radiant under the sunlight. In that instant, it was as if Shen Tian was the god of war. Shen Tian facing the bewildered Supremacy Blood Mosquito and smiled. At last, you have finally appeared. While speaking, Shen Tian suddenly grabbed the blood god spear, not allowing Supremacy Blood Mosquito to pull it back. At the same time, a greenish-black rope flew out from Shen Tian, rapidly entangling Supremacy Blood Mosquito's body. That was a divine binding rope forged with a nascent soul divine binding vine. It was able to bind nascent soul cultivators. Struggling free was a challenging issue. Although it was unable to trap this nascent soul blood mosquito for too long under Shen Tian's control, he just needed this short moment. Originally, given Supremacy Blood Mosquito's speed, if not for him being reluctant to let go of his spear, it would be way more challenging to use the divine binding rope to imprison him. However, after a wrong decision, it was not that simple for Supremacy Blood Mosquito to escape anymore. The nascent soul divine binding rope bound Supremacy Blood Mosquito's arms while Emerald Divine Devouring Vine shot out of the ground and tied up his legs. A familiar scene replayed itself as countless yin-yang lightning explosion talismans flew towards Supremacy Blood Mosquito without caring about the cost. Supremacy Blood Mosquito scoffed. Did you think the same trick would work on me? Laughable. Blood God Domain. Supremacy Blood Mosquito snarled, and his whole body shone with an intense red light. Countless yin-yang lightning explosion talismans exploded on Supremacy Blood Mosquito's body surface, but the Blood God Domain blocked them all. Thus, Supremacy Blood Mosquito wasn't harmed at all. These lightning explosion talismans were only meant to deal with Foundation Establishment cultivators, and only by stacking plenty of them would they be able to kill Golden Core cultivators. Thus, before this nascent soul blood mosquito, they were somewhat lacking. Supremacy Blood Mosquito roared, and the divine binding rope tying him up loosened slightly. It was evidently unable to last any longer. Human, I admit you're quite cunning and full of treasures. Supremacy Blood Mosquito looked at Shen Tian greedily. It's a pity that your cultivation level is just too low. It's too much of a waste that you have these supreme treasures. Give up on resisting and just die. Seeing that you contributed this many supreme treasures to me, I can keep your corpse intact. That's right. Your battle armor was actually able to block my all-out strike. Only I am worthy of wearing such a supreme treasure. After you die, I'll treat it well." Hundreds of lightning explosion talisman exploded and bombarded the domain barrier protecting Supremacy Blood Mosquito's body. This resulted in the Supremacy Blood Mosquito's barrier becoming much thinner. Unfortunately, it was unable to completely destroy the Blood God domain. This layer of barrier was just too strong. Supremacy Blood Mosquito looked at Shen Tian arrogantly as he was about to completely free himself from the divine binding rope and kill Shen Tian. However, shortly after, the arrogant smile on his face froze. Fuck you. Supremacy Blood Mosquito saw that 8 short black guns floated behind Shen Tian, simultaneously pointing at him together with the Lotus shooting gun. If that were not enough, Shen Tian threw more lightning explosion talismans at Supremacy Blood Mosquito without minding the cost. At a rough calculation, there were 300-500 talismans. Nevertheless, they did not inflict lethal blows. They only served to continuously weaken the Blood God domain protecting Supremacy Blood Mosquito. The fatal blow was a sackcloth-wearing stalwart figure floating behind Shen Tian. That middle-aged man held a broadsword and slowly slashed down. Sword Venerable Long River Sword Intent swayed even the heavens and earth as an invincible blade aura suddenly appeared in the sky. In an instant, it divided into 2, and then 3. Soon, there were millions of them. The blade aura actually formed a long river, which surged towards Supremacy Blood Mosquito. If Supremacy Blood Mosquito was in his prime condition, he would have the chance to block this attack. He would at most be injured heavily. Unfortunately, he had yet to completely break free from his restraints, and the Blood God domain around him had also been weakened to the extreme due to the repeated explosions. Thus, when facing Sword Venerable Long River Sword Intent, released by the Sword Master Token Sword Spirit, how could he resist? The river of Blade Aura instantly swallowed him. Although Shen Tian was also within the river of Blade Aura's range, his Long Yuan divine armor emitted a radiant glow. He was not afraid the Blade Aura would accidentally injure him as his armor was stacked thick enough. As long as Shen Tian's dharmic power was not depleted, even if he wore the Long Yuan divine armor and stood there for Supremacy Blood Mosquito to attack, the latter could not injure him at all. This was his source of confidence and the reason he was not afraid to face Supremacy Blood Mosquito. After the long river of Blade Aura faded, Supremacy Blood Mosquito's multi-sliced and bloodied body appeared. Only his head could be still counted complete as a reddish-gold piece of paper was protecting it. He had barely managed to survive. When the Blade Aura disappeared, that head hurriedly kept away the reddish-gold piece of paper and wanted to escape. However, how could Shen Tian possibly mess up a sure thing? The purple golden hammer suddenly appeared in his right hand. In the next instant, he enlarged it by 10 times and hammered it down. Duang! In mid-air, Shen Tian smashed Supremacy Blood Mosquito's head to the ground. His whole head was completely muddled. A long emerald vine suddenly shot out of Shen Tian's left hand and bound the Supremacy Blood Mosquito's head like a huge rice dumpling. Meanwhile, Shen Tian also grabbed the reddish-gold piece of paper, which was surprisingly heavy. Through a rough estimate, the reddish-gold piece of paper's weight was at least hundreds of kilograms and above. Shen Tian let out a satisfied smile upon seeing the reddish-gold piece of paper. He had come all the way to Black Mountain City for this. Now that the treasure was in his hands and the Big Dipper Saint had yet to arrive, it could be said that he had succeeded. After controlling the divine devouring vine to pull Supremacy Blood Mosquito's head into his hand, he gently hefted the head. Supremacy Blood Mosquito was filled with resentment and indignation. "I would rather die than be humiliated. Human, you dare to be this disrespectful." "Disrespectful? You, a demon, are talking about respect? Didn't you want to pierce me with your spear just now?" Shen Tian grinned and stuffed the divine devouring vine into Supremacy Blood Mosquito's mouth. "Didn't you say that you wanted to suck me dry earlier? I'll let you suck now. I want to see if you are going to suck me dry, or I am going to suck you dry. MHM. MHMHM. MHMHMHM. Supremacy Blood Mosquito cried tears of humiliation and struggle. At the same time, 50 kilometers away from Black Mountain City, the Big Dipper Saint was sitting cross-legged on a star chariot. His nascent soul cultivation had recently been unstable, so he wanted to find some demon to vent. In the past few days, the Big Dipper Saint had basically accepted most of the missions that had to do with slaying nascent soul demons. Thus, he was heading to Black Mountain City today to kill the Blood Mosquito demon. Frankly speaking, he really did not think that a mere Blood Mosquito demon, a step away from the golden core stage, was worth it for him to go personally. The main reason why he was specially going to slay the demon was that the blood mosquito demon's cultivation speed was unnaturally fast. In the short span of 3 to 4 months, the previously chi refinement demon had almost stepped into the golden core stage. As such, that made the Big Dipper Saint curious. Was it possible that this demon had encountered some fortuitous opportunity? Since he was free, the Big Dipper Saint had decided to head there. Surprisingly, as he neared Black Mountain City, the Big Dipper Saint suddenly felt like something was wrong. A thick malicious intent surged throughout his body, making his heart skip a beat. It was as if something bad was about to happen, and such a feeling was vaguely familiar. The Big Dipper Saint could not help but be on guard. Nonetheless, after careful consideration, what could just a golden core demon do to him? It must be that he was stimulated by the divine firmament sacred grounds genius saint, and his mental state had yet to recover. I have to hurry to find some weak demons to bully and reclaim my superiority. Only then can I recover my heart of invincibility as soon as possible. That's right, that's the plan. Thinking till here, the Big Dipper Saint chanted a special incantation, and then the star chariot's speed increased greatly. Chapter 190, Unregulated Driving, Saint End Up in Tears. The star chariot advanced at maximum speed under the early morning's misty first glimmerings. The 4 single-horned flying horses pulling the chariot were all mutated, and they had a single silver horn. As the morning light shone on the single-horned flying horses and vaguely reflected the stars, they seemed to be exceptionally pretty. The Big Dipper Saint had especially changed his chariot after breaking through to the nascent soul stage, as it also represented the saint's image. The star chariot traveled at its maximum speed, which could reach 100 miles in just a moment. Just when Shen Tian neared Black Mountain City, his face suddenly turned solemn because all he could see was the color red, which was the swarm of blood mosquitoes. They were as concentrated as torrential rain, surrounding Black Mountain City from outside. It was a ghastly sight. Such audacity! There are actually demons that dare to attack the cities under my Big Dipper sacred grounds protection. Shen Tian's eyes turned cold and emitted a murderous intent. He did not really mind demons killing humans, as in Eastern Wilderness, that phenomenon was just too common. However, Black Mountain City was one of Big Dipper's vassal cities. As such, these blood mosquitoes surrounding and attacking Black Mountain City were akin to violating Big Dipper's dignity. They deserved death. Also, Shen Tian had his own considerations. Although he was the Big Dipper sacred ground saint, his current status within the sect was not very high. That was because he would always follow the Purple Mansion Saint as if he were the Purple Mansion Saint's vassal. He had put himself too low. In addition, the Big Dipper sacred ground did not lack geniuses, and the majority of them was only slightly weaker than him. They could all threaten his status, so Shen Tian felt extremely insecure. Although the Purple Mansion Saint could provide some sense of security, it was still not enough. Therefore, Shen Tian had to do some things by himself, such as fighting to control public opinion. Black Mountain City's calamity, the blood mosquitoes sieging it, was a good opportunity to accomplish that. Initially, it was destined that the city would be strewn with corpses, and blood would flow like a river today. However, due to the timely appearance of Shen Tian, Big Dipper's saint, he would wipe out the demons in time and save the millions of mortals in the city, an irrefutable deed of beneficence on his part. Although such a thing would not benefit his Big Dipper sacred ground materially, it could allow the sense of belonging of the cities under it to increase. Meanwhile, Shen Tian, who saved the people, would definitely be praised by the sect's elders. It may just be symbolic praise, but it was better than nothing. Thinking till here, Shen Tian was so excited that even his nascent soul felt thrilled. With the Big Dipper sword in his hands and riding the star chariot, he charged toward the densely gathered swarm of blood mosquitoes at full speed. Starlight from the ninth sphere of heavens, become my sword. With the Big Dipper as a guide, unleash your everlasting brilliant light. The star chariot instantly charged into the swarm of blood mosquitoes. Shen Tian stood on the chariot upright, and the long sword in his hands released tens of radiant sword auras. Those sword auras slew countless blood mosquitoes, which fell to the ground, showing their impressiveness. Shen Tian revealed a proud expression, but just as he was about to say something to show off in front of Black Mountain City's residents, he suddenly felt the chariot under him shake violently. The 4 single-horned flying horses started convulsing crazily and let out a tragic neigh in the next second. Neigh hh. Their fur, which was originally as white as snow, turned pitch black and stood upright as if they were burnt mutts. It turned out that the swarm of blood mosquitoes was too densely packed and blocked the divine firmament's azure dragon array, which covered the city. The 4 single-horned flying horses wanted to charge through the blockade of blood mosquitoes, so they did not reduce the speed at all. Thus, after they penetrated the swarm of blood mosquitoes like a hot knife cutting through butter, they directly collided with the array's protective barrier. These 4 single-horned flying horses were of the most supreme grade star unicorn species. They had an exceptional appearance, and their speed could be compared to those in the peak of the Golden Core stage. However, their battle power was only equal to cultivators at the Foundation Establishment stage's peak, or even weaker. Meanwhile, after Shen Tian had subdued Supremacy Blood Mosquito, the swarm of blood mosquitoes outside the city had turned even crazier. Thus, Shen Tian could only activate the Azure Dragon Array without any other choice to the maximum output, not holding back anymore. Even a Golden Core 3rd Refinement Stage cultivator would be severely injured by forcibly barging into a lightning array formation, at full power, not to mention just 4 single-horned flying horses. When Shen Tian realized that and wanted to save the 4 single-horned flying horses, those 4 supreme-grade flying horses with noble bloodlines had already started to emit the nice scent of meat. Yep, it's quite a fragrant scent. Shen Tian was in unimaginable pain due to his loss. One had to know those were single-horned flying horses with pure star unicorn bloodlines, as they were direct descendants. They may be in the Foundation Establishment stage, but they had the potential to reach the Golden Core stage. If they were fed well, they might even reach the Nascent Soul stage. Even if these 4 single-horned flying horses were still in their infancy stage, Shen Tian had spent a large amount of money to barely be able to buy them. It was all to rear and feed them so they could grow up in the future. Then, he would be able to ride them and go out, showing off as a saint. Thus, the opposition voices in the sacred ground would also decrease greatly. Naturally, Shen Tian had never expected for his horses to collide with an array just after buying them for a few days. The 4 treasured horses were all burnt by the lightning until they were tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. Their delicious scent could be smelled from 10 miles away. No matter how positive Shen Tian was, he knew that there was no hope to save his treasured horses. He could only be full of tears. Not only so, the chariot, which Shen Tian had specially decorated gorgeously, had directly collided with the maximum output Azure Dragon Array. Originally, the Azure Dragon Array was already struggling to endure the blood mosquito's attacks. Now that a chariot, made of spirit gold, collided with it at such speed, the whole Azure Dragon Array shattered, and the chariot also exploded into pieces by the last remaining power of the array. Upon sensing the resentful stares from the people in the city, Shen Tian was completely astounded. Who am I? Where am I? Why is there an array here? My horses. Why are they burnt and emitting a fragrant scent? Shen Tian stood there blankly and doubted himself. Meanwhile, Shen Tian did not have that much time, as the blood mosquito swarm had already entered the city. If those blood mosquitoes, which could cover the sky, had their way with the mortals in the city, then there would be corpses strewn everywhere. Although he could defeat Supremacy Blood Mosquito head-on, he could only protect himself in the swarm of blood mosquitoes. In a short time, 100,000 to 1 million blood mosquitoes had surged into the city. Even he found it impossible to annihilate them all in an instant. Shen Tian started to rack his brain and suddenly knocked the hammer onto Supremacy Blood Mosquito's head. I know you definitely have a way to make all these blood mosquitoes retreat. Hurry up. If not, I'll kill you now. At present, not only had the divine devouring vine tied up Supremacy Blood Mosquito's head like a rice dumpling, but it had also entered his mouth and restrained his nascent soul. He looked at Shen Tian with resentment and sent a message using his spiritual power. As long as you swear not to kill me, I will immediately make them leave. Shen Tian's mouth twitched. Hey, you still dare to threaten me? All right, I swear that as long as you order all these blood mosquitoes to leave, I won't kill you. Supremacy Blood Mosquito thought for a moment. You can't order other people to kill me either. Shen Tian hammered Supremacy Blood Mosquito's head. Why do you have so effing much to say? I swear, do it already. Make those blood mosquitoes scram, or else I'll kill you and then wipe out those blood mosquitoes. At most, I'll have to use my ace up my sleeve. You still effing have an ace up your sleeve? Supremacy Blood Mosquito fell in despair upon hearing Shen Tian's words. You're just a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Forget the fact that you can defeat a Golden Core cultivator, you still have 2 extraordinary items, Absolute Water and Spirit Wood, on you. Coupled with your divine armor and that sword token, Even a nascent soul cultivator could be killed by you. And you're still telling me these are not all of your aces up your sleeves? Supremacy Blood Mosquito admitted defeat. What else could he do after encountering such a powerful and ruthless person? Remove that vine from my mouth first. Otherwise, I won't be able to use my mystic technique. Shen Tian nodded and released the divine devouring vine, which was binding Supremacy Blood Mosquito. However, he did not fully trust Supremacy Blood Mosquito, so he still aimed his lotus shooting gun and 8 yin-yang demon penetrating guns at Supremacy Blood Mosquito. If he dared to try anything, Shen Tian would swiftly kill him. Supremacy Blood Mosquito did not try anything as he used his divine consciousness to release a special wave. The blood mosquitoes that had charged into the city and were fighting with the cultivators and mortals suddenly stopped attacking. They flapped their wings and flew outside the city, disappearing without a trace. Shen Tian nodded in satisfaction. Then his divine devouring vine stuffed itself into Supremacy Blood Mosquito's mouth again and reached the area between his brows to tightly bind his nascent soul. Supremacy Blood Mosquito. He took a deep breath. Didn't you say that you wouldn't kill me as long as I made those blood mosquitoes leave? Shen Tian rolled his eyes. Did I kill you? Supremacy Blood Mosquito's mouth, which was stuffed full by the divine devouring vine, twitched. What Shen Tian said did seem to make sense. Fuck. Why didn't I force this kid to let me go just now? Damn it. He's actually playing such low-level word game with me. Humans are indeed cunning. It's good that I still have something prepared. Supremacy Blood Mosquito forced a smile and said, Immortal Senior, don't you want to know what treasure is that reddish gold paper? Shen Tian's mouth twitched. He already knew what was going to happen, so he had no anticipation at all. I don't want to know. Supremacy Blood Mosquito was stunned. He laughed dryly and said, Immortal Senior, please hear me out. I promise that you will definitely be interested after you listen. This piece of reddish gold paper is not a normal item. It's the supreme technique, Blood God Sutra, that great sage Blood River had relied on to rule over the entire eastern wilderness and become famous 10,000 years ago. Shen Tian was bored. Oh. So what? Supremacy Blood Mosquito nearly went crazy. Just who is this person? Fuck. Great Sage Blood River was a great sage. Only a sage that succeeded in transcending the 9 lightning tribulation could have the qualifications to be named as a great sage. Also, Great Sage Blood River was a presence who had unparalleled fame and was highly distinguished even amongst other great sages. He actually does not care about the ace up the sleeve of such a super-powerful being? Is it possible that he is the Tark's son? Supremacy Blood Mosquito cursed in his heart, but to escape, he still forcibly said, Immortal Senior, you might be unaware, but this Blood God Sutra is extraordinary. It can split your consciousness and blood to create a clone. In addition, the aura of the clone is exactly the same as yours. It's equal to having another life that the original consciousness can completely control. Even a cultivator with a cultivation level much higher than you would find it hard to differentiate. That golden core blood mosquito you killed earlier was actually my clone. As Supremacy Blood Mosquito spoke, he stared straight at Shen Tian's face, hoping to be able to see Shen Tian reveal a surprised and moved expression. If that was so, then he would have room for negotiations as the Blood God Sutra had a total of 2 pages. The page he had previously in his hand was just the foundation, and there was another page hidden in a place only he knew. As long as Shen Tian showed interest in this peerless inheritance, Supremacy Blood Mosquito could take advantage of the chance to make Shen Tian swear again. This time, he had to try his best to guarantee that Shen Tian would not be able to take advantage of him anymore. However, what made Supremacy Blood Mosquito disappointed was that Shen Tian only took out a rosary bead and kept on fiddling with it. His expression was cold, as if he was not at all interested in the Blood God Sutra Supremacy Blood Mosquito had mentioned. Finally, when Supremacy Blood Mosquito was about to fall in despair yet again, Shen Tian gradually opened his mouth. You just want to tell me that the Blood God Sutra's page I have is incomplete. And, as long as I swear to let you go, you'll give me the remaining Blood God Sutra, right? Supremacy Blood Mosquito was astounded. How did you know? Shen Tian smiled mysteriously. Why do I know? That's because I have seen this scene already. Shen Tian had seen in Chen Zhongyan's halo that the latter had encountered Supremacy Blood Mosquito, who was about to annihilate Black Mountain City. Before Chen Zhongyan reached the nascent soul stage, he had been in the Golden Core 8 refinement stage. Thus, even though he had just broken through to the nascent soul stage, His strength was not something Supremacy Blood Mosquito could even start to compare. He had easily killed the Golden Core Blood Mosquito demon clone and detected Supremacy Blood Mosquito, who was hiding in a corner. After Shen Tian had defeated and captured Supremacy Blood Mosquito, the latter used the Blood God Sutra to negotiate. In the end, Shen Tian had agreed to Supremacy Blood Mosquito's request and let him go. Of course, the precondition was that Supremacy Blood Mosquito had to swear he would not teach the Blood God Sutra to anyone. Shen Tian would not comment on the fact that Shen Tian had let Supremacy Blood Mosquito, a demon that had committed numerous evil deeds and killed countless people, go for a peerless mystic technique. Nonetheless, since Shen Tian already knew where the Blood God Sutra's other page was, he naturally would not be tempted by Supremacy Blood Mosquito's conditions and let him go. Sure, finish him. A mournful gorgeous female ghost gradually appeared from within the Heritai rosary beads. She held the lotus shooting gun in her hands and stabbed it between the Supremacy Blood Mosquito's brows vigorously, activating the array formation. Boom! A penetration weapon pin directly pierced through Supremacy Blood Mosquito's nascent soul, tearing it into pieces. Supremacy Blood Mosquito was filled with resentment and hatred. You swore that you wouldn't order other people to kill me. Shen Tian turned to look at the Black Mountain City coldly. Although the order to make the swarm of blood mosquitoes leave was timely, quite the number of people had been injured or died within the city in just that few minutes. While smelling the scent of blood in the air, Shen Tian fiddled with the Heritai rosary beads coldly. Sure, you tell him. The red-clothed female ghost slowly pulled back the lotus shooting gun with a smile that made her seem perfectly harmless. Jur is not a person. I am a female ghost. Humans are too cunning. Supremacy Blood Mosquito widened his eyes, his consciousness rapidly disappearing. He did not know even until death why such an extremely precious supreme inheritance as the Blood God Sutra did not move the human in front of him. Is it possible that in this idiot's mind, the lives of those mortals are more important than a peerless immortal sutra? Unfortunately, Supremacy Blood Mosquito's doubts would never be cleared. He still died in the end, under Jur's gun, his grudge never to be resolved. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Tian was completely dumbstruck. He watched everything that unfolded in Black Mountain City blankly, and he was having a headache at that moment. What did I do? There's originally a lightning array formation protecting Black Mountain City? I actually rode the Star Chariot and directly destroyed the array? Not only did my 4 single-horned flying horses die in vain, and my spirit gold chariot get destroyed, but I also caused injuries and deaths? Fuck. Why didn't I use my spiritual power to examine the road before charging? If the people in the sacred ground hear about this, won't I become a joke? Shen Tian broke down upon hearing the countless whispers and seeing the people's pointing fingers in the city. What's worse, Shen Tian suddenly saw a familiar figure. It's him. It's him. It's actually him. In that instant, Shen Tian's mental breakdown worsened. Chapter 191, The Big Dipper Saint. Also cracked. The Big Dipper Saint saw Shen Tian. Currently, everyone flocked around Shen Tian as he had killed Supremacy Blood Mosquito. The surrounding young men looked at Shen Tian with eyes full of admiration while countless women looked at Shen Tian with eyes full of tender affection. Shen Tian instantly turned green with envy. This glory and respect was originally treatment he should have received instead. Because I was a tad late, I lost the chance to increase my reputation just like that? Why aren't you, the Divine Firmament Saint, at your sacred ground, cultivating? You suddenly had to run here, a land affiliated to my Big Dipper sacred ground? Naturally, Shen Tian was filled with resentment. Jur, who was beside Shen Tian, frowned. Master, that powerful person has a lot of resentment. Resentment? Shen Tian looked at Shen Tian, and his lips twitched. Fuck. You're the one that drove a chariot right up to my array. It's already very good that I don't make you take responsibility for breaking my array and ask for compensation. Yet, you still resent me? However, upon seeing that Shen Tian's originally golden halo had emitted red light now, Shen Tian felt that he should be broad-minded and the bigger person. Things like provoking or attracting hatred were just too childish. The best course of action was to retreat after obtaining benefits, then secretly develop and grow stronger. Since Black Mountain City's calamity had been resolved and he had already obtained Supremacy Blood Mosquito's Sutra, Shen Tian decided to leave. Unexpectedly, before doing so, he suddenly saw a frail figure rushing toward Shen Tian. Damn Bast Road. Initially, There was no danger anymore, yet you just had to destroy the array. Shameless traitor. Return my mother's life to me. That was an early-stage Foundation establishment young cultivator. In Black Mountain City, he could be said to have a rare cultivation talent, no weaker than Shen Tian. Nonetheless, before Fang Chang, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator was just too weak. Fang Chang's eyes betrayed a shred of ruthlessness. It had not been long since he had broken through to the nascent soul stage, so he was in a state in which his emotions were the most unstable. Shen Tian had already ruffled his feathers a few days ago, and he even snatched his opportunity to increase his reputation today. Not to mention he had crashed his chariot. Fang Chang was still feeling aggrieved and upset. What's worse, his mental demons were about to appear too. Under such circumstances, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator actually dared to attack and provoke him? You're courting death. Do you think I don't dare to kill people? Blood rushed up in Fang Chang's head. He gradually lifted his right hand and pointed it at the young man. In an instant, the young man, charging at Fang Chang with sword kinesis flight, was locked in the air by an invisible force. Fang Chang coldly flicked his finger, and a starlight sword aura was suddenly shot out, aiming at the young man's dantian. If that sword aura landed, even if that young man could survive, his dantian would shatter. He would become a cripple. The young man glared at Fang Chang. He did not fear death at all. He and his mother depended on each other. The young man had found an opportunity to cultivate after much difficulty, allowing him to provide a good life to his mother. Unfortunately, they had encountered the blood mosquitoes attacking the city. The young man had been on the city wall, risking his life to kill the enemies all this time. After much difficulty, he had managed to last until Shen Tian caught supremacy blood mosquito, a breath away from resolving this calamity. However, such an idiot riding on his chariot had to appear and crash against the divine firmament azure dragon array, directly destroying it and allowing the swarm of blood mosquitoes in. The young man's mother had also been near the city walls. So it didn't take long for a blood mosquito to directly suck half of her whole body's blood. Seeing that his mother was on the verge of death and could not be saved at all, the young man fell into despair. Thus, how was it possible that he could continue enduring? If I die, then I die. It's a pity I am incompetent and unable to take revenge for my mother. If there's a next life, I'll definitely take revenge. Liang Chen gradually closed his eyes, but the impending bout of pain did not come. A golden flash of lightning appeared in front of Liang Chen and crushed Fang Chang's starlight sword aura. Shen Tian, in his long Yuan divine armor, had a gentle smile on his face. Big Dipper Saint, you don't need to be this ruthless, right? Fang Chang's face turned serious as Shen Tian's mixed lightning fist's timing was quite accurate. It was not that simple to intercept a swift sword aura in mid-air. At least, one had to have a strong judgment ability. Fang Chang said coldly, this person offended me, a nascent soul cultivator, and attacked me. It can't be that the Saint of Divine Firmament wants to protect him? Senior brother replied helplessly, this person just lost his close kin. It's natural for him to be angry. Senior brother Chen, could you give me face and spare his life? Frankly speaking, Fang Chang's mindset of being superior was extremely common in every world. Superior people did not need to care about the normal people at the bottom. However, Shen Tian had not transmigrated for long, and his values were different from Fang Chang. Of course, there was another reason, the halo above Liang Chen's head was red with a green light. Although the current Shen Tian did not consider such a halo as being blessed by Providence, there was no need to let go of a chance to form a good relationship with him. Shen Tian stretched out his right hand and unleashed his divine devouring vine to pull Liang Chen from mid-air, freeing him. Immediately after, Shen Tian asked, how do I call you? Is your mother still breathing? I might be able to heal her. Liang Chen was moved to tears. Immortal Senior. My mother is still breathing. If Immortal Senior can save my mother, I'm willing to become your slave to repay your kindness. Shen Tian stored his armor and followed Liang Chen down the city walls. He saw a woman around 50 years old lying beside the city wall, her face as pale as a white sheet. She had a visible injury, something had almost pierced through her body, but only a bit of fresh blood flowed out. That was because the blood mosquito had already sucked large amounts of fresh blood, resulting in her critical injury. The middle-aged woman was already hanging by a thread, and she might stop breathing any moment. The scene touched Shen Tian. He hurriedly approached the middle-aged woman and poured in his spirit chi to stabilize her breathing. Liang Chen looked at Shen Tian and the middle-aged woman nervously. He knew that his mother had already lost too much blood. Even if Shen Tian kept on channeling his spirit chi, his mother could at most survive for another short period. In order to save his mother, they would have to use precious spirit herbs. However, how could he obtain such a level of spirit herb in a short period? He could only rely on Shen Tian now. As Shen Tian poured his spirit chi into the middle-aged woman's body and roughly understood the extent of her injury, he heaved a sigh of relief. The blood mosquito's proboscis had pierced through the middle-aged woman's body. Although this was indeed a fatal injury to a mortal, it was not difficult for Shen Tian to save her. He took out a small jade bottle, removed the cork, manipulated a drop of nirvana holy liquid, and fed the drop of nirvana holy liquid to the middle-aged woman. Chen Zhongyan witnessed the whole thing and started doubting himself. Soon, the middle-aged woman's body radiated a bright green light, and the originally hideous injury healed at speed visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, her face, which was as pale as a white sheet, recovered rapidly, while new blood was created swiftly. Even her originally white hair rapidly turned black. It seemed as if she had turned 20 younger in an instant. Exhilaration filled Liang Chen. He knelt in front of Shen Tian and wanted to kowtow. "Thank you for saving my mother, Immortal Senior. In the future, I am willing to be your slave to repay you, Immortal Senior." Shen Tian revealed a slight smile. "It's your filial piety that moved me. If you want to thank someone, then thank yourself. Everything happens according to one's destiny. Maybe you're fated with me." As he spoke, Shen Tian released an invisible force, which lifted the kneeling Liang Chen. To be honest, the feeling of pretending to be an extraordinary expert was quite good, thumbs up. However, at that moment, Chen Zhongyan's bitter voice echoed from the sky. "Senior brother Shen. This is the nirvana holy liquid obtained from a tribulation transcendence cultivator undergoing nirvana. You actually fed it to a mere mortal?" Shen Tian looked at Chen Zhongyan as if he was looking at a dunderhead. "The nirvana holy liquid is a medicine. Isn't medicine's purpose to heal injuries and sickness?" What a familiar gaze, familiar words, and familiar heavy blow. The scene that Chen Zhongyan had witnessed at the divine firmament sacred ground suddenly replayed itself in his head once again. He felt that his head was in a little pain, and his nascent soul seemed to be about to crack. What a damned son of Providence. He is so willful. I'm so jealous. At that moment, more and more people crowded around Shen Tian, and they all knelt down in front of him. "Please have mercy, Immortal Senior. Please help me save my father. I'm willing to be your servant and do anything you order to repay you, Immortal Senior. Let me go first. My daughter is already on the verge of death. I beg you, Immortal Senior, please save her. I am willing to use my life in exchange for my daughter's. Immortal Senior, please save my dog. My dog helped me to block the fatal blow." Shen Tian sighed. Frankly speaking, upon seeing so many people begging for his help, he became soft-hearted. Never mind. Not much of the nirvana holy liquid will be wasted, anyway. I'll just consider it as accumulating merit on my part. At that thought, Shen Tian flicked the jade bottle, and a small ball of nirvana holy liquid instantly shot out of the bottle, surging toward all the injured people's bodies. Even when the blood mosquitoes had breached the city, the ones that had stayed close to the city walls were either warriors resisting against the demons or people protecting their families. Although Shen Tian was making a loss by using this bit of nirvana holy liquid to save people, he had a clear conscience. The drops of nirvana holy liquid entered every wounded person's body under Shen Tian's control, healing their injuries. There was even an abundance of life essence that allowed every injured person to obtain significant benefits from it. In an instant, echoing words of gratitude resounded non-stop. "No wonder he's an Immortal Senior from Big Dipper City. He's really compassionate." "No, no, no. Didn't you hear just now? Immortal Senior is the Divine Firmament Saint, while the person that destroyed the array is the Big Dipper Saint." "Divine Firmament Saint? Does that mean Immortal Senior is not from the Big Dipper sacred ground? He went through all this trouble to help us slay the demons and solve our problem? Even at the cost of using all those treasures? I'm moved, I'm too moved. The Divine Firmament sacred ground is really kind and compassionate, unlike a certain sacred ground." "I agree. I agree. If not for this Immortal Senior passing by here when the blood mosquitoes attacked, by the time the Big Dipper Saint arrived, even our corpses would already be cold." Other than signing praises for Shen Tian, numerous people were whispering and making sarcastic remarks about Chen Zhongyan. "So ironic. We offer almost half of our income as tax to Big Dipper City, but when things go south, we cannot count on them. Tell you a joke, Trust Big Dipper. If not for the Big Dipper saint destroying the array, not a single soul would have died. My pitiful ruler. A blood mosquito sucked her blood dry, and not even Immortal Senior's treatment could save her in time. I have to go to Big Dipper City to redress this injustice. Let's go together. I heard my master say long ago that the present Big Dipper saint is a blockhead. He only knows how to follow behind the Purple Mansion saint and suck up to him. He's simply bringing shame to the sacred ground. Not only is he incompetent, but he even added to the trouble. More than half of the deceased this time are of his own doing. That's right. The ugly always cause more troubles. Even the Divine Firmament Saint, who is as handsome as a heavenly immortal, walked into the city through the city gates. That guy just had to ride his chariot. Comparisons are odious. They're both saints, but why is our saint this useless? My wife and children have all died. There's no point in living. I want to go to Big Dipper City, spread what happened here today, and support the sacred ground's other true disciples to overthrow this incompetent ugly saint. Me too. Me too. Me too. Humans were creatures that could be easily influenced by emotions. The blood mosquitoes had caused quite a number of deaths and wounded many others after the array's destruction. Since the culprit, Supremacy Blood Mosquito, had already kicked the bucket, the remaining anger was completely vented out on Shen Tian. Many people, whose kin had died because of the blood mosquitoes and Shen Tian could not save in time, hated Shen Tian. Although most of them felt indignant but dared not speak out, plenty of people were thinking of ways to take revenge. They wanted to spread what happened today to the best of their abilities and let more people know how incompetent this Big Dipper saint was. Even if they could not make Shen Tian pay a heavy price, they had to disgust him. Numerous people throughout Black Mountain City were people whispering, either praising Shen Tian or cursing Shen Tian. They all thought they were just complaining in secret, but what was Shen Tian's cultivation? He was a nascent soul cultivator, meaning his five senses were extremely powerful. He was slightly curious, so he used his divine consciousness to listen to their conversations, only to hear countless people cursing and calling him names, such as idiot, ugly saint, incompetent saint, sucking up to the Purple Mansion saint and so on. The harsher the words were, the more they cursed. The more what one didn't want to hear, the more they mentioned that. What's worse, they got increasingly excited the more they complained. Shen Tian was so enraged his whole body was trembling from anger, and he spat blood out of his mouth. Immediately after, Shen Tian's expression changed dramatically because he could feel his originally unstable nascent soul becoming more erratic. A crack unexpectedly appeared too. That's right, at that moment, Shen Tian's nascent soul also cracked. Eh? Why was the word also used? Senior brother Shen, I have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. If there's a chance in the future, I'll entertain you, senior brother. The nascent soul's crack was not something insignificant. He might suffer from mental demons, which would cause him to have schizophrenia, or at worse, he might directly die. Thus, he had to hurry and find a safe place to enter seclusion to stabilize his nascent soul, as well as find ways to mend the crack. At the very least, he had to prevent the crack from getting bigger. After hurriedly bidding farewell to Shen Tian, Shen Tian rode his Big Dipper sword and dashed into the distance as if he was escaping. Shen Tian narrowed his eyes while watching Shen Tian's departing figure. He basically confirmed that the providence of the person whose fortuitous opportunity was snatched would indeed decrease. Also, as one's providence decreased, that person would encounter unlucky things very soon. Qin Gao and Fang Chang had been like that, and now Shen Tian was the same too. Shen Tian knew that if he gave a copy of the Blood God Sutra to Shen Tian, the latter's providence would definitely increase greatly. However, Shen Tian was curious about what would happen if he did not give the Blood God Sutra to Shen Tian. What will happen next? Will Shen Tian continue to be unlucky, or will he slowly recover his luck? This is an important new research topic. Since the experiment was an ongoing one, Shen Tian thought of asking Li Jinfeng to pay more attention to gossip pertaining to Shen Tian in the future. Of course, these were all for the future. At present, the main mission was to obtain the Blood God Sutra's remaining page as soon as possible. This mystic heart was able to create a Blood God clone by splitting the cultivator's soul and blood that could not be easily differentiated from the real. To Shen Tian, who was about to enter the primordial battlefield, it was quite useful. Chapter 192, No Other Choice, Can't Endure, Too Hot. After bidding farewell to the masses, which were reluctant for Shen Tian to leave, Shen Tian departed. What's worth mentioning was that he had an additional gain, Liang Chen, after saving the Black Mountain City's people. Liang Chen just had to hang on to Shen Tian and repay him by becoming his servant, as Shen Tian had saved his mother. Shen Tian was extremely troubled because of that. "Just what could you do for me?" Feeling resigned, Shen Tian pretended to be cold and told Liang Chen to enter the Divine Firmament sacred ground. If he could join the sacred ground, that meant he would still be fated with Shen Tian. To Foundation establishment cultivators like Liang Chen, it was not simple to head to the Divine Firmament sacred ground from Black Mountain City. Nevertheless, given Liang Chen's providence, if he really wanted to go to Divine Firmament, it would not be too dangerous for him. If Liang Chen could really arrive at the Divine Firmament sacred ground and join it due to Shen Tian, given his almost red halo and talent, he would be treated as a genius in the sacred ground. Geniuses were always in demand. The sacred ground's prosperity would not be feasible without peerless golden halo geniuses, such as Zhang Yunxi and Zhang Yunting. Still, it could not do without the mainstay of red halo geniuses either. Of course, the more people blessed by Providence, the better. Shen Tian left Black Mountain City, flew to the north, following the scene in his memory. After roughly traveling straight for 300 miles, he successfully found a mountain valley. That made him even more certain that the reason he had been lost on his way to Black Mountain City from Big Dipper City was the map. It was too vague. "See? Now that I have a standard map, I found the place accurately." This was an extremely barren mountain, and other than weeds, almost no living things could be seen. It was as if everything with vitality had been sucked dry. It was not rare to encounter such a situation in the cultivation world. Plenty of poor cultivators with no spirit stones could only resort to setting up a spirit chi gathering array, which would gather the thin spirit chi in the surroundings to allow one to cultivate. Of course, it was very troublesome to set up the array, and it would destroy the surrounding ecosystem. At the same time, the effects paled in comparison with spirit stone's efficiency, so the cultivators of major sects would avoid doing such embarrassing things. It would disgrace the seconds if others knew. Nevertheless, as a demon, Supremacy Blood Mosquito had no inhibitions to do so. He had set up the Spirit Chi gathering array, gathering the Spirit Chi of an area spanning for tens of miles, to cultivate. Even so, that was not enough to satisfy his and the Blood God clone's consumption during cultivation. Otherwise, Supremacy Blood Mosquito would not have taken a risk in desperation and tried to wipe out Black Mountain City. He had wanted to use human blood to help increase the clone's cultivation level. This barren mountain may be outrageously vast, but Shen Tian was not worried as he knew exactly where Supremacy Blood Mosquito had hidden the Blood God Sutra's second page. Shen Tian used gun kinesis flight and quickly stopped at the hidden valley entrance, his eyes burning with passion. The mountain was filled with spirit chi. Everything in the vicinity was lush green with flowers, whose fragrance pervaded the area, a stark contrast to the barren mountain's surrounding environment. This place was evidently where Supremacy Blood Mosquito spent his cultivation sessions. A simple array formation was still at the mountain valley entrance, emitting a blood-red light. Shen Tian took a deep breath. His Long Yuan divine armor appeared on him again, and the 5 types of lightning energy gathered within his hand. 70%. Mixed, lightning, fist. Boom. The golden lightning ball soared through the sky, and a pillar of light followed behind it. It was like a long golden spear that pierced into this hidden mountain valley with crushing force. Although the array barrier was extremely tough, it could not be compared to the long spear's powerful piercing force. The blood-red light was shattered and scattered in all directions. Shen Tian followed the mixed lightning fist and directly charged into the mountain. Whoosh! I'm finally in. Shen Tian could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Using 70% power of lightning fist was not that hard. He might be a little tired, but he was far more relaxed than using 100% power. Although Supremacy Blood Mosquito was a nascent soul demon, the power of his array formation was actually this weak. Shen Tian's mouth twitched. People would normally set up array formations that corresponded with one's strength or even stronger. Thus, if one could directly make a move, why would they still spend the effort to set up the array? Supremacy Blood Mosquito's defensive array could at most stop Golden Core 3rd refinement stage cultivators. One had to say that the human race indeed had a unique advantage over other arts, such as creating pills and setting up array formations. After destroying the array formation at the entrance, Shen Tian walked into the mountain valley. It might be because Supremacy Blood Mosquito had been extremely confident in his array formation that he had not set up anything else in the mountain valley. Of course, It might also be that there was basically nothing valuable in the mountain valley. As compared to the rich celestial water grotto heaven, the mountain valley in which supremacy blood mosquito cultivated was extremely simple and crude. There was only a small house in the middle of the mountain valley. It was also the spirit chi gathering array's focal point, so one could absorb the most spirit chi there. Shen Tian did not walk toward that small house. Instead, he headed to the cliff at the side. He shot the divine devouring vine out of his right hand, and as if a long emerald whip, it pierced into the cliff wall, stirring it up crazily. Shortly after, deep holes were plowed on that cliff wall, and crimson light shone from within. It was a red page, completely the same in appearance as the Blood God Sutra page Shen Tian had obtained from Supremacy Blood Mosquito. As Shen Tian stored this piece of Blood God Sutra page, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Immediately after, he used gun kinesis flight and left. Unexpectedly, he almost lost his way. Shen Tian finally stopped on a mountain, used his divine devouring vine to burrow into the ground, and created an enclosed cave abode about 100 meters deep into the ground. Don't ask what if there was no oxygen, cultivators breathed in spirit chi. After setting up a presence-concealing array in the surroundings, Shen Tian wore the phoenix feather mask. When he confirmed that nothing would go wrong, he carefully took out the Blood God Sutra's pages. The two blood-red pages were placed in front of Shen Tian, looking extremely light. However, that was not the case as each page actually weighed hundreds of kilograms. In addition, their material's quality was definitely extraordinary, or else the page would have been unable to block the Sword Master token's strike at full strength. Shen Tian felt that if he could attach these two papers to his chest, they could act as breastplates. As he circulated his cultivation technique, Shen Tian forced out 2 drops of blood from his right forefinger. Those 2 drops of blood dripped onto the 2 red paper respectively and were instantly absorbed. Shen Tian suddenly felt as if the whole world was spinning, and the scenery in front of him instantly turned into a boundless sea of blood. In that sea of blood, Shen Tian felt as if he could see countless living beings floating and sinking. At the same time, obscure and mysterious incantations of the cultivation technique surged into Shen Tian's head, deeply engraved into his memory. 2 mystic hearts appeared from the Blood God Sutra's 2 pages, respectively. The first page of the Blood God Sutra recorded the Great Blood Creation Technique, and its abbreviation was Blood Technique. Using this mystic heart could allow one to use their blood to create a perfectly compatible body with oneself. The aura, core, and everything else were exactly the same as that person's true body, it just did not have a consciousness. Meanwhile, its cultivation level depended on how much blood one used. The more blood used, the stronger the body's cultivation level. At most, it could reach 70% of one's cultivation level. Of course, if one was reluctant to use too much blood, they could first create a weaker clone. They could then use other people's blood to enhance the clone's strength and make it grow stronger swiftly. The disadvantage was that a clone that absorbed others' blood would not be completely compatible. It could at most possess 30% of the cultivator's strength. Supremacy Blood Mosquito had planned to let his Blood Mosquito demon clone use the people's blood in Black Mountain City to increase its strength. Or else, his blood alone would not have been enough. Meanwhile, the second page of the Blood God Sutra recorded the Great Soul Separation Technique, and its abbreviation was Soul Technique. By using this mystic technique, one could separate a small piece of the cultivator's soul and place it into the clone formed by the blood technique. Thus, the cultivator would be able to control the clone through their soul fragment. Such a soul was a little like a puppet, and it was called Blood God's Son. The clone created through the Blood God Sutra's mystic heart was fundamentally different from the soul manifestation in the soul formation stage. Firstly, the soul manifestation of soul formation stage was not a pure clone, it was more like Tao's embodiment. The number of Tao clones one could manifest depended on how many Taos one was enlightened in. Meanwhile, the Blood God Sutra did not limit the number of Blood God's Son clones one could create. As long as one did not fear consuming all of their blood and suffering soul exhaustion, they could continue creating Blood God's Son non-stop. Secondly, Tao soul manifestations must merge with the soul formation cultivators when they reached late stage, completely becoming one. Only then could one break through to the tribulation transcendence stage. Meanwhile, the Blood God's Son clones did not have such a restriction, and they could combine or split from the main body at any time. Even after surviving the tribulation and becoming a sage, one would still be able to use this mystic technique. Thirdly, the soul formation cultivator's soul manifestation was the Tao's embodiment, so it was vital to the main body. Once it was destroyed, the soul formation cultivator's strength would decrease greatly, and the cultivator's understanding of that Tao would crumble. Meanwhile, for the blood god's son, after it was created, the main body would suffer from a lack of blood in a portion of the soul, which resulted in one's strength decreasing. Nonetheless, as one continued to cultivate and replenish the lacking blood and soul, the main body's strength would recover. Therefore, even if the blood god's son clone was killed in the future, it would not really affect the main body's strength. In a way, the blood god's son clone was more like a tool. Finally, the aura of the soul formation cultivator's soul manifestation was obviously different. It possessed only a portion of the main body's aura, so other soul formation cultivators could easily differentiate it. After it was killed, it would also automatically disappear and not leave any corpse. Meanwhile, the blood god's son clone was different, as it was a body created from the main body's blood. After it was killed, it would leave a corpse identical to the main body. Thus, when one encountered danger and was being hunted down, they would totally use the blood god's son clone to attract the attention. No matter if it self-exploded or risked its life to cover a retreat, it would die a heroic death. The enemy might even praise it, "I respect you for being a man." Naturally, the real body would have long hidden in safety. It was as safe as it could get. Besides the true self, no one would know whether the one that died was a clone. Extremely safe. 10,000 years ago, great sage Blood River had relied on these two mystic techniques to go wherever and do whatever he wanted in the whole eastern wilderness. He had crazily created blood god sons and relied on these clones that did not fear death to provoke sacred grounds and flirt with fairies. He had been extremely arrogant. Each time powerful human cultivators had made a move, they would think that they had killed great sage Blood River. However, in just a few days, a new great sage Blood River would appear once again. At the time period when he had been his cockiest, he had even dared to sneak into the Sonic Thunder sacred ground and steal their 12th-stage merit Golden Lotus. Although the clone had failed in the end, it had actually sucked until a great amount of the merit Golden Lotus essence had been lost. As such, the 12th-stage merit Golden Lotus had fallen to the 9th stage, only to recover after thousands of years. Even so, great sage Blood River had still been able to roam around freely outside. In the end, he had ended up enraging the West Desert land of Buddha. All the cultivators had requested for the Supreme Holy Monk, who had comprehended the Karma Tao, to come out of seclusion. Although forcibly using the blood god's son blood to calculate the place where great sage Blood River's main body had been hiding would severely injure the Supreme Holy Monk's core, he had not hesitated to do so. That day, Bodhisattva shed tears, and Buddha was also enraged. 9 ancient Buddhist lords had blocked the entire area and trapped great sage Blood River within the Buddha land using their bombs. They had not even tried to ask him to repent and be saved and just sent great sage Blood River on his way. Each of them had directly slammed down their palms and smashed great sage Blood River into mashed meat. Thus, from then, great sage Blood River's legend ended there. This great sage gave a perfect example of Nozuo no Dai One. In conclusion, this mystic technique was still extremely powerful. As long as one did not offend those superpowers, one could basically get away with anything using the blood god's son clone. Also, according to the Blood God Sutra's introduction, there were more than just 2 pages of the Blood God Sutra. If one could obtain the other pages and obtain the remaining mystic arts, then within a certain radius, the main body soul could even switch between Blood God's son clones and the main body freely. If so, then even if the main body was destroyed, the cultivator's soul could be resurrected in the Blood God's son clone. Thus, one's ability to survive would increase drastically. It was a pity that great sage Blood River had only obtained the first 2 pages, even he had not obtained the Blood God Sutra's remaining pages. Had he collected them, even if the West Desert land of Buddha made a move, great sage Blood River might not die. Sigh. It's still a pity. Shen Tian felt the 2 pages in his hands and suddenly lost interest in them. Why tell me something that I can't obtain? And it was specifically mentioned at the end of the 2nd page. Doing such a thing is simply the same as those bastard authors that leave their work unfinished. Shame on them. Forget it, happiness consists in contentment. I just have to increase my providence to reach Gold Halo and above as soon as possible. I don't believe the remaining Blood God Sutra will not just obediently fall into my hands. Shen Tian stopped thinking of other things and started to comprehend the Blood God Sutra. What was worth mentioning was that Shen Tian discovered his comprehension skills were quite good, so understanding the Blood God Sutra was quite smooth. Shortly after, He used a drop of blood mixed with spirit chi to form a little red man the size of one's palm. Not only was this body small, but the aura it emitted was also pitifully weak. Shen Tian estimated that even if he poured his soul into this small red man, he would at most be able to control it to do things like smashing cockroaches. Looks like anemia is inevitable. Shen Tian took a bottle of Nirvana holy liquid out of his RKNC ring and took a deep breath. I'll just do it. I have 20 more kiloliters of Nirvana holy liquid in my RKNC ring. I don't believe I can't replenish my lost blood. Shen Tian threw caution to the wind and started drinking big mouthfuls of Nirvana holy liquid. The overabundance of vitality energy exploded within Shen Tian's body, and he tried his best to absorb it all. The Nanming Li fire in Shen Tian's heart seemed to have gotten fuel and started to burn crazily. Thus, his heart rapidly produced blood. If Supremacy Blood Mosquito witnessed the speed at which the blood was produced, he would most probably doubt himself. This was just like the fundamental difference between a player who spent money and the other that didn't. The whale was just faster, no matter the aspect. As Shen Tian felt the chi aura within him burn more vigorously, his body turned extremely hot. It was as if there was a ball of fire burning. The Heritai rosary bead started to vibrate gently, unable to endure such a boiling hot aura. Jira's soul controlled the rosary bead and slowly floated to the side. There was no other choice, she couldn't stand it anymore as it was too hot. Chapter 193, Follow Your Instincts. There's definitely a fortuitous opportunity. As time passed by minutes and seconds, Shen Tian's face turned even redder while his body emitted extremely dense chi aura. Finally, Shen Tian felt that it was time. He gently gathered his sword aura and sliced his right wrist. Blood instantly splurged out and emitted the rich, pleasant scent of grass. If there were demons in the surroundings, they might even mistake him for the flesh of Tripitaka I. Since the spirit chi's quality in Shen Tian's blood was just too high grade, even supremacies and perfected ones would covet him. Drops of fresh blood merged with the small red man. Shen Tian activated the Blood God Sutra's mystic technique, and his blood rapidly fused with the small red man. Shortly after, the small red man turned larger so swiftly that it was hardly visible to the naked eye. The aura it emitted rapidly grew stronger as well. The color of its body also started to resemble that of a normal person. The originally palm-sized red became as large as a normal person, but he was naked. The aura he emitted was extremely similar to Shen Tian, just that his strength was much weaker and there was no soul within. Amazing. Shen Tian stopped forcing out blood, and the injury on his right hand started healing at speed visible to the naked eye. He looked quite pale and grimaced in pain. In that short moment, he had probably lost a large basin of blood. Even if he had Nirvana holy liquid to replenish his blood, Shen Tian still felt dizzy, as if he was anemic. Thus, he gulped down another mouthful of Nirvana holy liquid and started circulating his cultivation technique to absorb it. Sigh. I really should not anyhow let out blood. Even if I have the Nirvana holy liquid, it cannot instantly replenish the lost blood. The Nirvana holy liquid did indeed have the miraculous effect of reviving the dead and growing meat from bone, but time was still needed for it to be absorbed and come into effect. If Shen Tian had only let out a bit of blood to merge with the clone, then the Nirvana holy liquid could have swiftly replenished it. The problem was, it was Shen Tian's first time. Thus, as inexperienced as he was, he carelessly let out too much. According to Shen Tian's estimation, he had to spend at least a few days absorbing the Nirvana holy liquid to replenish the lost blood. That was to say, he still had to endure the feeling of being anemic for a few days. Sigh. I really don't want to. The Blood God Sutra's cultivation difficulty was the harshest amongst all the cultivation techniques. He spent a few days in order to form a clone. From Shen Tian's point of view, this body possessed at most 50% of his true ability. Suppose it had a portion of the extraordinary item's powers, as well as equipment such as the Black Tortoise Shield, Black Tortoise Armor, or Purple Golden Hammer. In that case, it could barely kill a normal Golden Core Perfected one. Of course, if Shen Tian wanted to make it stronger, he had to feed this body even more blood. Nonetheless, its limit was around 70% of the main body's strength. Naturally, the premise was that Shen Tian had to control it himself. After pondering over it, Shen Tian started to cultivate the second mystic technique, Soul Technique. Frankly speaking, Shen Tian was quite curious since it was a mystic art that enabled him to split a portion of his soul into the clone. Why was it named Great Soul Separation Technique and not Great Soul Splitting Technique? Why was its abbreviation Soul Technique and not Separation Technique? However, since the Blood God Sutra's author had named it so, he would just call it like that. Anyway, soul technique was indeed better sounding than separation technique. Shen Tian originally thought that after splitting a portion of his soul, he would definitely have a splitting headache worse than death. In the end, after he prepared his heart and gnashed his teeth to start trying this mystic art, he discovered that this mystic art was not painful at all. It's just that his originally weak body from losing too much blood became even weaker from splitting a part of his soul. Shen Tian forcibly endured the feeble feeling as his soul separated and that portion of the soul surged into the clone's body. The clone's body started moving lightly as if it was endowed with life. It was an extremely miraculous feeling, like playing an online game. Shen Tian could control that portion of the soul at will and thus control the clone. According to the Dharmic formulation recorded in the Blood God Sutra, the clone shared its 5 senses with the main body. That was to say, as long as the connection between the clone and main body was not cut off, then Shen Tian could see the clone's line of sight anytime. Meanwhile, once the connection was cut, the portion of soul within the clone would disperse, and the clone would become a body that could no longer move. Such an experience was just too miraculous. Although Shen Tian was extremely tired, he could not help but want to try out and play with the clone. Of course, he had to put clothes on this clone. Otherwise, if he saw a body that was exactly the same as his but naked, he would feel that it was extremely weird. It's not like it was a blow-up doll. Shen Tian sized up the Blood God's son after taking white dragon clothes made of brocade out of his Archean ring and let it put on. He could not help but exclaim, "TSK, TSK. Number 1, you're really a handsome man." The Blood God's son in front of him curved up his lips and revealed a smile that could enchant saintesses and fairies. "You're flattering me. It's all because the main body's genes are good. My handsomeness stems from you." Shen Tian shook his head and laughed bitterly. Indeed, the clone would not lie. On top of the Heritai rosary beads, which were at the side, a female ghost in red clothes watched Shen Tian conversing with his clone from a distance. She wanted to remind him, there's still someone, well, a ghost, looking. However, Master's clone is really good looking, especially with no clothes. Besides me, I don't think other girls have seen Master's body, right? SSSSS tilde. I'm getting excited just from thinking about it. In an instant, the Heritai rosary beads trembled slightly. Meanwhile, Shen Tian did not know what Jur was thinking. He did a simple test on controlling the Blood God's son and felt that it was quite interesting. Nevertheless, though it was quite fun, Shen Tian was simply too tired now. He had to have a good sleep. Shen Tian activated a mystic art, and the portion of soul in the Blood God's son returned to him. After that, he stored the body in the Archean ring. The Archean ring could not store living things, but after removing his soul, the clone's body could be kept into the Archean ring. One had to say, the Blood God's son was really a great invention as it was equal to having a second body. In the future, if Shen Tian reached the nascent soul stage, he would not even need to steal another's body, he had a spare body himself. Also, he would not have only one. He could have a few more spare bodies that could be used once he reached the nascent soul stage. Wait. Why am I thinking of the possibility that my body might be destroyed? What if they wipe out my nascent soul too? Wouldn't it be completely over for me then? SSSSS, this idea is very dangerous. Never mind. Forget it, that cannot happen. It's better to keep a low profile and stay safe. In the future, if there are dangerous places, I only need to let the Blood God's son go and take the risk. Shen Tian secretly decided before taking a huge soft bed out of his Archean ring. While lying on the bed, he summoned back the Heritai rosary beads. As he fondled with the rosary bead, he counted sheep and quickly entered a deep sleep. There was no choice, he had lost so much blood at once that his condition was extremely weak. Even with the Nirvana holy liquid to replenish it, he had to spend time to absorb the Nirvana holy liquid. In the depths of the underground, Shen Tian entered deep sleep. The rosary bead, which was placed on his chest, was originally black, but now it seemed to be slightly red. It was unknown how long had passed when Shen Tian slowly awakened. He stretched out and felt that he was in peak condition. The blood he had lost was also replenished, and after the deep sleep, he was completely refreshed. The Heritai rosary beads in his hands were slightly hot. Shen Tian put away the rosary beads and asked, "Jur, how long did I sleep?" A soft whisper echoed from the Heritai rosary beads. "Master slept with Ju, slept for 3 days and 3 nights." SSSSS tilde. Is it that exaggerated? I slept for 3 days and nights? Shen Tian's mouth twitched. Then that means I nearly missed the primordial battlefield joint training? Frankly speaking, before obtaining the Blood God Sutra, he had been looking forward to not going. However, now, no matter how dangerous the primordial battlefield was, it's not as if he was going in himself. With the chance to control the Blood God's son like controlling a game character to follow those blessed by Providence to a dungeon, there was no reason not to follow and freeload their opportunities. That's right. It's just unknown if the Blood God's son was able to see the Providence halo and fortuitous opportunity of those blessed by Providence. Let's try it if I have the chance. After thinking for a moment, Shen Tian put away the items in the cave and used his divine devouring vine to activate the ground burrowing skill to return above the ground. He took the lotus shooting gun out of his Archean sea ring, and after a simple calculation of direction, Shen Tian used his divine consciousness to activate gun kinesis flight. In an instant, he dashed forward by 900 miles straight, then he lost his way. Who knew how other cultivators guaranteed that their direction was accurate without mistake when using sword kinesis flight? Shen Tian had already tried his best to follow the direction marked on the map, but he still felt that mountains were all around him, while trees and stones were everywhere. They looked exactly the same without any reference object, so how was it possible for him to differentiate the direction? At that moment, Shen Tian's Saint token started vibrating gently. Shen Tian went wild with joy and hurriedly activated the Saint token's array formation to communicate with the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader. A figure that was enshrouded by lightning and heavenly aura appeared before Shen Tian. It was the Sacred Leader. He looked at Shen Tian, his heavenly aura swaying. "Tianer, you make me proud. I heard that you saved a city of mortals in the territory under the Big Dipper sacred ground, and you even made the Big Dipper saint lose face. Very good. This has already entered Jinfeng's ears, so I sent him to spread it to other sects. You've done well. We, the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, should have the heart to care for all beings. You don't need to care about pressure from the Big Dipper Sacred Ground. I'll shoulder it for you. Remember, the Sacred Ground will always be on your side." Shen Tian could not help but be stunned. OMG. In just a few days, the things that happened in Black Mountain City had already been spread to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground? Is it possible that Chen Zhongtian has died from being enraged? So, the reason for his death, the calamity Black Mountain City faced, was then instantly spread everywhere? No, it shouldn't be. Or else, Master would not have said I had made Chen Zhongtian lose face. Instead, he would have said, "Master is proud of you for enraging the Big Dipper Saint to his death." I think it's purely because Li Jinfeng is vast, his speed for gossip is just superhuman. One had to say that Li Jinfeng was indeed talented, he was able to pay attention to gossip of a far-off land. No wonder he dared to say that he was Divine Firmament's know-it-all and that he knew half of the things happening in Eastern Wilderness. However, the most important thing was to return, so Shen Tian had no other choice but to say, "Master, I seem to have lost my way. Has the primordial battlefield joint training between our sacred ground and Jade Lake sacred ground begun?" Lost his way? The sacred leader was slightly stunned, then his lightning and heavenly aura started fluctuating. His firm voice echoed from his heavenly aura. "It's okay. Tianer, you're the son of Providence, and you're naturally blessed with great providence. There's no need to hurry if you're lost. Don't trust in something like a map, just follow your instincts. I believe that you can definitely find the correct way or even encounter a fortuitous opportunity. There's no hurry for the primordial battlefield joint training. I'll make them wait for you. If you really encounter any fortuitous opportunity, then directly contact me using your Saint token. I'll immediately open the spatial door for you to return, anytime." After finishing, the sacred leader's figure gradually disappeared, leaving Shen Tian stare at his Saint token. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Follow my instincts? There's definitely a fortuitous opportunity waiting for me? Master, are you serious? I'm really not the son of Providence. Chapter 194, Golden Core 10th Refinement Stage, Invincible in Eastern Wilderness. Big Dipper's bright stars shone above the Big Dipper sacred ground. Big Dipper's elders were gathered at the Sacred Leader Mountain's palace, where the Big Dipper sacred leader resided. What a shame. You, a saint, actually drove your chariot straight into another's array formation. Are you blind? Hundreds of commoners died because of you, and the divine firmament saint caught you red-handed. Some people are spreading rumors, and more than half of Eastern Wilderness is aware of it. You brought shame to our sacred ground. Shen Tian, not only did you not fulfill the requirements of a saint, but you have also repeatedly put us to shame. You don't deserve to be the saint at all. I concur. Shen Tian had lost most of his cultivation and is no longer a nascent soul. He is not suitable to be the saint anymore. Yao Guang, Tian Shu, and Tian Xuan are all talented and hard-working. They are better candidates. Sacred leader, I propose to replace the saint. I concur. I concur. I concur. I agree too. The Big Dipper sacred leader remained calm while listening to the elders' discussion. It had been his idea for Shen Tian to make friends with the Purple Mansion Saint. The elders making noise right now were the Grand Elder's followers. Although Shen Tian had not committed any serious mistake, he had brought shame to Big Dipper as Shen Tian had caught him, and the rumors were spreading like wildfire. All the sacred grounds would prefer to preserve their honor even if it would cost the life of a strong cultivator of theirs. Shen Tian had lost most of his cultivation level, and he had put shame on the sacred ground. Thus, it was natural for these elders to pick on him at this time. After all, the Big Dipper sacred ground was not as cohesive as it looked. Although the sacred leader had the most power, it did not mean he could do anything. A loud voice suddenly boomed out of nowhere. The sacred ground is so casual in replacing your saint? The voice outside of the sacred leader mountain sounded very threatening. The elders panicked and swiftly exited the palace. A golden chariot was hovering over the sacred leader mountain, and it was radiating bright golden light. The chariot was rectangular in shape, and there was a mysterious array formation on all four sides. It seemed like a picture of a golden crow. To their surprise, 6 black flood dragons were pulling this golden chariot. Each of the dragons emitted a strong aura, and their power exceeded that of a human nascent soul cultivator. The 2 leading flood dragons' second horns were even fully grown. They were no longer just flood dragons but true black dragons. Their auras were comparable to peak nascent soul cultivators. 6 dragons pulling a chariot? Whoever was here must be a strong cultivator that they had never encountered before. Even a soul formation heavenly venerable could not make such a grand entrance. The dragons were very proud by nature, and they would never pull a chariot unless they were truly tamed. There was only one person in the entire Eastern Wilderness who could have such power, the Purple Mansion Saint, Xuan. Xuan was wearing a black dragon armor and holding a heaven's halberd. There was a giant avatar on his back. It was the picture of a youth standing on the clouds, with a black dragon flying beneath him, listening to his commands. It was the one and only dragon god avatar. It was said that such an avatar would only appear after the cultivator had mastered the true Dragon Imperial Sutra from Black Dragon Island in the Northern Sea. This meant that Xuan had already earned the Northern Sea's Black Dragon's recognition. He could even form a contract with a pure Black Dragon in the future. When that happened, not only the Purple Mansion sacred ground but even the Black Dragon Island would protect him. This man was not someone to mess with. After seeing Xuan had come, all the elders stopped talking. Everyone knew who he was, the number 1 on the Golden Core list, as well the one that could potentially become the new Tark. As long as no accident happened to Xuan, he would become, at least, a sage in the future. If everything went right, he could even become the Tark. He had a brighter future than all the elders combined. The elders may be nascent soul cultivators, but they would not even manage to beat his dragon mounts. It would be stupid if they continued to talk bad about Shen Tian, who was Xuan's follower. The sacred leader smiled and said, "May I know why the Purple Mansion Saint is here?" "Hello, Big Dipper's sacred leader. I'm only here for 2 matters today. 1, I heard that Tian's nascent soul was damaged. I'm here to teach him the Nirvana Imperial Sutra to help him heal." Everyone was shocked. What a generous act. Supposedly, the Nirvana Imperial Sutra could raise an entire sacred ground to new heights. He was going to teach it to Shen Tian so easily? They all knew that Xuan was only here to show support for Shen Tian and would not teach him the full sutra. Nevertheless, it was still a fortuitous opportunity for Shen Tian. If he was lucky, he could become even stronger than before. The Big Dipper Sacred Grounds elders stared at Xuan. They knew what he was trying to do, he was merely showing support for his followers. Anyway, he only had this follower who had a saint status in the entire Eastern Wilderness. Xuan had to make sure this follower was well taken care of so that more people would follow him in the future. The sacred leader smiled and said, "Thank you so much for your generosity. I'll thank you on Zhang Tian's behalf." The Grand Elder mocked, "The Purple Mansion Saint is generous indeed. Teaching an imperial sutra to others so easily." Qi Shaoxuan looked at the Grand Elder and said, "It's just an imperial sutra. It's nothing compared to my friendship with Zhang Tian. I like making friends very much, and I'll not be stingy with them. Brothers from the Big Dipper Sacred Ground, if you are interested in making friends with me, you can find me at my Purple Mansion Sacred Ground. I'll welcome you with my arms wide open." The Grand Elder said in an upset tone, "What about the other matter? The one you talked about earlier?" The heavens halberd glowed, and a golden core appeared at Qi Shaoxuan's dantian. The golden core was covered in emblems and looked very mysterious. What was shocking was that there were 10 divine emblems on it. 10 divine emblems. 10th refinement stage. The 4th refinement was considered Golden Core's peak, while Golden Core 9th refinement stage was the maximum a cultivator could attain. However, that was only for normal cultivators. For a talented cultivator who aimed to be a Tark, they would do anything to go beyond their abilities. There was a saying in the Eastern Wilderness, only those who complete the Golden Core 10th refinement stage can become Tarks. However, no Tark had appeared in Eastern Wilderness for 10,000 years, and no Golden Core 10th refinement stage cultivator for thousands of years. Thus, no one was sure about the saying's legitimacy. However, most talented cultivators would still aim for the 9th and 10th refinement stage. For example, Qi Shaoxuan had completed his 9th refinement at the age of 18 and topped the Golden Core list. Unexpectedly, he spent another 2 years being a Golden Core cultivator so that he could exceed his limit and complete the 10th refinement. Today, he had finally succeeded. Qi Shaoxuan's achievement would definitely shock the 5 regions. In other words, Qi Shaoxuan indeed had the potential to become a Tark. The entire Sacred Leader Mountain was silenced. The elders were very salty about it. The Purple Mansion Sacred Ground was so lucky to have Qi Shaoxuan. Since the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground had the Son of Providence's backing, no one in Eastern Wilderness would ever go against them. Qi Shaoxuan was very pleased with the reaction and smiled. He hopped off his chariot and said, "I have just completed the Golden Core 10th refinement stage, and it is not very stable. Thus, I have decided to train through actual combat. I'll fight all the same tier cultivators in Eastern Wilderness and then head to Southern Border, West Desert, Northern Sea, and Middle Ground. When I'm invincible, I'll advance to Nascent Soul. I heard Big Dipper's Tianxia formation is very powerful, and there are 7 talented cultivators here. Yao Guang, Tian Shu, and Tian Xuan are even among the Golden Core list's top names. I would like to bet with half of the Nirvana Imperial Sutra I have here and take on the 7 junior brothers at the same time. If I lose, I'm willing to share this Imperial Sutra with Big Dipper." Qi Shaoxuan's words were spread in the Big Dipper swiftly. Eastern Wilderness, then Southern Border, West Desert, Northern Sea, and Middle Ground. He would fight all the cultivators and prove that he was invincible before advancing to Nascent Soul? What an arrogant guy. However, Qi Shaoxuan sounded very confident. After all, he was truly invincible and only trying to prove this. A new legend had appeared in Eastern Wilderness, so things were going to change. At this time, Shen Tian was still lost. Since he could not depend on his master, he could only rely on himself. He continued to search for the right way in the wild. The Lotus shooting gun was beginning to heat up from the friction with the air during the flight. However, he did not meet a single human around the area. There were only demons and monsters. In the end, Shen Tian gave up. He took out the saint token and said, "Master, I have found my fortuitous opportunity." The sacred leader's hologram appeared. "I'm very pleased, Tianer. Your providence is way higher than I thought. You only get lost for a couple of hours, and you've found a fortuitous opportunity. Qi Shaoxuan is nobody compared to you. Stay where you are. I'm coming to pick you up." The hologram faded away. After a minute or so, a spatial gate appeared in front of Shen Tian. "Come on, Tianer, enter." Seeing that the other side of the door was the Sacred Leader Palace, Shen Tian was very touched. He decided never to go out alone again. Shen Tian had a strong desire to be stronger right now. "I need to be strong as quickly as possible so that I can learn this mighty prowess of spatial gate from Master. I'll never have to worry about getting lost in the wild again." Shen Tian appeared in the Sacred Leader Palace. A man's face was right in front of him, an old Taoist priest. Azure Lotus stared at Shen Tian and said, "You found a fortuitous opportunity so fast? What is it? Show me, show me. I promise I'll not snatch it." The sacred leader said, "Senior brother, you have to act like a senior. Whatever Tianer received is his to know. It will be useful to him in the future if fewer people know. If you had read more about people with great providence, you would know that they have their own secret weapons and power. We need to respect that as seniors. There will be karma if we know their secrets." Azure Lotus. The sacred leader patted on Shen Tian's shoulder and said, "Tianer, can you tell me how big is your fortuitous opportunity this time?" Shen Tian was puzzled by the question. How big is the fortuitous opportunity? How am I supposed to answer that? As big as a cucumber? Or corn? Or eggplant? Or winter melon? Normal big? Relatively big? Super big? Extra super big? After pondering for some time, Shen Tian replied, It's about the same as the Nirvana Holy Liquid." The Nirvana Holy Liquid increased Shen Tian's survivability drastically. He did not have to worry about getting hurt at all unless he was killed in an instant. There was nothing he could do then. The Blood God's son gave Shen Tian a clone that helped him escape life-threatening situations. Thus, Shen Tian believed that these two were about the same. Azure Lotus was shocked and said to himself, "As big as the Nirvana Holy Liquid? As big as a few hundred liters of Nirvana Holy Liquid?" Azure Lotus's eyes were wide open. He remembered clearly that Shen Tian had at least 30 bottles of Nirvana Holy Liquid, which contained 50 liters each. Thus, he had at least a few kiloliters of Nirvana Holy Liquid with him. Now, he had another fortuitous opportunity that was similar to that? What the hell? Only a few days have passed, yet he managed to be so lucky again? Is he really the heavenly Tao's son like what Junior Brother said? That's so unfair. Azure Lotus was regretful now. He had the opportunity to take Shen Tian as his disciple. The sacred leader knew his senior brother was jealous. He said calmly, "Tianer, Peak Leader White Lotus will lead the joint training in the primordial battlefield. You came back just in time. The team has not left yet. You can join Junior Sister White Lotus now." Shen Tian nodded and said, "I'll go right away." Seeing Shen Tian leave the palace, the lightning and heavenly aura around the sacred leader started to flicker again. The sacred leader bragged, "Senior brother, I've told you. Tianer found the fortuitous opportunity because I told him to follow his instinct. As I said, you need to read more so that you can contribute to the sacred ground. How are you feeling right now? Do you regret your decision now?" Chapter 195, Full Automatic Yin-Yang Demon Penetrating Gun. Shen Tian rode his Lotus shooting gun to White Lotus Mountain. Currently, around 100 Foundation Establishment disciples were standing on White Lotus Mountain, their auras quite strong. These disciples were the top 108 in the Divine Firmaments's Foundation Establishment list. They all had the qualifications to become true disciples of any other grotto heavens and blessed lands. In the future, they could basically become Golden Core Perfected Ones. Amongst them, those with slightly higher talent might even reach the nascent soul stage, becoming supremacies. Their talents were all better than Shen Tian's sixth brother, Shenao. Don't think that this number was too small. One had to know that the primordial battlefield joint training occurred once every 5 years, and the disciples that had entered the trail last time had already broken through. These 108 geniuses had broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage within these 5 years. They were this lustrum's new Foundation Establishment cultivators. It was already very rare to be able to have 108 disciples with the potential to reach the nascent soul stage. Besides sacred grounds, most grotto heavens would not be able to have so many talented disciples. Among those 108 disciples, the person standing right at the front was a handsome young man with golden hair and narrow eyes. He was none other than Qin Yundi, and behind him were Eunuch Goei, Qin Gao, Song Fu Gi, and others. They were the leaders of the 108 people and the first batch of higher-ups within the Favored Ones group. What was worth mentioning was that these 108 Foundation Establishment disciples had already joined the Favored Ones. Of course, the reason that they had joined the Favored Ones was purely that the saint's personal charisma attracted them. It's totally not related to being able to have a 40% discount when buying lightning explosion talismans and armor-penetrating bullets after they joined the group. Yep, totally unrelated. When they saw Shen Tian appear, the 108 disciples simultaneously made hand seals, and their swords behind them were unsheathed. Clang! A shiver ran down Shen Tian's spine. Is it possible that they're annoyed from waiting and are prepared to kill me because I was late? I was just late by a few hours. It's not like I did it on purpose. They shouldn't go this far, right? Luckily, those swords were not pierced toward Shen Tian. All the swords formed a tidy Tian word in the sky, and under the shine of the sunlight, the blade's sharpness could be clearly seen. It looked extremely domineering. Immediately after, the 108 disciples simultaneously shouted, "At the peak of immortality, look down on others, we strive to cultivate every day. Follow senior brother, and we will definitely achieve immortal ascension." They pronounced every word precisely with the vigor and vitality of a tiger. It was soul-stirring. Their words reverberated throughout the whole White Lotus Mountain for a long time. That made one feel ardor and zeal coursing through their blood. Every young face of the disciples was filled with self-confidence and brimmed with their youthfulness. They were completely unaware of how Chunibyo the slogan they chanted was. In the crowd, shopkeeper Song's and Lu Taiyi's faces were filled with a proud smile. After rehearsing for so long, at last, they did not drop the ball at this crucial moment. The effort I spent trying to brainwash these disciples these few days was not in vain. I hope that Senior Brother Saint will be satisfied with our favored one slogan. Shen Tian felt a little guilty as he was welcomed by gazes filled with worship, admiration, and possessiveness. Why do I have the feeling that I'm the leader of an evil cult? I won't be taken away by the relevant departments, right? Heavenly Venerable White Lotus at the side was smiling. She did not think what these young disciples did was not good. Worshipping or chasing their idols reasonably helped the leader gather the people's hearts and shape their authority. In the past, when they had still been young disciples, they had also crazily followed and worshipped those two. It was a pity how those two senior brothers turned out. One had been heavily injured after being surrounded and attacked by a group of sages, so he had had no other choice but to cultivate a cultivation technique that was cursed. Thus, he became weirder and weirder. Meanwhile, the other had shouldered the heavy responsibility of leading the sacred ground, so he cultivated the Heavenly Tao Sutra, which cut off his emotions and desires in order to break through as fast as possible. Now that almost 1,000 years had passed, these two senior brothers were no longer like their past selves that were young, frivolous, daring, and energetic. Everyone had gradually become what they once disliked as time passed. Now that she saw these young disciples so crazily acknowledging a leader, she felt as if it was like a lifetime ago since that many years had passed. It was time for the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's new soul to appear. Shen Tian was blessed by Providence and had unmatched handsomeness. He definitely had the qualifications to be such a person. Heavenly Venerable White Lotus had a gentle smile on her face as she took out a milky white jade talisman. She passed it to Shen Tian and said, "This is the Divine Firmament Teleportation Talisman. It can teleport the disciples within a 1,000-mile radius, directly back here with you as the center. The primordial battlefield is filled with unpredictable dangers. Please do not force yourself once you encounter dangers, just crush this teleportation talisman." Shen Tian nodded. "Thank you, and Master." Heavenly Venerable White Lotus revealed a satisfied smile and then took out a book that was as thick as a dictionary. Also, this book contains some things to take note of regarding the primordial battlefield. You can read it slowly while on the way. Shen Tian. After taking the heavy book, Shen Tian remembered his past that he could not bear to look back on. Fortunately, Shen Tian could already use his divine consciousness to copy the information after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. In that case, it was not that hard to remember the key points of the book by looking through it once. Once everything was ready, all the disciples entered the Divine Firmament flying vessel. Right. Before the flying vessel started flying, the disciples in charge of inspection specially opened the Spirit Stone cabin to ensure that there were enough Spirit Stones. The Divine Firmament flying vessel finally left the small world. It opened its protective barrier, and the gentle wind went through the barrier and blew onto the deck. Heavenly Venerable White Lotus liked quiet, so she went into the depths of the flying vessel alone and entered seclusion to cultivate and create pills. Instantly, those Foundation Establishment junior brothers and sisters surged toward Shen Tian. Senior brother, I've admired you for a long time. Can I have your autograph? Senior brother, I've just succeeded in learning the mystic technique image recording crystal. Can I take a picture with you? Senior brother, how do you maintain your skin? Can you teach me? Wow. It's really smooth to touch. Senior brother, I heard that you have a whole pond of Nirvana holy liquid, and you usually use Nirvana holy liquid to bathe. Is it really true? How does it feel to use the Nirvana holy liquid to bathe? Senior brother, Senior brother. I heard that you successfully reached Golden Core 8 refinement stage after senior sister Yin she underwent dual cultivation with you. What do you think about junior sister me? SSSSS tilde. Shen Tian felt a chill down his spine upon hearing the junior brothers and sisters' words beside him. It's fine if it's just autographs and pictures as I am handsome. I can satisfy them. But why are you anyhow touching me? If it's not for you girls looking quite good, do you believe I will call the police? And what do you mean I have a whole pond of Nirvana holy liquid, and I use it for bathing daily? Just who on earth spread such an unbelievable rumor? The amount of Nirvana holy liquid I had taken out in public is just 1,500 plus liters, okay? Although the 20 kiloliters of Nirvana holy liquid could indeed form a pond, using it to bathe daily is purely cooking up a story. Letting others accuse me of something that I did not do, it's too much. So I cannot suffer this accusation. I'll try using Nirvana holy liquid to bathe tonight. Anyway, after using it to bathe, its healing effects will not become weaker. It can still be used to save lives. Mentioning about saving lives, who knows how the Big Dipper Saint is doing now? Sigh. When this primordial battlefield joint training ends, I'll let Jinfeng go and ask around. He's an extremely precious research target. I'm relying on him for a breakthrough in my experiment. Please do not die. As Shen Tian coped with his junior brothers and sisters' passionate questions and crowding, he let his mind run wild with thoughts. Time passed quickly as they had a joyful and hurried interaction. After a total of an hour and under the heavenly venerable White Lotus intervention, did everyone stop asking Shen Tian questions? Meanwhile, Shen Tian finally had the time to enter his room and enjoy a rare moment of peace and quiet. At that moment, Qin Yundi gently opened the door. Shen Tian asked calmly, "Is something the matter, junior brother Yundi?" Qin Yundi smiled gently with his narrow eyes. "Senior brother, it's about the yin-yang demon penetrating gun." Realization dawned upon Shen Tian. Yin-yang demon penetrating gun? Oh, what a bad memory I have. I forgot to return you the 8 yin-yang demon penetrating guns previously. His arc-yin C-ring shone, and the 8 yin-yang demon penetrating guns appeared in the air. Shen Tian smiled and said, "Junior brother, confirm the number of guns. These 8 yin-yang demon penetrating guns are returned to their rightful owner." Qin Yundi's face turned slightly red, and he hurriedly shook his head. "Senior brother, you misunderstood me. I am not here to ask you to return the guns." He seemed to have realized it was quite difficult to explain, so he directly took a short black gun out of his inner spatial ring. This short gun was overall quite similar to the yin-yang demon penetrating gun, but there was an extra small round disc at the gun head, which looked just like a lotus. Qin Yundi explained, "Senior brother, you told me about the fully automatic yin-yang demon penetrating guns principle the last time. I have been researching with my mother these few days and finally created the first finished product, which is this yin-yang rapid firing gun. There are 30 spirit gold bullets within this yin-yang rapid firing gun, and they can be completely shot within 3 breaths. Also, their degree of precision is quite high. Although its power is much weaker than a normal yin-yang demon penetrating gun, this can be compensated by shooting more. Meanwhile, as compared to the single-shot yin-yang demon penetrating gun, its fault tolerance rate is also higher." Qin Yundi's joyful explanation astounded Shen Tian. "Awesome brother. Just how long has passed? You even invented an automatic rifle? If you and your mother are given a little more time, will the both of you even invent things like armor-piercing bullets, explosion bullets, ground-to-air guided missiles? The both of you are really too crazy." Chapter 196, Jade Lake Sacred Ground, a visit by an old friend. Bang! 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 Clear and crisp banging sounds echoed from Shen Tian's room. The narrow-eyed Qin Yundi smiled and said, "Senior brother, what do you think about this gun? According to your reminder, Mother had specially added a noise reduction array formation that could prevent the gunshot from being too loud." Shen Tian nodded, looking at the Dharma artifact shield that had obviously deformed from the shots. He was extremely satisfied. Shen Tian had picked up that shield back at Fog City, and its former owner had most likely died. Thus, following the virtue of not wasting, Shen Tian had taken this shield. Currently, bullet holes were obvious on that shield, and some even directly pierced through it. It was obvious that the power of this yin-yang rapid-firing gun was quite good. What was more rare and commendable was that the gun's recoil was not strong, so Shen Tian could completely take it. Shen Tian shot the shield 10 times at once. Each shot had precisely landed on the shield, not accidentally injuring Qin Yundi, who was at the side. As compared to the normal yin-yang demon-penetrating gun that had to wait for a while before being able to shoot the second shot, the durability and fault tolerance rate of the yin-yang rapid-firing gun were indeed much higher. As this gun was just a sample, it was relatively crudely made. However, only speaking from its function, its main performance was already that of an automatic rifle. Qin Yundi indeed had the talents, and coupled with the crafting skills of Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus, their research on firearms was very smooth. Shen Tian could almost see a revolution by cultivators with low cultivation levels. Of course, the yin-yang demon-penetrating gun and yin-yang rapid-firing gun might be extremely powerful amongst low-level cultivators, but they were destined to be unable to affect the entire cultivation world. That was because oxygen and hydrogen with spirit chi, no matter how tightly they were compressed, they could only break through the golden core restriction realm. When facing nascent soul cultivators like Supremacy Blood Mosquito, it was difficult for it to have the surprise element and one-shot kill effect. These weapons' attack speed was even unable to compare with the dodging and defending speed of nascent soul cultivators. Supremacies could easily deal with these attacks. If one wanted to threaten nascent soul supremacy or heavenly venerables, most likely electromagnetic guns, laser weapons, or even nuclear weapons needed to be invented. Whether nuclear weapons were even able to threaten heavenly venerables, even Shen Tian was unsure. That was because Shen Tian had witnessed the battle between Mother Vine Luji and Qian Yang Sword Venerable. They could be called humanoid missiles. Be it their attacking power or defensive power, they completely dominated nascent soul cultivators. With their means, as long as they were not in the centermost area of the nuclear explosion, they would most likely be able to escape with ease. As for nuclear weapons' most fearsome aspect, nuclear radiation, it was really not that threatening to cultivators. Not to mention some powerful supremacies were already able to hide within the void. Thus, Shen Tian decided that the research on firearms would end here. Anyway, in the future, if there were no accidents, he would definitely become a soul formation heavenly venerable. If he freeloaded enough people blessed with providence, even surviving the tribulation to become a sage and achieve immortal ascension were all possible. In such a situation, there was really no need to invent something like nuclear weapons anymore, and it would even pollute the environment. At the same time, making those high-tech weapons did consume quite a lot of time. Alright. Shen Tian admitted that it was actually because he could only make weapons using electrolysis with his level of knowledge in physical chemistry. Which normal youngster would know how to make a laser cannon or nuclear weapons? Even this electrolysis was something Shen Tian had barely remembered after looking at the scene of Qin Yundi's fortuitous opportunity. As for the other knowledge, he had long returned it to his high school teachers. After returning the yin-yang rapid-firing gun to Qin Yundi, Shen Tian said calmly, "Junior brother Yundi, you've done well. This yin-yang rapid-firing gun's practicability is even higher than the yin-yang demon-penetrating gun. In the future, you can continue researching, but you must let Ant Master Golden Lotus pay attention to the core technology's confidentiality." The narrow-eyed Qin Yundi smiled and said, "Senior brother, don't worry, I know." Shen Tian nodded. "Then, for our direction of research in the future, we can focus on improving the stability of the yin-yang rapid-firing gun. Also, there's no hurry to start selling the yin-yang demon-penetrating gun and yin-yang rapid-firing gun. The yin-yang lightning explosion talisman is enough." Although these weapons could only threaten weak golden core cultivators, cultivators below golden core were the mainstream in Eastern Wilderness. The yin-yang lightning explosion talisman that the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground had invented was enough to seize most of the market for cultivators of low cultivation level. That was enough. If they recklessly also sold the yin-yang demon-penetrating gun, it would definitely draw backlash from the whole Eastern Wilderness cultivators. Others had worked hard for hundreds of years to reach the golden core stage, but a weakling in the foundation establishment stage was able to kill them with one shot? What would they think of it? In the future, those cultivators who had poor talent just needed to train their bodies and prolong their lifespan? In the course of time, wouldn't the Divine Firmament disciples be treated as offbeat heretics? Thus, it would not be good for the Sacred Ground's development. Although Qin Yundi did not know the reason for Shen Tian's decision, he firmly believed what his senior brother said must be right. After storing the yin-yang rapid-firing gun into his inner spatial ring, Qin Yundi nodded. "All right. Senior brother, I understand." Shen Tian nodded. There are dangers everywhere in the primordial battlefield. Are our sacred grounds disciples well equipped? Chen Yundi replied, "Yep, senior brother. Don't worry." In this primordial battlefield trial, the sacred leader specially opened a loan channel for all disciples that joined the trial. Everyone could borrow spirit stones and use them to buy yin-yang lightning explosion talismans and yin-yang penetrating divine lightning. Now, all the disciples are well equipped with so much that they could even beat a dozen people themselves. Seeing Chen Yundi, who was full of pride, Shen Tian nodded in satisfaction. Although Shen Tian did not want to be the leader, since his master had already handed these disciples into his hands, he had to do a good job. Or else, what if these guys encountered some dangers and resulted in heavy casualties? Then wouldn't he, the leader, need to take the responsibility? After all, almost all the victims' families could not be reasoned with, regardless of whether they were ancient or modern. Shen Tian pondered for a moment and still felt that they were not safe enough. Thus, he took a Nirvana holy liquid bottle out of his Archean sea ring and another 100+ small bottles. Shen Tian split 1 milliliter of Nirvana holy liquid into each small bottle and sealed them. Instantly, 100 bottles shining with green light appeared in front of Shen Tian. "Junior brother Yundi, help me distribute these Nirvana holy liquid bottles to our junior brothers and sisters. Just say that this is the benefit our favored ones group gives to everyone. Every disciple is limited to 1 bottle each, no one can take more than one cannot help others to take, it cannot be resold, and it cannot be gifted to others. Offenders will be expelled from the group. As for those with serious offenses, I will inform the sacred ground and expel them from the sect. You must ensure that every junior brother and sister will be able to obtain this bottle of Nirvana holy liquid. I hope that everyone can return safe and sound." The Nirvana holy liquid was obtained from Fang Chang's fortuitous opportunity, so the ones that Shen Tian gifted the Nirvana holy liquid to would have an increase in their providence. Although this bit of Nirvana holy liquid was nothing to Shen Tian, these 100 bottles of Nirvana holy liquid amounted just to 100 milliliters. To Foundation establishment cultivators, just 1 drop was enough to save their lives. With such a bottle of Nirvana holy liquid in their hand, it might have great use during crucial moments. Also, Shen Tian had other considerations. Now that they were about to enter the primordial battlefield, it was the moment where one's providence would be tested. The providence of those disciples that received the Nirvana holy liquid would increase slightly. It might be that little bit of increase that could allow them to escape from death or even encounter their fortuitous opportunity. By then, it would be simple to obtain their trust by giving them the bottle for free. Shen Tian might even be able to freeload some disciples' fortuitous opportunities, too. It was a win-win situation. In addition, the favored one's cohesion would increase greatly as well. In other words, it was killing several birds with 1 stone. At the very least, if they encountered a disaster like that of Fog City, if there were casualties within the disciples, then Shen Tian would not be blamed. After all, he had already made such a huge sacrifice and shared such a large amount of Nirvana holy liquid. Anyway, Shen Tian was definitely not going to take the blame at all. In that short moment, Shen Tian had already calculated everything. However, Chen Yundi obviously did not know Shen Tian's considerations, and he was currently extremely moved. Senior brother truly is awesome. His high morality reaches up to the clouds. He is giving this much Nirvana holy liquid to ensure the disciples' safety. This is a total of 100 bottles of Nirvana holy liquid. Thinking till here, Chen Yundi felt that he must inform junior brother Song Fugi and junior brother Lu Kaiyi of Shen Tian's sacrifice. Yep, I also have to tell senior brother Li Jinfeng after I return to the sacred ground. However, he most likely did not even need to tell Li Jinfeng. Senior brother Li Jinfeng would know about it as soon as possible and then spread it throughout the sacred ground. Senior brother, don't worry. I'll definitely ensure that every junior brother and sister will be able to receive the Nirvana holy liquid you gave. This is not the Nirvana holy liquid. It's the earnest care you have for your junior brothers and sisters. I'm touched. I'm extremely touched. His narrow eyes were filled with tears. Chen Yundi walked outside resolutely while holding the 100 bottles of Nirvana holy liquid. Shen Tian looked at Chen Yundi's back as he left and felt that this fellow seemed to have been influenced by shopkeeper Song and the others. Suddenly, Shen Tian frowned. Not good, I was in too much of a hurry. I should not be in a rush to share the Nirvana holy liquid. 1 milliliter per person is just too stingy. If I had known earlier, I would have taken a bath using the Nirvana holy liquid and then share it. By then, Each junior brother and sister would at least be able to have a cup of the Nirvana holy liquid. Anyway, I can tell them clearly beforehand that I had accidentally bathed using this holy liquid, so when they use it, they should try their best to apply it externally and not drink it. Those junior brothers that do not mind could have more Nirvana holy liquid, which I bathe with, while those that mind, I'll give them clean one but less. Anyway, they're all men. They would not mind, right? It's just that some junior sisters might not be willing. Junior sisters prefer cleanliness, after all. Of course, it might be that junior brothers are unwilling while the junior sisters fight over it. As the trial was approaching, Shen Tian was slightly nervous, so he started letting his imagination run wild. Meanwhile, at this moment, the divine firmament flying vessel was still rapidly advancing. Near the country of fire, at the outer peripheral of the primordial battlefield. Within a temporarily built town for the trial, there were plenty of disciples from Jade Lake Sacred Ground and other sects. They were already ready to enter the primordial battlefield. There were only 2 hours left before the trial started. However, one of the two major sacred grounds, Divine Firmament, had yet to arrive. Many genius disciples of Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands were already complaining. The trial is about to start. Why hasn't the Divine Firmament sacred ground arrived? They're just too arrogant. Sigh, even Jade Lake Sacred Ground, whose ranking is higher than the Divine Firmament sacred ground, has already arrived long ago. This time, the Divine Firmament sacred ground is indeed putting on airs. There's no other choice. At least 2 dark artifacts are needed to open the way into the primordial battlefield. If the Divine Firmament sacred ground doesn't come, are you going to open the way? Did you hear? There's a new saint in the Divine Firmament sacred ground. It's not Fang Chang, nor is it Zhang Yunting. Of course I've heard about it. I heard it was a nameless guy. His name was something like Shen Tian. Nameless, are you kidding me? Do you know what notice the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground had recently released? What notice? The Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground released a notice a few days ago that their Buddhist lord had entered seclusion. Before entering seclusion, he gave out an order to let the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground's elders give the Sonic Thunder's Buddhism token to the Divine Firmament Saint, Shen Tian. What? The Sonic Thunder's Buddhism token? Isn't that the supreme treasure of the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground? They're actually giving it to the Divine Firmament Saint? Looks like this Divine Firmament Saint is quite amazing. How high is his cultivation level? He must have already achieved the nascent soul stage, right? I heard that he's only a foundation establishment cultivator and is going to this trial with us. How is it possible? Are you serious? As the many disciples were talking, a few young ladies gradually walked by. The lady at the front was a girl wearing green clothes and looked ethereal, as if she was a fairy that had descended. Spirit chi vaguely gathered with each step she took, which formed the shape of a faint lotus flower. She was only a foundation establishment cultivator, but she had such graceful bearing it left one amazed. When she appeared, everyone stopped talking and looked at her in a daze. There was no other choice. She was just too extraordinary and breathtaking. Some cultivators that had some understanding of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were secretly using their divine consciousness to explain to others that this lady was the disciple that had recently entered the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. She had a special body constitution, which allowed her to have a high affinity with the Jade Lake Sacred Ground's cultivation techniques and had already been accepted as Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance's disciple. Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance was one of the few soul formation elders of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, her strength and status extremely extraordinary. Thus, this lady's future achievements, who had become Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance's disciple, definitely could not be underestimated. Meanwhile, the place where she was heading was where the Grand White Grotto Heaven disciples were located. As she gracefully took step by step, she came face to face with the Grand White Grotto Heaven disciple that was guarding the entrance. She smiled slightly. "I am Jade Lake Sacred Ground's disciple, Xiaoling. I wish to meet Senior Brother Shenao. Would Senior Brothers please help me pass on a message, just say. It's a visit by an old friend." Chapter 197, You're unworthy to pretend to be Senior Brother Shenao. Grand White Sword Palace. At the outer perimeter of the primordial battlefield, the palace where the Grand White Grotto Heaven disciples stayed. At the back garden, there was a man in white swinging his sword. The brilliant red sword aura gathered on the blades and pierced 3 feet away. The power of that attack was extremely domineering and unparalleled. The illusion of a red sun could be vaguely seen formed on the blade of the sword. Jiao Yang Sword Art, Second Technique, sun-piercing rainbow. That man snorted, then that originally 3 feet long sword oar instantly increased several times, becoming as long as 10 feet. As the huge sword oar sliced downward, it directly slashed an obvious chasm on the ground. The power of that sword was enough to let mortals bow down and worship him. After swinging that sword, the man's face seemed to be slightly pale. It was obvious that the attack's consumption was quite high. He gradually walked toward a swordsman wearing a purple robe, bowed, and said, "Master, I have mastered my strike." Supremacy Zi Yang's son nodded and revealed a satisfied expression. "Not bad, not bad. You're able to learn the Jiao Yang sword art's second technique in just a short half a month. You're indeed a promising disciple for Sword Dao. Of course, mainly it's because senior brother Chang he had taught you well. Senior brother's evaluation of you is not bad. You can go to the back mountain more when you have time to train. You have to know of the mantra no pain, no gain. You cannot slack off." Shen Ao's heart skipped a beat. WTF? Go to the back mountain more to train? You're too cunning. It's because you don't want to go to the back mountain that you make me the scapegoat. Shen Ao could never forget what he had experienced in this half a month. It was not cultivating and Dao-seeking at all. It was simply torture. However, thinking that his senior brother, Li Changzhe, was still being tortured now, Shen Ao felt much better since he was not the most miserable one. As he crazily complained about his master, he still had to go along with what his master said. Shen Ao smiled and said, "Yes, master." Supremacy Zi Yang nodded in satisfaction. He was still very satisfied with this disciple he had accepted recently. Although he had grown up in the palace, he did not have the bad habits of royalty. He was still calm, cautious, and humble. Also, he was able to bear hardships when training swordsmanship. One had to know that the number of youngsters who could endure senior brother Chang He's training was in the few. Supremacy Zi Yang believed that as long as Shen Ao continued persevering, he would definitely have the chance to reach the nascent soul stage and become a nascent soul supremacy who would be respected. By then, he might not lose to his so-called saint brother. Since the road of cultivation was long, one's background did not mean everything. The number of powerful cultivators that had risen up from insignificant backgrounds was not in the few. Like Supremacy Zi Yang, many cultivators that had come from normal families all firmly believed so. Thinking till here, Supremacy Zi Yang felt that he should encourage his disciple, Shen Ao. He said calmly, "I'll tell you something about the Sword Dao. We, sword cultivators, should have unyielding pride. Our swords would rather break than be bent. As long as we keep our swords in our heart, their sharpness would be able to slice through everything. Although your talent is not high, as long as you're hard-working, you can definitely advance triumphantly on the road of Sword Dao and surpass all those so-called geniuses. Do you understand?" In Supremacy Zi Yang's eyes, Shen Ao's talent was bad, as he could not be compared to geniuses at all. The country of fire was simply too insignificant as compared to the whole eastern wilderness, after all. Shen Ao had already understood such a point in this half a month. He had also suffered a huge blow and was depressed because of that before. However, now that he had heard his master's chicken soup, Shen Ao once again was filled with fighting spirit. He seemed to be deep in thought, and his eyes lit up. "Thank you, Master, for your teachings. I understand. I will continue training my sword. One day, my swordsmanship will be able to slice through everything." At that moment, Shen Ao seemed to be enlightened. Meanwhile, a disciple ran in from the back garden. Reporting to Martial Uncle Zi Yang, "A disciple from Jade Lake Sacred Ground has come." Supremacy Zi Yang frowned. "Jade Lake Sacred Ground's disciple? Did someone from our sect cause trouble?" That disciple shook his head. "No, the person that came was Jade Lake Sacred Ground's Fairy Xiaoling. She said she's here to find senior brother Shen Ao. Also, I heard a certain junior sister from Jade Lake Sacred Ground say that Fairy Xiaoling is also from the country of fire. She had always admired senior brother Shen Ao. Ever since joining the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, she had always asked around about senior brother Shen Ao." Supremacy Zi Yang squinted his eyes. "You mean, Fairy Xiaoling likes Shen Ao?" The disciple scratched his head and grinned. "Anyway, that's what the rumors say. I think it's quite reliable." Supremacy Zi Yang stroked his beard, smiled, and said, "Lead Fairy Xiaoling and her senior and junior sisters to the guest reception hall. Treat them with the utmost hospitality, don't offend them." The disciple nodded and left. Shen Ao frowned. He really could not remember that he knew a person named Xiaoling. However, with his reputation in the country of fire previously, it was indeed normal for girls to secretly admire him. At that thought, Shen Ao's lips were slightly curved. "Master, this fairy Xiaoling, how should I deal with her?" Supremacy Zi Yang's eyes were burning with passion. "Butter up. Butter her up." Shen Ao was stunned. "Butter up? What does that mean? Why do I have to butter her up?" Supremacy Zi Yang looked at Shen Ao angrily for his ignorance. "Oh, do you know who she is?" "Fairy Xiaoling, she's the one with the Kanate spirit constitution that the Jade Lake Sacred Ground recently found. She's a peerless genius. She has an extraordinary foundation and can become Jade Lake's saintess. In the future, she will even have a high possibility of reaching the soul formation stage. If her luck is good, she might even transcend the tribulation and become a sage. It's even possible that she might become the leader of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground 1,000 years later. Such a peerless genius is actually blind and took a liking to you, aren't you moved?" Shen Ao was stunned. "However, Master, didn't you say just now that as long as I'm hard-working enough, then I can surpass all these so-called geniuses?" Supremacy Zi Yang patted Shen Ao's shoulder and replied, "My master had also told me this in the past. Such words mean nothing, don't take them too seriously. Or else, when you meet a real genius, you'll break down. If in the past there was such a peerless genius that took a liking to me, would I still need to work so hard? Anyway, listen to my advice. Take advantage when she has yet to see what true geniuses are and is still blind. Hurry and get her. The best is just to directly have a baby, then what's done cannot be undone. Otherwise, if you mess up such a sure thing, then you'll definitely regret it." Shen Ao, seeing his master, who was so confident and imposing just a moment ago, saying, "As long as you're hard-working, then even geniuses can be surpassed," was now encouraging him to freeload off a woman, Shen Ao was completely stunned. Frankly speaking, he was a little doubtful. If he worked hard and cultivated, could he really surpass a genius? What if the genius was also hard-working? Or should he choose to get together with that saintess so he would not need to struggle anymore? Shen Ao walked toward the guest reception hall in a completely stunned state. He was overwhelmed by highly mixed feelings. His dream of cultivation and reality was conflicting. Two voices were arguing within him. One of them was rebellious and was firmly against the fact of selling himself. The other was bewitching him. Isn't it better to just get together with her, the peerless genius of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground? The guest reception hall was already visible, so Shen Ao was anxious. He could feel the sweat on his palms as he was extremely nervous now. That Jade Lake Sacred Ground fairy, how tall is she? What's her age? Is she pretty? If she is not the type that I like, should I still get together with her? But we would not be happy like this. As Shen Ao slowly walked into the hall, the moment he entered, he was completely astounded. He saw that there was a lady in green sitting on the left side of the hall. Her skin was as white as snow, her face was as beautiful as peach blossom, and she was exuding her gorgeous charm. If there was someone favored by the heavens and all the beautiful phrases could be used to describe her, then it should be her. The moment he saw her, Shen Ao could feel that the rebellious soul in his mind was being tamed. Freeloading is awesome. After gently coughing, Shen Ao took a mirror out of his storage bag and carefully styled his hair. He carried his sword on his back and smiled as he walked into the guest reception hall. He tried his best to carry himself with ease and natural poise. Indeed, he successfully attracted Fairy Xiaoling's attention. However, that lady gradually stood up, folded her hands in the front, and asked, "Senior brother, I have waited for quite a long time. May I know when I can meet Senior brother Shen Ao?" The numerous female disciples of Jade Lake Sacred Ground secretly shook their heads. Senior Sister Linger is indeed infatuated with him. As the true disciple of the Sacred Ground who even had hope of fighting for the saintess position, she did not hesitate to humble herself and come to the Great White Sword Palace to find the so-called Shen Ao. Who knows what kind of handsome-looking man could make Senior Sister this infatuated? It's making us anticipate. The desire for beautiful things was universal, after all. In an instant, all the female disciples looked at Shen Ao, awaiting his reply. Meanwhile, Shen Ao was completely dumbfounded. "WTF, do you mean you've waited for a long time? When can you meet Shen Ao? I'm standing right in front of you. Why, are you blind?" Seeing that Fairy Xiaoling was indeed gorgeous, Shen Ao endured it. He squeezed out a smile that he thought was gentlemanly. "Fairy Xiaoling, I am Shenao." "He is Shenao?" In that instant, all the female disciples from the Jade Lake sacred ground were all dumbstruck. "This is the man that senior sister Linger praised, an extremely handsome man with matchless good looks, Shenao?" Even if beauty was in the eye of the beholder, this was too much. This guy's look was only above average. All the female disciples looked toward Xiaoling. Meanwhile, the previously smiling Xiaoling turned expressionless. "Senior brother, you say you're Shenao?" Shenao nodded. "My name is indeed Shenao." Xiaoling took a deep breath. "The sixth prince of the country of fire?" Shenao replied, "Indeed." Xiaoling shook her head. "No, you're not him, you're not Shenao." "Shenao?" Xiaoling slowly stood up, looked at Shenao, and her temperament gradually turned fierce. "Just where is Shenao?" "Shenao? The Grand White Grotto heaven is too disrespectful. I just wanted to meet my old friend, so why must your sect hide senior brother Shenao?" "Shenao? I know. It must be that BTCH Li Lioner. Is it Li Lioner who doesn't want me to meet senior brother Shenao?" "Shenao? You're going too far. I definitely want to meet senior brother Shenao today." Shenao said, "Fairy, I'm really Shenao." Xiaoling said, "Ha, you think you're worthy?" My senior brother Shenao had guided fated people in the myriad spirit garden before, while his handsome appearance had made countless women go crazy over him. "Senior brother, please look at your appearance in the mirror. Are you worthy of pretending to be senior brother Shenao?" Shenao exclaimed, "Guide fated people in the myriad spirit garden?" Shenao suddenly understood something. It's him, it's him. It's 13th brother again." In that instant, Shenao was on the verge of tears. Achutilda. At the same moment, on the divine firmament flying vessel tens of miles away from the Grand White Sword Palace, a big wooden barrel was filled with nirvana holy liquid, and Shen Tian was comfortably soaked within it. The abundance of vitality energy crazily surged into his body, which made him feel so comfortable it was as if he was floating. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Ah, ah, ah. I am thankful to the brother who spread the rumor that I use nirvana holy liquid to bathe. It opened the door to a new world for me. Who would have thought that using the nirvana holy liquid to bathe would be this amazing? More importantly, Shen Tian could obviously feel that his physical body was being strengthened. This was not purely an increase in strength, but it was refining his body as a whole and enhancing his body from the core. As more and more energy from the nirvana holy liquid was absorbed, Shen Tian could feel that his foundation for cultivation was gradually increasing. The spirit chi dharmic powers started circulating within him, and the circulation was unprecedentedly smooth as if he was moving his arm. Meanwhile, he also clearly sensed that his cultivation level was also increasing steadily. The dharmic foundation of the 5 divine beasts avatars carved on his dantian was gradually expanding. That represented Shen Tian's cultivation level was increasing rapidly, advancing from mid-stage to late-stage foundation establishment. Also, there was even more energy hidden within Shen Tian's body that needed his body to slowly digest and absorb it. This was a long subtle process that could not be hurried. At that moment, Shen Tian could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, working hard to cultivate is totally unreliable. Spending money and using resources is the way to go." Some people trained hundreds of years consistently to increase their cultivation levels. However, some people just needed to take a bath, and they could comfortably break through. The only pity was that after Shen Tian bathed in the nirvana holy liquid, the amount of energy within the nirvana holy liquid greatly decreased. Most probably, if Shen Tian bathed a little longer, then this nirvana holy liquid would become diluted. Could it still heal injuries after it is diluted and applied externally? If there's a chance, let's try it out in the primordial battlefield. Anyway, there's no poison. At most, it's just the medicinal effects would decrease. If 3 bowls are concentrated into one, the healing medicinal effects will most likely not have much difference. I'll just keep it since this nirvana holy liquid was something I risked my life to get. If it is wasted, then it's really not worth it. As Shen Tian was deep in thought, drum sounds echoed from outside. Shen Tian knew that it was the command for everyone to prepare to gather as the divine firmament flying vessel was about to reach the primordial battlefield's outer perimeter. He slowly walked out of the bathtub. He looked at the nirvana holy liquid, whose color had turned much lighter, and then nodded his head secretly. A red jade bottle appeared in Shen Tian's hands. It was completely different from the other green jade bottles. Shen Tian made a hand seal, and all the nirvana holy liquid within the bathtub was sucked into it. Afterward, he donned his white dragon clothes made of brocade and walked toward the deck. This time the Grand White Grotto Heaven will also join this primordial battlefield trial. Will Lionel and Sixth Brother come? It's been a long time since I've seen them. I kinda miss them. Chapter 198, all were rejuvenated with just one step. The giant divine firmament flying vessel was hovering at the edge of the primordial battlefield, and it had caught the attention of many people. Many disciples from the Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands felt very jealous when looking at the flying vessel. Too bad, such a device was an extremely rare tactical resource, and only the sacred grounds could afford to use it casually. Most of these disciples reached the nearest city from the teleportation circle first before flying here with sword kinesis flight. They had encountered extreme weather phenomena, such as thunderstorms and hurricanes, so it was really a hell of a ride. They looked at the disciples from Divine Firmament with envy, just like how normal people would look at sports cars owners. The Divine Firmament sacred ground is finally here? What great timing! What's so great about the sacred ground? We had been waiting here for so long. Keep your volume down. Don't let them hear us. It's okay. We are using voice transmission. They cannot hear us. I heard that Divine Firmament Saint is an amazing guy. LOL. We are all Foundation Establishment cultivators. How amazing can he be? It is just rumors. Many people crowded around the vessel as it landed. Even the Grand White Grotto Heaven's little princess, Li Lionel, was among them. Little Spirit Fairy was chasing behind her with an unpleasant look on her beautiful face. Li Lionel. Where is my brother Shen now? Li Lionel ignored her. She was smiling happily with her ahoge jumping up and down. Even the calabash's spout was dancing happily in its pot. Other core members from the Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands gathered too. Everyone knew that when the two major sacred grounds met, the primordial battlefield trial would officially start. Boom! The flying vessel landed and caused the dust to spread due to the impact. Slowly, the Divine Firmament sacred ground members came down one by one, including the elderly. Cough, cough. The elderly were here because shopkeeper Song and eunuch Gui had requested to come along. They looked very out of place among the younger disciples. Oh? Why are old men among the Foundation Establishment disciples in the Divine Firmament sacred ground? I have no idea where the sacred ground found these people. Are they really lacking in manpower now? I heard that these were the relatives of the new saint back in the country of fire. When they entered the sacred ground, they became inner sect disciples straight away. Wow, just because of one guy? That makes me sick. They are certainly well connected to the sacred ground. It turns out that the amazing saint is just trying to benefit his own family after all. That is so low. The disciples from the Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands were chatting away. They were the top Foundation Establishment cultivators in their sects, and it was natural for them to feel proud of themselves. Thus, when they met people who were better than them, they felt salty instantly. Thoughts like I'm so good, but the Divine Firmament sacred ground rejected me before, and now they recruited some old man instead of me? Were bombarding their minds. These cultivators felt it was unfair as they believed they were much better than others. They had a bad impression of the saint even though they had yet to meet him. Of course, these disciples only dared to talk in such a manner secretly. When they were in front of the elders or saints of the sacred grounds, they were very well behaved. Qin Yunti led 108 Foundation Establishment disciples out of the flying vessel. However, the highly anticipated Shen Tian did not appear. Lu Taiyi and shopkeeper Song exchanged a look and thought to themselves, is it not grand enough for our senior brother? They nodded at each other and took out a flag each, and started waving in front of the disciples. In an instant, the Divine Firmament disciples released their long swords, and the swords flew around in the air. Soon, the swords formed the character Tian in the air, looking extremely splendid. Top among the immortals and pride on earth. We will reach immortal ascension if we follow him every day. The favored ones from the Divine Firmament sacred ground welcome senior brother saint. Boom! 9 yin-yang lightning explosion talismans exploded in the air and produced an awesome firework. That was the ceremonious explosion talisman made by Qin Yunti after Lu Taiyi and Song Fugi had suggested it. They believed it would help in the grand entrance of the saint. The saint would appear after the firework. Everyone would cheer for him. That was the grand opening they were talking about. Many disciples from Divine Firmament refused to do it initially as it was a very embarrassing thing to do in front of other sects. However, everyone was willingly doing it now. The reason was very simple: their senior brother was very generous. Before the flying vessel reached the primordial battlefield, senior brother Yundi had passed them a bottle of Nirvana holy liquid each under the saint's instruction. The Nirvana holy liquid was a legendary item that could heal any wounds. Even if it was just 1 milliliter, it was still very precious. That was not something that could be measured by any amount of money. The saint had given each of them a bottle of Nirvana holy liquid for free before the trial. It was just too generous. Everyone liked such leaders, and they could do any embarrassing things for them. That was how things turned so dramatic right now. The other talented disciples from other sects were even saltier now, especially the top foundation establishment cultivators in their sect. They began to stare at their junior brothers. Look at what the other junior brothers are doing. They are helping their senior brother so much. Look at you. What have you done for me? I'm so jealous, so envious, so salty. They felt worse after seeing the performance, and more disciples started to gossip. He is just a foundation establishment cultivator. Who does he think he is? This is even more spectacular than welcoming a nascent soul cultivator. No wonder the divine firmament's sacred ground declined over the past years. Just look at what they've been doing. Even the saint is so boastful. Such a disappointment. Seems like there is nothing special about this saint after all. Everyone had a negative impression of the saint now. The door of the flying vessel opened, and a man in a white robe walked out. All the gossip stopped out of a sudden. What a man! His eyes were like stars in the sky. He had long hair and a handsome look. He looked just like an immortal visiting their world. He was wearing a simple white dragon robe, yet he looked so graceful. No one could question his looks. No one could doubt his charm. Even the most shameless disciple right here could not say that he looked better than this white-robed man. Even the most reserved female present could not take her eyes off this handsome man. The man walked toward the crowd step by step. There was a very nice smell coming from him, and everyone was attracted by it. Even butterflies began to fly around this man and circled around him. He walked down the flying vessel and took a step out. The dried grass patch around him was rejuvenated in an instant. The yellow grass began to turn green rapidly, and flowers started to bloom. As he walked, more flowers blossomed, and more butterflies gathered around him. He was like an immortal walking on earth and bringing life to it. All the disciples were shocked. Who is this handsome man? A plant recovered from the shock first. It was the spout of the 7 treasure fairy calabash. It was staying on top of Li Lioner's head until it saw Shen Tian. It could not maintain its chill anymore. It bent its own stalk and straightened it out of a sudden. It flew out together with the flower pot toward Shen Tian. Shen Tian almost used lightning fist to hit this incoming flower pot. Seeing that Shen Tian was holding the spout with care, Li Lioner was very happy. No one knew that this girl could have such an expression. She was really glad that the 7 treasure fairy calabash was close to Shen Tian. It is indeed the proof of our love. That's why it is so attracted to Brother Shen. She was worried that the calabash had never seen Shen Tian before, and thus it would not like Shen Tian. To her surprise, it liked Shen Tian a lot and even jumped into his arms. Li Lioner ran up to Shen Tian and said, "Brother Shen. You finally came to see me. Lioner missed you so much." There was a commotion in the crowd again after hearing this. Shen Tian? He is Divine Firmament's new saint? OMG. He is so amazing. What a look. What a charm. Is he really human? Are you sure he is not an immortal or some kind? He is covered in vigor. Butterflies follow him, and the earth rejuvenates when he walks on it. I have never heard of it before. I thought those disciples were too dramatic. I was so wrong. No wonder the disciples are so supportive of him. He is indeed better than Fang Chang and Zhang Yunting. No other man could bring up my interest now after seeing him. I'll only marry Shen Tian and no one else. I'll rather be Shen Tian's concubine than someone else's wife. No one can force me otherwise, or I'll kill myself. I thought I'm the most handsome man in Eastern Wilderness. Who would have thought the Divine Firmament Saint would be so charming? I've lost completely. I'll admit that I'm in second place now. I'm third. I'm fourth. I'm 10,086th. Divine Firmament's new saint is really amazing. I'm in love. The tide had turned completely as everyone was mesmerized by Shen Tian's looks. However, Shen Tian was stunned by the 7 treasure fairy calabash. Why do I smell like the holy liquid? I just used it to take a bath. I can understand why butterflies are flying around me, but what are these wasps doing? Are they going to sting me? I'll break their stingers with my mixed divine lightning if that happens. And what is wrong with these grass and flowers? Seriously, it's not that I'm not trying to step on them. But they just keep growing wherever my feet land. Why? Just because I'm handsome, I can beautify the environment around me too? Did I not fully absorb the power of the nirvana holy liquid yet? And it is volatilized into the air? Shen Tian frowned at the thought of it, and he felt he had wasted a lot of money. However, his expression was misread by others. The saint frowned. Why did he frown? I heard that the saint could see the future. Did he see the pitiful fate of many disciples here, that they would be in danger? He is feeling sorry for them now. He is such an awesome saint. He is charming and caring at the same time. I'm in love. Shen Tian's appearance conquered everyone. Brother Shen. Lionel took care of the calabash very well. Lionel said smilingly, see, the spout is out already. Shen Tian nodded. Honestly, he was very fond of this little lolly, as long as her father was not around. It has indeed grown. It's really cute. Shen Tian touched the leaf with his hand, and something came into his mind. He took a red bottle out of his RNC ring, and it contained a white liquid. The calabash danced even more vigorously now. Apparently, it wanted the liquid very much. Shen Tian laughed. It was the nirvana holy liquid that he had used to bathe just now. He dripped one drop onto the calabash, and it instantly absorbed the liquid. It looked much greener now. Interesting. Shen Tian put the pot back onto Lionel's head. Then, he diluted another 10 milliliters of the liquid and fed it to the spout. The spout drank the liquid quickly, and it emitted a green light before starting to dance even more vigorously. The entire spout was making a wave with its body as though it was high on drugs. Pop. In the end, it used its vine and pulled its root out of the pot. Shen Tian was shocked by what he saw. What is happening now? Is this calabash drunk? Did it think it was on the dance floor? Chapter 199, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus Old Flame. Shen Tian was very relieved when he saw that the calabash liked its present very much. After all, this was a calabash baby, which he had obtained from a spiritor. It was natural he would have some feelings for it. Shen Tian handed the red bottle to Lionel with a faint smile. This bottle contains refined nirvana holy liquid. It can be used to treat injuries and cultivate spiritual wood. Since little calabash likes it, please accept it, junior sister Lionel. But remember not to ingest it yourself. To be honest, the swordmaster token the Li family had gifted had been of great help to Shen Tian. He had been able to avoid many dangerous situations because of it. Giving this refined nirvana holy liquid to Lionel was akin to returning that favor. Lionel accepted the little red bottle with a brilliant smile. Brother Shen is so good to our calabash. Shen Tian patted Lionel on the head. He felt somewhat displeased at the sight of the red and gold halo above her head. She was the first person Shen Tian had met in the myriad spirit garden, but she only had the providence of a red and gold halo. It just wasn't enough. In addition, Shen Tian could see the faint fortuitous opportunity image above Lionel's head. This was probably the fortuitous opportunity she would soon encounter when she entered the primordial battlefield. But in Shen Tian's opinion, this fortuitous opportunity didn't appear very valuable. It was far below that of a 7-treasure fairy calabash. Not only that, after entering the small town, Shen Tian had also seen the fortuitous opportunity images above the heads of Qin Gao, Qin Yundi, and the rest. But most of them were of spiritors, defeated demons, and spirit fruits on the primordial battlefield. These were considered a bit more valuable. However, compared to the 7-treasure fairy calabash, the demon book of Huga, and the apocalyptic electrolysis, they were still very much inferior. It was clear that as lucky as a person was, it was not possible for every single fortuitous opportunity they encountered to be a great one. Most of the time, they would only meet rather ordinary fortuitous opportunities. But it was still better than nothing. He wondered whether Lionel would encounter a greater fortuitous opportunity if he helped to enhance her providence. An idea suddenly popped into Shen Tian's mind, and he decided to give it a try. Shen Tian took an exquisite sandalwood box out of his RNC ring. Inside the box was a lovely bottle made of white jade. The number 5 was written in gold lacquer on the bottle. It represented the fact that there were 5 liters worth of nirvana holy liquid inside the bottle. When Shen Tian had first returned to the divine firmament sacred ground, he had done something very important. And that was to divide out the holy liquid into bottles. Shen Tian had not been prepared during that time at the fog plain. He only had about 200 bottles inside his Archean sea ring. To contain an entire nirvana holy liquid pool, Shen Tian had filled every single one of those bottles with holy liquid. Most of the bottles were filled to the brim with 50 liters of nirvana holy liquid. Some of the larger bottles contained over 100 liters. But there was a very big problem with having a bottle filled with over 50 liters of liquid. It was too extravagant. For example, that time at the White Lotus Mountain, the Big Dipper saint had been so shocked that he started to doubt himself and nearly had a mental breakdown. More importantly, it was difficult to give away a bottle filled with over 50 liters of nirvana holy liquid. After dragging out the entire bottle, it didn't look nice if he were to siphon off just a few liters as a gift. It made him look so stingy. He had a reputation to upkeep. If he wanted to maintain his good image, he would have to give an entire bottle. But over 50 liters of nirvana holy liquid? That's too much. Although Shen Tian had obtained about 25-30 kl1 of nirvana holy liquid from the Valley of Fog previously, he still could not afford to be overly generous with it. After all, if you gave out 50 liters each time, you would be left empty-handed after 500 to 600 giveaways, right? With that thought, Shen Tian had specially visited Divine Firmament City and ordered over 1,000 gift boxes and several tens of thousands of jade bottles. Thereafter, he had spent half a day dividing out the remaining nirvana holy liquid into green jade bottles, white jade bottles, and gold lacquer jade bottles. The green jade bottles numbered the most. He had 10,000 of them, and each contained half a liter of nirvana holy liquid. These bottles were made of smooth, lustrous jade carved with all sorts of exquisite patterns. They looked very lovely. Compared to the bottles Shen Tian had earlier, they looked much more presentable. As for the white jade bottles, the carvings on them were even more exquisite. They were also packed into expensive sandalwood boxes. Every single box only had one white jade bottle inside. Each bottle contained 5 liters of nirvana holy liquid. Shen Tian had prepared 1,000 such white jade bottles in their gift boxes. He was reserving them as gifts for those young talents with great providence. After all, one could only open doors with a gift in hand. Meeting a young talent with a great fortuitous opportunity on their head for the first time, how to get close to them and get them to trust you. The simplest and most direct method was to offer up the nirvana holy liquid. They would immediately feel more chummy toward you and treat you like a brother. The exquisite sandalwood gift box represented the form, while the nirvana holy liquid inside represented the substance. With both form and substance fully accounted for, no one would be immune to Shen Tian's friendly overtures. Thereafter, he could easily reap the harvest of his efforts. At the same time, the providence of those who had received Shen Tian's nirvana holy liquid would be boosted. In this manner, Shen Tian's harvest would be even more bountiful. It would just be a matter of time before Shen Tian accumulated enough providence to become the most blessed figure in the whole cultivation world. He had planned everything splendidly. The final batch was contained in the most prestigious gift boxes. The box was forged from spirit stones and was best for preserving the spirit chi and preventing the energy from dissipating. There were dragons and phoenixes carved on those gift boxes, as well as the 10 great divine guardian beasts of the divine firmament sacred ground. It also had Saint Shen Tian's personal signature. In addition, the bottle within was made from the most precious spirit gold lacquered onto supreme grade spirit jade to make the very rare and very expensive gold lacquered bottles. The bottle alone could fetch up to 1,000 spirit stones in price. It was an extremely luxurious and premium item. These high-end gold lacquered bottles contained 50 liters of nirvana holy liquid. They were meant as gifts only for the most important occasions, for example, his master's birthday or when meeting his in-laws for the first time. Shen Tian had ordered only 100 of these special gift boxes and bottles. After all, Shen Tian didn't think there would be many opportunities for him to hand out such an extravagant gift. Shen Tian believed that he might end up using these himself. 10,000 green jade bottles, each containing half a liter of nirvana holy liquid. 1,000 white jade bottles, each containing 5 liters of nirvana holy liquid. 100 gold lacquer jade bottles, each containing 50 liters of nirvana holy liquid. 15 kl of nirvana holy liquid were settled in this way. As for the remaining 10 kl or so, Shen Tian had stored it in a special magical jade bottle. This magical jade bottle was a supreme grade spirit artifact that Heavenly Venerable White Lotus had given to Shen Tian. It was perfect for storing and preserving spirit pills and miracle elixirs. After Shen Tian had given nearly 50 liters of nirvana holy liquid to Heavenly Venerable White Lotus, she had gifted him this magical jade bottle after some consideration. The remaining 10 kl of nirvana holy liquid was stored in this magical jade bottle so that the liquid could be preserved for as long as possible. The magical jade bottle might even have some purifying properties on liquid. As for its worth, it was much more valuable than even a black tortoise armor. Moreover, the magical jade bottle also contained quite a number of pills for poison, illusion breaking, rejuvenation, nourishment, tonification, and so on. They had all been given to him by Heavenly Venerable White Lotus. Heavenly Venerable White Lotus had personally created those pills, and they were of the highest quality. Although not as good as the nirvana holy liquid, the pills were still precious and highly coveted by many eastern wilderness cultivators. It could be seen that Heavenly Venerable White Lotus was still very reasonable. She had tried to match the value of her gifts to that of the nirvana holy liquid that Shen Tian had given her. Not at all like a certain elder. Shen Tian was now handing a white jade bottle containing 5 liters of nirvana holy liquid to Li Lion'er. The sandalwood box had been opened, and the superior grade white jade bottle glimmered in the sunlight. Shen Tian smiled. This bottle contains 5 liters of nirvana holy liquid. It can be used to treat injuries. Junior Sister Lion'er, please accept this. Do take care of yourself while in the primordial battlefield. After Shen Tian passed the nirvana holy liquid bottle to Li Lion'er, the halo light above her head gave a big tremor. More gold spots appeared, and the light became brighter. Even the fortuitous opportunity image above her head looked clearer and more consistent. Not only that, there seemed to be a new fortuitous opportunity forming behind the current image. Shen Tian couldn't help musing. He really had to carefully analyze the link between providence and fortuitous opportunity. As for Li Lion'er, her face blushed a pretty pink after receiving the sandalwood box. So Brother Shen had also specially prepared a gift for me. This box and bottle are so beautiful. Brother Shen must have put in a lot of effort to prepare this gift for me. But I have no idea why Brother Shen kept glancing at the top of my head when giving me the gift. Could he be looking at calabash? I never imagined that Brother Shen would dote on the calabash so much. This is all thanks to our love. At this point, everyone's eyes were on Shen Tian. He was a handsome man full of vigor. When standing together with Li Lion'er, the sight of this perfect couple filled everyone with covetous longing, especially the women. Not a single one of them didn't wish to take Li Lion'er's place and become the one standing by Saint Shen Tian's side. After all, which young lady didn't hanker for romance in her life? At this point, Shen Tian's Heritai rosary beads started to vibrate intensely. Master, there is an aura of resentment in the air. It is coming from Little Spirit Fairy and His Highness Shenao. Little Spirit Fairy? Shenao? Shen Tian was startled. He looked in the direction where Jewel was pointing at. All he saw were 2 pairs of resentful eyes fixed upon him. Who else could it be, if not Little Spirit Fairy and Shenao? After such a long time, Shen Tian was reunited with them, so he felt very happy upon seeing Little Spirit Fairy and Shenao. But why did they look so bitter? Could they be jealous? Well, he had just given Lion'er a plant cultivating liquid and a bottle of nirvana holy liquid. But the 2 of them hadn't gotten anything. It was natural they were feeling unhappy and envious. Shen Tian was not one for showing favoritism. Although Little Spirit Fairy was a rather scheming character, she was still an important girl in Shen Tian's heart. She had her value. Helping raise Little Spirit Fairy's providence now would make it easier for him to benefit from her fortuitous opportunities in the future. As for Shenao, Shen Tian did feel rather abashed. Ever since he had transmigrated, apart from the King of Fire, Shenao had been the closest person to him amongst all his royal relatives. Blood was thicker than water. One could not forsake one's own blood ties. At this thought, Shen Tian took another 2 sandalwood boxes out of his Archean sea ring and gave them to Little Spirit Fairy and Shenao. 6th brother, Junior Sister Linger, I have prepared these for you too. They also contain 5 liters of nirvana holy liquid. Please be careful during this primordial battlefield trial. You are both very important people to me. Shen Tian's Heritai rosary bead stopped vibrating the moment he said those words. Master, their resentment has totally vanished. I never imagined that Brother Raodian's real name is Shen Tian. Thank you, Brother Shen. Little Spirit Fairy gave a brilliant smile as she accepted the sandalwood box. All the men around her gaped at the lovely sight. Detestable. Not only is this divine firmament saint flirting with Fairy Lion'er, but he's trying to steal Fairy Linger from me too. But why? Oh, why don't I feel the slight bit of resentment? Damn it, why do I feel that Fairy Lioner and Fairy Linger should rightfully belong to this guy? Damn my rebellious soul. Why am I only thinking of congratulating them? That's because you are all ugly. Ugly people are not fit to feel resentment. The Divine Firmament Saint is so dashing. We are so envious of Fairy Lioner and Fairy Linger. How we wish we could also snuggle in the Divine Firmament Saint's arms like them. +1. +1. +1. A flurry of secret conversations was ongoing in the crowd of disciples. They communicated via their collective divine consciousness. The air was filled with the sour taste of envy and desire. As Shen Ao gazed at the smiling Shen Tian, he couldn't help feeling extremely conflicted. To be honest, since stepping into the cultivation world, Shen Ao's worldview had been greatly affected. He had been the rare, talented prodigy inside the royal house of the country of fire. He had been the pride of everyone since a young age. But after entering the Grand White Grotto heaven, Shen Ao had realized his talents were not as great as he thought. Li Changzhi and Li Lioner were both more powerful than him. Even amongst the disciples training in the primordial battlefield now, he was at most an average talent. But that ill-fortuned 13th prince whom he had been avoiding all the time had now suddenly become a saint in the divine firmament's sacred ground. Everyone's eyes were on him. Everyone wanted to crowd around him. On top of that, Fairy Xiaoling, the one who had been so highly praised by their teachers and had been touted as unbeatable, was now one of 13th Prince's most loyal fans. It must be said that Shen Ao's pride had taken a huge beating. If he could endure this, he might emerge even stronger and tougher than before, like a sword that had been polished and sharpened. But if he failed to overcome this obstacle and suffer a mental breakdown, he might end up giving up on himself entirely. Shen Tian was slightly taken aback at the sight of Shen Ao staring blankly at him. Does sixth brother think I have given him too little holy liquid? At the thought of this, Shen Tian took another sandalwood box out of his Archean ring. He shoved 2 boxes into Shen Ao's arms. Sixth brother, you and I are biological brothers. I hope you won't bear a grudge over the misunderstandings that happened at the Myriad Spirit Garden and the palace. Shen Ao accepted 10 liters of Nirvana holy liquid in a daze. He asked in confusion, Myriad Spirit Garden? What misunderstanding? Shen Tian was momentarily taken aback and broke out in cold sweat. Shopkeeper Song, who was standing behind him, was even more fretful. Shen Tian gave a small cough. Nothing. It's not important. Let bygones be bygones. Oh. Shen Ao suddenly recalled everything. That's right, it was because the 13th prince had claimed to be Shen Ao Tian while in the Myriad Spirit Garden. As a result, Fairy Xiaoling had thought His Highness was Shen Ao Tian. She had gone straight up to His Highness and insulted him for being ugly. Detestable. His Highness had never suffered such wrongful treatment. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Shen Ao took a deep breath. 13th brother, it was just a small misunderstanding. I never took it to heart. As for this holy liquid, you better take it back. I still have many healing pills. Moreover, I am practicing the way of the sword and have my pride. I am not used to. Before Shen Ao could finish his sentence, the voice of Supremacy Zi Yang suddenly echoed in his mind. Blockhead, blockhead. My foolish disciple. Accept it, accept it. Do you know how valuable this Nirvana holy liquid is? I won't be able to afford a bottle even if I sell myself. If only I had a brother like yours in my time. I wouldn't have had to struggle so much. Or, don't be so ignorant of your own good fortune. Take it, take it. Shen Ao was completely stunned by Supremacy Zi Yang's sensational claims. These are just 10 liters of Nirvana holy liquid. It can't be bought even if Master were to be sold? When did Master become so worthless? No way. That can't be right. What kind of treasure is this Nirvana holy liquid? How could it be so valuable? Shen Ao's heart twisted even more at this thought. They were both the descendants of the country of fire. But the 13th prince's gift was enough to buy 2 masters for him. Mother, I have let you down. But after further consideration, he recalled that his mother had not been as doted upon as Concubine Lan. In fact, his own mother had been one of Concubine Lan's many fangirls. In this case, it was quite normal for him to lose out to the 13th prince. The turmoil in Shen Ao's heart suddenly cleared after he managed to find that excuse. It was like his sword heart had undergone a round of fortification. As a result, his sword Dao improved greatly within a short amount of time. Shen Tian couldn't help feeling worried as he observed the constantly changing expression on Shen Ao's face. "Sixth brother, aren't I already giving you 2 bottles of the Nirvana holy liquid? You should at least try to be civil. What's up with all those expressions on your face?" At this thought, Shen Tian said in exasperation, "Sixth brother, this is a token of my sincerity. You and I are brothers after all." Before Shen Tian could finish his sentence, Shen Ao interrupted him. "Never mind, since 13th brother has shown such sincerity, I will accept it." He accepted the 2 bottles of Nirvana holy liquid with a smile and placed them into his own storage device. After putting away the Nirvana holy liquid, Shen Ao felt like he was also putting away his competitive and petty feelings toward Shen Tian. In this world, there would always be some people favored by the heavens. They were the key figures of their generation, and no ordinary people could compare to them. It would be self-destructive to try and go against such people. Shen Ao understood that now. He was now completely enlightened. Instead of secretly treating Shen Tian as his arch-nemesis, he should view him as his goal and role model. Follow him, learn from him, help him, support him. Perhaps they could become partners and embark on the road to cultivation together. His sword heart felt like it had also been polished. Shen Ao had gained a deeper understanding in the way of the sword now. At this point, he could vaguely start to understand the sword Dao mentioned by Supremacy Zi Yang. What sword Dao meant? Shen Tian heaved a sigh of relief after Shen Ao finally accepted the Nirvana holy liquid. As for Leilioner, she was watching the entire scene with a dazed expression. The beautiful box and jade bottle. Didn't Brother Shen specially prepare them for Linger? Why are there extra boxes and bottles? Oh, could it be Brother Shen also prepared a few more sets for them? Leilioner, Xiaoling, and Shen Ao had each received some Nirvana holy liquid and were naturally very happy about it. But the other talented disciples of the various sects felt very jealous. They were jealous not because they didn't receive any Nirvana holy liquid. To be honest, even the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds Foundation establishment disciples only got to know about the Nirvana holy liquid after Qin Yundi, and the rest explained to them. All other disciples had no idea what the Nirvana holy liquid was. They were feeling jealous purely because Leilioner, Xiaoling, and Shen Ao were all standing together, looking all too harmonious. The guys were jealous of Shen Tian while the ladies were jealous of Leilioner and Xiaoling. In any case, the air was thick with jealousy. At the same time, the primordial battlefield trial was about to start. Up in the air, the elders of the 2 sacred grounds, 6 grotto heavens, and 12 blessed lands had already gathered. The elder in charge of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground was Heavenly Venerable White Lotus, while the elder in charge of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance. They were both in their soul formation forms. The other elders from the 6 grotto heavens and 12 blessed lands were in their nascent soul forms. Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance was dressed in a long red dress. She looked absolutely stunning and had a beauty mark in her brow area, making her look even more divine. She was already over 1,000 years ago but still looked as youthful as ever. She looked like a young lady of about 25 or 26 in age, the point in time when a female was at her most feminine and possessed the most womanly charms. It was enough to drive countless men crazy. She gazed at Heavenly Venerable White Lotus with disappointment. Is Senior Brother Chu not joining us again? Heavenly Venerable White Lotus gave Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance a sympathetic look. If Senior Sister Scarlet Dance really can't forget him, why don't you go to Divine Firmament to look for him? Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance shook her head. He said that he is a dragon destined to fly high into the skies and ascend the immortal world. I swore that I would never seek him out before I succeed in immortal ascension. Heavenly Venerable White Lotus shook her head with a bitter smile as she gazed at Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance's brave expression. How tough it must be on her. Senior Brother Chu was a formidable practitioner. His powers were without peer, and he dominated everyone and everything. How many young ladies were mesmerized by him back then? In the end, only Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance was barely worthy enough to stand by his side. A pity that Senior Brother Chu had been too proud then. He was clearly fond of this junior sister from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground but stubbornly claimed that only an exceptional female who could ascend the heavens was good enough for him. In the end, the demure-looking but inwardly tough senior sister Scarlet Dance had been forced to swear that she would never seek him out until she achieved immortal ascension. Thereafter, Chu Long had chosen to give up all his earlier cultivation and instead cultivate the Tender Sutra. Both his providence and integrity had started to crumble thereafter. Those fairies, who had been so enamored with him, had become so disappointed that they all turned from his fangirls into his haters. Gradually, those same fairies had gotten together with other more honest and virtuous male disciples. Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance was the only one who had never given up on First Senior Brother. Apart from daily trying and seeking out news about First Senior Brother, she would cultivate in seclusion. Among all the Heavenly Venerables in Jade Lake Sacred Ground, Fairy Scarlet Dancer's cultivation level was already the top. It was rumored that she was not far from reaching the Saint Realm. She was such an extraordinary lady but remained so steadfast toward Azure Lotus. Most of the people in Eastern Wilderness could not understand why. Heavenly Venerable White Lotus was the only one who could empathize with Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance. Heavenly Venerable White Lotus sighed. "I will inform Senior Sister Scarlet Dancer if I receive any news about First Senior Brother." Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance looked very grateful. "Thank you, Junior Sister." Heavenly Venerable White Lotus nodded. On a similar note, the Divine Firmament Saint seems to have a similar origin as First Senior Brother. He also cultivates the Tender Sutra. Moreover, First Senior Brother has been traveling and promoting his cause. Shen Tian is a disciple under both First Senior Brother and the Sacred Leader. With that, Heavenly Venerable White Lotus gazed towards Shen Tian, who had a crowd of admirers around him. "He is a disciple of Senior Brother Chu?" Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance's eyes flickered as she also turned to look at Shen Tian. At this point, the eyes of these two splendid female Heavenly Venerables seemed to sparkle with a strange motherly glow. Chapter 200, Uncompleted Battle from Primordial Age. The Divine Firmament Flying Vessel descended. This time all sects entering the primordial battlefield trial had arrived. 2 gorgeous female Heavenly Venerables and 18 powerful supremacies gradually appeared in the air. They exuded powerful auras and radiated bright luster, veiling their true appearance. This was a special Dharma technique, Divine Light. Its function was to purely create a mysterious vibe for cultivators and portray a high-end image. This Dharma technique may not be practical, but it could make one look grand. Many supremacies had learned such a Dharma technique. Since their appearance was not enough, they used Dharma techniques to help. Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance looked at Xiao Linger and Shen Tian, her eyes betraying a shred of relief. She gradually spoke. "The primordial battlefield trial that occurs once in every 5 years has arrived once again. I believe everyone's seniors have already briefed you on things to take note of on the battlefield, so I will not repeat what you know. Anyway, everyone needs to remember this: dangers are hidden everywhere in the primordial battlefield, safety is first." Heavenly Venerable White Lotus nodded. What Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance said is true. Everyone has the teleportation jade talisman that your respective sects have made. If you are to be injured seriously and lose the ability to continue, you will just need to pour in dharmic powers, and you will be teleported out. However, you must remember 2 things. Firstly, if you activate the teleportation jade talisman, it will mean you have forfeited from this trial, and you won't be able to enter again. Secondly, when activating the teleportation jade talisman to return, you need to stand on the spot for 3 seconds. If you encounter any dangers, you must remember to find a safe place before returning. Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance added, "Convention dictates that there should be a reward system for this trial too. Be it killing monsters like skeletons, bone demons, or blood demons in the primordial battlefield, or finding spirit herbs and treasures in the primordial battlefield, you can bring them and exchange them with your sects. Also, the top 20 disciples that kill the most monsters will obtain rewards that the various major sacred grounds, grotto heavens, and blessed lands have prepared." Upon saying that, a treasure box, exuding spirit light, appeared before everyone. All the major sacred grounds, grotto heavens, and blessed lands marks were carved in sequence on the box. Heavenly Venerable White Lotus presented the rewards in the treasure box one by one. The top contestant of this trial will obtain the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds Supreme Grade Spirit Artifact, Purple Firmament Heaven Hammer. The second place will obtain the Jade Lake Sacred Grounds Superior Grade Spirit Artifact, Black Spirit Bead. The third place will obtain the Crimson Dawn Grotto Heavens Inferior Grade Spirit Artifact, Red Amber Handkerchief. The fourth place will have the chance to head to the Grand White Grotto Heaven and learn Sword Dao from Heavenly Venerable Long River for 3 months. As Heavenly Venerable White Lotus presented the rewards, the disciples were instantly thrilled. One had to know that for the previous primordial battlefield trials, both major sacred grounds would normally give middle-grade spirit artifacts as rewards. Who would have thought that in this trial, not only had Jade Lake provided the superior grade Black Spirit Bead for the first time, but Divine Firmament had even provided a supreme grade spirit artifact. One had to know that a supreme grade spirit artifact was something that was infinitely close to divine artifacts. There were even many supreme grade spirit artifacts that did not lose to normal grade divine artifacts in value. The only difference was that divine artifacts contained the sage-level energy of tribulation transcendence cultivators. Meanwhile, as for the materials used to craft the artifact, in terms of the power it displayed in the hands of disciples with a low cultivation level, supreme-grade spirit artifacts were not weaker than normal divine artifacts. It was even to the point that to cultivators below the nascent soul stage, supreme-grade spirit artifacts might even be stronger. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground was actually willing to provide a supreme-grade spirit artifact as a reward in this Foundation establishment trial. It was evident how important they viewed this primordial battlefield trial. In an instant, many geniuses from Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands were full of enthusiasm. They wanted to obtain this purple firmament heaven hammer. Once they obtained it, their strength would experience a drastic increase. However, when they looked at Shen Tian, it was as if a basin of cold water was poured onto them, extinguishing their enthusiasm. Fighting for first place with this fellow? How was it possible? At that moment, the Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands geniuses seemed to have suddenly understood the sacred ground scheme. It was obvious that Divine Firmament was assured that Shen Tian would obtain first place. After all, only if Shen Tian obtained first place would they get back the purple firmament heaven hammer. Shen Tian obtaining the reward was just the same as returning it to Divine Firmament, they would suffer no loss. It was just a gimmick. Looks like this Divine Firmament Saint's strength cannot be underestimated. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground is so daring. They actually directly used a supreme grade as their reward. They're too arrogant. Aren't they afraid that something might go wrong? Something might go wrong? Are you kidding? Just from what he showed us earlier, how could we fight with him? I give up, give up. Competing for first place against the Divine Firmament Saint? Let's just fight for the second Black Spirit Bead. The third red amber handkerchief is quite good too. I heard it could control the Beng fire essence. Although its power cannot be compared to exceptional fires, it's quite fearsome. Why is no one gunning for fourth? I heard that sword Venerable Long River, Li Kanglin, is the best swordsman below Sage? Before the trial even began, almost all the disciples had given up on fighting for the first place. There was no other way. Shen Tian's grand entrance and appearance were so impressive that it just made everyone feel like submitting. All of them were just Foundation establishment cultivators, but his appearance was even more high-profile and cooler than nascent soul cultivators. How could they compare with him? Since he had peerless looks, he had to endure everyone's pursuit and praises. It was lonely at the top. That was the pressure a handsome-looking man must endure. Now that the trial was about to begin, Shen Tian also started to search for his teammates at full speed. The primordial battlefield situation was special. It was filled with all kinds of yin spirit beings, remnants of the battle back in the primordial age, and they were extremely sensitive to yang creatures, living beings. Thus, once a team had too many people, it would easily attract numerous yin spirits, which in turn would surround them, and even the more powerful yin demons would appear. The primordial battlefield was not all filled with voids and turmoils, and it did indeed restrict the cultivator's strength. However, the strange demonic creatures, which had been bred through the combination of the ancient powerful beings' corpses and the evil spirits, were not affected at all. The primordial battlefield did not lack fearsome existences like Golden Core, Nascent Soul, or even Soul Formation beings. Due to the influence of the laws in the primordial battlefield, the desire to kill and bloodlust completely controlled these demonic creatures. They would slaughter and devour each other continuously. Although such demonic beings' intelligence was extremely low, their battle prowess was something that human Foundation establishment cultivators could never rival. To those demonic creatures, groups of human cultivators were definitely extremely delicious food. If 100 Foundation establishment cultivators were to really travel together, their yang ore would shoot through the roof, and in less than half a day, they would be wiped out. Every 5 years, the frightening nascent soul, and above, beings would disappear from the primordial battlefield's outer perimeter. Thus, it was the best chance for cultivation sects to send disciples to train during that period. Foundation establishment cultivators could form teams to enter the primordial battlefield. It was worth mentioning that plenty of perfected immortals that had descended to this world had died during that shocking war 10,000 years ago. As for cultivators below the sage stage, they could only be counted as cannon fodder in that battle and had easily been wiped out. Meanwhile, their blood, 7 spirits, and 3 souls were then scattered onto the battlefield and absorbed by the battlefield. After 10,000 years, all kinds of enormous but disorderly energy gathered, thus forming countless different types of demonic creatures, like blood demons, bone demons, and evil demons, in the primordial battlefield. At the same time, there were also various precious spirit herbs and peerless treasures that were extremely difficult to find in the outside world. The dragon blood grass that could only grow by using a pure blood dragon's blood to water it, sword heart fruit bred by sword intents of countless supreme sword Tao cultivators after they died, extremely rare treasures left by perfected immortals after they were killed, as well as those divine artifacts, divine fruit, astonishing inheritances that had converted to spirit ores and buried underground were such example. One could say that the primordial battlefield was definitely Eastern Wilderness' most dangerous forbidden land. However, at the same time, it was also a land with the most treasures in the entire Eastern Wilderness. Lioner's 7 treasure fairy calabash and Zhang Yinshi's divine firmament Drager pendant were all obtained from a primordial battlefield's outer perimeter. According to rumors, a supreme immortal artifact had appeared in the primordial battlefield near Country of Fire. That was an invincible artifact, which had bred an artifact spirit by itself, something that even sacred grounds coveted. It was a pity that this immortal artifact had yet to be obtained by anyone. It was hidden within this primordial battlefield, and its location could change any time, awaiting its fated person. Only after obtaining the recognition of the artifact spirit could one truly obtain control over the immortal artifact. It was a pity that although the number of people who had encountered the immortal artifact was not in the few, the immortal artifact had not recognized any of them as its master. This was widely recognized as the biggest fortuitous opportunity of the whole primordial battlefield. The teleportation circle for the primordial battlefield's outer perimeter had already been prepared. Shen Tian's eyes widened as he tried to find those geniuses with fortuitous opportunities on top of their heads. However, the people in the surroundings were just too many, and they were walking around. It was simply challenging to see clearly. Li Lioner, Xiaoling, Qin Yundi, Eunuch Goe, Qin Gao, Shenao, and others had already gathered around Shen Tian. After calculating roughly, Shen Tian's team members had already exceeded 10 people. According to the things to take note of on the battlefield, it was already at full capacity. Seeing those youngsters with fortuitous opportunities on their heads walk past him, Shen Tian felt like he was suffering a big loss. They were all possible gains he might obtain. However, after turning to see the fortuitous opportunity seen on top of Zhao Hao's head, Shen Tian could not help but feel better. When it came to things such as a fortuitous opportunity, quantity was never the answer, quality was forever more important than quantity. Shen Tian was extremely relieved as Zhao Hao did not disappoint him. His fortuitous opportunity was quite awesome. No wonder he was in existence that could cause his master's death. Everyone walked side by side and slowly entered the teleportation circle. As the array formation was activated, everyone felt that the space and light in front of them were distorted. When their line of sight returned to normal, they discovered they were already on a vast battlefield. This was a barren land that was incomparably dead. The sky was dark red, the ground was dark red, and even the sun was dark red. It was as if everything on the battlefield was dyed in the color of blood. There were no flowers or weeds on this battlefield, not a bit of greenery could be seen in a 1,000-mile radius. It seemed like normal plants were unable to endure the fearsome aura of evil spirits and blood. They could smell a faint smell of blood in the air. They could also vaguely hear screaming and fighting sounds, as if it was from 10,000 years ago, magnificent and shocking. Shen Tian and the others had appeared on a barren mountain. As they looked down, they could vaguely see figures fighting below. Maybe those could not be called figures as when everyone looked clearly, they realized that those were not normal humans. Those were skeletons. There was not a bit of flesh left on them, and the bones were exposed, shining coldly under the blood sun. They were wearing armors of the primordial age. These armors might have been tough, extraordinary, and indestructible in the past, but as time passed, the spirit chi within them was lost, and they had long become rags. Those skeletons were now wearing those armors and holding broken weapons to fight. Their battle styles were extremely simple and savage. There was no use of dharmic powers at all, just the simplest swinging of weapons to attack each other. However, from their clashing swords' loud and vigorous sounds, it was evident that these skeletons' battle prowess was not weak. The strength of each skeleton could be compared to normal Foundation establishment cultivators. It was obvious they were heroic souls from the primordial age. Due to certain unknown reasons, they were resurrected from their burial ground. Their fighting spirit was lit once again to continue the battle they had yet to complete in their previous life. When looking at those skeletons, Shen Tian was slightly moved. It was as if his blood was boiling. Is this the primordial battlefield? Even after 10,000 years, there's still such a scene. It's unimaginable just what had happened 10,000 years ago. Chapter 201, A Dynamic Battle. Shen Tian and the rest fell into deep thought as they gazed upon the skeletons battling at the bottom of the mountain. These soulless skeletons were the main battle targets of this trial for the disciples from the 2 sacred grounds, 6 grotto heavens, and 12 blessed lands. They were the defeated fighters from the major battle during the primordial age. These defeated fighters' skeletons had merged with the malevolent aura of evil spirits to give rise to these demonic beings. As they had already lost a large part of their divinity, their battle prowess was much weaker than when they were alive. But to those Foundation establishment cultivators, they were still a great challenge. It could be said that most of the Foundation establishment cultivators would have no advantage over these soulless skeletons. They could be killed if they displayed a single moment of carelessness. Qin Yundi narrowed his eyes, which flickered with worry. There are a lot more skeletons here compared to the previous trial. Don't tell me we have been sent to the primordial battlefield's most advanced level area? Most cultivators sent into the primordial battlefield for training would be kept within 1,000 miles of the borders. The region within 1,000 miles of the primordial battlefield borders was kept especially safe and secure during this special event held once every 5 years. But beyond the 1,000-mile boundary was the primordial battlefield's real inner regions. It was rumored that they held the greatest terrors left behind from the primordial age. Nearly none of the cultivators who entered the inner regions managed to escape alive. The teleportation circles outside of the battlefield would teleport within 100 to 500 miles of the borders at random. Nonetheless, the battlefield was rather chaotic, so it was not uncommon for deviations to occur. According to Qin Yundi's experience, they had been teleported to the battlefield's inner regions. The danger level here was far beyond that of the area near the borders. "Senior brother, we are in trouble." After taking a deep breath, rows of yin-yang demon-penetrating guns appeared behind him. There were a total of 64 guns. Shen Tian shuddered at the sight of those pitch-black gun nozzles densely packed together. This Qin Yundi was also an exceptional talent. He was able to maintain such perfect control over so many yin-yang demon-penetrating guns at the same time. His ability to control so many things at once was astonishing. Compared to him, even the legendary Zhou Batong one would seem pathetic, right? Shen Tian nodded. Everyone must be on high alert. There is danger everywhere here. Shen Tian's purple golden hammer appeared in his right hand, and faint golden divine lightning crackled around his entire body. He looked exceptionally domineering. He gazed above the heads of the crowd, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. Shen Tian had been worried that his participation had caused a butterfly effect on Zhao Hao and the rest, such that their teleportation was messed up, and they would miss their fortuitous opportunities. But as Shen Tian gazed at their halos, he could vaguely feel the general direction at which their fortuitous opportunities were. This meant that not only could the red-colored providence show the time that the fated person would meet their fortuitous opportunity, but it also gave a general sense of where this fortuitous opportunity was. There was no way Shen Tian would encounter any mishap or make any mistake with these details. He was definitely well primed to freeload their fortuitous opportunities. But now, they had to clear this obstacle first. 13th brother, should we retreat now? Shen Hao swallowed hard as he surveyed the fighting skeletons. They were standing at the top of a small barren mountain surrounded by scattered clusters of fighting skeletons. Shen Hao took a quick count, and there were several hundreds of skeletons. There were also several hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators on their side. Moreover, these skeletons looked like ordinary foot soldiers. There might be a big honcho lurking somewhere nearby. They would be annihilated if that big honcho spotted them and decided to hunt them down. To be honest, Shen Hao felt rather regretful following his 13th brother on this journey. It seemed like his 13th brother's luck had not turned for the better. Shen Tian surveyed the skeletons at the bottom of the mountain, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. "No hurry. You guys, stay here and wait for me." With that, the newly purchased silver interspatial ring on his fourth finger started to glow. A black tortoise shield flew out, and Shen Tian caught it in his hand. In such a dangerous place, it is better not to make too much noise. Shen Tian faced the crowd. Yundi, please ensure the noise reduction array is activated for your yin-yang demon penetrating guns. Otherwise, do not fire a single shot. Song Fu Gi, Lu Tai, Xiong Meng. It's the same for your yin-yang lightning explosion talismans. Do not use them unless absolutely necessary. As for those skeletons at the bottom of the mountain, just give me a minute. I will open up a pathway for you all. At that, Shen Tian charged toward those skeletons. Yes, he charged down the mountain all on his own. The Shen Tian of today was utterly fearless. Just one word, reckless. As the primordial battlefield's nomology was very chaotic, the sword kinesis flight's speed was not fixed. It could be fast or slow without warning. More importantly, the spatial order of the primordial battlefield was also very unstable. It was full of cracks. It was very easy for one to accidentally fly into one of the cracks while using sword kinesis flight and end up in God knows where. It would be fine if one ended up somewhere near the borders of the primordial battlefield. But if one ended up in the deeper regions, it would be a one-way road to death, even for a perfected one. Shen Tian didn't use sword kinesis flight, but he was sprinting as fast as the wind. His running speed was astonishing. It was just a few miles from the top of the mountain to the bottom. Shen Tian covered the distance within moments and swooped right into the midst of those skeletons. The rest of the crowd at the top of the mountain broke out in cold sweat as they watched Shen Tian charge down the mountain wildly. They knew that Shen Tian was the divine firmament saint and very formidable, but this was still the primordial battlefield. Everyone's cultivation levels had been suppressed back to the foundation establishment stage. Was it really alright for Shen Tian to dive into such a large crowd of skeletons in this manner? As Shen Tian recklessly charged toward those skeletons, they all stopped fighting and turned toward him. Those soulless skeletons would only fight each other if there were no yang creatures about. But the moment a yang creature appeared, they would immediately launch a joint attack on it. In reality, these skeletons were not humans. Although these skeletons had a human shape, some had horns on their foreheads, some had wings on their backs, while some had beaks instead of mouths. Nearly every skeleton had a feature that didn't belong to a normal human being. It was very clear that most of them were beasts that had cultivated their way into human form. But some of their bestial features had yet to completely melt off. This humanoid demon form was one of the demon's cultivation goals. They would cultivate with the aim of morphing their bodies into human form. After succeeding, not only would their powers increase, but they could even cultivate the human's golden core chi refinement techniques. Of course, many demons were unwilling to cultivate their human form. They would maintain their original forms while continuously strengthening themselves. They would use illusion techniques to morph into humans when necessary but would otherwise retain their bestial forms. These two demonic cultivation methods had their own pros and cons, just like chi refinement and body tempering. It depended on one's own preference. But it was clear that the majority of the skeletons before Shen Tian had chosen to cultivate their human form. At this point, they had gone into a frenzy at the smell of fresh blood. "Come at me, all of you. I am Shen Tian, and I am fearless." Shen Tian snorted as a faint golden lightning mark glowed between his eyes. Streaks of lightning crackled around his body. A suit of battle armor was now materializing around Shen Tian's body. It looked very impressive with all the dazzling lightning streaks. The 5 heavenly lightning beast armor would only materialize after the 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique was successfully cultivated. It combined the advantages of the 5 types of lightning armor and was a huge boost to Shen Tian's fighting abilities. As for its appearance, the Long Yuan divine armor had been based on the 5 heavenly lightning beast armor, and they both looked very similar. After the 5 heavenly lightning beast armor was fully formed, Shen Tian's attack, speed, defense, healing, and immunity were all greatly enhanced. He had transformed into a golden figure standing proudly among the skeletons. The full-body lightning armor created by the Black Tortoise shield would send countless skeletons flying off when they tried to attack him. They crashed down several feet away, convulsing on the ground. Meanwhile, the purple golden hammer was covered in a thin layer of first essence heavy water. Combined with the lightning, it was a truly formidable weapon. Every time the hammer landed on those skeletons, it was enough to scatter their bones all over. After the lightning spread across, the ghost fire in those skeletons' eyes would be extinguished, and they would turn back into lifeless, dead corpses. Their ghost fire might be reignited if they were buried beneath the earth for another 10 million years. But would Shen Tian offer them such a chance? The silver ring on his right hand glowed, absorbing all the scattered bones into it. Don't underestimate these bone remnants. They were the bones of those huge demons during the primordial age. Although the majority of their divinity had already been lost, the remaining portion was still extremely precious and valuable. Covered with a layer of first essence heavy water, Shen Tian's purple golden hammer was able to smash through diamond. Even so, it only left the slightest marks on those bones. It could be seen just how durable those demon bones were. Whether as a material for making weapons or as fertilizer for the various sex medicine gardens, these bones were premium resources. Boom! Shen Tian swung his hammer wildly around. Over 100 skeletons had fallen victim to Shen Tian's purple golden hammer in just a short period. High up in the barren mountain, Zhao Hao and the rest gaped at the sight. Was this senior brother Shen Tian's true power? Even though they were at the primordial battlefield and their cultivation levels suppressed to the foundation establishment stage, Shen Tian was still as powerful and mighty? As everyone stood in awe and admiration, Shen Tian's expression shifted subtly. His golden 5 heavenly lightning beast armor dimmed slightly while his purple golden hammer shrank a little. Yes, it looked like his power bar was nearly drained. Damn, what a load of empty bravado. He only managed to sustain that impressive stance for a mere few minutes and could no longer hold it anymore. What a pathetic excuse of a man. A substandard product. Shen Tian sighed as his 5 heavenly lightning beast armor faded away. It turned into an azure dragon armor. The battlefield was filled with all sorts of spirit chi, all gushing wildly into Shen Tian's body as the azure dragon armor absorbed it all. Using the Tinder Sutra's refinement, he transformed the absorbed spirit chi into a basic power source to rejuvenate himself. The rate at which the 5 heavenly lightning beast armor replenished Shen Tian's spirit chi was not inferior to that of the azure dragon armor. But in return, it also required much more spirit chi to maintain. After changing to the azure dragon armor, Shen Tian's internal energy finally went back to equilibrium mode. It even started to increase slowly. Sighing again, he placed the purple golden hammer back into his ring. In the next second, a jade-green vine shot out of Shen Tian's right hand toward those skeletons like a long whip. The vine's tip was dipped in the silver-colored first essence heavy water and exploded on contact with the skeletons. Bang! 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 The sounds of the vine making contact echoed through the air. Within seconds, the speed at which Shen Tian was clearing the skeletons increased exponentially. Several skeletons would be dismembered with every single lash of the vine. Even their ghost fires would be absorbed into the vine. The east side of the barren mountain was soon completely cleared by Shen Tian. The crowd standing atop the mountain continued to stare in a daze at Shen Tian. With a flower pot on her head, Li Liner's cute little Ahoj was standing straight up. Brother Shen is indeed mighty. His vine is also very cool looking. Inside the flower pot, the calabash wriggled its body, as if in agreement with Li Liner's words. The calabash had grown by quite a bit after absorbing the nirvana holy liquid. Zhao Hao swallowed hard. Is this Brother Shen's true power? So mighty. So formidable. Qin Yundi narrowed his eyes. Senior brother's fighting abilities are also full of color and artistry. Eunuch Gui gazed contentedly at Shen Tian. His Highness has finally come of age. If Concubine Land could see how powerful His Highness is now, she would definitely be grinning from ear to ear. As for Shopkeeper Song, Lu Taiyi, and the rest, they had already taken out their image recording crystals and started to record Shen Tian's great show of power. Master Heavens was so dashing as he conquered the entire battlefield. Of course they must record down this scene. They could then watch it and learn from it in the future. It would be a great help to the cultivators. It would also benefit the disciples in the favored ones group, especially the female ones. How thrilled every single one of them would be if they could see how gallant and debonair their senior brother was now. They might swoon on the spot. Chapter 202, Dragon Blood Grass in Holy Dragon Valley. 500 miles away from the primordial battlefield. 5 young men in gorgeous Dao robes appeared slowly. They had a strong aura around them. Apparently, their cultivation foundation was very good. Even though everyone's cultivation was suppressed below the golden core level, these men appeared to be invincible among the foundation establishment cultivators. They were comparable to a golden core cultivator in their peak. In fact, these 5 were powerful cultivators with strength exceeding golden core cultivators. They had a special plan in the primordial battlefield. Also, They did not seem to be human cultivators at all, as they had mighty wings on their back, which could produce gale easily. One of them was tall and was wearing a long white robe. He was quite good looking, with his hand holding onto a brushed arm artifact made from a crane's feather. Another man was wearing a grey cloak and was expressionless. His cold attitude made others not dare to approach him. His face had yet to take the form of a human, and it looked like a vulture. He was super ugly. There was another man with golden armor and a pair of matching daggers on his back. He looked very dominant. He was far more manly compared to the previous two. In fact, he looked like a dagger himself, a dagger that could cut through any obstacles in his way. Although he appeared to be very strong, he was not the leader of the team. Their leader was a young lady in a colorful dress. She looked like she was in her 20s. An open peacock feathered tail was on her back, and there was a mysterious light with 5 colors projecting all the avatars present in the world. This 5-color peacock was of an extremely strong demon lineage in the southern border. She had a pure divine beast bloodline and an incredible potential in cultivation. What a surprise! We have not yet encountered the divine firmament saint up till now. The man in golden armor snorted. This primordial battlefield's nomology is very weird. Even my probing arts are affected. Another female smiled and said, "Don't worry, Golden Feather. The saint will go deep in the battlefield for an experiential journey sooner or later. Heaven's Ridge surrounds the inner part of the battlefield. Thus, in order to reach the center, they must pass through this Blood Demon Valley. As long as we camp here for him, he has no way to run. The saint is all yours to torture." She had a beautiful voice, very pleasant to the ear. However, the content of her words was rather aggressive. Golden Feather, a talented demon cultivator of the eagle race, nodded. He said, "White Spirit is right. The divine firmament sacred ground is a big bully. Our eagle race is not to be taken lightly. We will kill their saint before wiping out divine firmament's other disciples. I'll let all humans know that the eagle race is not weak. Fairy Kong Meng, thank you for lending us your strength." The lady in a dress nodded and said, "It's within my capacity." These 5 demons were talented cultivators from the Feather Alliance, consisting of southern borders' different races. They had set up multiple traps in the Blood Demon Valley. They remained hidden in the dark after seeing groups of human cultivators entering the valley one by one. They believed that the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds trial teams would eventually appear. At that moment, Shen Tian and his group were 800 miles away from the center of the battlefield. There was a valley in front of them. They were far from the edge of the battlefield, and thus the ground here was covered in much more blood. More undead skeletons were wandering about in this area too. They had to fight with these undead creatures while advancing forward. Shen Tian and Qin Yundi would help when the skeletons were too many to handle. After the noise reduction array was added to 64 of Qin Yundi's demon-penetrating guns, these guns' power increased drastically. After a barrage of bullets, the speed of clearing the undead creatures was much faster, no matter how sturdy they were. However, it was nothing compared to Shen Tian. He equipped his Azure Dragon armor and absorbed the spirit chi in the air. He would then refine it with his Tinder Sutra, and he worked like a perpetual motion machine. The divine devouring vine that was covered in first essence heavy water was destroying everything that was in its way. If Shen Tian did not have teammates around him, he would just use the divine devouring vine to spin around him, and he would be unharmed no matter how many undead creatures were present. Everyone was shocked by how strong Shen Tian was, especially the 6th prince. "Is this really my 13th brother? He was just a normal man with no cultivation a month ago. Did he hide his power all these years? He kept these powers hidden all these years? He is indeed Concubine Land's son. He is not ordinary at all." Shen now realized that he felt much better after he had dismissed the thought of comparing with Shen Tian. He was surprised that Shen Tian had so much Nirvana holy liquid that could change a cultivator's fundamental talent. "He is even willing to give me 10 liters of it for free. He sincerely treats me as his brother. I feel so bad for excluding him for such a long time." Shen now felt sorry for Shen Tian after recalling that his little brother had grown up in Land's palace alone with no love from the family. "I need to be a better brother in the future. After all, he gave me the Nirvana holy liquid." Just as Shen Ao was lost in his thoughts, something flew toward him. Shen Tian had thrown him a skeleton with a broadsword. "This guy is relatively weak. You can train with him, brother." Shen Ao's mouth twitched upon hearing it. "What does it mean by this guy is weak? So you think I'm weak too?" Shen Ao was considered a genius cultivator and had never been humiliated before. Shen Ao was about to shout, "I'll take 10 of them at once." when the skeleton attacked with its sword. It sent Shen Ao flying backward a few meters away, so he decided to keep quiet. What the hell? Why did these things look so weak before my little brother? When it comes to me, they are buffed suddenly. This is so unfair. They are going to pay for this. Shen Ao was angry, so he pounced at the skeleton. Dust Sword Art. Wind Sword Art. Willow Sword Art. Tai Yue Sword Art. Sunrise Sword Art. Sun-Piercing Rainbow. Clang. 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 The skeleton blocked most of the attacks, and he only managed to scratch it on the surface. Shen Ao was on the verge of tears. Is this really a normal monster in the primordial battlefield? Why can't I beat them? Is my cultivation level fake? Surprisingly, the attacks enraged the skeleton. What do you want to do? Can't you just kill me like that handsome boy is doing with my friends? You strike me multiple times and can't even break my defense? Isn't it obvious that you are just treating me like a sandbag? Although I'm not human anymore, what you are doing is really inhumane. Arg. The ghost fire around the skeleton brightened, and its sword began to glow slightly. It bashed on Shen Ao, its power beyond his expectation. His sword flew away, and the skeleton quickly launched another attack. There was no time for Shen Ao to react now. Fear devoured Shen Ao. Am I going to die like this? What a joke, getting killed by a weakling monster. I'm supposed to be a genius. Then, someone dashed from afar and pierced the skeleton's skull with a red sword. The skeleton dropped instantly, and its body started to disintegrate. Sixth Prince. Are you alright? It was Qin Gao. Shen Ao had a mixed feeling seeing that this little eunuch, who had been serving him before, had saved his life. Just a few months ago, he had been the most talented cultivator in the country of fire, and he had a bright future. On the other hand, Qin Gao had just been an extremely ordinary eunuch whose life depended on Shen Ao's mood. However, this eunuch had become so powerful in less than a month after he had started following Shen Tian. What Qin Gao did was more than a sneak attack just now. His speed and his accuracy were no coincidence. He could handle the skeleton alone and destroy it in 10 moves with ease. Just like Shen Tian, Qin Gao had no cultivation level a month ago. At that time, Shen Ao had already been a foundation establishment cultivator. He had also undergone Sword Venerable Long River's 1-month training. The result? Qin Gao was stronger than him now. What magic does my little brother have to work out such a miracle? Shen Ao put aside his mixed feelings and smiled bitterly. Thanks, Qin Gao. Shen Ao had punished Qin Gao before, and that was something that he could not forget. Nonetheless, his grudge against Shen Ao was nothing compared to his loyalty to Shen Tian. Qin Gao smiled and said, Your Highness, your sword arts are very amazing. You just have to increase your personal strength. You should refine the Nirvana Holy Liquid the 13th Prince gave you. It will make you much stronger, and these skeletons will be no match for you then. Shen Ao started thinking. So this Nirvana Holy Liquid is the reason why he and Eunuch Gui became so powerful in such a short period? Well, since it is an extraordinary item, it makes sense to have such an effect. After comparing the current Qin Gao and how cowardly he was back in the palace, Shen Ao sighed. The plant must be planted in the right environment indeed. 13th brother is really better than me. Contrary to the mixed feelings Shen Ao had, Shen Tian felt very thrilled. He had destroyed all the skeletons before the valley. There were some skeletons further away from where they were standing. However, they did not make any attack, so Shen Tian did not bother to kill these monsters. What was more important was the thing that was hidden in the valley. It was a fortuitous opportunity Shen Tian had seen in Qin Gao's halo. It belonged to someone with a red halo and golden spots. Shen Tian found the entrance of the valley with ease, according to the images he saw. The moment they walked into the valley, tremendous pressure attacked them, while a dragon's roar resounded. A gigantic dragon skeleton, at least 10,000 feet tall, was in the middle of the valley. It was the source of the enormous pressure. A rusty sword was embedded in the dragon's skull, while beneath the dragon skeleton was a patch of red spirit herbs. Chapter 203, How can I accept this much of senior brother's fortuitous opportunity? Dragon-like scales were all over these spirit herbs, and its shape was also extremely similar to a flood dragon. Each spirit herb was like a miniature version of a red dragon, and it was emitting heat. The larger the spirit herb was, the darker the color was. The color of the spirit herb that was the closest to the dragon's bones had even turned reddish-black. Also, It no longer emitted heat. Instead, it was slightly cold as all of its energy was being stored within. This spirit herb was named dragon blood grass, and it only grew in grounds dyed with tau eta epsilon blood of pure blood dragons that had died. These spirit herbs were extremely precious and valuable as they could be used to help cultivators make pills and improve one's body constitution. The effect was powerful, especially for close combat god-fiend cultivators. If they could obtain the dragon blood grass and absorb it, they might even have the chance to obtain the dragon blood power within it. Then, each of their attacks would be enhanced with the dragon's aura, resulting in a drastic increase in their strength and speed. After all, everyone acknowledged the dragon race's physique to be the most powerful. The dragon blood grass would be more effective for foundation establishment or transcendence god-fiend cultivators. After consuming the dragon blood grass to enhance one's physical body, it would be able to form the strongest foundation for one. In other words, it was extremely beneficial to the cultivator's future development. Even in the whole primordial battlefield, such a spirit herb was also an invaluable fortuitous opportunity. However, at this mountain valley, the dragon blood grass was present almost everywhere. "Senior brother, you are indeed the son of Providence favored by the heavens." Qin Yundi squinted his eyes in excitement. "We found such a land of treasures after just entering the primordial battlefield for half a day." Shen Tian shook his head and said calmly, "It's not the time to be happy now. We must clear those guys in the mountain valley first." That's right, there were monsters within the mountain valley. Skeletons with sharp horns on their heads were wandering about. Their bones were no longer silvery white but a strange pale red. Also, the larger their body, the darker the red color on them, and their aura exuded much more bloodlust. These skeletons were far stronger than those outside the mountain valley. Each of the skeletons was already peak stage foundation establishment once. Surprisingly, there were more than 10 dark red skeletons that unleashed an aura comparable to golden core human cultivators. It was obvious that after the dragon's blood had nourished these skeletons in this mountain valley, it was much more difficult to deal with them. In Qin Gao's halo, Shen Tian had seen that a group of undead knights would charge into this dragon blood mountain valley and fight with those skeletons in about 2 days. Qin Gao would rely on his breakneck speed to harvest over 10 stalks of dragon blood grass during the chaos and escape. That was to say, if Qin Gao and the others did not follow Shen Tian, then they would be separated by monsters later. The others would encounter their own fortuitous opportunities while Qin Gao would come to this mountain valley. In fact, that was normal during the primordial battlefield's trial. No one could guarantee that they would be with their teammates at all times, that was unrealistic. When in the face of perilous situations, the survival chance of running for one's life separately was higher than by escaping collectively. In Qin Gao's original fortuitous opportunity, he would only snatch a little over 10 stalks of dragon blood grass before leaving. However, Shen Tian was currently contemplating how to obtain every last stalk of dragon blood grass, even its leaves to roots, as they were beneficial. It was invaluable in the cultivation market. Wasn't it better to get it all? What was fortunate was that although the dragon blood skeletons were powerful, their intelligence could not be compared to humans at all. Every skeleton was walking blankly without any aim, and even after colliding with other skeletons, there was no reaction. It was obvious that they relied on their instincts to move. Before discovering enemies, they almost did not have any thinking and judging ability. Shen Tian and others lay in ambush halfway up the mountain valley. They completely concealed their presence and set up a presence-concealing illusion array, successfully deceiving the dragon blood skeletons. "Junior brother Yundi, distribute the yin-yang demon-penetrating guns, separate, and don't stand too close to one another." Shen Tian said calmly, "Enhance the noise reduction array, ensure that no noise will be made." The dragon blood skeletons are powerful, but they have a fatal weakness: they are unable to unleash Dharma defense spells. Aim for their weakness, which is their soul flame, and strive for a one-hit kill. Let's clear the weaker skeletons first, then deal with the stronger ones. Does everyone understand? Everyone nodded with admiration. Understood. Senior brother Saint is able to think of such a amazing method. He fully utilized the yin-yang demon-penetrating gun. Qin Yundi's eyes were filled with admiration. He seemed to have found a new research direction. Qin Yundi originally wanted to control the 64 demon-penetrating guns and directly charge into the mountain valley, fighting those skeletons head-on. He would use firepower to overpower the skeletons. He had the confidence to kill tens of normal skeletons and 3 to 5 enhanced skeletons. However, it would be difficult to deal with the other skeletons. If he were not careful, he might become minced meat. Meanwhile, Shen Tian's method was much safer. Hide and shoot. Without presence and sound, coupled with the tiny spirit gold bullets, their attacking method was different from utilizing their swords, which would give them away. These slow-witted skeletons would be unable to find where the attacks were truly coming from. Everyone prepare. Start attacking. Everyone had obtained a few yin-yang demon-penetrating guns, so they used their divine consciousness to control them and aim. Shen Ao had also obtained one gun. When looking at the shotgun in his hand, Shen Ao was doubtful. Such a normal-looking shotgun is able to kill enemies from 1,000 steps away? Isn't this a joke? One had to know that using gun kinesis to control the guns to kill the skeletons was not possible. Your Highness, let me show you how to use it. Shopkeeper Song approached Shen Ao passionately and started to teach him how to use the yin-yang demon-penetrating gun. He used his divine consciousness to lock onto a pale red dragon horn skeleton in the outer perimeter of the mountain valley, and then he activated the array formation in the gun to explode the lightning talisman. Bang! The noise reduction array was effective, and the gunshot's noise was suppressed to the minimum. Only a slight sound was echoed, but the presence concealing array concealed it too. The yin-yang demon-penetrating gun vibrated gently, and a black bullet pierced through the air, directly shooting into Dragon Horn Skeleton's eye socket. Bang! The shot separated the Dragon Horn Skeleton's head from its body, and its soul flame was directly extinguished. High-precision sniping, one-hit headshot. Shen Ao was so astounded that his common sense was gradually collapsing. One had to know he had been cultivating his sword technique arduously, but he could not even defeat a weak normal skeleton outside the valley. However, a super Dragon Horn Skeleton soldier, enhanced by Dragon Aura, died from such a yin-yang demon-penetrating gun. This made Shen Ao question himself and have the thought of, what's the use of training my swordsmanship? When that Dragon Horn Skeleton collapsed on the ground, everyone became nervous. They were prepared to escape any time. However, the other Dragon Horn Skeletons did not seem to notice the death of one of their kind. Or it could be said that their intelligence was too low, so they did not understand what it meant that the head of one of their kind had fallen. Those skeletons only turned to look when they heard the spirit gold bullet collide with the skull, and then they continued wandering aimlessly. Their fleshless faces were blank. Upon seeing how slow they were to react, Shen Tian finally heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, these Dragon Horn Skeletons were not the masters of the mountain valley. There were stronger existences in this Dragon Valley. Only during this special period once every 5 years, all fearsome beings above nascent soul stage would hurry into the primordial battlefield's depths. Therefore, the Dragon Valley was left only with these idiots, giving Shen Tian and the others a chance. Otherwise, their array formation would not be able to deceive high-level undead creatures. Anyway, everyone took advantage of this bug to crazily attack the Dragon Horn Skeletons. Bang! 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 The skeletons' heads dropped to the ground, their soul flames extinguished. Shortly after, more than half of the 100 skeletons in the mountain valley turned into bones, scattering all over. At that moment, the blood-red skeletons finally noticed something, so they turned vigilant guard and looked around the mountain valley. The soul flame on their foreheads flickered as if they were sensing something. It was a pity that the skeletons, which could sense their enemies purely through smell, sound, and yang aura, were unable to confirm the humans' positions and could only passively receive attacks. After all, Shen Tian and the others were within the presence-concealing array, which turned them invisible to the skeleton's senses. Although the deep red skeletons could sense the spirit gold bullet's position, which in turn allowed them to dodge and attack them, they did not know how to reinforce others of their kin. Thus, they could only watch the normal skeletons beside them fall to the ground. Shortly after, besides those deep red dragon horn skeletons, the other pale red dragon horn skeletons were all wiped out. Next are those golden core dragon horn skeletons. Shen Tian smiled slightly. Those skeletons' strength exceeded the normal skeletons. They could even vaguely sense the spirit gold bullet's shooting trajectory from the sound when the bullets pierced through the air, and then they could dodge or counterattack. However, in Shen Tian's opinion, if one bullet could not kill it, then just shoot a few more. Sixth brother, Song Fu Gi, Lu Taiyi, Zhan Zijia, Xiang Meng, the 5 of you aim at that skeleton scratching its head in the east. Zhao Hao, Xiao Ling, Linger, Qin Gao, Uncle Goe, aim at that skeleton looking around and hitting its own chest in the west. Junior brother Yundi, aim at that skeleton squatting down and playing with bones on the ground in the south. Reporting to senior brother, locked on targets. Fire. Upon receiving Shen Tian's order, 15 spirit gold bullets pierced through the air at full speed and instantly shot at the 3 skeletons. Arg. The 3 skeletons seemed to have already sensed the incoming danger, and the soul flames in their heads shone brightly. They waved the broken weapons in their hands to block the spirit gold bullets. It was a pity that although they could block a spirit gold bullet, they could not block the many spirit gold bullets shooting from all directions. Bang! 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 The spirit gold bullets shot off the 3 tough skulls in the air, extinguishing their soul flames. One had to say, the skeletons' bones were relatively hard as the bullets did not even leave a crack on them. Thus, it could be seen that these skeletons were all fearsome beings with formidable strength when they had been alive. Of course, the most important factor was the dragon aura's nourishment. Upon seeing the 3 dragon horn skeletons collapse on the ground, Shen Ao's face was filled with excitement. He realized that he had fallen in love with such a special weapon, as it was much more convenient than spending so much effort to practice sword techniques. Just with a few Foundation Establishment cultivators, we could instantly kill a high-level undead monster comparable to Golden Core cultivators. Awesome! You can't see me at all. There's no other choice, I'm this powerful. Shen Ao reloaded, grinned, and said, "Senior brother Song, where can I buy this Dharma treasure?" Song Fugi smiled and said, "This is a half-finished product that is still in its research stage, so it is currently not for sale." Seeing Shen Ao's disappointed face, Song Fugi said, "However, the yin-yang demon penetrating gun was invented by Senior Brother Saint and Senior Brother Yundi. If your highness wishes to buy it, you only need to tell Senior Brother Saint. I think there won't be a problem then." Shen Ao was stunned. Such a powerful Dharma artifact was invented by 13th brother? No one was clearer than Shen Ao, just how powerful this Dharma artifact was. One had to know that the dragon horn skeleton's strength would not be weaker than Golden Core cultivators. Just 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators with the yin-yang demon penetrating gun could instantly kill a powerful dragon horn skeleton. Then even if it really was a Golden Core cultivator, the outcome would not be much different. If such a Dharma artifact could be mass-produced, its impact would not be weaker than a peerless immortal sutra's appearance. 13th brother was really such a prodigy? In that instant, Shen Ao fell in a daze. He cooperated with everyone while his mind was wandering off, and all the skeletons in the mountain valley were wiped out. Only when Shen Tian started speaking did he regain his consciousness. Everyone did very well. This was a perfect team battle. Shen Ao looked toward the mountain valley. He could only see that no more dragon horn skeletons were standing in the mountain valley, only scattered bones were left. Shen Tian had already walked into the mountain valley and picked up the broken bones. These bones contain dragon aura, and its value is much higher than normal skeletons. This time, we borrowed Junior Brother Yundi's yin-yang demon penetrating gun so we could wipe out all these skeletons. Thus, Junior Brother Yundi should take half of these skeleton bones. Does anyone have any other opinions? Chin Yundi instantly revealed an astonished expression. How could I accept this? It's Senior Brother's fortuitous opportunity. How could you share this much with me? If not for Senior Brother Saint being blessed by Providence, favored by the heavens, we would not have even been able to find this Dragon Valley. Also, it's due to Senior Brother's commands that we could wipe out all the dragon horn skeletons without any casualties or injuries. I think that Senior Brother should take half of these skeleton bones and dragon blood grass. We will share the remaining half equally. What does everyone think? Everyone agreed with what Shin Yundi said. I also agree. I think that Senior Brother Saint has contributed the most. You definitely need to take half. Eunuch Gui said. I, Lu Taiyi, must say this to do Master Heaven's justice. Without Master Heaven's, we can't even get anything at all. Senior Brother, I think you don't need to be humble. This is what you deserve, said Zhao Hao. 13th Brother, you contributed the most, take it. Linger agrees. Liner agrees. I agree too, said Eunuch Goe. Same for me. Xiongmeng mentioned. Upon seeing everyone's expression of fanatic admiration, Shen Tian felt resigned inside. Sigh. This is the worry of being too charismatic as a leader. I have tried my best to share the gains with everyone. In the end, no one agreed. Sigh. I'm so troubled. Chapter 204, Young man, do you want me? Never mind. Since everyone wishes for this, then I'll take half then. Shen Tian smiled and said, everyone, let's start gathering the dragon blood grass. Remember not to be too rough with it in case you hurt its roots and leaves. One had to know, the period that a complete dragon blood grass could be preserved was much higher than damaged dragon blood grass. Also, the value of the complete dragon blood grass was much higher too. Also, the soil dyed in the blood of dragon corpses and dragon's ore has turned into supreme grade spirit soil, so everyone can gather some to bring back. Shen Tian's words astonished everyone before they were enlightened. Senior brother is right. If it were not for Shen Tian's reminder, they would have nearly ignored the spirit soil. Dragon blood grass would grow on supreme grade spirit soil, so it was the best choice to cultivate rare and precious herbs. Thinking till here, everyone started gathering in full swing. Shortly after, all the dragon horn skeletons and dragon blood grass were gathered. Even the height of the ground beside the dragon's corpse was shorter by over 3 feet. Everyone's faces were filled with smiles of happiness and satisfaction. Shenai looked at the treasure-filled storage bag in his hand and revealed a smile of delight. He had also obtained a large amount of dragon blood grass and spirit soil. This trial's gains had exceeded Shenai's imagination greatly. One had to know that 3 to 5 stalks of normal dragon blood grass were enough to enhance one's physical body to the maximum to most cultivators. Even for those geniuses, basically, 8 to 10 stalks of dragon blood grass were definitely enough for them to use, and there might even be extra left. Meanwhile, the number of dragon blood grass stalks in Shenao's storage bag was at least around 100 units. It was enough to strengthen his physical body with much to spare. This was definitely unimaginable wealth. Following 13th brother is really awesome. Even the proud and obstinate Shenao had gradually acknowledged Shen Tian from the bottom of his heart, not to mention the others. Needless to say, naturally, everyone admired Shen Tian's ability from the bottom of their heart. They could not be convinced otherwise. Senior brother Saint was able to obtain the 7 treasure fairy calabash and divine firmament Traeger pendant just by setting up a stall in Myriad Spirit Garden. After going to the fog plain, he was able to obtain kiloliters of nirvana holy liquid to even bathe in. Now how long has it been since he entered the primordial battlefield? It is like the dragon blood grass is on wholesale. With Master Heavens in the divine firmament sacred ground, there's no need to worry about being able to dominate the eastern wilderness. Shopkeeper Song took out a second storage ring with passionate eyes and continued to gather tirelessly. Lu Taiyi took out a jade bamboo slip and seemed to be carefully recording something down. He was so serious it was like he was the most devout worshipper. They were so excited that they could not control themselves. There had once been a powerful woman with great beauty that had questioned them. She had questioned whether they could become stronger by following Master Celestial and flattering Master Celestial. Now, they used facts to prove that, yes, they could turn stronger. Not only could they become stronger, but they were even able to become rich and advance toward immortal ascension together. The best choice we've made in our life is to believe in Master Heavens. He is our lifelong belief. The others did not know that Shen Tian was only freeloading a fortuitous opportunity, but in everyone's minds, his image improved by leaps and bounds. At that moment, Shen Tian felt that he was in paradise again. He took out a mirror and looked at the halo on top of his head. Indeed, his halo had turned even redder at speed visible to the naked eye. Red with green, it was beautiful. Meanwhile, Shenao, Zhao Hao, and the others' halos had also turned brighter, especially Qin Gao's. The golden spots on his halo increased more, and it inclined more to golden now. Qin Gao would only snatch a little over 10 stalks of dragon blood grass during the chaos in his fortuitous opportunity scene. However, now, he had obtained around 100 stalks of dragon blood grass, a huge gain. To that, Shen Tian was gratified. Qin Gao had benefited, he had benefited, and all the fellow comrades that followed along had benefited. Then, who was it that had made a huge loss? Shen Tian looked at the 10,000 feet tall dragon corpse, at a loss for words. Dragons were indeed one of the strongest races in the world. Even 10,000 years after its death and almost with no essence left, it could still unleash such an overbearing aura. Currently, everyone was near the dragon's corpse, and it was as if hundreds of kilograms had weighed down their bodies. It was not easy to move at all. Were they not Foundation Establishment cultivators, they might not have been able to last. Is it possible to bring these dragon bones back too? Since it is a pure-blood dragon, its taste should be quite good if brewed into a soup. Huh? Why am I thinking of food? A 10,000-year-old bone, It must have gone bad already, right? SSSSS, scary. Shen Tian shook his head and looked toward that huge sword on top of the dragon's head. That huge sword was filled with dark red rust, and even small trees were growing out of it. There were fruits on the small trees, which looked just like the miniature version of a longsword, swaying with the wind. Shen Tian knew this was also an extremely precious spirit fruit. This spirit fruit's name was Swordheart fruit. Normally, it would only grow in a land where a peerless sword immortal had perished. Although no peerless sword immortal had perished in this land, an outstanding divine sword had killed a pure-blood holy dragon, nonetheless. It was thus natural for Swordheart fruits to grow under the nourishment of the sword intent. The only problem was that the huge sword had pierced through the holy dragon's skull and pinned it to the ground. If one wanted to pick the Swordheart fruits, they would need to endure the powerful dragon aura and crawl onto this dragon's carcass. One had to know that one would endure hundreds of kilograms of pressure just by staying near the holy dragon. It even made breathing difficult. In order to climb onto the dragon's head and pick the Swordheart fruits, the pressure would most definitely increase several times or tens of times. To Foundation Establishment cultivators, this was definitely not a simple task. Shen Tian took a deep breath and started climbing up from the holy dragon's tail. With each step taken toward the holy dragon's skull, he could feel the pressure on him increase. When Shen Tian had climbed 5,000 feet high, he had already reached the dragon's back. He was able to see the dragon's head that stood proudly in the distance and the injury which the huge sword pierced through. The powerful dragon aura and sword intent flooded him, making him feel an extremely heavy pressure. His body was almost about to be crushed. 5 heavenly lightning beast armor, appear. The avatars of the 5 divine beasts appeared, and with the enhancement of the 5 elements avatars, Shen Tian felt that the pressure had lessened by quite a bit. He continued climbing forward while enduring the oppression by the dragon aura and sword intent. Shen Tian actually felt a different kind of excitement as he climbed. The ring on his hand shone, and a small bottle appeared in front of him. The Nirvana holy liquid was inside the small bottle. Gulp. Gulp, gulp. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After drinking the holy liquid, Shen Tian was shining throughout his whole body. He shouted loudly, and the golden lightning mark between his brows shone brightly. His hair then started to stand upright. The boiling hot chi aura burned on the surface of Shen Tian's body. He was now burning chi aura to enhance his strength. Although the pressure was currently increasing, Shen Tian was climbing at a faster pace. The holy dragon's skull emitted light, and the pressure instantly doubled, as if it was angered. In that instant, Shen Tian felt as if his body was being weighed down by 5 tons. No matter how sturdy his body was, he was almost about to be suppressed to the ground. "You dragon, I'll definitely climb onto your head." Shen Tian ground his teeth and suddenly unleashed all of his strength. However, just at that moment, the huge sword shone slightly. Shen Tian then suddenly felt that the pressure on him disappeared. His whole body instantly flew thousands of feet into the air like a cannonball, almost falling off the dragon. It was good that he reacted in time. The divine devouring vine shot out of his right hand and wrapped around the dragon's horn, and only then did he successfully swing to the holy dragon's skull. Standing on the head of the huge dragon, Shen Tian was extremely puzzled. What is this situation? Why do I feel that all the pressure disappeared after climbing to the neck? Is it possible that only the lower half of the dragon's bones is complete, but the head has been broken, so there is no pressure? Nonetheless, he had been able to climb onto the dragon's head. Shen Tian walked around the dragon's skull and knocked the skull using his hand everywhere with amusement. Not mentioning others, the dragon's skull was really hard. Shen Tian did not expect to be able to break the dragon bones into pieces and move them, so he thought of an idea. He stared at that small tree growing on that huge sword. Shen Tian counted a total of 9 small trees growing on the huge sword. Each tree had 3 to 5 fruits that were swaying with the wind, releasing sword aura. It was obvious that these fruits were extraordinary. If one could eat and absorb them, then they would definitely allow a sword cultivator's cultivation level and talent to increase greatly. Shen Tian shot the divine devouring vine out of his right hand and picked the Swordheart fruits from the small trees, a total of 35 fruits. Shen Tian stored the Swordheart fruits before looking at the 9 small trees on the huge sword. Could these Swordheart trees be eaten? How's the taste and effects? The divine devouring vine in Shen Tian's hand gradually wrapped around a Swordheart tree, and Shen Tian used his full strength to pull it. Although those small saplings looked like they could be easily snapped, they were quite secure on the sword. Currently, Shen Tian's arm strength was more than 10 tons, and he was able to pull out even a weeping willow that needed two people to be able to hug it fully. However, it was quite difficult to pull out the heart sword tree. Shen Tian spent more than 10 minutes pulling one down. After storing the sword heart tree, Shen Tian was prepared to continue pulling to get rich through honest labor. However, just at that moment, the huge sword shone slightly, and a cold woman's voice echoed. "Young man, do you want me?" Shen Tian was astonished, while his divine devouring vine instantly turned hard. The silver heavy water covered the divine devouring vine, ready to attack any unknown enemy. However, there were no enemies, only the huge sword that was giving off a faint light. "Don't be agitated, it's me. I am the sword spirit of this heaven executing sword. Young man, you're actually able to find this place. It's destined that you're fated with me." "Heaven executing sword? Fated with you? Are you serious?" Shen Tian's lips twitched. He could sense malicious intentions. Just from the sword name alone, this sword spirit does not seem to be a good person. Shen Tian became vigilant. "You're this executing heaven sword spirit?" The sword spirit's voice resounded again. "Yes, I have already killed and guarded this evil dragon on Master's orders for 10,000 years. Now, I can sense that Master has already perished for many years. But you have the same blood lineage and soul as Master. Young man, do you want me? Then drip your blood onto the sword. If you have peerless talents, I will follow you and help you in battle." While listening to the sword spirit's captivating voice, Shen Tian felt as if there was something wrong. "It seems like there's someone who wants to harm me." Shen Tian looked at the huge sword calmly. "Drip blood? How much blood?" The sword spirit's voice hesitated for a moment. You have a special body constitution and extraordinary aptitude. The heaven executing sword should be able to recognize you with one drop of blood." Shen Tian gradually retreated. "You sure that with my aptitude, just one drop of blood will allow me to be recognized by this executing heaven sword?" The sword spirit said helplessly, "Young man, you are extremely talented. You need to have confidence in yourself." Shen Tian's mouth twitched. "I am confident in myself, but I am not confident in your identity." As he looked at that huge sword, the purple golden hammer appeared in his right hand while the black tortoise shield appeared in his left hand. "You're not the sword spirit, right?" The voice gradually turned cold. "I thought I controlled the sword to shine when it needed to and did not slip up at all. How did you notice?" Shen Tian smiled. "Very simple, that's because when I mentioned this sword's name, I purposely switched the name. You said you were the sword spirit of the heaven executing sword, but when I mentioned it, I said executing heaven sword. I purposely called it wrongly every time. Sword spirits value the sword they are in, and the sword's name is like their second name. How was it possible that I mentioned it wrongly for quite a few times, but you did not notice and care at all?" The voice scoffed. "Just with that? It's too laughable." Shen Tian shrugged. "Naturally, it's not enough to confirm with just that alone, so I was trying my luck. Who would have expected that you'd admit to it so easily?" The voice did not speak for a long time. It seemed Shen Tian's words had made it upset. Shen Tian smiled and said, "Hey, why are you not speaking anymore? If I guessed correctly, you should be the holy dragon's soul sealed by this sword instead of being its sword spirit, right?" Before entering the primordial battlefield, Little Spirit Fairy had sent a copy of the deity peering record to Shen Tian. Although he had yet to thoroughly understand the book, Shen Tian could vaguely see that this mountain valley was not simple. It should be a special terrain formed by the huge sword's seal. One had to know that the vitality of demons cultivating god-fiend body tempering was extremely tenacious, as compared to those of the same stage. They could be said to have immortal bodies. Thus, truly mighty figures would carve special array formations into their attacks to seal and weaken the demon. Evidently, a divine sword had pierced through this holy dragon to kill it and seal it in the primordial battlefield. However, even 10,000 years after its death, its soul had actually survived. Call a spade, this holy dragon was indeed relatively unfathomable. After a long time, a sweet and charming voice resounded in the mountain valley. "Wow, not bad. You evil cunning young man, you're actually not deceived by me, you're too not cute." As the voice boomed, the 10,000 feet tall bone dragon started shining and gradually gathered to form a tall lady in black. That lady wore a long black robe, and her long hair, which reached her shoulders, covered half of her face. Her appearance was extremely exquisite. On top of her head were two pink dragon horns, and they looked as if they were a taboo temptation. What was more important was that this lady was extremely evil, or one should say an extremely humongous and snow-white evil. Among all the people Shen Tian had encountered before, only Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus could be barely on par. Even Shen Tian, whose mental state was as firm as sages, was nearly shaken. This black-robed lady had a smug smile on her face as she gradually floated beside Shen Tian. She slowly laughed gently and said, "Human kid, you're quite handsome. Do you want to form a contract and become an honorable dragon knight?" The black-robed lady slowly went closer to Shen Tian's ear, and then she said seductively, "As long as you nod your head and successfully release me, I can consider forming a contract with you. Being a dragon knight is thrilling." Chapter 205, This sword is yearning for a new master. Become a respected dragon knight? Somehow, Shen Tian felt like this dragon lady was pulling a fast one on him. After studying this dragon lady's silhouette, Shen Tian really felt like asking if he would be riding her or riding this skeleton. But to be safe, Shen Tian chose not to believe this dragon lady that easily. He gazed at the black-robed dragon lady vigilantly as he said in a calm voice, "I heard that the dragon race is one of the world's most powerful and arrogant races. So I can't help being shocked that you made such an offer to me. I can hardly dare to believe you. What if I was lucky enough to get this divine sword to acknowledge me and release you, but you turn around and kill me thereafter?" The black-robed lady scoffed. "I am Albing. Tens of thousands of years ago, I was the Black Dragon Island princess in the Northern Sea. The Black Dragons of the Northern Sea have always kept their promises. Otherwise, I will suffer terrible consequences for the rest of my life. If you are able to help me escape, I will sign a Dragon God contract with you, to give you the power of the Dragon God. You must know that over the past hundreds of thousands of years, the number of humans able to sign a Dragon God contract to become powerful beings can be counted on just one hand." Shen Tian stared suspiciously at the black-robed dragon lady Albing. "I can sign a Dragon God contract with you if I save your life?" To be honest, if one could sign a Dragon God contract just by saving her life, there would be no reason that only a handful of humans had been able to become the legendary Black Dragon Knights. Dragon Lady Albing sized up Shen Tian with a smile. "Of course not. The Black Dragon Island in the Northern Sea contains countless precious treasures. If you save my people, they will definitely give you those treasures in return. But only humans with the best looks, demeanor, talent, and character are worthy enough to save my people and gain their acknowledgement. Only these fated humans are worthy enough to sign a Dragon God contract. Although you are just a Foundation establishment cultivator, you were able to climb onto the dragon head despite the oppressive dragon aura. You clearly have an excellent foundation and natural talent. Also, you have so many followers that your character must be pretty good too. As a result, I am willing to give you a chance to sign a contract with me, to receive the glory of becoming a Dragon Knight. If it were some other talentless, despicable, and ugly brute, there's no way he would be offered a contract." When looking at the black-robed dragon lady, Shen Tian just felt like she was deliberately glossing over some important point. "Willing to offer me a chance because I am talented and have good character? Are you sure it's not just because you saw that I am handsome and dashing, and you are only offering me a contract with lecherous intentions?" Nonetheless, it was still an adequate reason. After all, beautiful damsels in distress behave the same way after being rescued. They would pledge their hand in marriage if their savior was handsome. If the savior was ugly, he could only hope to be a servant. This was a universal truth that should be the same in both ancient and modern times, in both the human and demon races. Shen Tian relaxed a little at that thought. "Can you please make a vow first? Whether or not I am able to successfully get the sword and save you, you cannot vent your anger on my companions or me." The black-robed dragon lady glanced mildly at the folks gathered at the feet of the dragon skeleton. "Don't worry. I have no interest in making things difficult for those pathetic humans." Shen Tian insisted. "Can you please swear on it?" The black-robed dragon lady stated. "I swear." "Happy, now?" Shen Tian replied in all seriousness, "Please repeat after me, even if I cannot get hold of the sword and save you, you will not lash out at my companions or me." The black-robed dragon lady was annoyed. "You doubt my integrity as a princess of the Black Dragon race. If not for the fact that you are quite handsome, I would have already killed you." Shen Tian shrank back a little. He did feel like he was somewhat overstepping the line. He had barely handled that bad-tempered white tiger, Zhang Yunxi, and was now provoking a black dragon lady. However, he really wouldn't dare to try releasing this dragon lady if she didn't make that vow. After all, this was at the sage realm. He didn't fancy his chances even if up against some decrepit soul. Shen Tian said in resignation, "If you insist on refusing." Before he could finish his sentence, Dragon Lady Aobing cut in sourly. Aobing glared at Shen Tian as she swore. "Upon the name of the Dragon God, even if this punk is unable to successfully save me, I will not lash out against him or his friends." Shen Tian breathed a sigh of relief. "Otherwise?" Aobing looked like she was about to burst into anger. "Otherwise, I will never be able to escape my predicament. Are you happy now?" Shen Tian smiled. "That's all I was asking for." Having set his mind at peace, Shen Tian slowly walked toward the huge sword and stroked it. "How do I remove this sword? Just drip my blood on it?" Aobing nodded. This sword is an immortal artifact. It already has some form of consciousness of its own. It has been sealed here with me for eons. Its master died a long time ago. I can feel that this sword is yearning for a new master now. You possess a powerful little 5 elements Yang Divine Lightning constitution, but your cultivation level is indeed a little lacking. If it was hundreds of thousands of years ago, you might not be able to get this divine sword to acknowledge you as its master. But now, as long as you drip some blood on it, I bet that it will immediately acknowledge you." Shen Tian mused over this. Could this be your typical demand versus supply effect? If there were countless talents coveting this divine sword, it could afford to be picky. But if it could not attract someone more impressive, it had no choice but to settle for someone more mediocre. After all, swords had their own needs. They needed to be handled, polished, and kept in good condition. They also craved the excitement and thrill of battle. Having gained a modicum of confidence, Shen Tian pricked his forefinger. A drop of pale golden blood seeped out of the tiny wound. It was the golden blood of a person with the divine lightning constitution. It emitted a faint spiritual hum as it dripped onto the huge blade and was rapidly absorbed. But the divine sword didn't acknowledge Shen Tian as its master after absorbing his blood. It just glowed faintly before returning to its original state. Shen Tian was stunned. "It didn't acknowledge me as its master." The corners of Aobing's lips twitched. "This lousy sword. How dare it remain so fussy? Does it really want to wither away with me in this place? Young man, try dripping more blood on it. I don't believe that this lousy sword can continue denying itself a master. This is such a remote place. Miss this chance to get a master like you, and it will have to wait another 10,000 years. This lousy sword's consciousness has yet to fully form. Try again. Drip more blood? Try again?" Upon feeling the effects of his much weakened body, Shen Tian felt rather helpless. This dragon lady didn't know what his blood meant to him. He said calmly, "We had an agreement. I would only offer 1 drop of blood to try and gain acknowledgement. Now that I have offered my blood, but this divine sword refuses to acknowledge me, I really have no other solution. Why don't we try this? After I leave this place, I will help you find an even more exceptional genius to come here and rescue you." With that, Shen Tian turned and leapt off the dragon's skeleton. He was all ready to leave, with no lingering regret at all. Aobing had just sworn not to create trouble for them. He had to take this window of opportunity to escape. Otherwise, they would be doomed if she had more time to think of some loophole to her vow. Eunuch Guya and the rest quickly clustered around Shen Tian after he leapt down from the dragon skeleton. "Senior brother, who is that woman?" Qin Yundi narrowed his eyes. Dozens of yin-yang demon-penetrating guns behind him were aimed straight at the dragon skeleton, all ready to fire. Shen Tian shook his head. "That is the remnant of the holy dragon's soul. Let's leave now." At that, Shen Tian sprinted out of the valley without even turning his head. At that moment, the divine sword lodged in that huge dragon skull suddenly moved. Countless bright rays shot out of the blade, engulfing the entire valley in a dazzling light. Clang! A clear clanging sound echoed far and wide. Countless skeletons in the surrounding area seemed to be petrified by the sword intent. They all stood frozen to the ground, shivering in fear. Rays of light shot toward Shen Tian from the sword. They seemed to take on a solid form, merging into a stairway in front of Shen Tian. This stairway was forged with pure sword light. Each ray of light formed a step, leading from Shen Tian's feet right to the huge sword. This strange phenomenon dumbfounded everyone besides Shen Tian. What made this extraordinary ancient divine weapon take the initiative to welcome Shen Tian? It was willing to use so much of its own sword ore to form a stairway so that Shen Tian could step upon it and take control of it. But Shen Tian had actually spurned it and was in the midst of leaving the valley? Damn, he was indeed their senior brother saint. He was just that domineering. Eunuch Gui looked very pleased. This is such an exceptional divine weapon, and it is willing to pledge loyalty to His Highness. Qin Gao's face was full of admiration. Concubine Lan would be so happy if she could see this. Qin Yundi narrowed his eyes. The power of this sword is without peer. It is a good match for senior brother. Shopkeeper Song also chimed in. Although this sword is not good enough for your status as Master Heavens, since it has shown such sincerity, do accept it. Shen Tian was inwardly stunned as his companions urged him. What the hell? I spurned this divine sword? It was clearly the sword that had rejected me earlier. Now that I was prepared to leave, the sword is now begging to acknowledge me as its master? Ha! Do you think I would still want you, you lousy sword? I am the divine firmament saint. I have a reputation to keep up. At the top of the dragon skeleton, the black-robed dragon Lady Aobing scoffed. Stubborn sword, you are regretting it now, right? Your consciousness has yet to fully mature, yet you want to be as picky as that flat-chested master of yours. Serves you right to be rejected. Aobing's words seemed to provoke the sword. It suddenly emitted an unprecedented burst of light, dissolving its remaining 8 sword tree hearts into dust before transforming it into the most basic form of power. Like a sharp blade, this power shot right into Shen Tian's body. Shen Tian thought the sword wanted to kill him in a fit of rage. But after the power merged into his body, his Tinder Sutra became even more vibrant and energetic than ever before. He never expected this. It swallowed this power ravenously, refining this power and infusing it across his entire body, his dantian, and his mind. At this point, Shen Tian felt a deep sense of wonder. He felt like his understanding of the sword was increasing exponentially. Every single inch of flesh seemed to be emitting a sharp sword light and sword aura. At that moment, Shen Tian felt like the sword was him, and he was the sword. Man and sword united as one as if he were a sword immortal. A terrifying sword intent radiated from his body, creating an unearthly mirage like tens of thousands of sharp blades extending out for miles on end, forcing everyone to step back. In that mirage, one could vaguely see true dragons being beheaded, bloodied demons and deities, tears trickling down Buddha's face, and other such alarming images. Shen now stared at his 13th brother from a distance away. He had heard his master talk about such a phenomenon before. It was completely out of this world. Only a person with the divine sword constitution or that possessed the highest level of understanding of the way of the sword could form such a mirage. Since ancient times, any time such a phenomenon happened, it meant that one had become an unparalleled sword immortal. In the Grand White Grotto heaven, how many young talents had struggled their entire lives but still failed to attain even a fraction of such a level. But Shen Tian just happened to bumble into this valley and was so warmly welcomed by this divine weapon. Using its sword intent to cultivate a sword tree heart for Shen Tian, to help him attain this divine sword constitution. To be honest, this was another major blow to Shenao. Was this the difference between him and Shen Tian? This cultivation world was so cruel. Atop the dragon head, Dragon Lady Aobing's face still bore her mocking grin. But as Shen Tian emitted that intense sword aura and the unearthly mirage formed behind him, the smile on her face froze. My goodness, who is this kid? The legendary divine sword constitution can be so easily attained? If those freaky sword Dao aficionados from the past saw this kid now, they would all choke on their envy. Just who is this kid? It looks like he's not just another pretty face. At this thought, the smile on Aobing's face turned smug. That's good. In this way, my people can't object too much to my dragon god contract with him. No. So many years have passed, and those oldies at the Black Dragon Island should already all be dead. That's to say if I manage to escape, I can rule over Black Dragon Island? Ha 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 ha, I have not suffered these 10,000 years in vain then. As time passed by the minute and second, Shen Tian finally felt the sword energy inside him become completely absorbed. He slowly lifted his lids, and a beam of sword energy shot out of his eyes, burning a deep hole in the ground before him. Damn, so terrifying. At that moment, Shen Tian was confident of glaring to death anyone at the 9th firmament of Qi refinement. If he wasn't worried about tiring his eyes out, he might even be able to glare to death a somewhat weaker foundation establishment cultivator. More importantly, Shen Tian now felt like he could radiate powerful sword energy from any part of his body. Think about it. You were fighting a powerful opponent who was on par with you in every way. He suddenly breathed out a gust of air at you. He didn't have bad breath, but a powerful burst of sword energy was rushing at you. Wouldn't you be in a panic? The two of you were just facing off each other to stand your ground. But you end up withering from your opponent's glare. Wouldn't that be so embarrassing? With this divine sword constitution, Shen Tian felt like he was able to pit himself against the sages who had gone through the tribulation transcendence stage. Of course, he could only last for one breath. Shen Tian opened his eyes and stood up. That huge sword vibrated slightly, the dark red rust starting to fall off, revealing the ruby-like body of the blade. This sword was beyond extraordinary. It was forged from pure immortal metal and completely priceless. No matter where in the great sacred ground, it would be regarded as an esteemed treasure that could enhance the foundation of the area. It could be said that if Sword Venerable Qian Yang had attained such a divine sword back then, he could have easily annihilated the Mother Vine, Lu Ji. After all, to a powerful swordsman, the type of sword they had in hand would be even more important than who they took as their spouse. In front of everyone's astonished eyes, the huge sword drew itself out of the dragon's head and floated in mid-air, blocking out half the valley. Following that, it charged straight toward Shen Tian. As if it wanted to hug its new master. Chapter 206, The Talkative Dragon Lady. Shen Tian's heart skipped a beat upon seeing the giant sword flying toward him. If he did not dodge in time, even an Asin Soul cultivator would be smashed into pieces. Shen Tian used his divine devouring vine and tried to escape underground. However, as the sword was approaching him, its size shrank quickly. Soon, it was a long red sword that was only about a meter long. A red light was flowing on the sword like a river as it vibrated slightly and produced a clear metal sound. Its edge was so sharp that it even managed to cut the wind apart. It's a good sword. A very good sword. Shen Tian's eyes lit up. He had a sudden urge of desire. On the one hand, his divine sword constitution wanted this divine sword badly. On the other hand, the Tinder Sutra wanted the pseudo-immortal metal too. Shen Tian was rendered speechless. What the hell is this sutra? It even wants to devour an immortal artifact sword? Won't it hurt inside my body? Shen Tian did not have much time to think before the sword was in front of him. The red light dimmed down, and it looked just like any other sword. However, Shen Tian knew that it was its natural state. Once the sword was activated again and unleashed its power, the incredible light would reappear. Shen Tian held the sword with his right hand. The grip was rather good. Shen Tian felt that the sword had merged with him the moment he touched it. His sword intent spread across the area, and everyone felt suffocated just standing near Shen Tian. Everyone, including Zhao Hao and Qin Yundi, backed off a few meters. Shen Tian's sword intent covered the entire area, while red sword ore slashed at every corner in the zone. Anything that entered would be destroyed instantly. The power of this sword is really incredible. Shen Tian raised his red sword and focused. Black and azure lightning, 1 and 9 divine lightning, appeared around Shen Tian. Water bred wood and wood enhanced fire. In the end, what was left was just Crimson Phoenix 3 divine lightning. The Nanming Li fire merged with Shen Tian's Crimson Phoenix divine lightning, and they circled around the red sword like a snake. Shen Tian touched his sword lovingly, and the red light glowed brighter than ever. He aimed at the valley ahead and released a slash. Clang! The sword unleashed a 100-feet-long sword aura covered in lightning and fire. It was not from any amazing sword arts or heritage sword sutras. It was a simple, plain strike. When the attack hit the valley, a terrifying gap was formed in it. The tip of the sword aura had even slashed off the cliff that was on the valley. Also, sparks of lightning and fire remained in the air from the strike just now. All the sword cultivators, such as Zhao Hao, Shen Ao, and Eunuch Goei, were shocked by what they witnessed. No one could understand how thrilled they were. They respected Shen Tian way more now. What a great power! That could end an Asin Soul cultivator easily. It's a pseudo-immortal artifact, indeed. Is this the power of the divine sword constitution? Brother Shen did not even use any sword art just now. That's so incredible. Is this my brother's skill? What is the point of me being a sword cultivator? Brother Shen is so good with his sword. He is Lioner's man, indeed. Shen Tian had no idea how shocked they were. He was still indulging in the feeling of the attack just now. He had not used the full strength of his divine sword constitution and the red sword. Nonetheless, even with such a little portion of his full power, he could kill most Asin Soul cultivators with that attack. Is this the power of pseudo-immortal artifact? I love it so much. I'll have one more trump card in the future. I will be the strongest swordsman in the eastern wilderness if I learn a few more sword arts. Shen Tian could feel that his sword was excited as it had found a suitable master. "My name is Shen Tian. From now on, you will be executing Heaven's sword. I'll turn you into a proper immortal artifact one day and let everyone in the 5 regions know how powerful you are." After Shen Tian said that, the red sword began to glow out of a sudden. It seemed delighted. It left Shen Tian's grip and flew around him. Swoosh! Shen Tian thought the sword was unhappy about the name and was going to kill him. However, the sword did not hurt Shen Tian at all. It turned into a stream of red light and entered Shen Tian's body. It resided in Shen Tian's lungs now. The sword emitted its origin slowly in Shen Tian's lungs and strengthened them. At the same time, Shen Tian's power was converted to metal energy, which the sword then absorbed. They were helping out each other. Shen Tian truly understood the feeling of being united as one with his sword. Shen Tian could unleash the sword from him anytime he wanted. It was a good way to protect himself. The executing Heaven sword was the seal formation array's focal point. Thus, after it was gone, the entire dragon skeleton began to collapse. "Kid, I'm coming out soon. Stay away from here," said Ao Bing from within the skeleton. Shen Tian nodded and led his team out of the Holy Dragon Valley without hesitation. That seal had restrained a sage-level dragon. Who knew what could happen afterward? It would be such a waste if the falling bones killed them. Just as they were about to stop at the valley entrance, Ao Bing spoke again. "Go further." Thus, they ran for another few kilometers. Then, a loud explosion reverberated throughout the Holy Dragon Valley. A black dragon flew into the sky, and the undead skeletons around the area trembled in fear. All cultivators in the vicinity sensed the chaos in the Holy Dragon Valley and some overconfident geniuses gathered around the area. Others chose to hide in the dark. "It's been 10,000 years. I'm finally free. Damn that flat-chested human. She had sealed me for so damn long. God knows how I survived the past 10,000 years. Old bastards from the 5 regions, tremble in fear again. I'm back." The black dragon circled in the sky. The dragon skeleton exuded dim light, and it gathered toward the flying dragon. Soon, the dragon was completely covered in the light and was swiftly compressed. Then, a dragon egg appeared and flew toward Shen Tian. "Is she gonna pummel me with this egg?" Shen Tian's heart skipped a beat. However, he did not dare to evade, fearing that the egg would crack once it hit the ground. "The soul of that female dragon will kill me." Shen Tian quickly summoned his divine devouring vine with a quick hand seal and formed a giant net with it. The net caught the egg perfectly, but the egg's force was so great it spun on the net for several seconds before coming to a complete stop. Fortunately, the divine devouring vine was sturdy enough. "Good. I was right about you. You did not dodge. Congratulations, kid, you have passed my second test." Ao Bing's voice came from the egg. "Now, put your blood onto the egg and repeat after me." Shen Tian thought for a moment and pricked his finger. He pressed his finger on the egg, and his blood was absorbed. Then, myriad special symbols appeared in front of him, but he had no idea what they were. It seemed to be the ancient writing of the dragon race. The symbols combined and formed a ball of black light. Meanwhile, Ao Bing's image appeared on top of the egg, and she said, "Kid, listen. Just repeat after me, okay?" Shen Tian replied, "All right." Ao Bing nodded and bowed to the ball of light. "Dragon God will be my witness." She looked at Shen Tian after she had finished. Shen Tian had no choice but to repeat after her, "Dragon God will be my witness." Ao Bing smiled slightly and continued, "I, Ao Bing, take you, Shen Tian, to be my lawful companion." Shen Tian spoke with a stammer. "I, Ao Shen Tian, take you, Ao Bing, to be my lawful companion." Each time they said a word, an ancient symbol appeared from the ball of light as though it was actually recording down the contract. Ao Bing went on. "To heaven to hold, from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, till death do us part." "Shen Tian? Is this really the Dragon Knight contract? Seriously?" He opened his mouth carefully and asked, Senior, are you sure this contract is supposed to be like this?" Ao Bing's face became very stern as she stared at Shen Tian. "Why? Are you effing questioning the Dragon God? I'll kill you with my bloody dragon breath." Shen Tian felt that he was in deep trouble for making Ao Bing angry. Is her character supposed to be like this? There must be something wrong. Chapter 207, Dragon Knight or Dragon's Knight? Shen Tian wiped his sweat after the arrogant dragon lady confronted him. "Senior, you made a promise just now, remember? You said you wouldn't be angry with me." Aobing said proudly, "Indeed, I made a promise about that just now. But that was if you guys did not manage to bring me out. However, I'm freed by you now. Thus, that promise's condition is invalid now. Do you think it still works?" "Shen Tian? Excuse me? You belong to the prideful dragon race. What is this nonsense?" Aobing bent over in front of Shen Tian and stared at him straight in the eyes. Her well-developed figure was right in front of his eyes. She smiled and said, "Relax. I'm the eldest princess in the dragon race. I won't lie to you. Make your wish to the dragon god. After that, you'll become a dragon knight that only appears less than once every 1,000 years. The Black Dragon Island and I will be there to protect you then. No one in the 5 regions will dare to mess with you. This is a dream that most people would not even dare to think about." Shen Tian still felt something was not right about the deal. "But senior." Aobing flicked Shen Tian's forehead with her delicate finger and said, "You are going to sign the contract soon. There is no need to call me senior anymore. Just call me Sister Bing." She gave Shen Tian a coquettish glance. "Sister Bing?" Shen Tian stared at Aobing with a strange look, his mouth twitching. "You are at least 10,000 years older than me. Who gives you the courage to relate yourself with the word sister?" Aobing saw through Shen Tian's thought and ground her teeth in anger. "Why? Do you have a problem with that? Although I was sealed for 10,000 years, I was just sleeping peacefully. Thus, this seemingly long period is merely 1,000 years for me. This means that I am, still, very, young." Shen Tian processed the logic behind her words and continued to stare at her with the same strange look. "So you are a few thousand years old, and I have to call you sister?" The black flame flickered in Aobing's soul, and it heated up the surroundings. She stared back at Shen Tian angrily. "Kid, you are pushing my limit. Fine, since there is no contract yet, I can just kill you right here." Shen Tian felt Aobing's immense killing intent and quickly behaved himself. He started the contract immediately. "I, Shen Tian, take you, Aobing, to be my lawful companion. To have and to hold, from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, till death do us part." The moment he finished reciting the oath, the black light ball in the void split in two. One of them sank into Shen Tian's body, while the other into Aobing's. Shen Tian finally understood what exactly was this contract with the dragon god. It was actually a symbiotic relationship, just like bees and flowers in nature. After the contract, the human could receive a part of the dragon's power origin, and they were even allowed to cultivate the true dragon imperial sutra. At the same time, the contracted dragon would have high synergy with its human counterpart and could produce combo attacks together. Thus, if they were to fight together in combat, it would no longer be 1 + 1 = 2, their power would be much greater. For a powerful dragon knight, fighting against cultivators that had higher cultivation levels than them was very common. "Good for you." Aobing nodded in satisfaction after Shen Tian completed the contract. "In the future, you'll be my man. If you meet any trouble outside, just say my name. No one will dare to bully you then." Aobing's soul began to fade away. "That's about all that I wanted to say. I'm going to Nirvana soon. In the next few days, you have to protect this dragon egg carefully. After my resurrection, I'll reward you." Then, Aobing's soul disappeared in the black dragon egg. The egg had absorbed all the light and remained motionless. Aobing had been badly injured before being sealed for 10,000 years. The best and fastest way to recover was through rebirth. A special heritage memory suddenly appeared in Shen Tian's mind. It was the True Dragon Imperial Sutra, the complete set other than the Forbidden Chapter. This was the legendary heritage that could only be cultivated after the Royal Black Dragon's acknowledgement. Naturally, this heritage excited Shen Tian as the True Dragon Imperial Sutra was completely different from the Divine Firmament Lightning Imperial Sutra. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground focused mainly on cultivating Dharma techniques, so the Lightning Imperial Sutra had plenty of such techniques. Although there was the Lightning Emperor body tempering art, it was merely a supplement. However, the True Dragon Imperial Sutra was a pure body tempering art. The entire content was about how to train a physical body comparable to the dragon. At the same time, many ancient offensive skills that the dragon race used were recorded in it. For example, the Dragon Claw, Dragon Step, Dragon Halberd, Dragon Breath, Dragon Slash, Dragon Armor, Dragon Hammer. These skills had been created by strong cultivators in the primordial age, showcasing the expertise of ancient dragons in combat. Each of these skills' battle prowess could shock all the 5 regions. Thus, these skills were precious to Shen Tian as he had a well-built body but was weak in close combat. The Dragon Claw could enhance the cultivator's finger strength and give them the ability to snap spirit artifacts with bare hands. After mastering the Dragon Step, one could shrink an entire mountain under their feet and destroy it simply by stepping on it. The Dragon Slash was very compatible with Shen Tian as he had the Divine Devouring Vine. This skill could boost it greatly. The Dragon Hammer was an ice-type hammer skill that a genius of the ancient dragon race had created. It was useful to Shen Tian too, as he owned the first essence heavy water and the purple golden hammer. Shen Tian took a piece of silk out of his Archean sea ring, wrapped the black dragon egg, and carried it on his back with a sigh. What happened to the promised dragon knight? Why am I carrying this princess like her knight now? What a scam. Never mind, since she gave me the true Dragon Imperial Sutra, I'll forgive her. I'll have a ride on her one day too. The commotion we created has drawn the attention of other people. We need to find some safe place, Shen Tian said calmly. Safety was always first in the primordial battlefield. The group roamed around the battlefield and encountered many waves of undead monsters. Some were skeletons, some were blood demons, and some were even yin demons. Anyway, they did not manage to run away from a single monster. However, it was not important at all. All these monsters were too weak for Shen Tian right now. They were a good moving target for Shen Tian to familiarize himself with the new skills he had learned. Shen Tian picked a few weak monsters and threw them to the rest to practice too. That was the whole purpose of the joint training. The cultivators should accumulate battle experience by fighting with the monsters. Shen Tian could not babysit them throughout the trial. It would not be beneficial for them if they stayed idle here, and Shen Tian would be bored if he had to deal with these weak monsters for too long. It would be best for the team to gather some experience too. As they fought one battle after the other, the team became more familiar with their attacks and could cooperate very well. The bloody sun set slowly, and darkness engulfed the entire battlefield. The team found a relatively safe valley before there was no light at all. The valley had only one entrance, so it would be very safe once all the monsters were cleared. The team sealed the entrance with an array formation and rested in it. They looked through what they had obtained in the journey and used these fortuitous opportunities to strengthen themselves. Shen Tian took the dragon blood grass out of his ring and started preparing a medicinal bath. The dragon god's contract had a faint dragon origin, so some of its power was stored in Shen Tian, just that it was not very prominent. Dragon knights were known to have the intelligence of humans and the body of the dragons. That was the main reason why they could accomplish great things in the past. Since Shen Tian had such power already, he was not going to waste it. The dragon blood grass was the best option for Shen Tian as the sealed Aobing's power had leaked out and nourished it. As more dragon blood grass was added to the medicinal bath, the spirit spring became extremely red, just like a real dragon's blood. Everyone was shocked. Shen Tian had used at least 100 stalks of dragon blood grass by now. Normal people would at most use 10 stalks of dragon blood grass in one go, or else there would be severe side effects. However, that was not Shen Tian's concern at all. After taking off his top and shorts, Shen Tian submerged himself in the hot bath. It was really hot. The water was bubbling from the heat. However, Shen Tian did not feel any pain at all. He felt the temperature was just right. Soon, Shen Tian absorbed the dragon blood grass nutrients. He could feel that his body was getting stronger while his transcendence realm was increasing. Every inch of his body had evolved. A dense aura started to form around Shen Tian, and his party could feel a tremendous amount of energy he was exuding. Although no one knew how firm his foundation was, they believed that their saint was invincible among the Foundation establishment cultivators. As Shen Tian absorbed more dragon blood grass, his body started to change physically and black dragon marks, formed by a special power, started to appear on his skin. It was not the armor formed by the 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique but the ancient offensive body tempering art, dragon's armor. Shen Tian had a new way to protect himself now. At the same time, a group of unwelcome guests was outside the valley. Chapter 208, The Peacock Race's Most Powerful Skill, Rainbow Divine Light. Under the night sky, a white figure flashed rapidly across the mountains. Its speed was so fast that no one could see it clearly, as if it had merged into the night. Behind him, 5 youths dressed in splendid feathered clothes were in close pursuit. They chased after that white figure relentlessly. "Evil creature, how dare you steal my treasure? You must have a death wish." The man dressed in gold-feathered clothes looked extremely angry. He repeatedly lashed out with the golden saber in his hand. Waves of blade ore left long gashes on the ground, but none of them managed to make contact with the white figure, who remained completely unharmed. A man in white was wielding a brush made from the feathers of a crane. He was using it like a divine sword and kept shooting it toward the white figure. But every time a strike was about to land on the white figure, he would suddenly dodge lightly to the side as if teasing his attackers. "Ha, you are just a bunch of silly kids, yet you dare to pursue me? When I reigned over the 5 regions, your ancestors were at my dining table, as the hunted game in the food bowls of my guests. I never expected to fall to such low levels. That even some stupid kids dare to go against me. Just you wait. When I recover, I will destroy you, a bunch of feathered beasts. Scared now, aren't you? Retreat if you are scared. Get lost. When I make my comeback in the future, I will spare your life." The white figure evaded the attacks of the 5 youths. He kept spouting profanities as he sprinted amongst the mountains. As the moonlight shone down, the white figure was now clearly reflected in the 5 pursuers' eyes. It was a white-colored tortoise running on its hind legs in an upright position. While standing upright on its back legs, this tortoise was about 1 meter in height and as wide as a piece of fair jade. It shimmered and glowed under the moonlight. It must be said that this tortoise did look very extraordinary. But the words coming out of his mouth were enough to make one fume in anger and eager to tear this scoundrel apart. In reality, the 5 young talents from the southern border were indeed having such thoughts. As one of the great golden-winged eagle race prodigies, Jin Yu had secretly invited his good friends into the primordial battlefield. He was already extremely aggravated, fully intending to seek out the divine firmament saint to settle their scores. They had ended up waiting an entire day in the Blood Demon Valley without seeing the divine firmament saint at all. Instead, they had encountered a very powerful blood demon. This blood demon was very mighty and was formed by the blood and aura of an ancient practitioner who had been very strong. Its powers were more or less equal to that of a nascent soul cultivator. All 5 of them were outstanding golden core demon cultivators and could easily kill off anyone at the nascent soul stage outside the primordial battlefield. However, inside the primordial battlefield, their powers had been greatly suppressed, and it was very challenging for them to face a blood demon one-on-one. The 5 of them had spent a lot of effort and energy before finally killing off this blood demon. They had carved open the blood demon's body and taken out its blood essence pearl. The blood essence pearl was the source of a blood demon's life and contained intense life force. To the demon race, the blood essence pearl was the perfect elixir. The blood demon's own blood was tainted and vile, but its blood essence pearl was pure and full of vitality. After refining the blood essence pearl, demons could use it to purify their own blood and enhance their powers. If they were lucky, they might even get the chance to stimulate their ancient divine beast ancestors' bloodlines. This blood demon had had a rather low intelligence level and had been unable to fully display its true powers. Even so, it still had the powers of a nascent soul cultivator. It could be seen just how extraordinary the blood demon pearl was. There was no doubt about its value. To these 5 youths, it was an extremely precious fortuitous opportunity. Just as they had managed to retrieve the blood essence pearl and had been about to split it amongst themselves, this damn white tortoise had appeared. Its speed was fast beyond belief. In a flash, the blood demon pearl had disappeared before their eyes, having been swallowed by that tortoise. Thereafter, the white tortoise had immediately fled into the battlefield's inner regions. There was no way the southern border's eagle race's 5 prodigies could bear this transgression. They had poured in so much effort and fought the demon for so long before finally attaining the treasure, only to have it stolen by someone else. Who could endure such humiliation? Jin Yu's eyes glimmered with gold light as they fixed on that white figure, not letting it leave his line of sight. This was the special skill of the great golden-winged eagle race. At the most advanced level, one could see through all the 9 heavens and peer down to the deepest levels of hell. Nothing would escape that eye. Jin Yu had yet to achieve that advanced level, but was nonetheless highly proficient in that skill. Otherwise, they would have lost sight of that white tortoise long ago. While looking at the white tortoise, Jin Yu said with a cold smile, "Damn tortoise, I am not a man if I don't kill you today." The white tortoise chortled out loud. "Man? So shameless. Are you even human? You are just a feathered beast. But the flesh of the great golden-winged eagle is really very delicious. Older eagles can be boiled into a nutritious soup, while the younger eagle's flesh is tender and smooth when grilled. Sigh. What fond memories I have of that. When I reclaim my position on the throne, you will be the first eagle to go into my stew. Boom. The white tortoise had just finished his sentence when a blade slashed right down at him. The golden blade's power was terrifying. It was enough to cause grievous injuries to a perfected one at the golden core stage. It was a pity that this white tortoise's reaction and speed were just too fast. He easily dodged the attack, leaving behind just the faint afterimage of his body. As vehement as their attacks were, the group of 5 was unable to pose any serious threat. They grew increasingly desperate as the tortoise became increasingly arrogant. What kind of tortoise was this? Fairy Kong Meng, in her multicolored dress, just quietly observed that white tortoise. After a long time, she finally spoke. It's the legendary electric shadow footwork. The faces of the other 4 prodigies hardened at Kong Meng's words. Hasn't this magical footwork already been lost to the ages? Kong Meng shook her head. It was lost only in the outside world. Don't forget that we are in the primordial battlefield. Jin Yu's face turned grim. As the great golden-winged eagle race's prodigy, he knew about all the famous techniques in all 5 regions. This electric shadow footwork was one of the top-secret techniques of the divine firmament sacred ground. It was also known as the Heaven-Earth Turbo Speed. A practitioner who managed to master this skill could speed through anywhere on Earth like a bolt of lightning. Their speeds were so great that no one of the same level could ever catch them. Of course, it was very difficult to master this footwork technique. It was invented by one of Divine Firmament's sacred leaders tens of thousands of years ago and was infamous throughout the Eastern Wilderness. That Divine Firmament's sacred leader had successfully cultivated the mixed Divine Lightning Constitution and taken control of the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags, becoming one of the most powerful sacred leaders in Eastern Wilderness. During his peak, in preparation of ascending to the throne, he had relied on the electric shadow footwork to scour the primordial battlefield and slaughter all the evil demons in the outer regions. There would just be a golden flash whizzing past, and all those powerful practitioners in the outer regions would be beheaded as their blood flowed as thick as rivers. During that war, just hearing the great name of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's Golden Light Sacred Leader was enough to make evil spirit from the outer regions quake in fear. It was even rumored that evil spirit from the outer regions had attacked the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground mainly because they feared this Golden Light Sacred Leader. They had been worried that the Golden Light Sacred Leader would ascend the throne because of his success during that battle. By then, it would trigger a major turn of the tide for the battle. In the end, after an insidious assassination plot against the Golden Light Sacred Leader, he had eventually fallen, and the electric shadow footwork technique had been lost. Jin Yu never expected to encounter this white tortoise in the primordial battlefield who was able to use the Golden Light Sacred Leader's electric shadow footwork. Ha! The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground again. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground is bullying the eagles again. Outrageous. Eagle Blood Surge Technique. The great golden-winged eagles were known for their bad tempers. The feathers on Jin Yu stood straight up in rage after he realized that this white tortoise was displaying a skill that had originated from the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. His blood boiled and transformed into bubbling energy in his body, surging faster and faster. It must be pointed out that the eagle race had a natural talent for achieving turbo speed. When a true blue pure-blooded eagle spread its wings and soared, even a tornado would find it difficult to compete. As Jin Yu's blood surged faster and faster, he seemed to morph into a golden streak, instantly driving closer toward the white tortoise. "You despicable scoundrel! I only ate that lousy pearl of yours. Little chicken, why are you so mad?" Upon feeling the thick murderous aura behind him, the white tortoise was so startled that he nearly jumped out of his shell. White streaks of electricity shot out of all over his body as his 2 short legs spun even faster, as if on auto mode. "Help! This little chicken has the foul plague. He has gone crazy. Are there any descendants from the human or tortoise race around? Come and help me. Little chicken, go ahead and chase after me. If you manage to catch me, I will acknowledge that you are indeed fast. Stop chasing me, little chick. As a male, you can't be too fast, or people will make fun of you." The white tortoise was clearly not that highly skilled. He started to show signs of fluster as Jin Yu rampaged after him, and his dodging attempts became increasingly clumsy. But what made Jin Yu most exasperated was the fact that as desperate as that white tortoise became, his mouth continued to chatter on non-stop. Words continued to spew out of his lips. He was clearly just some ruffian tortoise. It was infuriating. Damn scoundrel, I will skin you alive to make soup when I catch you. Jinyu kept slashing his golden blade in all directions, forcing the white tortoise to jump and dodge all over. Suddenly, the white tortoise seemed to have felt something and gazed toward a nearby valley. Oh, there are some human cultivators. In a flash, he shot toward the valley and entered the area within seconds. The array formation at the valley entrance was useless against the white tortoise, and he broke straight through it. Trying to escape? I will give up my own name if I let you escape my clutches today. Jinyu was so enraged that he morphed into a golden divine blade and flew straight toward the valley. Boom! The simple array formation was shattered and triggered the warning system. A strident warning siren resonated across the valley, grabbing the attention of everyone inside. Chen Yunti was sleeping in a sitting position when he woke up with a start. There wasn't much difference between him with his eyes opened or shut in sleep with his naturally narrow eyes. But his 64 yin-yang demon-penetrating guns were already floating behind him, glimmering coldly under the moonlight. It was a chilling sight. Zhao Hao had consumed quite a bit of dragon blood grass, and the thick Nanming Li fire engulfed his entire body, forming burning, red streaks of sword aura. Zhao Hao turned toward the valley entrance, an intense air of hostility radiating from his body. Unigoe, Qin Gao, Xiaoling, Li Lioner, and the rest had also drawn their weapons and surrounded Shen Tian protectively. At present, Shen Tian was still in cultivation and absorbing the essence of the dragon blood grass. They had no idea if he could be interrupted, but they didn't want to take any risks. The array formation at the entrance suddenly shattered, and a golden figure charged into the valley. It was Jinyu, dressed in gold feathers with a pair of golden wings. Damn scoundrel, come out now. A demon? Stationed at the valley entrance, Chen Yunti frowned slightly. As a Divine Firmament disciple, he had a relatively good understanding of Southern Borders demon races. In the past 10,000 years, Southern Borders demon races had always stuck to the rules under the immortal Phoenix Queen's orders. Why were there suddenly demons in a primordial battlefield in Eastern Wilderness? And by the looks of its bloodline, it was no ordinary demon. Chen Yunti smiled with narrowed eyes. I am Chen Yunti, a disciple of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. What is your name? None of your business. I am just looking for that scoundrel. Jinyu was about to ask the people inside the valley to scram when he suddenly realized something. His golden eyes fixed upon Chen Yunti. What did you say? You are a disciple of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground? Chen Yunti frowned slightly. Yes. Buddy, may I know why you are here? Jinyu smirked. Interesting. I failed to catch that scoundrel but came face to face with a Divine Firmament Sacred Ground disciple. At the end of the day, you are all the same. If I manage to capture you, your saint will definitely come looking for me on his own. With that, Jinyu glared malevolently at Chen Yunti. His aura rose and wafted strongly toward Chen Yunti in intense waves. Jinyu thought that Chen Yunti would immediately beg for mercy under his tremendous aura. But he was wrong. Very, very wrong. The smile on Chen Yunti's face stiffened, but he showed no signs of fear. Are you saying that you mean harm towards senior brother Saint? Jinyu scoffed. So what if I want to harm him? Your stupid Azure Lotus dared to attack one of my elders. He deserves to die. I entered the primordial battlefield to seek revenge. I will kill off all you Divine Firmament disciples and that saint of yours. I will also let your impertinent human race know that the Southern Border Eagle race is no pushover. Jinyu worked himself into a right fluster as he spoke, while Chen Yunti's expression remained passive and neutral throughout. His narrowed eyes just glittered coldly and mercilessly. He asked mildly, did you just call my senior brother a scoundrel? Jinyu was stunned. When did I call the Divine Firmament Saint a scoundrel? Never mind. This was just a mere disciple of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground and one that was only at the Foundation establishment level. He was no threat to Jinyu at all. Judging by Chen Yunti's aura, Jinyu was confident of killing him off in 3 moves. Get down on your knees to beg for mercy. If you cooperate and help me lure the Divine Firmament Saint out, I will let you die in one piece. Jinyu spread open his wings and exuded a brilliant glow. He looked as dazzling as the sun. The battle saber in his hand was enveloped in a dense aura. The sight of it was spine-chilling. Stubborn fool. Golden Wings 9 / the first slash through mountains and rivers. Jinyu snorted upon seeing that Chen Yunti had no intention of begging for mercy. He raised his saber high, and the long golden blade curved like the dome of heaven, exuding wave after wave of an intense aura. Chen Yunti's narrowed eyes shone in disdain at Jinyu, who was hovering in mid-air. With such a low skill level, how dare he insult senior brother so brazenly? Anyone who insults senior brother must die. A resolute voice sounded out. All 64 yin-yang demon-penetrating guns behind Chen Yundi gave off a faint glow. Bang! A spirit gold bullet shot toward Jinyu, leaving behind a trail of fire. Its speed was so fast that one could only see the faint afterimage. So fast. Jinyu's expression turned solemn, and a golden shield appeared before him. The shield was magnified and blocked the spirit gold bullet's pathway, sending it flying off in another direction. Ha! So mediocre. Jinyu scoffed, and the golden saber in his hands seemed to become even more dense and solid. But in the next second, his face underwent a major shift, and big drops of sweat trickled down his forehead. This was because the other 63 yin-yang demon-penetrating guns also started to fire in succession. Bang! 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 The 64 yin-yang demon-penetrating guns behind Chen Yundi fired ceaselessly, spewing out a faint blue flame. Spirit gold bullets streaked out of the nozzles, carrying with them trails of fire, all aimed straight at Jinyu. Clang! 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 As an endless stream of spirit gold bullets made contact with the golden shield, the shield's glow started to grow weaker. Jinyu's face looked somewhat pallid. After all, this golden shield was one of his core weapons. It was exceptionally powerful and also closely linked to Jinyu's own internal energy. It was no great challenge for the golden shield to block a single spirit gold bullet. But Chen Yundi was firing too many bullets at it. Dozens after dozens of shots directed right at it with no end in sight. After 10 rounds of spirit gold bullets, the golden shield had completely lost its former glow. Visible cracks had also started to show. After 20 rounds of bullets, the saber in Jinyu's hand had disintegrated as he put forth all his power into the golden shield. As 40 spirit gold bullets struck at the same time, the golden shield shattered into pieces, and Jinyu spewed out a mouthful of blood. He didn't even have time to mourn for the loss of his golden shield, as Chen Yundi's yin-yang demon-penetrating guns continued to fire at him. In addition, Chen Yundi was methodically reloading the guns which had run out of spirit gold bullets so that they would be all ready to fire in the next round. What kind of monster is this? He is just a Foundation establishment cultivator, so why is he even scarier than the blood demon? Scoundrel, how dare you deceive me? You must be the divine firmament saint, right? Devious swine. Jinyu flapped his wings pathetically as he dodged the spirit gold bullets. But having lost his edge, he was just fighting a losing battle. Splat! 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 Blood splattered all over Jinyu's body and wings. He looked very wretched now. Luckily, Jinyu's feathered clothing was one of the precious artifacts of the great golden-winged eagle race with powerful defensive properties. Otherwise, just one round from Chen Yundi's yin-yang demon-penetrating guns would have been enough to tear Jinyu into shreds. But even with the golden feathered clothing protecting him, Jinyu still collapsed to the ground, having sustained serious injuries. He gazed at Chen Yundi. Despicable. I never knew that the divine firmament saint would use such an evil and malevolent weapon. If you are truly capable, don't use this kind of weapon. Fight me in a real battle with real blades. Chen Yundi gazed mildly at Jinyu, his 64 guns gleaming. You got the wrong person. Compared to senior brother saint, I am like a firefly while he is the burning sun. The likes of you dare to insult senior brother saint? Open your eyes wider in your next life. At that, Chen Yundi was about to launch another round of gunfire to send this ridiculous golden feathered eagle to hell. But he suddenly frowned. His guns suddenly all turned their nozzles toward the entrance of the valley. 4 feathered figures flew through the entrance. Every single one of them exuded an extremely powerful aura, all on par with Jinyu's. A young lady in a multicolored, feathered outfit was in the lead. Her aura was even more exceptional. She was backlit by divine light and looked like a goddess descending onto the earth. Jinyu heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing his companions arrive. Everyone, be careful. This fellow is the divine firmament saint. He is very devious. Especially that evil weapon behind him. It is very fast, and every single shot can hurt your golden core. Upon hearing Jinyu's cautionary words and seeing his bloodied visage, the 4 prodigies looked extremely grave. They surrounded Chen Yundi and were prepared to launch a vicious and sudden attack on him. Junior brother Jiao Hao, I will hold them back first. You go wake up senior brother. He is the only one who can handle these people. A worried glint flashed across Chen Yundi's narrowed eyes. He was well aware of how he measured up against this gang. He was confident of holding his own against Jinyu in a direct fight, but he would not be able to easily kill off Jinyu. After all, if Jinyu had not been so arrogantly careless but had just launched a major attack and relied on his natural speed, the yin-yang demon penetrating gun might not have so easily defeated him. And now, these 4 other prodigies had arrived, each of whom was as strong as Jinyu, with the leader even more powerful. In addition, Jinyu had already warned them, so the yin-yang demon penetrating guns had lost their surprise element, greatly decreasing their effectiveness. In this scenario, Chen Yundi was not confident of defeating these folks at all. He could only hope to stall them. Zhao Hao nodded solemnly before dashing toward the inner regions of the valley to wake up Shen Tian. Letting your junior brother leave first? The prodigy from the Lark race smiled coquettishly. What a kind-hearted divine firmament saint. You look rather effeminate but possess the integrity of a real man. The prodigy from the White Crane race scoffed. Jinyu, he is just a human at the Foundation establishment stage. How did he manage to beat you into this wretched state? Jinyu snorted. He Vu Shuang, take on this human on your own if you dare. Be careful that he doesn't shoot you to death. He Vu Shuang laughed out loud. Let me try, then. Stand by everyone, don't interfere. Right after that, countless white feathers shot out of Vu Shuang's body. These were feathers formed by pure magical energy. Every single feather was enough to cause grievous injury to a Foundation establishment cultivator. A rain of feathers shot toward Chen Yundi. They didn't move at a very high speed, but Chen Yundi had nowhere to run. The attack covered all angles. He Vu Shuang might be cocky, but his moves were much more cautious than Jinyu's. Insignificant bug, I will smash ya. Chen Yundi scoffed. Hundreds of talismans suddenly appeared and headed straight toward those feathers. Senior brother said before, art is all about explosions. The wind swept up Chen Yundi's golden hair. His narrowed eyes opened wide, and a dazzling light shone out of them. Boom! A terrifying wave of explosion destroyed all the magical white feathers, and a thick cloud of dust and ash covered the entire valley. All of them were premium lightning explosion talismans. The prodigy from the Lark race covered her mouth. She was speechless. He is indeed the divine firmament saint. So impressive and imposing. So what? In the face of absolute power, they are like the moon's reflection on the water, just a pretty image unable to withstand a single blow. He Vu Shuang gave a cold laugh as he suddenly appeared behind Chen Yundi. He was holding a crane feather brush like a sword, all ready to thrust it into Chen Yundi. But even as the crane feather brush pierced into Chen Yundi, there was no sign of joy in He Vu Shuang's face. On the contrary, his face darkened as he quickly tried to pull out his brush and retreat. Although that crane feather brush had stabbed him, not a single drop of blood could be seen on Chen Yundi. Instead, he started to turn black. It was a clay figure made out of soil and shaped by mystical arts to act as bait. You have rather quick reflexes, but a pity it is already too late. Chen Yundi's voice echoed through the dust. The ground beneath He Vu Shuang's feet split open as silver armor-penetrating bullets exploded around him. Following closely behind the armor-penetrating bullets were spirit gold bullets shooting at He Vu Shuang from all directions. He was caught right in the middle. An intense firing sound erupted all around as spirit gold bullets came straight at He Vu Shuang from all angles. It was obvious that this was a trap Chen Yundi had set earlier, to lure He Vu Shuang to his doom. He was the only disciple at the Foundation establishment stage among his generation at the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Although Chen Yundi's cultivation level was not as high as the other disciples, his battle experience was definitely on par with any one of them. Before the yin-yang lightning explosion talisman was invented, he had once used normal lightning explosion talismans to blow up a golden core demon. It could be seen just how adept Chen Yundi was in using explosives in battle. Now, with his yin-yang demon penetrating guns and the yin-yang lightning explosion talismans, Chen Yundi's battle prowess had been greatly enhanced. Even when faced with Southern Border's top prodigies, Chen Yundi did not show any signs of fear. He just dived right into battle with them. He might look like a mild person, but under that genial face was a monster. The dust settled. Chen Yundi stood passively at the entrance of the valley. Beneath his feet was He Vu Shuang, with all 4 limbs nailed to the ground. 3 yin-yang demon-penetrating guns were aimed straight at He Vu Shuang's head, while the other guns were facing the remaining 3 demons. In a mild voice, Qin Yundi said, "Number 1, I already said I am not senior brother saint. If he was here, he would be able to annihilate you with just the flick of a finger. Number 2, the divine firmament sacred ground will never initiate trouble. But if anyone tries to mess with us, I will not hesitate to launch my guns. Number 3, don't make any wrong moves if you don't want your friend to die." Big drops of sweat dripped down He Vu Shuang's forehead as he felt the cold aura exuded by those yin-yang demon-penetrating guns. He hurriedly called out, "Fairy Kong Meng, save me." The lady dressed in the multicolored outfit stepped up and gazed at Qin Yundi. "You are very gifted in battle. I admire that. I must admit that this divine firmament saint of yours, whom you praise so highly, has successfully ignited my interest. Let go of He Vu Shuang. As long as you help us find the divine firmament saint, I promise not to kill you." Qin Yundi returned Kong Meng's gaze. He did not dare to let down his guard. "Do you think I will believe you?" Kong Meng smiled. "Don't believe me if you want. It makes no difference to me." At that, the peacock avatar behind Kong Meng suddenly opened up as rays of multicolored divine light shot out. The divine light moved at an extreme speed, and before Qin Yundi could react, He Vu Shuang had disappeared from beneath his feet. At the same time, one of his yin-yang demon-penetrating guns was also dragged away by the divine light. Qin Yundi took a deep breath as he looked at Kong Meng's imperious face. "The Peacock race's most powerful skill, the Rainbow Divine Light? You actually managed to successfully master that?" Chapter 209, Right Thing at the Right Time. The Phoenix race was Southern Border's ruler. Few other races were well known for their strength, and they could even match the sacred grounds. The Peacock race and Great Golden Winged Eagle race were the best two among those races, and they were no weaker than any sacred ground. The Great Golden Winged Eagle race specialized in speed and attack, while the Peacock race was good in mighty prowess of the 5 elements. The Rainbow Divine Light was the Peacock race's strongest heritage art. It was said that only the purest Peacock bloodline born with the 5 elements constitution had the right to cultivate on this mighty prowess. After one mastered this art, they could absorb anything that possessed one of the 5 elements attributes. Kong Meng was the peacock that possessed the purest bloodline in the last millennium. When she had been born, a 5-colored cloud had appeared above Peacock Village, its light covering the entire area. The peacock statue deep in the village had awakened and passed down the heritage art to Kong Meng. Kong Meng had become the peacock princess ever since and was even more respected than most elders. The reason was very simple. The Peacock race could do with fewer elders or even decision-makers. However, Kong Meng was their only hope to bring glory to the race. Thus, they had to ensure nothing would go wrong. A 5-colored peacock was said to have slaughtered an immortal before. Although Kong Meng was only 20 years old, she was undefeated. Due to her Rainbow Divine Light, no one in Southern Border could beat her, and even the royal princess had lost to her. She was also ranked the first on Southern Border's Golden Core list. Naturally, many other talented cultivators doubted her ability. Thus, 7 men from the Golden Core list had teamed together and challenged Kong Meng. In the end, they had been defeated in an instant. Kong Meng had become well known then. Some people would even compare her with the immortal Phoenix Queen. According to rumors, the Phoenix Queen liked Kong Meng very much and would take her as her goddaughter. Thus, Kong Meng was highly regarded among the Southern Border demons. She was only standing in front of Qin Yundi smilingly, yet he could feel the pressure suffocating him. She was a real warrior who had never tasted defeat before. Although her cultivation was suppressed to the foundation establishment stage, she was still a very troublesome opponent. "You are that person from the Peacock race?" Qin Yundi started to sweat, and his yin-yang demon-penetrating gun was ready for attack. "This Dharma artifact is really interesting." Kong Meng played with Qin Yundi's gun, and it fell apart with a glowing light. Boom! The yin-yang demon-penetrating gun self-destructed, and the impact was rather strong. However, it did not hurt Kong Meng at all. The Rainbow Divine Light had blocked the explosion accurately. "What a great array formation! Seems like an expert said it." Kong Meng smiled and looked at Qin Yundi. "I like this Dharma artifact very much. I'll not kill you if you give me some of them." "I'll not kill you if you give me some of them?" Kong Meng's tone was rather serious about it. The relationship between humans and demons was not good to begin with. Although Kong Meng did not wish to exterminate humans, she was ready to engage in battle. Just like how hunters would not empathize with their prey, the demons did not show any mercy at all. Qin Yundi ground his teeth and said, "You are daydreaming. He controlled the remaining 63 yin-yang demon-penetrating guns and fired them. The gun barrels shot out a rain of bullets at Kong Meng. Bang! 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 The sudden attack terrified Jin Yu and He Vu-Shuang. Their guns had already given them nasty wounds, and there was no way for them to hide. "You cannot beat me," Kong Meng said confidently. She made a hand seal, and a peacock opened its tail. Then a huge light shield appeared in front of her, blocking all the bullets effortlessly. How can that be? Qin Yundi was shocked by what happened. That attack could even penetrate one's golden core restriction realm. With more than 60 simultaneous attacks, even peak golden core cultivators had to be extremely careful. How did she manage to block all the attacks here in the primordial battlefield when their cultivation level was suppressed at the foundation establishment stage? "You are really rude," Kong Meng said calmly and moved her finger. The rainbow divine light appeared out of nowhere and engulfed dozens of yin-yang demon-penetrating guns. Qin Yundi quickly retreated with the rest of his weapons. He would have lost all his weapons if he did not respond in time. She is so strong. Qin Yundi felt a chill coursing through his spine. It was too difficult for him to fight against her. Maybe only his senior brother could handle her. Jin Yu and He Vu-Shuang were thrilled upon seeing that Kong Meng had the upper hand. "Human. You should really take a look at the mirror. If there was no level suppression in the primordial battlefield, I could destroy you alone. Fairy Kong Meng. Just absorb all the weapons he has. We will tear him apart slowly." Kong Meng played with the guns in her hand and shook her head. He let his friend escape first, and this is rather brave. He is not the guy I need right now. I just need the Divine Firmament Saint today. Kong Meng said, "Stop struggling and ask your senior brother to come here and save you. I'm really interested to see how strong he is." Kong Meng's eyes were glowing with passion. She was too strong and too lonely. The rainbow divine light had accompanied her since birth, and her peers could never last more than 10 moves when she trained with them. Thus, Kong Meng did not have a very easy life like everyone's assumptions. She really hoped she could meet one opponent that could match evenly with her or even beat her during battle. Helping Jin Yu was not her top priority here in Eastern Wilderness. She had heard that an extremely talented cultivator was in Eastern Wilderness, the Saint of the Purple Mansion. He had great providence and connections to the Black Dragon Island. He could become a Tark in the future. Kong Meng hoped to fight with that saint. If her rainbow divine light could be improved because of their battle, it would be much better. However, Kong Meng did not expect the primordial battlefield to bring her such a surprise. Qin Yundi was much stronger than Kong Meng's expectations. Jin Yu and He Vu-Shuang were among the top 10 cultivators on the southern border golden core list. Although they were the lowest ranked and the power they could currently exert was of the foundation establishment stage, they could easily beat a golden core cultivator. However, after taking turns to take on Qin Yundi, they had not even managed to get the upper hand. If Kong Meng had not helped in time, they would have been defeated by now. Also, for some reason, such a powerful cultivator admired the Divine Firmament Saint, whose name was unknown. Naturally, this raised Kong Meng's interest regarding the Divine Firmament Saint. She wished to have a great time while fighting with this saint. Qin Yundi scoffed and looked at Kong Meng straight in the eyes. "I have contacted my senior brother. If you really think you are strong, just wait in the valley. So what if you have defeated me? Your power is nothing compared to my senior brother. He can finish you off with a single strike." Jin Yu had finished applying medicine to his wound and was looking at Qin Yundi with hatred. "Fairy Kong Meng, let's not waste time with this guy. Kill him first." Kong Meng glared at him and said, "Are you telling me what to do?" Jin Yu felt immense pressure and quickly explained, "I'm sorry, Fairy Kong Meng. I didn't mean to." Kong Meng nodded and closed her eyes. She said excitedly, "I can feel a power that is awakening. He's strong. Strong enough to make my heart beat faster. That is the Divine Firmament Saint? Not bad." Upon seeing Kong Meng walk toward the valley, Qin Yundi became nervous and wanted to stop her. At that moment, a voice echoed from the valley, "Junior brother Yundi, good job for standing your ground. Just let them in." It was a familiar voice. Qin Yundi quickly let go of all his worries and relaxed. It's senior brother. He's awake. Qin Yundi felt that as long as his senior brother was there, he had nothing to worry about. Southern Borders geniuses? Peacock princess? They are nothing compared to my senior brother Shen Tian. What a proud peacock. Just you wait, my senior brother will defeat you in no time. Qin Yundi stored his yin-yang demon-penetrating guns and entered the valley. Kong Meng did not bother if it was a trap and followed after him. There were about 10 young cultivators in the valley. Well, not all were young. There were some old men, and they looked out of place. Kong Meng ignored all of them and looked at Shen Tian. Her fierce stare softened the moment she saw him, while the rainbow divine light behind her became less intense too. It looked like a beautiful rainbow now. "Are you the saint from the divine firmament sacred ground? We will tear you into pieces." Jin Yu's animosity toward the divine firmament sacred ground had only increased after Qin Yundi injured him. At the same time, upon seeing that Shen Tian was better looking than him, his hatred increased much more. He said, "Fairy Kong Meng, please help me to defeat this man. I'll tear him in two." Before Jin Yu could finish, Kong Meng glared at him, and he kept quiet. She was exuding a different kind of aura now. It was soft and even. Friendly? "Jin Yu. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus is the one that killed your elder. What does that have to do with the divine firmament saint? You have to do the right thing at the right time. I'm only here to have a friendly spar with the saint. Do not focus your anger on the wrong person and put shame on the feather race." Then, she looked at Shen Tian with a blushed expression. "Are you the divine firmament saint? Could I spar with you?" Chapter 210, Please subdue me. Kong Meng's words instantly stunned Jin Yu. "Didn't you say beforehand that it was within your capacity? How come Fairy Kong Meng is speaking for this divine firmament saint instead? Whose side is she taking?" "Fairy, please help us. You cannot go back on your words." Jin Yu looked like he was extremely wronged. He could not win against them in a fight, so he could only try to reason with her. After all, without Kong Meng backing him, he could not even beat a meddlesome Qin Yundi. This damned primordial battlefield. It's too unfair that it only restricts cultivators above the golden core stage. If it was not for their strength being restricted, Jin Yu would not be this fearful of them. He had the confidence to annihilate everyone by himself. It was a pity that there was no if. In order to capture the divine firmament saint, he could only rely on Kong Meng. It was as if Kong Meng did not hear what Jin Yu had said as she looked straight at Shen Tian. She could sense that this man in front of her had an abundance of scorching essence energy. She looked at Shen Tian as if she was looking at a volcano. The volcano could erupt at any time, and its magma might swallow her. He's just a foundation establishment cultivator, while he has only reached the transcendence realm of God-fiend body tempering, yet he has such an amazing aura. Kong Meng murmured, "If you successfully reach the golden core stage, I might not be your opponent." "Divine Firmament Saint, can you tell me your name?" While Kong Meng was sizing up Shen Tian, the latter was also carefully sizing up Kong Meng. However, what he thought was not how strong Kong Meng was, but whether this person was a guy or a girl. Wouldn't only male peacocks spread their tails? Why would there be an illusion of a peacock spreading its tail behind her? Is it possible that this girl is similar to Kong Xuanwan, a transgender? At that thought, Shen Tian's expression turned weird. "Who are you?" Kong Meng replied, "I apologize for my rudeness, I should introduce myself first. I am the Kong Meng from Southern Border's divine peacock race. I've heard that there are many talented people in Eastern Wilderness, so I hope to be able to learn from them through exchanging blows." "Saint, you are powerful. Since everyone's cultivation levels are restricted to the foundation establishment stage in the primordial battlefield, I hope you can have a battle with me so I can experience Eastern Wilderness Genius's strength." Kong Meng's voice turned much gentler than before, but she still wanted to challenge Shen Tian. Evidently, she was truly a woman that was eager to excel. She had experienced the loneliness of being invincible, and her desire for a powerful opponent had reached its peak. Shen Tian felt a little uncomfortable as Kong Meng was staring at him with a burning passion. "This girl's gaze is too aggressive. Are you sure you only just want to spar?" If I recall correctly, in the story of Journey to the West, peacocks really liked eating humans. Even Gautama Buddha had been swallowed before. SSSS. She wouldn't be thinking of eating me in the name of a friendly spar, right? At that thought, Shen Tian instantly became vigilant. He smiled slightly. "Fairy Kong is Southern Border's genius. You've come such a long way to Eastern Wilderness, so as the Divine Firmament Saint, I should do the honors of playing host. How could I spar with Fairy Kong? You must be exhausted from traveling. I'll be taking advantage of you, so we should just forget about this spar." After listening to Shen Tian's upright and honorable speech, the admiration within Kong Meng's eyes increased. "Divine Firmament Saint, you're indeed amazing. However, I've wished to have a fight to my heart's content for a long time. I simply cannot wait any longer. Divine Firmament Saint, please make a move. I am anticipating a true opponent. Please subdue me. Please subdue me. After those 3 words were uttered, the hint of gentleness in Kong Meng's eyes disappeared completely. What replaced it was an indomitable battle spirit as the rainbow divine light started shining behind her. The rainbow divine light spread out behind her as if an enormous peacock king was spreading its tail. It was an extremely magnificent sight. Normally, the biggest dangers were hidden within extreme beauty. As the rainbow divine light was completely unleashed, Shen Tian could feel his instincts warning him intensely. It was evident that this rainbow divine light was extremely extraordinary. If it really covered him, he would most likely be in great trouble. Upon seeing the rainbow divine light shooting at him, Shen Tian's pupils instantly constricted, and he threw out tens of yin-yang lightning explosion talisman. The yin-yang lightning explosion talismans pierced through the air as if they were swords and shot toward the rainbow divine light. Their speed was actually comparable to the rainbow divine light. Zhao Hao stared straight at Shen Tian. Such ingenious swordsmanship. A man of great wisdom often seems slow-witted, the speed is close to the extreme. He murmured as he watched the sword aura engulfed lightning explosion talismans, "Senior brother Shen is amazing. He's so fast." Eunuch Guyan Qin Gao stared at Shen Tian passionately. His Highness has turned stronger. He is actually able to merge the lightning explosion talismans with his swordsmanship. Is it possible that this is the supreme realm recorded in the Demon Book of Hudga, where everything can become a sword? Shen Hao lowered his head to look at the sword in his hands and could not help but sigh. I'm unworthy. The sword aura engulfed lightning explosion talismans shot toward the rainbow divine light and actually tore through the rainbow divine light. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Explosion sounds echoed continuously while the rainbow divine light's speed was forcibly reduced. Meanwhile, in that instant, Shen Tian had already moved away from the radius enveloped by the rainbow divine light. Shen Tian let out a resigned sigh as he looked at Kong Meng. Her fighting spirit had been aroused, and she was eager to continue fighting. Fairy Kong, why do you want to have such a pointless fight? Shen Tian really did not understand. Isn't everyone cultivating, so they can live longer and have a better life? Why do those geniuses like to find others and battle so much? If one wins, they will hold a grudge. If one loses, then it might result in death. No matter winning or losing, there are no benefits at all. Why bother then? Kong Meng looked at Shen Tian, her battle spirit rising to the maximum. This is not a meaningless battle. In the demon race, the strong are worshipped. Only the strong are respected. Divine Firmament Saint, although you have an unparalleled appearance, if you want to win my respect, please defeat me with your strength head-on. I long for an evenly matched battle, and the best is if I am defeated. Please satisfy me. Swoosh. Kong Meng's multicolored dress suddenly spread out like a peacock spreading its tail, and she released more and more rainbow divine light, shooting toward Shen Tian. Why are you forcing me? Shen Tian let out another resigned sigh as Kong Meng kept attacking him. If she were a normal demon, he would have long pulled out his executing heaven sword and sliced her in one shot. He would then make peacock soup to drink. However, the problem was that a pure golden halo was hovering over her head, its color even more resplendent than Zhang Yanxi's. There was even a glimmer of purple light. Such an existence was definitely someone blessed by Providence and one of this demon generation's main characters. In addition, she was the only pure-blooded rainbow divine peacock in the past 1,000 years. In other words, she was the hope of bringing the peacock race to prosperity. Thus, she was the most valued existence in the race. If one were to say she had nothing up her sleeves to save her life and could be easily killed, Shen Tian definitely would not believe such a thing. Also, Kong Meng did not have any ill intentions. It was just her Chuni Bio's soul that was burning passionately, and she had to have a battle with Shen Tian to decide the winner. Shen Tian felt that there was no need to anyhow make enemies, especially a powerful enemy with obviously higher providence than himself. Keeping a low profile and growing stronger was the goal Shen Tian pursued. It was definitely not because of his cowardliness. The Azure Dragon armor slowly formed on his body, while Azure Dragon, a divine lightning, wood, was continuously gathered in Shen Tian's hands. This time, he did not shape it as a lightning ball, but instead, a long lightning sword was formed. That lightning longsword was like a green snake. It kept smashing at the rainbow divine light, tearing the rainbow divine light apart. When the rainbow divine light was torn apart, Qin Yundi murmured to himself, "Such a powerful sword." No one was clearer than him on how tough and fearsome the rainbow divine light was as he had faced it before. Before the rainbow divine light, even the 63 yin-yang demon-penetrating gun's simultaneous shots had been unable to even leave a scratch on it. Nonetheless, Shen Tian repeatedly tore apart this impenetrable rainbow divine light. This was naturally not because the rainbow divine light had turned weaker. It was Shen Tian, who had formed a sword with lightning talismans and lightning, thus increasing the lightning explosion talisman and a divine lightning, wood, power to a frightening degree. As Shen Tian had the divine sword constitution, these seemingly normal attacks were being enhanced. They were enhanced to a degree that most Foundation establishment cultivators could not even dare to imagine. "You are indeed able to satisfy me. However, such an attack is far from enough. Use more strength, use more strength." As small cuts formed on the rainbow divine light after being sliced repeatedly, Kong Meng revealed a satisfied smile. She had been invincible for too long. There was no one of the same generation in southern border that could even tear apart her rainbow divine light. The loneliness and emptiness of being invincible, she knew those feelings better than anyone else. It was enough meeting Shen Tian in this primordial battlefield. Kong Meng sensed the cuts Shen Tian had torn in her rainbow divine light and discovered its shortcomings and weak points. When battling, Kong Meng's understanding and control over the rainbow divine light was increasing at an obvious speed. Being in seclusion for 100 years could not be compared to fighting a hardy battle. Battling was always the shortcut to increasing one's strength. Not only was Kong Meng's rainbow divine light becoming stronger, but Shen Tian's understanding of swordsmanship was also deepening. The formless is the best form. The swordless is the best sword. Everything could become a sword. There is no technique that is indefectible, only swiftness is undefeatable. Shen Tian actually started to understand and absorb the many Chunibyo theories of the way of the sword that he had read about in his previous life, converting them to his foundation for his sword Dao. As he continued battling, Shen Tian felt that although he did not learn any sword technique, his understanding of the sword Dao was improving. If the cultivators training diligently in the way of the sword witnessed such a scene, they might even start doubting themselves. "I'm glad that I could meet you, Divine Firmament Saint." Kong Meng looked at Shen Tian with a bright smile on her face. "If you only possess such strength, then you will definitely lose today. Unsheath your sword. Since you have such superb swordsmanship, I don't believe you don't have your own peerless sword. Use your sword to subdue me, or let me subdue your sword. Come, satisfy me. If you can defeat me, you shall obtain the Peacock race's respect and friendship." After saying that, Kong Meng suddenly flapped the wings behind her. She flew toward the sky, and the rainbow divine light illusion behind her seemed to become real. Immediately after, it gathered to form a humongous barrier of rainbow divine light, and it was about to land onto Shen Tian. Shen Tian watched as Kong Meng controlled the rainbow divine light barrier and flew toward him. He sighed as he had no other choice anymore. A long emerald vine covered in silver heavy water stretched out of his right hand. In the next instant, the divine devouring vine suddenly turned long and pierced through the sky. The onlookers fixed their burning gazes on the divine devouring vine and light barrier as they collided. Ka! Cracks appeared on the impenetrable light barrier. The rainbow divine light had cracked open. Chapter 211, Peacock Night? Interesting. But how was that possible? Kong Meng's pupils dilated when she saw the jade-green vine create cracks along her rainbow divine light. This was the rainbow divine light, which she had put in all her efforts to cultivate. The rainbow divine light skill that she had refined to the highest levels. Even though Kong Meng's cultivation level had been suppressed to the foundation establishment stage, she could still easily block a golden core attack with her rainbow divine light. But her rainbow divine light had cracked under Shen Tian's attack. What did this mean? It clearly showed the power of Shen Tian's whip. It must have already reached the critical point of the nascent soul stage. It was truly terrifying. So powerful. Is this the true power of an Eastern wilderness prodigy? Kong Meng's eyes filled with excitement. You have indeed not disappointed me. After taking a deep breath, Kong Meng smiled. It looks like I must also display my true capabilities now. With that, Kong Meng's multicolored peacock suddenly turned into a pure gold color. The original rainbow divine light had also turned golden. The cracks healed rapidly, and Kong Meng transformed into a golden peacock. She was regal and magnificent. She looked like the queen of peacocks. Behind her, Jin Yu and He Vu Shuang both looked shocked. She actually refined her skill with the mixed immortal metal. The mixed immortal metal was the southern border Peacock race's precious treasure. It was stored in the innermost part of their ancestral hall and worshipped as the most cherished treasure of the race. Although it was only ranked 12th on the immortal metal list, it could merge with the five elements energy and greatly enhance the powers of the Peacock race's rainbow divine light. This was the immortal metal that most suited the Peacock race. It was also the most suitable material for five elements techniques. It was rumored that tens of thousands of years ago, the divine firmament sacred ground had once requested it in exchange for one of the top 10 immortal metals, but the Peacock race had rejected them. It could be seen just how highly the Peacock race valued their piece of immortal metal. Jin Yu and the rest thought that the Peacock race would only hand Kong Meng this family treasure after she attained the highest level. They never expected the Peacock race to think so highly of Kong Meng that they were willing to take this risk. Regardless, Kong Meng had now merged the mixed immortal metal with her rainbow divine light, greatly enhancing her skill and bringing it to the next level. Shen Tian once again lashed out his divine devouring vine at the rainbow divine light but could no longer create any cracks. Kong Meng stood there proudly under the glow of the mixed divine light. She stared at Shen Tian with blazing eyes. "Shen Tian, my friend, don't tell me you can't hold up anymore? I can see that you should still have some reserves. Please remove all your restraints and respect this battle. I really wish to see the true peerless lightning art of the divine firmament sacred ground, the mixed divine lightning. After all, eons ago, the sacred ground had once oppressed my people of the Peacock race. I really hope to fight the strongest of the strongest. Can't hold on anymore? How could you say that to a man?" To be honest, Kong Meng's rainbow divine light mixed with the immortal metal was indeed very powerful. Especially since she had merged it with the mixed immortal metal, the material most suitable for the Peacock race's rainbow divine light. With the mixed immortal metal supporting the rainbow divine light, its power and defenses had greatly increased, such that it was now nearly indestructible. At this point, the rainbow divine light had already surrounded Shen Tian from all directions. There was nowhere to escape. If it continued to press closer, there was no way Shen Tian would be able to break out of this barrier. "In that case, I will not disappoint your wishes." Shen Tian took a deep breath, no longer lashing out with his whip. A golden lightning mark suddenly glowed between his brows. Streaks of gold-colored lightning surrounded Shen Tian's entire body, circulating about his forelimbs. Sword energy surged about Shen Tian's chest area. Silver-colored heavy water flowed about his waist. Jade-green light flashed about his abdomen area. The Nanming Li fire blazed over his heart. While gazing at the golden light engulfing the entire sky, Shen Tian bent his knees slightly in a striking stance. Golden flames blazed across his body, turning his hair and brows a golden color. His aura was suddenly greatly augmented. At this point, a surging, tremendous pressure gushed out in all directions. Everyone stepped back, including Jin Yu, He Vu Shuang, and the other prodigies from the feather race. They were shocked that Shen Tian could exude such a terrifying aura even though he was just at the foundation establishment stage. Just how formidable was this prodigy from the human race's divine firmament sacred ground? Somewhere in the middle of a mountain, a 1-meter-tall white tortoise was peeking out of the undergrowth. His green eyes swiveled before landing on Shen Tian. "What a handsome fellow. He is so young but managed to attain the little 5 elements yang divine lightning constitution. Not bad for a young kid. Now that I am finally awakened, I need to find a servant. This fellow is strong enough. He's not perfect, but should be more or less worthy enough to tag along behind me. Let's observe further and consider again." After muttering to himself for a bit, the white tortoise burrowed back into the undergrowth and disappeared. Meanwhile, Shen Tian's aura remained at peak levels. The flames blazed so strongly that the air wavered and shimmered. He formed a calyx shape with his hands and held the 5-element energy between his palms, which rapidly intensified, becoming increasingly dense and more powerful. There was no earth movement extraordinary item, but it would have been a heaven-defying miracle to see the human body encompass all 4 types of extraordinary items. For over 10,000 years, no one had dared to do so for fear of exploding themselves to death. Shen Tian had previously held 3 types of extraordinary items in his body, which had been enough to shock Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. Now, with this executing heaven sword, although it was just forged from subpar immortal metal, its prowess was not below that of pure immortal metal. Supported by 4 extraordinary items, Shen Tian's mixed lightning fist was even more powerful now than the previous time at the Sacred Leader Palace. Mixed lightning. Kong Meng acted with integrity. She didn't sneak in and attack on Shen Tian while he was accumulating his power. She was also accumulating her own powers, focusing all her energy into the mixed divine light to form the most powerful divine light barrier. This battle would be the first battle between the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground and the Peacock race after so many years. Would the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's invincible mixed divine lightning have more destructive power? Or would the defenses of the Peacock race's indomitable rainbow divine light be more powerful? The answer would be revealed at this point. Fist. Shen Tian recited the final word of the incantation. A large golden lightning ball had already been formed between his palms. The golden lightning ball condensed rapidly, and Shen Tian suddenly extended his palms forward. The lightning ball erupted from his hands. Instantly, a radiant golden light filled the entire Holy Dragon Valley, and the 5 divine beasts' avatars could be vaguely seen in the air. The ferocious waves of golden lightning were like a tsunami gushing toward Kong Meng. As the golden lightning ball shot through the air, it left a gold-colored arc trailing behind it. It shot straight toward the golden barrier. This is exactly the type of powerful and mighty attack that I was hoping to see. Kong Meng no longer had that indifferent and aloof look on her face. Instead, she looked extremely excited and exhilarated. "You will never break my defenses." She rapidly formed the Peacock race's mysterious and complicated hand seals. Her movements were like butterflies flitting amongst the flowers. At the same time, the rainbow divine light started to spin, forming a whirlpool-like divine spiral. The mixed divine light faced off with the mixed divine lightning fist. This was the battle between the mixed 5 elements divine lightning and the mixed 5 elements divine light. Boom! In the end, the powerful attack made contact with the most powerful defense. A dazzling golden light enveloped the entire Holy Dragon Valley, blinding everyone. All they could hear were the endless roars of earth-shattering booms. Inside the valley, pieces of shattered rocks hit the ground. These were the effects of the aftershock created by the clash between those two. Where else would one see such a high-level battle? It must be pointed out that this was the primordial battlefield. Every mountain was extremely sturdy and immune even to the attacks of a golden core perfected one. The power behind Shen Tian and Kong Meng's battle was already comparable to the nascent soul stage. The dazzling golden light started to fade, and the dust started to settle. 2 figures reappeared before the crowd. It was Kong Meng and Shen Tian, of course. But Kong Meng's multicolored outfit was shimmering with streaks of golden lightning. Her formerly tidy hair was in disarray. Her formerly pristine face looked slightly darker now. She opened her mouth and coughed out a thick cloud of black smoke. So powerful. So numb. The feeling of touching electricity. Kong Meng stared at Shen Tian in a daze. "You actually broke through it. You are indeed the Divine Firmament Saint. You were actually able to break my rainbow divine light. If not for the protection of my rainbow divine robe, I would never have been able to withstand that attack." Shen Tian had the long Yuan divine armor to protect him. Kong Meng was the Peacock princess, so it was natural she would have her own protective armor. Shen Tian's mixed divine lightning fist had shattered the rainbow divine light but was blocked by the rainbow divine robe. Kong Meng was a person of integrity and would admit when defeated. "You are very powerful. I am very pleased." Shen Tian kept silent. He took some Nirvana holy liquid out of his Archean sea ring and gulped it down. "Let's be serious. Did you think this mixed divine lightning fist could be activated as and when one wished?" He looked rather normal now, but his legs actually felt as soft as jelly. He would be dead meat if they continued to fight. After all, Kong Meng looked rather pathetic now, but it was clear she still had quite a bit of power left in her reserves. Meanwhile, it would be very difficult for Shen Tian to launch another mixed divine lightning fist so soon after the first. If they really continued the battle, Shen Tian would have no choice but to take out his executing heaven sword. But that would be a last resort. To Shen Tian, the executing heaven sword was his most powerful trump card and should not be revealed so easily. It was better this way. Satisfy Kong Meng and get her to leave. This was the best solution. Upon seeing that Shen Tian was remaining silent, Kong Meng spoke up again. "Shen Tian, I will remember you." After thinking for a second, she added, "Are you interested in becoming the Peacock race's human partner? If you agree, my race might impart you the Rainbow Divine Light technique. In this way, the Peacock race can form an amicable alliance with the sacred ground." Was he interested in becoming the Peacock race's human partner? And establish an amicable alliance between the Peacock race and the Divine Firmament sacred ground? Are you kidding? Was the Peacock race so easygoing when it came to finding a partner? The corners of Jinyu's lips twitched at Kong Meng's words. Fairy Kong Meng, are you sure that's all right? The Peacock race's so-called human partner was similar to the Black Dragon Island's Dragon Knight. It was to cultivate a supreme link between humans and demons. In other words, to sign a contract with the demon race. This kind of prodigy would be the bridge between humans and demons. It was somewhat like that of a typical country ambassador. In reality, the human race was the spirit of all things. There had been prior cases of human partners in the various demon races, especially 10,000 years ago when evil spirit had infiltrated the Great War. Alliances amongst the various human groups and demon races had been quite common back then. A prodigy from the human race and a prodigy from the demon race, cooperating and signing a contract to cultivate a combined technique. Quite a number of inter-race romances had even blossomed from such partnerships. But after evil spirit had been defeated, the human and demon races had lost their common enemy and started to kill each other again. As time went by, there had been fewer and fewer alliances. Jinyu never expected Kong Meng to suddenly make such an offer. It's ridiculous. Does she have no sense of loyalty at all to her own demon race? Fairy, I invited you over to kill him, okay? Just because this saint is powerful enough, you instantly became besotted with him and turned into a fan? Are you for real? Jinyu felt like he was going to explode in frustration. As for Shen Tian, he was also flabbergasted. This was because he had no idea what a human partner for the Peacock race was. But he could learn the Rainbow Divine Light if he became the Peacock race's human partner? A Peacock Knight? To be honest, Shen Tian was somewhat tempted. After all, Shen Tian had experienced that Rainbow Divine Light. It was indeed a very powerful defensive measure. This kind of almighty life-saving technique was Shen Tian's favorite. Just as Shen Tian was secretly contemplating the offer, he suddenly felt the black dragon egg behind him vibrate slightly. Following that, the dragon egg suddenly felt heavier. A childish female voice echoed angrily in Shen Tian's mind. Punk, I forbid you to sign a contract with this wrench. Chapter 212, Most Reasonable Appraisal. As Ao Bing's voice echoed, a black egg made of dragon scales jumped out of Shen Tian's backpack. It was the dragon egg that Ao Bing had turned into. A black figure appeared above the dragon egg. The figure resembled Ao Bing, but she was much younger as compared to when Shen Tian had encountered her on the dragon skeleton. Back then, Ao Bing was an over 20-year-old mature lady. Meanwhile, the female figure hovering over the dragon egg was a young girl around 6 to 7 years old in a black dress. She put her hands onto her waist and pouted her mouth, aggrieved. She looked just like a child whose snacks had been snatched. What rendered Shen Tian speechless was that although her height and appearance had decreased, her chest had not changed at all. He could not help but exclaim inwardly, her small body is enduring a pressure that it should not endure. Shen Tian recalled a certain little fox while looking at Ao Bing's hovering figure. If Ao Bing changed to a red dress, carried a gourd behind her, and changed her pink dragon horns to fox ears, then she would look extremely similar to Ya Yawan. Shen Tian was just a little curious as the Mother Vine's abilities had seemed to decrease greatly after undergoing nirvana. Thus, he was curious whether Ao Bing's strength had also weakened after undergoing nirvana and becoming an egg. If that was the case, would he have a chance to overpower her? Shen Tian imagined that he might be able to ride her. After all, being a dragon knight and a hero was the ultimate dream of many men. While Shen Tian was letting his imagination run wild, Ao Bing and Kong Meng had already started arguing. Ao Bing put her left hand to her waist while her right hand was pointing at Kong Meng. She snorted before saying, "You brat from the Peacock race, Shen Tian is mine. I have already formed a contract with him. He is the human partner of our Black Dragon Island. He can't form a contract with your Peacock race." Although Kong Meng seemed to be cold and indifferent, as Southern Border's strongest prodigy, she definitely had her own pride. She coldly sized up Ao Bing. A dragon lady from North Sea Black Dragon Island? Such a coincidence. However, Brother Shen forming a dragon god contract with the Black Dragon Island does not affect his ability to form a contract with my race. You have to know that in that battle 10,000 years ago, numerous peerless geniuses had formed contracts with multiple races. Some individuals had even formed with the 6 races. After finishing, Kong Meng looked at Shen Tian and said calmly, "Brother Shen has multiple extraordinary items, so he is fit to cultivate the 5 elements Tao and 5 elements mighty prowess. I can guarantee that besides the divine firmament sacred grounds 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique, There is not a second technique that could be more suitable to Brother Shen besides the Rainbow Divine Light. If Brother Shen is willing, I have the confidence to convince my race's elders to make the exception for me to become Brother Shen's second contract partner. Given Brother Shen's strength, talent, and graceful demeanor, I do not mind sharing the contract with the dragon race. It was self-evident that Kong Meng had completely acknowledged Shen Tian, a foundation establishment cultivation, as he had shattered her Rainbow Divine Light barrier. If not so, no matter how handsome Shen Tian was, Kong Meng would be unwilling to form a contract with him. After all, a demon forming a contract with a human partner was the utmost form of respect the demon race showed the human race. If the human partner formed an additional contract with another demon, although there was nothing wrong in theory, it didn't mean that divine beasts didn't have their pride. Since ancient times, only peerless geniuses had the qualifications to obtain the few great divine beasts' acknowledgement, sharing the contracts. After taking into consideration Shen Tian's demeanor, bearing, strength, and talent, Kong Meng felt he was definitely qualified to receive such a treatment. Unfortunately, even though the Peacock Princess agreed, the little post-Nirvana dragon lady disagreed. The little Ao Bing in her black dress snorted and said, "I would never agree to let Shen Tian form a contract with you too." Kong Meng scoffed. "Sister Dragon, if you're unwilling, then just break off the contract with Brother Shen. A contract between a human and a demon is all of one's accord. Who can force you?" Ao Bing snarled, "You." Kong Meng smiled, and her Rainbow Divine Light swayed slightly behind her. "You haven't even come out of your egg, but you're already following others and signing the Dragon God contract? Little Sister Dragon, are you even an adult yet? Beware, if your family members learn that you formed a contract without letting them know, they'll spank your buttocks." Ao Bing was boiling with rage. Her voluptuous chest moved up and down vigorously, but she quickly calmed herself down. She looked at Kong Meng with a confident smile. "Hey, are all female peacocks underdeveloped? I see that you're already an adult, but why are you still flat? Although those who know you are aware that you are the Peacock Princess, those that don't know you might think you're the Peacock Prince. If you were to disguise as a man, you wouldn't even need to wrap your chest, right?" As Ao Bing spoke, she purposely pushed out her chest. "Even if I turned younger due to Nirvana, I am still bigger than you." Boom. Critical hit. -999,999. An extremely dense killing intent enveloped the whole Holy Dragon Valley. Kong Meng gnashed her teeth, and the Rainbow Divine Light behind her spread out once again. "I'm going to kill you." The female lark demon, Bailing, hurriedly stopped Kong Meng. "Sister Meng, don't be impulsive. She's a black dragon." Southern Border's leader was the Phoenix race, while the North Sea viewed the Black Dragon race as their leaders. They were the demon race's two largest forces. Kong Meng's Peacock race might be one of the demon's top races, but it was slightly inferior compared to the Dragon and Phoenix races. Ao Bing regained the advantage, so she grinned and said, "Why? You're angry already? Everything I said was only the truth." "Adult? Ha! I became famous 10,000 years ago. Even if your father saw me, he would also need to call me senior. The likes of you dare to be so presumptuous before me? You're simply ignorant." "Nirvana?" Kong Meng was momentarily stunned, but then she thought of something. "That's right. Isn't this black dragon in the egg waiting to hatch? How is she able to be this good at arguing?" She should be a dragon that had been injured heavily, so she used her Nirvana mystic heart to recover. Thus, she reverted back to when she was young. Such a situation was not rare in the cultivation world. On the contrary, it was extremely common, as the fourth realm of those following the God-Fiend body tempering path was the so-called Nirvana realm. The God-Fiend body tempering cultivation levels also had the 7 realms, which corresponded to the 7 Qi cultivation levels: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul formation, tribulation transcendence, Mahayana. The God-Fiend cultivation levels were body tempering, transcendence, golden body, nirvana, mighty prowess, life-death calamity, and God realm. The golden body realm was to improve one's physical body to the degree that there were no impurities at all, training to form a God-Fiend golden body without any weakness. After that, the God-Fiend golden body would form true divine power, which in turn could create divine acupoints in the cultivator's body and store their life essence within. Once one reached such a realm, the more divine acupoints they had, the tighter the connection with their body would be. If nascent soul cultivators were to be killed, Their nascent soul could escape outside the body and snatch others' bodies to revive. Meanwhile, if nirvana cultivators were sliced, they could rely on the numerous divine acupoints to forcibly connect one's body back. According to rumors, if one had enough divine acupoints, then a god-fiend cultivator would even be able to resurrect through a drop of blood. Thus, it was generally known that it was challenging to kill nirvana cultivators, and most of the time, they could only be sealed. If this black egg was a powerful black dragon that had undergone nirvana, then her origin would be frightening. As the Peacock Princess, Kong Meng was naturally not someone with a big chest but no brains. Not to mention her chest was not big. If she really is a powerful black dragon from ancient times, all the more I cannot allow her to have brother Shen Tian all for herself. Kong Meng became vigilant. Although the North Sea and southern border were the demon race's territories, their relationship was not good. If the North Sea Black Dragon Island had such a human partner like Shen Tian, and thus formed a friendly relationship with the human sacred ground, then their power would increase considerably. As one of southern border's top divine races, Kong Meng was hell-bent on not allowing the dragon race to gain such a huge advantage. Kong Meng smiled and said, "So you're a senior black dragon that has been sealed in the primordial battlefield for 10,000 years. Senior, brother Shen is so young, but you're already 10,000 years old. How do you still have the nerve to let him ride you? Isn't it like robbing the cradle?" Aobing flew into a rage. If she was not still undergoing nirvana, she would have already smashed Kong Meng with her black egg. She swore that after successfully undergoing nirvana, she would definitely barge into the Peacock's territory and beat up this brat. "You dare to scold me for being old? I'm in my prime now, got it?" Age and bust size were always killer topics. Kong Meng smiled upon seeing Aobing almost burst a blood vessel. "Brother Shen, you're this excellent, and you have the 5 elements divine lightning constitution. You're most suited to cultivate the rainbow divine light. Also, I won't stop you from being other demons' partner. On the contrary, I can even introduce you. What about the little princess of the Phoenix race? Also, the great golden winged eagle races?" Before Kong Meng could finish, an angered roar interrupted her. This time it was not Aobing but Jinyu who could not bear to continue listening. "Stop." As someone that had lost to Qin Yundi, Jinyu had been humbly listening to their conversation and healing himself at the same time. The sight of Kong Meng and Aobing catfighting to become Shen Tian's contracted beast caused Jinyu to question himself. Wasn't it his original intention of inviting Kong Meng to Eastern Wilderness to cause trouble to the Divine Firmament sacred ground and kidnap the Divine Firmament Saint? HR had actually failed to kidnap the Divine Firmament Saint back to southern border, meaning Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus would not be forced to head there and walk right into their trap. At the same time, Shen Tian even managed to subdue the Peacock race's prodigy, Kong Meng. Kong Meng was now clamoring to form a contract with Shen Tian. One had to know that Kong Meng was the dream girl of countless southern border male demons. Many avian demon geniuses had courted her but received no response at all. However, when it came to Shen Tian, she was willing to form a contract with him even though he had already formed a contract with another female demon. She was even on intimate terms with Shen Tian. Thus, such a strong contrast brought strong discomfort to Jin Yu, and he felt as if the world bore deep malice toward him. What's worse, Kong Meng also planned to introduce the Phoenix Princess to Shen Tian, as well as the Great Golden Winged Eagle race's princess? That was Jin Yu's blood-related sister. "Kong Meng, you're going too far. You're the one that wants to form a contract, but you're dragging others down too?" Jin Yu's face was filled with grief and indignation as he looked at Shen Tian. "Divine Firmament Saint, it's either you die or I can't unleash my full power in the primordial battlefield, so I'll let you off today. Pray that you don't meet me in the future. Or else I will tear you apart piece by piece, I swear." After saying that, Jinyu instantly headed out of the Holy Dragon Valley while dragging his injured body that had yet to recover. However, just when Jinyu was about to fly out of the Holy Dragon Valley, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Jinyu turned back, and his hair stood on end as he saw that Shen Tian had bent his knees slightly in a striking stance. Shen Tian put his hands together to form a flower bud. Jinyu was extremely familiar with such a starting pose as he had witnessed it not long ago. It was the ultimate killing technique that could shatter the rainbow divine light. If it hit him, would he still have a chance to survive? "You bast road. A sneak attack? What kind of man are you?" Jinyu was so frightened that he used all his might to flap his wings to escape the valley. Unfortunately, Qin Yundi had injured him, and his condition was already bad, not to mention Shen Tian had long locked on him. You've already threatened to kill me, and you still want to escape? I'll kill you while you're injured. As multicolored lightning enveloped Shen Tian, countless lightning sword auras were formed within his palms. You're gonna stay. Mixed divine lightning swords. A cold voice reverberated throughout the Holy Dragon Valley, and then Shen Tian shot out the lightning sword auras in his palm. Originally, the sword auras, which were only an inch long, grew with the wind, forming 3 feet tall black, white, red, yellow, and green swords that chased after Jinyu. Those were the White Tiger 7 Divine Lightning, Metal, Sword Aura, Azure Dragon Divine Lightning, Wood, Sword Aura, Crimson Phoenix 3 Divine Lightning, Fire, Sword Aura, Black Tortoise 9 Divine Lightning, Water, Sword Aura, and Mighty Qilin V Divine Lightning, Earth, Sword Aura. Although their strength was not as powerful as the mixed Divine Lightning, the amount was definitely enough to deal with Jinyu. Bast Road. You're going too far. Jinyu burned with golden flames throughout his body and suddenly swung the saber in his hands. The saber pierced through the air and collided with the sword auras. However, the lightning made its way through the golden saber. Jinyu's hair started to stand at a speed visible to the naked eyes, and his body started to tremble while holding the saber. His body was actually emitting billowing smoke. Kong Meng asked helplessly, "Brother Shen, the great golden-winged eagles, and the peacocks have a good relationship. Could you please spare his life for my sake?" Shen Tian frowned, but he still nodded. "All right then. It's because Fairy Kong asked me to spare you." Shen Tian made a hand seal, and the sword auras turned into a humongous multicolored net and enveloped the Jinyu whole, electrifying him until he was twitching all over. Shen Tian gradually walked beside Jinyu. He took a look at the other avian demon geniuses, He Vu Shuang, the vulture-looking man, and Bailing, who were standing at the side. He Vu Shuang and the vulture-looking man trembled. They hurriedly turned and pretended that they did not see anything. Meanwhile, Bailing's eyes were shining. She considered asking Fairy Kong Meng to help set her up, since her lark race could also have a human partner. Shen Tian gradually squatted down beside Jinyu with a bright smile. "Brother Jin, I think there's some misunderstanding between us." Jinyu was about to speak harshly, but remembering the consequences of what the previous sentence had caused, he acted decisively. He squeezed out a smile that looked even uglier than a crying face. "Yes, it's all a misunderstanding." Shen Tian looked above Jinyu's head with a smug smile. "Since it's all a misunderstanding, how about we discuss reconciling?" Jinyu swallowed his saliva. He could only feel that his whole body was burnt to a crisp due to the lightning and was even giving off a delicious scent. "How can we reconcile?" Shen Tian smiled. "Since I was originally in seclusion, but Brother Jin forcibly barged into the mountain valley which almost caused me to suffer a chi deviation, then just give me some compensation for disturbing me." "Brother Jin, you attacked junior brother Yundi indiscriminately, causing him to consume countless lightning talismans. He was injured badly too. You need to compensate for his treatment and the wasted talismans. In addition, you were disrespectful to our divine firmament sacred ground and insulted our sect's reputation. You need to compensate for our lost reputation. Also, there's the fee for my appearance, nourishment, maintenance of the Dharma artifacts, healing pills, and reconciliation. Altogether, I'll count it as 50 million spirit stones for Brother Jinyu." Shen Tian revealed a brilliant smile. "You can pay by spirit stones, spirit crystal, or spirit essence. Otherwise, you could use your protective battle armor, weapons, or restorative pills. I'll appraise their price. I guarantee that I'll be reasonable. If Brother Jin really does not have that many spirit stones on you, you can use the name of the Great Golden-Winged Eagle race to write an IOU and give me what you owe in the future. As long as Brother Jin gives me enough spirit stones, I can guarantee that you will leave this Holy Dragon Valley unscathed. From today onward, as long as Brother Shen is willing, you can come to find me to reminisce anytime." Shen Tian's compensation price astounded Jinyu. 50 million spirit stones? Why don't you go and snatch that many spirit stones? Fuck no. He is robbing me in broad daylight. Jinyu looked at Kong Meng in resentment. "Fairy Kong Meng, are you just going to watch as our feather race is being humiliated?" Kong Meng said helplessly, "You already witnessed that even if I make a move, I am no match for Brother Shen. Brother Shen is about to become my race's human partner, as well as an intimate comrade of my race. If not, Jinyu, you would most likely not only be compensating him today. Money or your life, consider it yourself carefully." Seeing how Kong Meng was willing to help but was unable to, Jinyu only felt miserable. Aren't the Peacock race and Golden Eagle race from the same origin? We would never abandon each other in the face of troubles. So you're just going to look at me being extorted? What Kunmeng said is true as well. So what if she resisted? The divine firmament saint managed to shatter her rainbow divine light and completely subdue her. How else could she fight him? Jinyu helplessly lowered his prideful head. Shen Tian, I admit defeat today. Shen Tian looked at Jinyu's halo and smiled faintly. All right, then I'll start appraising. He stretched out his hand to take the golden saber beside Jinyu, then nodded. This saber looks quite good. The price should be about 1,000 spirit stones. Does Brother Jin think this is reasonable? What? 1,000 spirit stones? Jinyu was slack-jawed. So this is what a reasonable appraisal means? This is a fucking superior grade spirit artifact, a superior grade spirit artifact. No matter how cheap it is sold, it will cost at least 10,000 spirit crystals, which is 10 million spirit stones. And you just appraised its value as 1,000 spirit stones? I fucking give you 10,000 spirit stones, you give me 100 of them? Jinyu ground his teeth and looked at Shen Tian rebelliously. Ha, this price is very reasonable. Brother Shen is really good at appraising an item's value. Shen Tian smiled and nodded. Naturally. That's right, the golden feathered robe that Brother Jin is wearing. If I guessed correctly, it should be a limited edition, right? I can appraise its price at around 10,000 spirit stones. What do you think, Brother Jin? Splat. Jinyu was about to vomit blood from anger. WTF, do you mean 10,000 spirit stones? This is the Great Golden Winged Eagle's feather robe. It's a supreme grade spirit artifact that was created with the soul formation Great Golden Winged Eagle's dropped feathers. And you fucking appraised its price as 10,000 spirit stones? Wouldn't your conscience be pricked? No, do you even have a conscience? I see. You're not the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's disciple. You should be Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus disciple. Shen Tian was still conducting his appraisal. Meanwhile, Jinyu had already suffered a nervous breakdown. Chapter 213, Brother Shen is indeed the son of Providence. Jinyu felt pained as he looked at the smiling Shen Tian, who was still conducting his appraisal seriously. But could he object to Shen Tian's appraisal? No way. Unless he wanted to follow in his predecessor's footsteps. When one's opponent had a clear advantage, it was wise to act according to the circumstances. Where there's life, there will be hope. Endure the humiliation now, emerge a victorious eagle later. Jinyu kept trying to convince himself. He ground his teeth. Brother Shen's appraisal is accurate. But can I get an IOU first? Jinyu just couldn't accept Shen Tian's price. He had never met someone so black-hearted. Shen Tian gazed calmly at Jinyu. IOUs are for what you cannot afford now. Why do you still need an IOU when I have already done a conversion for you? Don't tell me your eagle race intends to renege on this debt? A chill ran down Jinyu's spine as he looked at Shen Tian's calm face. Shen Tian was behaving exactly the same as Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. Jinyu was really scared that this thug would copy Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus and just kill him. Brother Shen, you misunderstand me. The Great Golden Winged Eagle race owns a massive empire and can afford 50 million spirit stones. Please don't get angry. Shen Tian mulled over that. Massive empire? Let's do 52 million spirit stones then. Jinyu felt like crying. This scoundrel was already fleecing him, and he still dared to raise the price again? How could he be so unreasonable? 52 million spirit stones. It was enough to buy quite a number of superior grade spirit artifacts. Although he was the Great Golden Winged Eagle race's prodigy, it was impossible for him to hand over so much wealth. Even if he managed to escape with his life this time, Jinyu would definitely be heavily punished after returning to the Great Golden Winged Eagle race. Even as Jinyu fretted, Shen Tian had already taken off Jinyu's inner spatial ring from his finger and was trying his best to break the seal. An inner spatial ring could defend against attempts by outsiders to open it if it could feel its owner's unwillingness. But at this point, there was no way Jinyu dared to resist. Wow, Brother Jin is so rich. You have 1 million spirit stones inside your ring. You are indeed a wealthy bird. You also have so many exotic treasures from the southern border. I appraise them at 1,000 spirit stones. The eagle race's ancient heritage skill, Heavenly Eagle Wing Attack? Worth 1,000 spirit stones. The eagle race's healing elixir, Great Golden Eagle Pill? Worth 500 spirit stones. After a quick survey, Shen Tian put Jinyu's ring on his own finger. I am not an unreasonable person. The treasures inside this ring and the ring itself, I will appraise them at 1,500,000 spirit stones. Together with your saber and armor, I will value everything at 2 million spirit stones. I am that generous. As for the remaining 50 million spirit stones, I will give you an IOU. The great golden winged eagle race's name and reputation will be on the line. I will have Martial Uncle Azure Lotus collect the debt when the time comes. Brother Jin, please sign this if you have no objections. Have Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus collect the debt? Ha ha. Jinyu took a deep breath and ground his teeth. All right, I will sign it. If that Azure Lotus dares to show up at the southern borders Eagle Race's territory to collect this debt, they will pay up without any qualms. It's just 50 million spirit stones, anyway. My Eagle Race can still afford it. However, whether you can leave the southern border after collecting the debt is another matter. Let's see if your sacred ground is good enough. As long as you guys dare to show up at the southern borders Eagle Race's territory, I will let you experience the price of transgressing upon the Eagle Race. After signing that deeply unfair IOU, Jinyu turned and scrambled out of the valley. He had no intention of staying a second longer. This time, he didn't make any scathing remarks. He just scuttled off without making even a single sound. Yes, truly without making the slightest noise. He had lost so badly that he nearly lost the clothes off his own back. Kong Meng gazed helplessly at Shen Tian. The great golden winged eagle race and the peacock race were both from the same whiter feathered family after all. The two races had a rather good relationship with each other. As a result, Kong Meng felt somewhat conflicted upon seeing Shen Tian fleece Jinyu in such a brazen manner. Nevertheless, she didn't feel any urge to do anything more. The reason was simple. Jinyu had been the one who first sought out the divine firmament's sacred ground to stir trouble. She had already done her part in helping Jinyu preserve his life. She couldn't throw herself into the fray just because Jinyu was determined to fight Shen Tian to the death. I am very grateful for Brother Shen's generosity. Kong Meng smiled as she took out a jade pendant. This divine light pendant has records of most of the divine light skills. Although it doesn't contain the chapters on sutras and forbidden techniques, it has basic records on the 5 elements divine light, the 5 elements divine light barrier, etc. This is the most I can offer you. If Brother Shen is able to understand after cultivating with it, you are welcome any time as a guest to the southern border peacock race's territory. Meanwhile, I will do my best to convince the elders to impart Brother Shen the full edition of the Peacock Sutra. Unlike Hao Bing, who was the Black Dragon's leader, Kong Meng did not have the final say over which human partner would receive their Peacock Sutra. But Shen Tian was already satisfied with receiving the divine light skills. After all, during their earlier fight, Shen Tian's mixed divine lightning fist had nearly failed to break through Kong Meng's rainbow divine light. It must be pointed out that Shen Tian's mixed divine lightning fist had been enhanced by the 4 extraordinary items. As a result, it was much more powerful than the usual lightning fist technique. Kong Meng's rainbow divine light had only been enhanced by the mixed immortal metal and was already so powerful. How much more formidable could it be if enhanced by the 5 elements extraordinary items? It would be heaven-defying. Fairy Kong is so generous. I almost feel embarrassed accepting such an extravagant gift. Shen Tian took the jade pendant and put it straight into his Archean ring. After a moment's thought, he took out a spirit stone box. The box was forged entirely from spirit stones and carved with the 10 great divine guardian beasts of the divine firmament sacred ground. Inside the box was a bottle, made from spirit gold lacquered onto spirit jade. The bottle alone could fetch up to 1,000 spirit stones in price. It was an extremely luxurious and premium item. Shen Tian smiled. This bottle contains 50 liters of nirvana holy liquid, cultivated from a saint divine devouring vine, which is ranked 9th on the spiritual wood list. It has miraculous healing abilities. I am giving you this today, as a sign of good faith between the divine firmament sacred ground and the peacock race as we form our alliance. I hope Fairy Khan will accept my humble gift. The divine devouring vine, ranked 9th on the spiritual wood list? And a saint stage at that? This kind of nirvana holy liquid was priceless. The prodigies from southern borders avian demon races were stunned by Shen Tian's grand gesture. Heave Ushuang and the rest had felt rather annoyed at Shen Tian for fleecing 50 million spirit stones from Jinyu. After all, they were all from southern borders avian demon races and couldn't help empathizing with the plight of their own kind. However, at that moment, all they felt was a deep sense of shock. So 50 million spirit stones was really nothing to the divine firmament saint. He could dole out 50 liters of nirvana holy liquid just like that. How could spirit stones compare to such a priceless item? To many of the mighty figures nearing the end of their lives, no amount of spirit stones could replace the value of 50 liters of nirvana holy liquid. This was truly a priceless treasure that could take the place of a rare immortal sutra. It was definitely on par with the value of the divine light pendant. He was indeed the divine firmament saint. So gracious and magnanimous. How can I possibly accept such a marvelous gift? Dazed, Kong Meng stared at the box, which also held Shen Tian's personal handwritten signature. Brother Shen is indeed something. Even his handwriting looks so grand. Everything about this gift is just perfect. Shen Tian smiled. Fairy Kong is willing to represent her people to form an alliance with me. I have never been one to be stingy with my friends. I hope that after you return to the southern border, you can help pass the message of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's friendly intentions. The concept of harmonious human-demon relations. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground and the Peacock race both utilize the 5 elements skill. We should be more open to exchanges. All right. Actually, Shen Tian was coveting the complete version of the Rainbow Divine Light. Kong Meng was right. The Rainbow Divine Light was very suitable for someone like Shen Tian, who possessed the 4 extraordinary items. If he could learn the complete version of the Rainbow Divine Light, he would have the Mixed Divine Lightning as his attack and the Rainbow Divine Light as his defense. Even the Phoenix arts would fall short. In addition, Shen Tian was drooling over the purple-tinted Providence halo above Kong Meng's head. It was indeed a rare, bountiful harvest for him. Signing the contract, forming good ties with Kong Meng, these would greatly benefit his future development. In addition, Shen Tian's conjecture was proven right when the purple glow above Kong Meng's head was enhanced after receiving 50 liters of nirvana holy liquid. At the same time, the fortuitous opportunity image above her head became even clearer, further fanning the flames in Shen Tian's heart. Of course, when someone leapt with joy, there would always be someone else angry and upset. The black dragon egg beside him was fuming with rage. Dressed in her black dress, Aobing was hopping mad. Shen Tian, you heartless punk. I have already formed a dragon god contract with you and imparted every part of the true Dragon Imperial Sutra to you, except the forbidden chapter. But you didn't give me a single drop of nirvana holy liquid. This flat-chested girl is only giving you part of the Peacock Sutra, and you are already giving her so much holy liquid? How dare you treat me like this? You are insulting the honor of my dragon race. I don't care. I want it too. And I want more holy liquid than you have given this girl. Shen Tian was exasperated. Senior, you have not even come out of your shell yet. How do I give it to you? The black egg vibrated excitedly. Dig a hole and pour the nirvana holy liquid into it. Then place me inside to soak. You must soak me completely in the liquid so that I can absorb enough of it. Only then can I obtain enough power to quickly break out of my shell. By then, I will always stand by your side, and you can dominate all 5 regions. Also, didn't I tell you not to call me Senior? Call me Big Sister instead. The corners of Shen Tian's lips twitched as he watched the vibrating Aobing. Was this really a saint from the age-old dragon race? Could it be that demons would become more stupid after achieving nirvana? Or did Aobing get brain damage from having the executing heaven sword stuck in her head for over 10,000 years? But anyway, Aobing was saying something rather reasonable. She had indeed given him every section of the true Dragon Imperial Sutra, apart from the forbidden chapter which only the leaders could learn. By right, Shen Tian shouldn't be so biased. At that thought, Shen Tian took another bottle of nirvana holy liquid out of his Archean ring and dug a hole in the ground. Then he poured the liquid into it. Brimming with power, the nirvana holy liquid flowed out, making everyone else salivate at the sight of it. He has just given away such a large amount of liquid but still possesses so much more. Bei Ling swallowed hard. To be honest, she really wanted some too. But she just couldn't bring herself to ask. The black dragon egg immediately jumped into the hole after seeing the nirvana holy liquid inside it. Plop. Gurgle. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The dragon egg emitted a stream of bubbles as the silver liquid flowed into the egg, being greedily absorbed by Aobing. Very quickly, the entire 50 liters worth of nirvana holy liquid was completely sucked dry by the black dragon egg. A black-robed figure appeared and burped. So much. So pure. So satisfying. Alright then, I will forgive you since you have given me so much nirvana holy liquid. I am feeling tired and need to sleep now. Don't bother me unnecessarily. With that, the dragon lady figure merged back into the black dragon egg without another sound. Sleeping immediately after drinking? Are you sure you're a dragon and not a pig? Shen Tian couldn't help muttering inwardly. Exasperated, he just carefully wrapped up the dragon egg again. He turned to look at Kong Meng. Fairy Kong, I accidentally came across an extraordinary image while in the primordial battlefield. It seems to be related to the early ancestors of the Peacock race. I wonder if you are interested in coming with me to explore? Is the divine firmament saint asking me out on a date? Kong Meng's face turned a slight shade of pink. Since it is linked to the early ancestors of my people, I am willing to come with you. Shen Tian nodded and turned toward Qin Yundi and the rest. Junior brothers, you guys wait here in the Holy Dragon Valley. I will come back soon. Qin Yundi smiled through his narrowed eyes. Senior brother, go ahead and take your time. I will hold the fort and protect the group. Eunuch Gui smiled contentedly. Your Highness' matrimonial happiness is more important. No need to worry about us. His Highness finally learned to take the initiative to ask a fairy for a date. It's perfect. It should have been like this right from the start. Given His Highness' status, talent, and looks, as long as he is willing to make the first move, it will be just a matter of time before he can get a concubine. First was the dragon race's eldest princess, and now the peacock race's little princess. They both seem to favor His Highness. Concubine Lan would be so happy if she could witness this scene. Of course, not everyone was happy about what had just happened. For example, a certain prodigy from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was feeling extremely jealous now. Why is that demon able to go on a date with Brother Shen? To be his closest companion? I was able to overlook the dragon as she is indeed very ferocious and malevolent. Nothing could be done when she forced Brother Shen to become a dragon knight. But who the hell is this rainbow-colored peacock? Why did Brother Shen want to go sightseeing alone with her? Is linger not good enough for you? It must be because my cultivation level and power are not strong enough. Little Spirit Fairy came to a conclusion. In this dog-eat-dog cultivation world, I am still not powerful enough. Only the powerful would be recognized. Only then could she defend Brother Shen from those clamoring demons. I must become more powerful. I must attain the position of the Jade Lake Saintess. This notion grew to an unprecedented intensity inside her mind. Little Spirit Fairy immediately sat down cross-legged in the valley to start cultivating. At this point, Shen Tian and Kong Meng had already left the Holy Dragon Valley. Following the direction shown by the fortuitous opportunity above Kong Meng's head, the two of them soon flew out hundreds of miles away from the valley. With the Rainbow Divine Light and the 5 Heavenly Lightning cultivation technique between them, the couple was an indomitable pair. No one could stand in their way. Whenever they met with a powerful soulless creature, Kong Meng would use her Rainbow Divine Light to restrain it first, before Shen Tian would use his whip to destroy it. Even a mighty soulless creature at the peak of the Golden Core stage was like a defenseless lamb primed for slaughter before Shen Tian and Kong Meng. This also heightened Shen Tian's interest in the Rainbow Divine Light. It was the most powerful restraining technique. As a result, he activated the Divine Light Pendant to start learning the Divine Light techniques. It must be said that with the extraordinary items in Shen Tian's possession, he was indeed the best candidate to learn the 5 elements Divine Light techniques. In just over an hour's time, as they traveled, Shen Tian already obtained a basic understanding of the Red Divine Light, the White Divine Light, the Green Divine Light, and the Black Divine Light. Although he was still unfamiliar with the techniques and had to practice more, Shen Tian was confident of fully grasping the techniques within 10 to 14 days. Kong Meng couldn't help being astonished by his speed. It was even faster than that of a pure-blooded peacock. This divine firmament saint has a gift for cultivation, which was just bewildering. As expected, handsome men are usually very gifted. As the two of them fought side by side, they soon came to a large rainbow-colored cliff. The cliff was several hundreds of meters high, and a huge peacock was drawn upon it. This should be the place where a powerful practitioner of our race met their death. With their final dregs of energy, they created this seal here before disappearing into the void. Kong Meng gazed at the cliff as he muttered to herself, perhaps with the Rainbow Divine Light, we can also enter that void. At that, the Rainbow Divine Light emerged behind Kong Meng and gushed into the cliff. The cliff rippled like the surface of a lake. Rainbow lights swirled endlessly, creating a splendid and lovely image. We should be able to enter now. Kong Meng entered the void holding Shen Tian's hand. Shen Tian stepped into the cliff and found himself in a colorful world. 2 figures were sitting cross-legged right in the center. On the left was a lady dressed in a multicolored outfit. She had already withered into a skeleton, but a dazzling ball of rainbow light glowed at her chest area. One could see a fan floating amongst the colored light. It was clearly not some common object. Meanwhile, a man in golden armor was on the right side. From his skeletal frame, it was clear he used to be a very tall, burly man. A broken gold divine halberd was protruding out of his chest area, having pierced right into his heart. With the golden halberd as the focal point, it was clear this man had suffered multiple fractures all over. He had endured a massive blow. If I am not wrong, this should be a pair of ancient lovers from my race and the eagle race from 10,000 years ago. During the battle that time, the eagle race was being slaughtered by the enemy, and the people of my race were also being pushed to the brink. We activated the forbidden rainbow divine light technique to seal ourselves in this void. After thousands of years, they have reappeared in this battlefield and were discovered by us. Kong Meng seemed to have thought of something. A rainbow divine light avatar rose up behind her, resonating with the skeleton of the lady. Suddenly, the skeleton's ball of rainbow light seemed to be awakened before shooting straight at Kong Meng. The divine light entered Kong Meng's body, increasing her aura greatly. Her rainbow divine light instantly became even more dense and intense. This is the power source of the rainbow divine light, cultivated by this ancestor of mine for over 1,000 years. She can detect my bloodline and is giving me permission. Also, my ancestor's rainbow divine light fan weapon is one of the foundation sacred artifacts of the Peacock race. It was lost in the battlefield 10,000 years ago. A rainbow-colored fan appeared in Kong Meng's hand. The fan was infused with the divine light and looked very lovely. After taking a deep breath, she bowed 3 times toward the female skeleton. Following that, Kong Meng took a coffin out of her inner spatial ring and placed her ancestor's body carefully inside. After that, she said to Shen Tian, "The rainbow divine light fan is extremely important. Brother Shen has given the Peacock race the Nirvana holy liquid and also helped us recover this fan. Don't worry. I am someone who knows how to return favors. Should you need anything in the future, I will try my best to help." While looking at Kong Meng's earnest face, Shen Tian shook his head with a smile. "Fairy Kong Meng, you don't need to be so formal and polite." He walked over to the body of the powerful great golden-winged eagle practitioner. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. With that, Shen Tian squeezed a drop of blood from his right forefinger and dripped it on the man's dull armor. As Shen Tian's blood seeped into the armor, it suddenly erupted in a dazzling golden light. The faint image of a divine eagle appeared. The armor rapidly disintegrated into numerous golden feathers, which shot towards Shen Tian. Every single feather flew at sonic speed, as if about to shoot through space and time. Kong Meng's eyes were filled with wonder at the feathers. Is this the Feather Immortal Metal, ranked 8th on the Immortal Metal list? The Feather Immortal Metal was indeed ranked 8th on the Immortal Metal list. It was the world's lightest, fastest, and sharpest immortal metal. The Feather Immortal Metal was shaped like a feather and infused with energy. It was rumored that even the most ordinary commoner could fly when wearing armor made from Feather Immortal Metal. If the mixed immortal metal was the Peacock race's most precious treasure, then the Feather Immortal Metal was the Great Golden-Winged Eagle race's most cherished prize. The Great Golden-Winged Eagle race's innate speed could be fully displayed with the Feather Immortal Metal. Their battle prowess would also increase exponentially. A pity that in the ancient battle 10,000 years ago, the Feather Immortal Metal had disappeared with its owner. It looks like these are indeed the 2 prodigies from the 2 feathered races from 10,000 years ago. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly be in possession of the Divine Light Fan and the Feather Immortal Metal. Kong Meng was secretly in awe of Shen Tian. I thought that my natural talents and providence were already at the top of the leagues in the southern border. But there will always be someone better than you out there. My providence is nothing compared to Brother Shen's. It must be known that this was a treasure that was in the top 10 extraordinary items list. It was something that even the sacred grounds might end up fighting over. Shen Tian was the divine firmament saint. Just by participating in this one minor foundation establishment trial, he had so easily discovered such a priceless treasure just by wandering around. Brother Shen is indeed the heavenly Tao's son. Kong Meng secretly vowed to convince her elders to form the contract with Shen Tian. The Peacock race would regret for years to come if they missed out on such a mighty heavenly Tao son. Before Kong Meng came to terms with everything, Shen Tian had already taken a coffin out of his Archean sea ring for the man's remains. The Eagle race and Brother Shen are clearly at odds with each other. But he is still willing to overlook all their past and current animosity and help retrieve the remains of this Eagle race member? He is indeed a magnanimous man. Kong Meng was in love. Unfortunately, Shen Tian was not as magnanimous as Kong Meng thought. Or rather, benevolence was only part of it. To be honest, Shen Tian held quite a bit of respect for this ancestor of the eagle race, who had fought against evil spirit 10,000 years ago. After all, he had just received this ancestor's legacy. One could hardly speak bad about someone from whom you just received a treasure. Of course, this was just one of the reasons and not the main one. The main reason was that Jinyu had signed an IOU with Shen Tian for 50 million spirit stones. Shen Tian seriously doubted that Jinyu would keep his promise after returning to the southern border. This eagle race ancestor's body would come in handy if Jinyu tried to shirk his debts then. If the eagle race had integrity, Shen Tian would return the body and the armor to Jinyu and his people. If the eagle race tried to deny their obligations, Shen Tian would bury the body and armor in a secret location. It must be pointed out that in Kong Meng and Jinyu's original fortuitous opportunity image, this void had been discovered by Kong Meng and Jinyu. Under Shen Tian's directions, Kong Meng obtained the Divine Light Power Source and the Rainbow Divine Light Fan. Her providence was once again enhanced. Meanwhile, Jinyu's feather immortal metal had fallen into Shen Tian's hands. His providence would definitely decrease. According to past experiences, if he handed the body and armor to Jinyu, his providence would rebound and might even increase more than before. If Shen Tian just buried the body and armor without letting them touch Jinyu's hands. Well, after Chen Gao, Fang Chang, Shen Tian, the fourth abnormal test subject would be born in this world. In this dog-eat-dog cultivation world, Shen Tian was never one for sentimentality. If you decide to become my true enemy, be prepared then to become a lab rat. Chapter 214, Attack on the Primordial Battlefield. Blood Demon Valley, 500 miles away from the primordial battlefield's perimeter. A group of disciples wearing the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds garment entered the valley. Be careful, guys. This Blood Demon Valley is the only way to the battlefield's inner region. Be on alert for ambushes, Zhang San reminded his team. He was this group's leader and had a strong aura around him. He was ranked 10th in the Divine Firmament's Foundation Establishment list and was a powerful Foundation Establishment cultivator. In fact, his rank was higher before Shen Tian, Zhao Hao, and eunuch Gui joined the sacred ground. Other than Qin Yundi, there were few who could beat him in combat. However, things changed after Shen Tian and his friends joined. These fellows possessed mixed divine lightning origin, so after they got their hands on the 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique, it would be easy for them to get its basics. They had a huge advantage among their peers as the mixed divine lightning origin boosted their power greatly. Although they looked super weak compared to Shen Tian, they were powerful cultivators if they were to compare with the rest of the Foundation Establishment cultivators in the sacred ground. This was especially so for Zhao Hao, Qin Gao, and eunuch Gui as they also cultivated the Sun Imperial Sutra. Not only that, but Zhao Hao also had the Nanming Li Fire and Qian Yang Sword Art. These allowed him to be almost invincible among the Foundation Establishment cultivators. He was only weaker than Shen Tian and Qin Yundi. Qin Gao had caught up with the rest quickly. After refining the Nirvana Holy Liquid, he had successfully become a Foundation Establishment cultivator and achieved greater mastery over the Demon Book of Hyudga. His sword attack was incredibly fast, and cultivators at his level could not take more than 3 attacks from him. Some even called him 3-strike man. For Song Fu Gi, Lu Taiyi, Zhan Zijia, and Xiong Meng, their power had been boosted by the Nirvana Holy Liquid and 5 Heavenly Lightning cultivation technique too. They were ranked among the top 30 on the list. Some of the other disciples that used to rank higher had been pushed back because of them. However, they did not complain about it at all as they had better privileges than in the past. Ever since Shen Tian had appeared, the Lightning Explosion Talisman's price had dropped significantly. It was at least half the price compared to outside. With the cheaper talisman, the disciples were safer when going out for experiential journeys. Some even bought the talisman for their friends outside of the sacred ground and managed to earn some money from it. Thus, everyone had a favorable impression of the new saint. They respected and supported him wholeheartedly. I wonder what senior brother Yundi and Zhao Hao are doing with the saint. Zhang San sighed and said to himself, I heard from other disciples that our saint is the son of Providence. He can encounter a fortuitous opportunity by just strolling around. It's my fault for being so weak. My strength is not good enough, and I'm not so good at flattering him, unlike senior brother Qin and Song. Otherwise, the saint would have brought me with him for the trial too. I'm so jealous right now. Although Zhongsan had never mentioned this thought to others before, everyone knew what he was thinking. Every divine firmament sacred ground disciple in the primordial battlefield was a foundation establishment cultivator with good foundations. Although there were many of them, that did not make them any less valuable, as each individual could be another sex core disciple. They were talented, so they could sense how amazing and transcendent their saint was. After joining the favored ones group, the saint's charm and influence only continued to mesmerize them. Well, no female cultivators could control themselves after seeing Shen Tian smile. No male cultivator could control themselves after seeing the discount on lightning explosion talismans. Since they had gotten all the benefits simply by joining the favored ones group, what more could they get if they were to accompany him? Zhongsan was very envious right now. There are so many fortuitous opportunities in the primordial battlefield. They must have fruitful discoveries by now. I'm so jealous of them. I should have flattered the saint more too. SSSSS. Oh, I'm so sour right now. Zhongsan took a bottle of white liquid out of his storage ring. Guys, be alert. Get ready to help one another and prepare the holy liquid. The 10 disciples walked into the Blood Demon Valley carefully, each holding a few yin-yang lightning explosion talismans in their hands. There would be at least 1 or 2 golden core evil monsters guarding the valley from their experience. It was not hard for the 10 of them to defeat the evil monsters together, but they had to be cautious. After all, the opponents exceeded their cultivation level by 1 stage. Zhongsan led his companions into the valley slowly and carefully. When they were near the center of the valley, a bloody smell attacked their nostrils. It's a blood demon. Watch out. Before entering the primordial battlefield, they had memorized the tips and strategies for the trial. Zhongsan yelled, "Brothers, use the Divine Firmament Killing Evil Sword." The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground disciples were very well trained. Upon receiving Zhongsan's command, their swords flew out and formed a circle around the group. Lightning sparked on the swords and formed a protective shield. As the smell of blood got stronger, the group heard thunderous footsteps approaching them. Soon, a giant blood demon appeared in front of them. Its body was formed by crimson-red blood, and it was wearing a red helmet. Zhongsan's heart sank when he saw the enemy and sensed the overbearing pressure the demon exuded. This is not a golden core blood demon at all. It's even stronger than a nascent soul cultivator. Zhongsan ordered swiftly, "There's no way we can beat it. Use all your lightning explosion talismans and escape." Zhongsan did not lose to his fear and made the right decision quickly. As for the others, they obeyed without hesitation. Swoosh. 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 Numerous yin-yang lightning explosion talismans shot at the blood demon and exploded. Unfortunately, they were not trained in explosives like Qin Yundi, and thus the explosion's impact was very diverted. The talismans only managed to slow down the blood demon without hurting it. Soon, all the talismans were exhausted, and the blood demon was only 1 step behind them. The demon slammed the ground, and a pool of blood attacked them like a swamp. In the next instant, the entire ground was covered by the blood pool, and it started to form a vortex in the center. The cultivators were trapped in it and were slowly being pulled toward the vortex. Damn! Why is a nascent soul monster here in the Blood Demon Valley? Isn't this the trial for Foundation Establishment cultivators? An undead monster this strong is insane. By right, all the nascent soul monsters should be in the center of the primordial battlefield. We need Senior Brother. Call as Saint Token and ask Senior Brother for help. Yes. Senior Brother will have a way to kill this monster. After a few moments, all the shouting and crying voices were swallowed by the pool of blood. The Blood Demon Valley became quiet again, and the demon walked away slowly. 6 men in black garments appeared from the darkness. They all wore special masks that covered their auras completely, and each of them had metal, wood, fire, earth, and all embroidered on their sleeves. This location is indeed the best spot to hunt. Your Highness is so clever. Blackwood admires you very much. This is the 7th team we caught. Your Highness is so smart. Your Highness, why don't we stop them from asking for help? The one with the word all on his sleeve said in a cunning tone, I have my plan. I did my research regarding this trial beforehand. A few core members are participating in it, such as Shen Tian, Qin Yundi, and Zhao Hao from the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, and the True Disciple, Xiaoling, from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Although they are only Foundation Establishment cultivators, They have more treasures with them than nascent soul cultivators, especially this Shen Tian. I heard that he has a large amount of nirvana holy liquid with him. He is worth 1,000 other talented cultivators. He Yuan removed his mask and licked his lips before putting the mask back on. He then went on. As long as we catch him, there will be a higher chance for our plan to be successful. I only let one blood demon out so that these guys will think they have the opportunity to save their friends. Then, we can catch them in one fell swoop. I would like to catch those avian demons too, but it would be too troublesome that way. He Yuan's subordinates praised him after hearing the plan. Wow! Your Highness is so genius. You have planned everything. If you can get that treasury you are looking for, you won't have to worry about your future anymore. Your Highness, we will depend on you in the future. He Yuan was very pleased with all the flattering. He smiled and waved his hand. You guys are evil spirits core members. You will be rewarded greatly in the future. Then, He Yuan frowned and looked at the other side of the valley. Someone is here. The 6 of them quickly hid in the darkness and watched the pathway. A half-naked man covered in golden light appeared. There was a pair of golden wings on his back. He was clearly not a human cultivator. He Yuan smiled in the darkness. It's you. And you are alone? Humph. You killed my pet, and now it's time for a revenge. Chapter 215 This peacock is indeed not a good bird. Despicable divine firmament saint. How dare he treat me like this? Jin Yu was wearing a ratty, old armor picked up from the inner regions of the primordial battlefield. His face was full of embarrassed anger. He was the prodigy of the southern border's eagle race. He had always been regarded as one of the top birds, highly respected wherever he went. He had flown all the way to eastern wilderness from the southern border to help his people seek vengeance but had ended up being shamed by Shen Tian. More importantly, Kong Meng had witnessed the entire process. Jin Yu's proud heart was unable to accept this. He was nearing the brink of a mental collapse. Despicable. Shen Tian, you have gone too far. Jin Yu gnashed his teeth as he exuded a golden aura all over. One day, I will have you down on the ground beneath my feet. Just as Jin Yu was thinking about this, his expression suddenly shifted. He gazed at the other end of the Blood Demon Valley with a serious expression. He could feel that something was not right. An intense fear gradually crept over his heart. He could feel that something dirty and unnatural was hidden somewhere in the Blood Demon Valley. His golden aura became even brighter as he braced himself. He was not in a good state to face any attack. Jin Yu suddenly turned and fled. His wings flapped wildly as he flew back along the borders of the Blood Demon Valley. This was because Jin Yu had spied a several-meter-tall blood demon, blocking his way in front. The aura of this blood demon was as strong as the previous one killed by Jin Yu and his 4 feathered companions. In other words, this demon had nascent soul battle prowess. It must be pointed out that in the primordial battlefield, the cultivation levels of all living beings from the outside would be suppressed to the golden core level and below. Even if Jin Yu was in peak form, he would never be able to defeat this blood demon on his own. He would probably be sucked dry instead. Moreover, Jin Yu was now heavily injured. If he really had to go head-on against this blood demon, he probably wouldn't even get the chance to flee. Jin Yu knew that things were not looking good for him. When one was down on their luck, truly nothing would go their way. He had not encountered a single nascent soul creature during all his previous primordial battlefield trials. How did he end up meeting 2 this time? All he could now was to return to the primordial battlefield's inner regions before thinking of a way to escape. Jin Yu flapped his wings for all he was forth, flying in the opposite direction. But just as he was about to escape the first blood demon, a second one appeared before him. It was also several meters tall and exuded the same powerful aura. It just stood there blocking Jin Yu's way before swiping one huge palm toward him. As the blood demon's palm came toward him, Jin Yu felt like all the air around him was being sucked in by an invisible force. It was very difficult for him to move freely and dodge. One blood demon in front of him. Another blood demon behind him. Meanwhile, the valley blocked his 2 sides. It was enough to make him fall into despair. A sharp glint surfaced in his eyes. Using his wings like a blade, he suddenly struck out at the blood demon's bomb. Golden Wings 9 slash, the first slash through mountains and rivers. Like the intense rays of the blazing sun, a dazzling golden light collided with the sticky, bloodied surface and was submerged. Ah! Jin Yu squawked tragically as he was flattened on the ground by that bomb. With that blow, he reverted back to his original form, his mouth twitching and frothing. Meanwhile, The first blood demon caught up from behind and picked Jinyu up by his wings, as if he was a little chick. "Let go of me. Let go of me. Idiot, kill me if you want. Don't touch my armpits. So ticklish. So ticklish. Take your filthy, sticky hands away from me. What crime have I committed, that I have to die in the hands of such a disgusting blood demon?" Just as Jinyu continued struggling in the hands of the blood demon, a black-robed youth strolled out from the shadows. He gazed at Jinyu with interest. The prodigy of the great golden-winged eagle race, who possesses a nearly pure bloodline. What a rare treat. You'll be the most perfect sacrifice. Together with countless prodigies, you will form part of the foundations of my success. You should be honored. Little chick, you are mine. With that, He Yuan formed a hand seal. Blood patterns immediately surfaced on the blood demon's skin as it stuffed Jinyu into its abdomen. Jinyu nearly gagged at the thick stench of blood. "Jerk, kill me if you want. Why are you shaming me in this manner? So smelly. No, no. Don't stuff me inside. Just kill me now. Give me a clean death. I can't breathe. So smelly. I really feel like vomiting. MHM. MHM. In the end, Jinyu was completely trapped in the blood demon's body, like all those previous disciples. After He Yuan captured Jinyu, he merged back into the shadows to await his next opportunity in the Blood Demon Valley. He was looking forward to the grand sacrificial ceremony. These humans and demons would all become sacrifices, while the Divine Firmament Saint would his most highly coveted offering. "Divine Firmament Saint, come quickly. I miss you to death." On the other end, Shen Tian and Kong Meng had just emerged from the Divine Void. A crack appeared on the original rainbow peacock image on the cliff. It suddenly collapsed. Gazing at the collapsed cliff, Kong Meng bowed respectfully, her eyes shining with multicolored light. She was now even more powerful than before, as she had received the divine light power source of a pure-blooded Saint Peacock. The benefits to her were endless. As long as Kong Meng completely absorbed and refined this divine light power source, she would have no trouble at all reaching the Saint stage. On top of that, she also managed to get a divine artifact, the Rainbow Divine Light Fan. This was a mighty divine artifact that could only be refined by a saint who had undergone at least 3 tribulations. Even if such a saint wanted to refine a divine artifact, it could not be easily achieved. They would have to invest years of arduous cultivation before it would come to fruition. Even amongst the soul formation heavenly venerables, it was rare for one to own a divine artifact. One could dominate over all of their peers with such an artifact. Kong Meng was already ranked number 1 on the Southern Border Golden Core list. With this Rainbow Divine Light Fan, it would be like adding wings to a mighty tiger. Come to think of it, Kong Meng would now be able to reign over all the Golden Core cultivators in the 5 regions. Meanwhile, Shen Tian's bounty was comparable to Kong Meng's in certain ways. After all, it was ranked 8th on the Immortal Metal list. It was the most valuable extraordinary item in Shen Tian's possession now. Although Shen Tian had the Executing Heaven Sword, its power stemmed from the fact that its creator had refined the weapon until it was indestructible. Meanwhile, the sword itself was only made from subpar immortal metal. It was not as powerful or beautiful as the feather immortal metal. Shen Tian had gotten the feather immortal metal to acknowledge him as its owner with a drop of his blood. The immortal metal was now absorbed into Shen Tian's body, residing in another lobe of his lungs. With the feather immortal metal in the left lobe and the Executing Heaven Sword in the right, both exuded a powerful aura that boosted Shen Tian's lungs. At this point, Shen Tian didn't even dare to breathe too hard, for fear of puffing out a gust of sword energy that might shear his companion's head in half. Shen Tian's Saint Token suddenly vibrated. He took out the Saint Token and was stunned. "Junior brother Yundi is calling me. It looks urgent." 8 streaks of red light had appeared on the Saint Token. This indicated that Qin Yundi had already tried to reach Shen Tian 8 times. What could have happened that made him so anxious? Shen Tian directed a spell into the Saint Token, and Qin Yundi's image appeared. Qin Yundi heaved a visible sigh of relief upon seeing that his call finally got through. "Senior brother, why didn't you pick up my calls? We were all very worried." Little Spirit Fairy and the Black Dragon Egg were beside Qin Yundi. They glanced at the glowing Kong Meng, who was standing beside Shen Tian. Their faces instantly darkened slightly. What the hell did this Kong Meng do with Shen Tian? These two were acting in such a secretive manner. They didn't pick up any calls and looked so happy now. Despicable. This rainbow peacock is indeed not a good bird. Shen Tian was exasperated. "Kong Meng and I went to a special secret place just now. It was a self-contained void. Maybe there was no signal there. A special secret place? Self-contained void? Everyone couldn't help sighing at Shen Tian's words. You and Kong Meng had just been away for a short while. And you already encountered another great fortuitous opportunity? The rumors in the sacred ground were indeed not just unfounded gossip. You are indeed the son of Providence. Too extraordinary. But no one knew what kind of fortuitous opportunity the saint and fairy Kong Meng had encountered this time. No one dared to ask. Shen Tian was again exasperated by everyone's weird expressions. Junior brother Yundi, what happened? What's so urgent? Qin Yundi finally snapped out of his trance and hurriedly explained. Senior brother, our brothers met with danger in the Blood Demon Valley and have appealed to us for help. Inside the Divine Firmament sacred ground, every single disciple owned a token that was proof of their identity and status. Each token also held a unique number that other disciples could use in order to correspond. By directing a spell into the token, they could use it to communicate with the other disciples via short-distance transmission. Of course, the more high-level a disciple was, the more advanced his token would be, and the transmission could travel over longer distances. Zhang San and the rest didn't have Shen Tian's token number and could only contact Qin Yundi, whom they were more familiar with. Qin Yundi had immediately tried to contact Shen Tian after receiving the news. But the void was completely remote, and he only managed to reach Shen Tian after he left the void. Qin Yundi immediately gave a concise account of what had happened at the Blood Demon Valley. Senior brother saint, to my own knowledge, the blood demons have a rather strict regiment when eating. They would store their food first, instead of killing them all in one go. If we hurry over now, we might be able to save our brothers. As Qin Yundi reported to Shen Tian, he was also preparing the gunpowder for his yin-yang demon-penetrating guns. His golden hair shone under the sunlight, his narrow eyes filled with determination. After all, these disciples were close friends of Qin Yundi. At this point, Kong Meng spoke up. Blood Demon Valley? Another new blood demon has appeared? Shen Tian frowned slightly at her words. Why did you emphasize on the word another? Are you trying to imply something? Kong Meng nodded. Beiling, He Vu Shuang, and I encountered an Nascent Soul blood demon when we traveled through the Blood Demon Valley. We only managed to destroy it because there were 5 of us. How could there be another one? On the other side of the token, Beiling, He Vu Shuang, and Vulture all nodded, indicating that Kong Meng was speaking the truth. Shen Tian frowned. According to the convention, there should not be any soulless monsters at the Nascent Soul stage and above appearing in the Blood Demon Valley, and now you're telling me there are actually 2 of them? You guys just killed one, and another has appeared. When abnormal things happen, there must be something fishy behind it. There's something weird going on in the Blood Demon Valley. At that moment, Shen Tian was frowning very deeply and in a highly vigilant state. So it's true that when a character with great providence participates, all sorts of strange occurrences will happen even in the most basic trials. In this primordial battlefield now, Kong Meng, Zhao Hao, Qin Yundi, Xiaoling, Qin Gao, and the rest were all people with great providence. It would be like smashing a hornet's nest into the ground. Under such circumstances, it was no surprise that all sorts of strange things would occur. Shen Tian asked in all seriousness, Qin Yundi, can I trust you? Feeling Shen Tian's expectant gaze, Qin Yundi instantly went on the alert. He opened his eyes wider. Senior brother, I await your instructions. Shen Tian said gravely, a Nascent Soul blood demon has appeared in the Blood Demon Valley. I need you to immediately inform all the disciples to stay far, far away from the valley. Qin Yundi nodded. Senior brother, don't worry. I have already cautioned all our brothers. PFFFT. So fast? Junior brother Yundi, aren't you a tad too fast? Ahem, anyway, no time to joke. There are lives at stake here. They must come up with a comprehensive rescue plan as soon as possible. Shen Tian racked his brains before finally realizing that he was not suited at all to be the wise leader who could come up with all sorts of brilliant strategies and plans. What a headache. Never mind, he would just charge in recklessly. With this thought, Shen Tian said, I am the only one present who can handle a Nascent Soul blood demon. I will head into the Blood Demon Valley alone. I will reconvene with you guys if I manage to successfully save our brothers. If you don't hear anything from me within the day. Junior brother Yundi, if you didn't receive any messages from me, you must inform all the disciples to leave the battlefield immediately. Not just our own disciples, but also all the disciples from the other sects. Do remember to inform them too. After leaving the battlefield, report to Ant Master White Lotus and the rest. Have them come over to settle things. By the time Shen Tian finished his instructions, Song Fugi and Lu Taiyi were already sobbing incoherently. Master Heavens, you cannot risk your life like that. Master Heavens, there will be countless dangers and strange occurrences in the Blood Demon Valley. We cannot let you risk your life on your own. I, Lu Taiyi, am not a death-fearing man. I am willing to fight side by side with Master Heavens. Song Fugi rubbed his head furiously as he immediately piped up. Me too. Looking at how brave Song Fugi and Lu Taiyi were, there was no way the rest would step back in fear now. After all, if they showed cowardice now, how could they ever hope to stand by Shen Tian's side in the future? Brother Shen, Zhao Hao is willing to fight alongside you. Even if I die, there will be no regrets. Zhao Hao was enveloped in thick Nanming Li fire, which formed the vague outline of a sword. He exuded a powerful sword aura from all over. This was the effect of the sword heart fruit. After attaining the divine sword constitution, Shen Tian had realized that the sword heart fruit was useless to him. As a result, he had split up the sword heart fruit and given it to Zhao Hao, Eunuch Goe, Little Spirit Fairy, Shenao, and the rest for them to cultivate with it. By now, most of them had already refined and absorbed nearly all the sword heart fruit and dragon blood grass. Everyone's powers had advanced to the next level. At the very least, every single one of them could be considered prodigies amongst the Foundation establishment cultivators, including Shenao. It must be said that just by tagging along behind his 13th brother, not only had he not had to endure any hardship, but he had also managed to become stronger over a shorter period. It was not like the days spent in the Grand White Grotto Heaven, painstakingly cultivating with Sword Venerable Long River. It was an arduous process with not many results to show for. Shenao gazed at Shen Tian with a complex expression. 13th brother, I cannot just stand by and watch you march to your death. Shen Tian, although their words were rather moving, why did it feel like they were cursing him? Eunuch Gui was smiling grimly. I already swore to never let anyone harm your highness. Over my dead body. Qin Gao gave Shen Tian an intense stare. You saved my life. I am not afraid of death. I also hope to die while protecting your highness. Upon hearing everyone's resolute words and seeing their firm expressions, Shen Tian felt rather moved and speechless. Come on, guys. Seriously? I am just going to fight against a nascent soul blood demon. Why are you all behaving like I am going straight to my death? A Foundation establishment cultivator against a nascent soul monster. What's the big deal? Could you all stop being so dramatic? This is such cliché behavior. Ridiculous. More importantly, even if I really encounter an enemy that I cannot handle, all I have to do is to don my full armor and walk away, right? If you guys tag along and we meet with real danger, how do you expect me to save all of you? It will be impossible. Shen Tian sighed in resignation. He considered how to tell these fellows without hurting their pride. I am not trying to be polite, but you guys really? Not only will you guys not be of any help, but you might even be a burden to me.